It was a quiet night in Konoha no Sato. The wind was blowing peacefully while the leaves would dance in the cooling breeze as they fell off the trees. However, in the darkness of the forest, a lone child sat on the grass in front of an old shack. "Okay, what's the first jutsu in this scroll?" asked a certain blonde-haired child. The said child was a boy by the name of Uzumaki Naruto, and at the moment he was reading a scroll. Not just any ordinary scroll, mind you, but the village's most forbidden scroll. You see, the child had just failed his academy exam and was depressed. In desperation of becoming a ninja, he listened to a corrupt teacher by the name of Mizuki who had tricked the boy into stealing the said scroll. Now the boy had done his job successfully. He felt as though he should get started before his sensei arrived. "Let's see, the first jutsu on the list is Kage Bunshin no Jutsu." "Oh, damn it, this is my worst jutsu," complained the child. But regardless, he still read the instructions before proceeding to learn the jutsu in the scroll. After about half an hour, he had finally managed to master the jutsu effectively for his liking. So after that, he made a decision that would change the course of his life forever and would be with this very action that would begin his legacy. All right, now let's see what else is in this scroll. After tugging on the paper, he unraveled the scroll further so he could see the next jutsu. After the text was readable, he read Fuin Jutsu, Kai no Teseiga. "Sweet, I wonder what this Teseiga thing is," said the excited boy. "Okay, to release the seal, you must simply place a small bit of blood in the center of the ring of kanji, then focus your chakra into the seal. However, if user does not have enough chakra or the user is trying to use this for ill intentions, the seal immediately burn out all of your chakra coils and will burn off your arm in the process." Wow, whatever this thing is, it must be important for someone to go this far to protect it. Oh well. And with those words, the boy bit his finger, drawing a small amount of blood from the wound, and placed his hand on the seal. The results were immediate as a bright light shined through the forest, illuminating everything in the clearing and even scaring away a few of the late-night animals in the surrounding area. This had forced Naruto to shield his eyes so as not to be blinded by the sudden light coming from the scroll. As the light steadily began to die down, the form of something rising out of the seal, as though it was floating before stopping about 6 centimeters off the ground, shining in a yellow light. Naruto, who was finally able to see again, looked at the object in awe as he reached out to touch it. The moment his hand made contact with the object, the yellow light faded to reveal an old-looking katana. The cloth on the hilt was torn and faded brown, along with the bronze-colored guard, which also seemed to have a few dents in it. The sheath was all black with the exception of a small red cloth about a few meters away from the guard. Curiously, Naruto unsheathed the katana, only to feel mildly disappointed at the sight of the blade. It was not shiny silver like some of the swords he had seen Umbu carry around. This one was a dark gray with multiple dents and scratches all along the blade. Even the edge looked to be in need of sharpening, as most of the blade had huge chips missing off it. So, it was no surprise when Naruto's eyebrow began to twitch in annoyance as he tried to fight off the urge to blow a gasket over this event. Sadly, Naruto wasn't the type of person to keep his anger from showing for very long, and thus resulted in him shouting as he glared down at the sword. "Damn it, why couldn't it be something at least a little bit cooler than this piece of shit? Goddamn scroll, I got ripped off." Frustrated and clearly annoyed, the boy tossed the old sword away. He made his way back towards the scroll in hopes of finding a cooler jutsu to learn from its contents. Yet before he could unravel it any further, he heard something approaching from the bushes and turned to see his other sensei, Irika. The expression on his face made it clear that he was very angry at the blonde. "Found you, Naruto. What are you doing stealing the scroll like that?" yelled the man as a small vein could now be visible on his forehead. "Looks like you found me sooner than I, though. I only learned one jutsu," mumbled Naruto while scratching the back of his head sheepishly. "He does look like he has been training a long time," thought Irika. Just then he took notice to the rather old-looking katana lying on the ground out of the corner of his eye. "Naruto, where did you get that from?" Naruto looked back at the sword before scuffing and crossing his arms. "Stupid thing ripped me off. I unsealed it from the scroll, hoping it was some jutsu or was something cooler than that piece of shit. About that, why did you steal it in the first place?" "Oh yeah," shouted Naruto before grinning. Irika, if I show you the jutsu I learned, then you'll let me pass, right? Where did you come up with that idea? Mizuki-sensei told me. He said that if I got the scroll and learned one jutsu, then I could pass. Why would Mizuki say dash? Just then, Irika heard the sound of kunai whizzing through the air and heading in their direction. Thinking quickly, Irika pushed Naruto to the side as a multiple of kunai embedded themselves into his flesh. He looked up in the tree to see Mizuki crouch down on the branch, carrying two Fumashrunkens on his back. Naruto, give me the scroll, shouted Mizuki to the confused blonde. No, don't give it to him, Naruto. He's just using you to get the scroll for himself and to betray the village, shouted Irika as he pulled out the kunai on his shoulder. Don't even bother, Irika. After all, why would he even trust you since this village has been keeping secrets from him all his life? What secrets? Asked a still confused Naruto. No, Misuki. It's forbidden for you to speak of that. Irika shouted only to be ignored by the traitor. A secret so classified that anyone who uttered even a word of it was punished by death. The secret that was meant to be kept secret from everyone, especially you, said Mizuki with an evil grin on his face. What was this secret? Asked the curious and confused blonde. Why was it kept from me? No, don't tell him. The secret that you are the Kyuubi no Kitsune. That was when everything stopped in the eyes of Uzumaki Naruto. He saw visions of his past come into his mind. He saw parents tell their children not to play with him. He saw the academy children laugh at him when he failed to do something. He saw the drunks beat him into unconsciousness. Then finally, he saw himself crying on a swing alone while the parents and children all glared at him. As the pictures came through his mind, he could hear the academy children laugh at him and the adults yell hateful things to him. That is why you will never be accepted by this village, you filthy demon, and that is why you will die here and now, yelled Mizuki as he began to spin the giant shrunken in his hand before throwing it at the still dazed blonde. Naruto, get down. The sound of metal hitting flesh filled the air as the giant shrunken pierced itself into his back. He glanced at his pupil and began to cry at the dazed look in his eyes. Naruto, who had just gotten out of his daze, stared back up at his sensei, who was crying for reasons he didn't know. I am sorry, Naruto. I know I should have helped you more since I knew what kind of pain you were feeling. I'm just sorry I didn't help you more than I could have, sobbed Irika as more tears began to fall. Naruto continued to stare at his sensei for a moment before grabbing the katana and dashed off into the dense forest. He didn't look back. Even when he heard Irika call for him, he didn't look back. He kept running, jumping from branch to branch until he couldn't keep going. He plopped himself down on the ground and rested his head on the tree trunk behind him. Naruto sat there a few moments, catching his breath while wiping away the sweat on his brow. Just as he was about to get up, he heard two voices coming from behind him and saw that it was Mizuki talking to Irika, who was leaned up against a tree while panting heavily. How can you help that demon after everything that it had taken from you? Asked Mizuki. When Irika didn't answer, he sneered at his ex-comrade before saying, You know, me and Naruto are alike. Both of us are demons who want power, and we will do anything to get it. You're right, answered with a sigh Irika. Naruto gripped the sheath of the katana tighter and was trying his very best not to burst into tears. I knew it. I knew he hated me just like everyone else. Those thoughts, however, were soon crushed when he heard Irika's next words. A demon would be like that, but that is not Naruto. Naruto is a great child who only wishes for people to accept him for him and not what he contains. Sure, he makes mistakes at times, but he still has the strength to get back up and try again. That is the Naruto I know, and I acknowledge him in his dream. Mizuki's faces showed viable anger at the man in front of him before sighing and unbuckling the last shuriken off his back. I was planning to kill you last, but now you leave me no choice. That being said, he twirled the shuriken in his hand before rushing towards the now defenseless form of Irika. Yet the man held no fear in his eyes as the traitor advanced upon him. The only thing that showed any signs of life still remaining on the young man's face was the small smile on his lips, and along with one simple thought. I guess this is it then. Just as Mizuki was about to strike, an orange blur shot out from the tree line and landed a knee to the traitor's chin, causing the Chunin to go flying backwards and skidding across the clearing. His shrunken, due to the sudden impact, went flying out of the man's hand and into the trees, cutting a few branches off in the process as it flew off into the air. Naruto, thought the surprised Chunin as Naruto skidded to a glare at the corrupt Chunin who had just recovered from his attack. "You little brat. Lay one finger on my sensei again, and I'll kill you," growled out Naruto while gripping onto the sword in his hands tightly. "You're right. I can take you down in a single move." Naruto gave him no reply. Instead, he put the sword on his waistband and put his hands into a cross-shaped seal before shouting out, "Kage Bunshin no Jutsu." In a giant puff of smoke, the whole clearing they were standing in was covered in orange, wearing children, all glaring at the Chunin. The said Chunin was now scared out of his mind. Everywhere he looked, he saw the same boy glaring at him with katanas in their hands. All of them made their advancement on the traitor, and not long after an echo of a traitor's screams could be heard all the way back to the village. When the clones dispersed, the sight of a bloody and bruised Mizuki was lying unconscious on the ground. Satisfied with his actions, the blonde boy turned his attention back towards his sensei and grinned at him. I think I overdid it?" This earned him a chuckle from the scared Chunin, who was currently smiling at him from his position by the tree. "Naruto, come over here and close your eyes for a moment." Naruto nodded and walked over towards his sensei before closing his eyes. He felt his goggles being taken off, followed by the feeling of something else being placed on his forehead. "Okay, you can open your eyes now." When he did, he saw that Irika was smiling proudly at him while holding his goggles in his hands, and yet seemed to be missing his hitate. Then it came to him as he reached up to feel his hand brush against metal and the symbol of the leaf engraved into it. "Congratulations, Naruto, you graduate," said Irika proudly. Naruto's shocked expression then changed to an expression of great happiness before lunging at his sensei, screaming, "I did it!" over and over again. Had Naruto been paying attention, he would have felt the sword pulse and glow greenish-yellow for a moment before fading back to normal. It had been a few days since the scroll incident, and he had taken his picture yesterday. That day went from a simple picture to teaching a little punk by the name of Konohamaru how to use Oiroke no Jutsu on his sensei. In the end, he had a very boring day, and he had the orientation in 3 days. Naruto stared at the sword that lay in his lap. He had been trying to find something that made the sword so special and had yet to come up with anything. He even asked the Hokage about the sword, and even he didn't know. The old man did say, however, that he could keep it so long as he didn't hurt himself or anyone from the village with it. "Damn it, what is it with this thing? What makes you so freaking special?" yelled the frustrated blonde. "Blah, got better things to do than stare at an old-ass sword," said Naruto before heading out to train. Right as he was about to exit his home, he stopped and looked at the sword again. He grinned before running back to it and racing out the door and out to the closest training field. The moment he arrived, he placed the sword on the side of a nearby tree before pulling a small scroll out of his pocket. After getting permission for keeping the sword, he had been given a small scroll by the old man. He had said that if he was going to keep something so dangerous, he might as well learn how to use it. So now was the perfect time to begin, since he had nothing better to do. He undid the scroll before reading and memorizing the kata for basic swordsmanship. Naruto then created 8 clones before grabbing his sword. He slid into the basic stance and waited as the clones rushed forward towards him. He ducked under one of the clones who tried to do an aerial strike with a kunai and parried around another who was trying to stab him. Turning quickly, he managed to catch the clone off guard and was ready to strike when he was suddenly punched in the stomach by a clone who had burrowed underground. Before he could regain his footing, he was kicked in the face by another clone, which sent him tumbling back. Cursing lightly, Naruto climbed back to his feet before getting back into his stance. He waited for them to attack again before retaliating. This time, however, he didn't keep his concentration on only one target, but was mindful of all of them. He parried a clone that was aiming for his face again and swung the blade, cutting the clone in half before it puffed out of existence. He turned his attention on an incoming clone before glancing around to make sure none of his other clones were trying to sneak attack him. When it appeared that none were, he was about to attack, when he heard something coming up from behind him. Looking behind him, he saw two clones that were about 7 feet behind him. As a last-minute decision, he jumped into the air only to mentally slap himself as the two clones threw kunai at him. He waited for the sharp metal to pierce his skin, only to be surprised when he heard metal clash against metal. When he opened his eyes, he saw that all his clones were gone, and their place was a single kunoichi. She wore a Chinese-style, sleeveless shirt with baggy black pants with blue sandals. Her hair was tied into two buns and had dark brown eyes with her hitayate around her forehead. The girl in question just shook her head as he walked up to her. Finally, when he was right in front of her, he smiled before scratching the back of his head. "Thanks for that," said Naruto as he started laughing nervously. The girl didn't reply at first before sighing and shaking her head. "Kid, you suck," said the girl. "What?" yelled Naruto. "Kid, you don't jump when you're outnumbered and surrounded. In fact, that is the last thing you want to do. It makes you completely open, and it just makes it easier for you enemies to hit you with jutsu or weapons," lectured the girl. The blonde just stood there blinking a few times before narrowing his eyes at her. The said girl only raised an eyebrow at this action before asking what. "How long were you watching?" asked Naruto, while his eyes were still narrowed at her. The girl snorted before answering. "I only watched for a few seconds, and even I know that you suck." She expected him to get angry, but instead he just grinned and said enthusiastically, "I guess that means I gotta get better, Annie." It was now the girl's turn to blink before smirking at him. "Don't think you can just pick up a sword and then expect to get good right off the bat. It takes time and lots of practice to be a master swordsman." The blonde's grin only widened before asking, "If that's the case, can you help me?" She was tempted to say no. She really was. But after seeing how he fought with the sword, she knew he could use some better instructions than what he was getting from a scroll. Again, she sighed before nodding her head. "Sweet," yelled an excited blonde. He then looked back at her before asking, "What's your name anyways?" "Ten," she answered. "You?" "Uzumaki Naruto, the next Hokage," shouted Naruto. "Well then, let's get started," said Ten as she unrolled a scroll before releasing a katana from one of the kanji written on the scroll. "Let the torture begin," thought Ten as she rushed forward, katana ready in hand. 2 days later, the academy was as crowded as it always was. The children were all excited since today was the day that the graduating class was going to begin their new life as ninja. The select few who weren't as enthusiastic about it were Nara Shikamaru, Aburame Shino, and Uchiha Sasuke. As the classrooms began to fill, two kunoichi rushed through the hallways, both of which were trying to enter the classroom before the other did. Finally, after struggling for a few minutes, the two managed to squeeze through the doorway before shouting first at the same time. One of the two girls was a pale blonde-haired girl named Yamanaka Ino who had long light blonde hair, light blue eyes, a purple shirt with bandages underneath, and a matching purple skirt, while the other was a girl named Haruno Sakura who had a red Chinese-like dress with black AMBU-style pants, a white circle on the back, and long pink hair. The girls glared at each other before huffing and turning away from each other. That was when Sakura noticed that the seat next to Sasuke was missing and rushed over. "Good morning, Sasuke-kun," squealed Sakura. The brooding Uchiha looked at her for a moment before looking out the window again. As everyone was seated, they all heard the door slide open and turned to see Naruto walking into the classroom, looking exhausted before making his way over the opposite side of Sasuke. "What are you doing here, Naruto? This is for graduates only," said an obnoxious boy named Kiba as his dog barked at Naruto as he passed. The only reply he got from Naruto was a grunt before finally making it to Sasuke's side of the desk. The Uchiha looked up at Naruto for a moment, only to hear him grunt out, "Move over." The Uchiha scuffed before staring at the board, waiting for Iruka to show up. Sakura, on the other hand, had more to say to the blonde. "Naruto, you baka. You don't boss around Sasuke-kun like that. Now apologize to him before I have to hurt you," shrieked the pink-haired girl. Naruto looked up for a moment with his eyes half open before looking back down at the Uchiha. Then, without warning, he hit the Uchiha on the top of the head with the end of his sheath, an order move. "Over. Now." The said Uchiha gave Naruto a glare that promised a lot of pain before noticing not only the sword but also the bags under the blonde's eyes. Normally, he wouldn't care if the blonde hadn't gotten any sleep, but after seeing the sword and seeing how he acted right now, he assumed that the orange-clad ninja was in fact tired and just didn't feel like dealing with things. He could recall a time when he was like this and knew that it was annoying, so that was why he snapped at his fangirls who tried to mess with him when he was up all night training. Sighing, he moved himself over to where he was in the middle of the jointed desks and let the boy sit. Without missing a beat, the blonde sat down and banged his head on the desk and let sleep claim him. His soft snores could be heard throughout the classroom, as most people had only one thought in mind. What have you been up to, Naruto? Just then, Irika came into the classroom, and immediately all thought of Naruto were vanished as the thought of who was on their team returned to them full force. Okay, class, today is the day that you will be on your teams along with your sensei. Now, Team 1 Inch, this continued as a rook went down the LLSD of students until finally, Team 7 will consist of Uzumaki Naruto, Haruno Sakura, and Uchiha Sasuke. Your Jounin sensei is Hatake Kakashi. The moment he was finished, he heard a loud squeal of joy as Sakura jumped from her seat and gave a victory sign to Ino, who huffed and looked away. Soon after that, the other teams were called, and the bell rang for lunch. Everyone proceeded to get up and leave the classroom while one orange-clad boy stayed in the room by himself. He stirred a bit before raising his head up and looking around. Seeing nobody around, he got up and started to do the exercise that Tintin had given him. He started walking up the wall in the classroom slowly as to not fall off and hurt himself. He continued to do this until he heard the bell ring and decided to go back to sleep. After lunch, all the students returned to the class, with some occasionally glancing at Naruto's sleeping form. Soon after, all the students returned, the Jounins began to arrive and pick up students. Now all that was left was Team 7, who was waiting for their sensei to show up. That was 2 hours ago, and they still hadn't seen hide nor hair of their sensei and were starting to get annoyed. Finally, just as Sakura was about to start yelling, the door to the classroom slid open, revealing a man with gravity-defying silver hair, wearing a mask covering most of his face. He wore a black shirt and matching pants with a standard Jounin vest over the shirt. He had black fingerless gloves on his hands, and his hitate was slanted over so as it covered his right eye. Overall, the man looked really weird in the team's eyes. The man looked at the group with a bored expression before placing a finger on his chin. My first impression of you three is, I don't like you. Now wake him up and meet me on the roof, said the man before he disappeared in a puff of smoke. The two sighed before waking the sleeping blonde and heading to meet their new sensei. When they arrived to the roof, they saw that their sensei was already sitting on the railing of the building. He gestured them to sit, and that is what they did, while Naruto collapsed on the ground before striating himself up into a sitting position. All right, now that you're all here, we can begin introducing ourselves, said Kakashi. Sensei, why don't you go first, so we know how to do it, said Sakura. Well, my name is Hatake Kakashi. My likes are none of your business. My dislikes them. My dream is to, and I have lots of hobbies, said Kakashi. So all we got from him was his name, thought all the genin. Okay, now it's your turn. You baggy eyes, you're first, said Kakashi. The boy groaned before looking at his sensei and replying, my name is Uzumaki Naruto. My likes are ramen and Sakura-chan. My dislikes are how long it takes for ramen to cook and the color green. My hobbies are training with my new friend Tintin and trying out new ramen flavors. And my dream is to become Hokage and to become a master swordsman. Well, this is something new. I thought he just wanted to become Hokage. Oh, well, I'll ask him about it later, if he passes, thought the Jounin. Okay, your turn, Pinky, said Kakashi. The said girl glared at him for a moment before saying, my name is Haruno Sakura. My likes are glances at Sasuke. My hobbies, repeat process. And my dream is to repeat process and squeals. The Jounin sighed. And your dislikes? Asked Kakashi. Naruto, said Sakura as she glared at the blonde who was too tired to hear her. Kunoichi nowadays are more focused on boys than training. Looks like I gotta fix that problem, otherwise she could become a liability to the team, thought Kakashi as he rubbed his temples. Okay, your turn, Brooder, said the Jounin. The boy did nothing for a moment before speaking. My name is Uchiha Sasuke. I have no likes. I dislike almost everything. My hobbies are training, and my dream is to rebuild my clan and kill a certain person. I guess as much. Well, that's another thing I have to fix. Sasuke-kun is so awesome, thought Sakura. All right, tomorrow we will begin your first mission, stated Kakashi. What type of mission is it, Kakashi-sensei? Asked Sakura. The Jounin looked at them with his one visible eye curving into an upside-down U before answering survival training. But we already have had survival training in the academy. Whined Sakura. Yes, you have. But this one is different since it will determine whether or not you become Genin. But we already passed. What is the point in trying so hard only to take another test? Asked a now very confused Sakura. That was to see who had the ability to become Genin. The real test is to weed out the ones who will actually become Genin or the ones that will be sent back to the academy. The man then began to chuckle before noticing the questionable looks from the three kids. Oh, I just thought of how funny your expressions would be if I told you that there's a 66 chance that you will not pass this test. The results to his were priceless in his eyes. Sakura looked shocked, Sasuke looked pissed, and Naruto, eyes widened slightly. All right, meet me at Training Ground 28 at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning. Oh, and don't eat anything for breakfast, you'll just throw it back up. With that, the Jounin puffed out of existence, leaving 3 surprised Genin behind. The next day, 2 of the 3-man team staggered into the training field while desperately trying to keep their eyes open. As they waited, they noticed that someone was missing. That someone was the class dope, the Orange Clan Baka, known as Naruto. The thought of them failing because of one late member angered one of them considerable, while the other was still upset, but was able to keep calm about it. After waiting a few moments, the Genin were now furious with not only the tardy teammate, but also their sensei. After 2 hours of waiting, there was a puff of smoke signified the arrival of their sensei. Joe, you're late, shouted Sakura. Yes, well, a black cat crossed my path, so I had to take an alternate path to get here, lied the Jounin. He saw the annoyed look on both of his students' faces before. Wait, 2 of them, thought the confused Jounin. Hey, where's the blonde one? Asked Kakashi. He immediately regretted it when he started hearing the rather long ranting of Sakura, who had started stomping around the training field while occasionally kicking one of the 3 logs posted into the ground. After she calmed down a little bit, Kakashi sighed before preparing to search for the blonde when he heard something that made his skin crawl. My eternal rival, shouted a man. Damn it, thought Kakashi as he looked behind him to see a dust cloud coming closer to their location. Finally, just as it was about to pass them, the cloud stopped in the middle of the training field, kicking up more dust in the process. Once it cleared, it revealed a man wearing a green spandex suit with a standard Jounin vest with a red Hittite tied around his waist like a belt. The man also had a bowl-cut hairstyle and huge eyebrows that would often twitch. The shocking thing was that right beside him stood an annoyed-looking Naruto who was fingering the hilt of his sword dangerously. My eternal rival, I was informed that this great source of youth was now under your tutelage. I also discovered that he was taking your test today, so I decided to lend my services and help him get here in time, shouted the green-clad man, while ending it with a smile that made his teeth reflect off the sunlight. Kakashi sighed as he heard this. He really didn't feel like dealing the guy today, or any time of the week, and this was surely going to bring the Jounin to him, demanding more challenges. Just as he was about to reply to the man, he heard Naruto say, Guy-sensei, I think I hear Lee saying he needed support and that he was lacking youth. What? Then I must go. Good luck on your test, my youthful comrades. Farewell, said Guy before racing off to the training grounds he left his team at. Thank God, said a relieved Kakashi. How did you run into him, Naruto? The boy shrugged before stating, my new friend is a part of his team. So I was introduced to them yesterday. She told me if I ever want to get rid of him, just say something about youth and about Lee, and he will be gone. Note to self, remember that trick next time Guy bugs you. Thought Kakashi before rummaging through his bag and pulled out an alarm clock. He then placed it on one of the 3 stumps in the middle of the training field. Okay, you 1 hour to complete this test. The goal of this test is to take these dash. He lifts up his hand to show 2 bells dangling in his hand on red string. From me before time runs out. If you can get one of these, then you pass. If not, then you fail, and you will be sent back to the academy. That was why he didn't want us to eat. Thought 2 of the genin. Well then, if you are all ready to begin, then go. And with that, all 3 of them dashed off in 3 different directions. Kakashi sighed before seeing the orange-clad ninja standing there in front of him with his hand on the hilt of his sword. You know, compared to the others, you're a little bit weird. Don't you think it would be better to strike me while you're hidden instead of head-on? Asked that Jounin. The only weird one here is you, since you have a rival who has a creepy jinjutsu occur whenever he hugs that Lee guy, stated Naruto. Ouch, thought Kakashi. Thought Sakura. HN, thought the Uchiha as he shook his head. Okay, now that was uncalled for, said Kakashi as he started to reach into his weapons pouch. I don't matter because I'm getting that bell whether it's uncalled for or not, shouted Naruto before unsheathing his sword. After meeting Tintin a few days ago, she had gave him something to at least clean the sword off with. Now, instead of a dirty, beaten-up sword, it now looked slightly beaten up, only it no longer dirty and dark gray, but shiny silver. Naruto then charged the Jounin with decent speed while swinging the blade, aiming to strike him on the side. The strike was easily parried and had thrown the blonde off balance for a moment before he stuck the blade into the ground and spinning himself to where he was facing his sensei again. He pulled the blade out of the ground and made another attempt to hit his sensei. This surprised the Jounin enough to distract him from dodging the blade. Naruto grinned when he saw that his attack was going to get through, only to be shocked when he heard a loud clang of his sword connecting with a kunai. He gritted his teeth before jumping back, getting himself some distance from his sensei, before charging him again while holding the sword in a thrusting stance. The Jounin waited patently for the blonde to get closer before jumping over the blade and hitting it on the side with his kunai, sending the sword and the blonde off course. After landing, he spun around, pulled out 2 shrunkens, and tossed them at the blonde. Shit, berated the Jounin. He was so used to being an ANBU that he'd forgotten that he wasn't aiming to kill these opponents. It just surprised him how the blonde was fighting. He was sure he was going to be able to read his book, but evidently, the dobe of the class was not that bad. He almost sighed when the target burst into smoke. He began looking for the blonde, only to see a group of them charging him all in the same thrusting stance as the previous one had. As he was about to counterattack, he felt something grab hold of his legs. He looked down to see 2 hands holding onto each of his legs and was not letting him go. He looked back up to see 3 of the clones closing the distance between them. Okay, I admit I underestimated you a little bit, Naruto, thought Kakashi before pulling his legs out of the clone's grip. The force behind that made the 2 clones uproot themselves from the ground and go flying towards the incoming 3. But now that I know what you're capable of, I can't do that anymore, continued Kakashi before watching the 2 clones collide with 2 others, making them puff out of existence, leaving one left charging. Before the clone even knew what happened, he felt a fist hit him in the face before puffing away. The man turned his attention to the 4 remaining clones. He watched as they prepared to charge when they all suddenly felt a sharp object strike them in the leg. All of them disappeared in a plume of smoke before leaving a confused and shocked Naruto standing in the middle of the clearing. Nice try, Naruto, but you're going to have to try harder than that to get one of these bells, said Kakashi while pointing at the bells on his waistband. This guy is fast, thought a now sweating Naruto. I didn't even see him throw anything, and yet all my clones were dispersed before they even realized they were hit. Is this how strong a Jounin really is? Just as his thoughts began to wander, he saw something come flying out of one of the trees. He then realized what they were when they hit their target, right in the back, making their sensei fall forward before puffing into smoke, revealing a log covered in kunai and shrunken. Taking that as a hint, the orange-clad ninja sped off into the forest to regroup and think up a new plan of attack. Off in the distance, Sasuke was seething for his predicament. The fact that he had given away his position was mostly revolved around his anger. Though he at least discovered that the blonde wasn't as weak as he had originally thought, was somewhat reassuring. Truth be told, he figured that if he could watch the boy fight, he could evaluate how useful the blonde could be. Now the problem was trying to find his sensei. He needed to test his own strength against the Jounin. If the dope could last as long as he did, then I should at least be on a higher level than that, thought Sasuke as he stopped at a nearby clearing. Just then he heard a horrified scream coming not far from his location. It wasn't hard to identify Scream was Sakura, so that meant that the Jounin was nearby. "Well, I'll give you credit. You're not like your teammates," said a voice behind him. "I different from those two fools. I will get one of those bells," said Sasuke, not turning around to face his sensei. "Well, if you think you can then by all means try," said Kakashi calmly. "As you wish," said the Uchiha before turning around quickly before throwing kunai at him. The Jounin jumped to the side, just as Sasuke had planned before tossing another kunai at a rope hidden in the bushes. The Jounin slid to a stop before avoiding the projectiles as they stuck into the tree where he was once kneeling in front of. Just as the Jounin had slid to a stop, the young Uchiha appeared behind him and attempted to punch the Jounin which he had blocked. The Uchiha then attempted to punch him again, only for his punch to be caught by the Jounin's palm. Sasuke then shifted his body, allowing him to aim a kick at the man-face, which was again blocked by the Jounin. Sasuke smirked before reaching out for one of the bells, which made the Jounin let go of the Genin and jump back, giving them a little distance away from each other. "Well, then is interesting. I knew Sasuke was good, but I didn't think he would come so close to getting one of the bells," thought Kakashi. The Genin glared at the Jounin before doing a few seals after landing on the Tiger Seal. The Genin took in a deep breath before placing his hand over his mouth and exhaling Kitan Gokaku no Jutsu. After calling out his jutsu, a giant flame erupted from his mouth, aiming straight for the surprised Jounin. Soon the area that the Jounin was covered in bright red flames. As the flames died down, Sasuke began looking for signs of his sensei. When he found the remains of a scorched log, he began searching frantically around the clearing. Just then he felt something grab his ankle and saw a gloved hand coming from underground. Then, with a fierce tug, the Uchiha was pulled underground, leaving only his head above surface. "Just because you're different doesn't make you better," said the Jounin before pulling out a small orange book and disappearing into the trees. "Damn it," cursed Sasuke. The boy struggled for a moment, trying to get out of the hole. Just then he heard a noise coming from a nearby bush before seeing a blur of orange pop out of the forest. Naruto looked at Sasuke for a moment before cursing. "Damn it, I just missed him." He looked back at his teammate before growling. He then walked over to the Uchiha before he started digging. "What are you doing, Dobe?" asked Sasuke. "Even if I hate your guts, I won't leave a comrade behind. A ninja should never abandon his comrade, no matter the situation," stated Naruto as he continued to dig. "HN, just hurry up," ordered Sasuke. "Don't push it, team," replied Naruto. After a minute or two, he finally made the hole wide enough to pull the Uchiha out. After getting him out, he stood and was about to go looking for his sensei when Sakura burst from the bushes. "Sasuke-kun!" squealed Sakura before embracing Sasuke's arm while having stars in her eyes. "Get off," ordered Sasuke as he shoved her off his arm. "Hey team, don't push Sakura like that. She was only worried, that's all," yelled Naruto. "Don't talk to Sasuke-kun like that, you baka," yelled Sakura before bopping Naruto on the head. "I gotta find Kakashi. I almost got a bell, and next time I will have one in my hand," said Sasuke as he got some of the dirt off his shirt. "Here you go, Sasuke. Show that scarecrow who's boss," cheered Sakura, not knowing how foolish her statement sounded. Just as Sasuke was about to go searching, the timer on the alarm went off. "Damn, I was wasting all this time," said a now scowling Sasuke. "Good job, Naruto. If you didn't show up, we could have been getting a bell instead of wasting time," yelled Sakura. But I let him out of that hole and dash," replied Naruto before he was interrupted by Sakura. "You're so useless, Naruto. Now we're going to have to go back to the academy because of you," shouted Sakura before bopping Naruto on the head again. With that, she stormed off while following Sasuke to the clearing where the alarm clock was and, most likely, where their sensei was waiting. Naruto, who was now rubbing the second bump on his head, sighed before tugging along the rest. When they arrived, they saw that their sensei had his nose into a small orange book. They were about to comment when they saw him gesture them to sit down on the ground. When they did, the Jounin snapped the book shut before giving them a bored look. "Well, I've decided to not send you all to the academy," said Kakashi with his eye smile. He saw all of their faces light up a little bit, while Sakura and Naruto did, but Sasuke just smirked. "Instead, you three will be dropped from the ninja program." That's not fair. Why do I have to be dropped when it was his fault in the first place? Shouted Sakura as she pointed at Naruto. Explain to me how it's Naruto's fault, Sakura? Asked Kakashi. When he got no answer from the girl, he continued. Yes, Naruto did charge me head-on, which, by the way, was a foolish act on his part. But he was standing right here fighting me while you didn't do a single thing to help him. Sakura put her head down in shame as she realized that what he said was true. Naruto, you're being too brash when you charged straight at me. For all you know, I could have killed you before you even got into striking distance, said Kakashi sternly. His eyes softened a bit with his next statement, though. However, you did do a great job, since your records say otherwise, and you did do one part of this test correctly. As for you, Sasuke, you thought that your teammates would only hinder you and decided to leave them behind. If this had been the real thing, then all three of you would be dead. The part of this test was not to evaluate your skills against a Jounin, but to prove you can work properly as a team, stated Kakashi as he stared down at the three Genin. The man then walked over and stood over the stone in the middle of the training ground before asking, This is the memorial stone. It has all the names of true heroes of this village. That's the stone that I want to have my name one day. I'm not going to die a nobody. I'm going to be a hero, just those on that stone, said Naruto excitedly. For your sake, Naruto, I hope you don't end up this stone, answered Kakashi in a solemn tone. What? Why? Do you think I'm worthless like everyone else in this village thinks? Asked Naruto, who muttered the last part. No, it's just that the names on this stone are for ninja who were killed in battle, answered Kakashi as he looked back at his team. Naruto's face changed from sad to awestruck. Some of my closest friends' names are engraved into this stone. I promised myself that I would never let anyone I knew die if I could help it. He doesn't hate me, thought Naruto as he looked at his sensei in shock. Well, seeing as how Naruto did one portion of this test correctly, I will give you all one last chance. 2 of you will eat while Sakura gets none. Huh. It's what you deserve after wrongly accusing your teammate for something that was not his doing, answered Kakashi with a stern glare. Now you're not to give her any food, understand? If you even give her a little bit of food, you will automatically fail the test. The Sasuke nodded while Naruto did as well, albeit hesitantly. With that, the Jounin left them their lunches before leaving them in the clearing. After a few minutes, the two heard a grumbling of his stomach before looking at a blushing Sakura who felt like hiding in a hole. Thinking it over, Naruto placed a bento on the ground beside Sakura while glancing around the clearing. What are you doing, Naruto? Didn't you hear what Kakashi-sensei just said? Hissed Sakura. I don't feel his chakra around here. Go ahead and eat. We're going to need all the help we can get if we are going to get a bell, said Sasuke as he too began searching for any signs of their sensei. Yeah, so go ahead and eat, Sakura-chan. I ate this morning, so I'm not nearly as hungry as you're right now, said a grinning Naruto. Wait, you mean you ate instead of following sensei's orders? Hissed Sakura again. I kind of forgot about that since I was so tired yesterday, said Naruto as he scratched the back of his head while laughing nervously. Hurry up and eat. We don't want Kakashi to show up and catch us, said Sasuke hurriedly. Sakura just sighed before picking up the chopsticks and took a small amount of rice before devouring it. Just as she did, an explosion of dirt came forth in the middle of the training field. As it cleared, a very pissed-off-looking Kakashi erupted from the smoke. He shouted. All 3 of Genin were cowering at the killing intent rolling off the Jounin. As he got closer, the killing intent grew until they were close to suffocating. Pass! And just like that, the killing intent was gone, and there stood an smiling Kakashi. Huh, said all 3 Genin together. You're the first ones to think for yourselves. All the Genin would always choose to listen to those orders. They just never had what it took to do what you just did. In the ninja world, those who disobey the rules are scum, and that is true in most cases. However, those who abandon their friends are worse than scum, said Kakashi as he looked back at the memorial stone. He's kinda cool, said Naruto while looking like he was about to cry. Now this team is now official, and we will begin our first real mission tomorrow. Meet here tomorrow at 10 a.m., said the Jounin before giving them thumbs up. Sweet, yelled Naruto. As he jumped into the air, he held his sword high as he could in the process. Inside the seal, a giant red eye snapped open before it glanced in the direction of a rumbling sound beside its cage. Then, a moment later, a 5-foot wide doorway began to appear before revealing a man within his late 30s wearing a white kimono and white pants, along with a long, deep red sash around his waist with like a belt. He wore gray battle armor with a red crystal embedded into the chest plate. His long silver hair tied into a ponytail that went all the way to his lower back. He had golden yellow eyes with slits for pupils and teal-colored marks on both his cheeks. The most noticeable thing was that he had two furry white colored objects that went all the way down to his ankles. The man glanced at the giant red eye before smirking and walking up the beast's cage. When the beast's claws struck the cage, the man didn't even seem to be bothered and stepped right inside the dark cage. "You have much to explain and a lot of catching up to do. Correct, Kyubi no Kitsune," said the man with a smirk. The beast growled at him before saying in a loud, booming voice, "Why are you here? I do not recall you being sealed inside this Ninjin Inu no Taisho, or should I say, Inu no Mikiba." Naruto was, for lack of better term, pissed. Why, you might ask? That question is simple. D-ranked missions. They were the bane of a ninja world that everyone wished was just go into a corner somewhere and die. For Naruto, it was a mock of his skills and was not helping him gain experience with his kenjutsu training. You see, Tintin had told him that most of her skills she gained from being a genin for so long. That alone was to say she was more than ready for most challenges that headed her way. On top of that, she had fought against bandits, mercenaries, and even a few missing ninja from other countries. So, to Naruto, the gap between them was just too big to fill at this pace. Despite this, Naruto trained himself harder than he did beforehand, and even asked for Guy for help on some occasions. Regardless, the chores, as he took to calling them, were putting a major dent in his advancement as a swordsman, and his very limited patents was nearing its end. "All right, Team 7, your next mission is Dash." Before Hokage could finish, he was interrupted by Naruto. "If it's that cat again, so help me Kami, I'll kill it," growled Naruto, while fingering the hilt of his sword again, which was quickly starting to become a habit. He has a point at least, thought Sasuke. But he could at least be a little more polite about it, thought Sakura. "Naruto, don't act like that. Your team has only been registered as a genin team for only a week and a half. So don't start getting an attitude about it," said an annoyed Iruka. "Well, while we're chasing cats and painting fences, I would think we could at least handle something that involves bandits or something of use," snapped Naruto. This made a few people in the room raise an eyebrow at his words. Since when did Naruto start getting worked up about fighting? Thought most of the adults in the room. "Well, I do have something you can do. I doubt you will run into bandits, but it's a C-rank mission that will get you out of the village for a while, and possible let out some steam in the process," thought the elderly Hokage. "Hokage-sama, are you sure it's wise to let a genin team go on a C-ranked mission when they are not registered for longer than 2 weeks?" asked Iruka. "I believe that it would be wise, seeing as how the other members of the team feel likewise about the situation. Am I correct?" asked Sarutobi. When he saw the two others nod, he turned to Kakashi to see him nod as well. "All right, you may come in now," said Sarutobi. When he did, the door slid open to reveal a tired-looking old man with a brown shirt and black pants, holding a sake bottle in his hand, while carrying a small bag on his back, wearing a sacket. "This is Tizuna, a bridge builder from the Land of Waves. You will be guarding him on his way home, and as he finishes the bridge," said the Hokage, as he too another puff off his pipe. "These are the brats that will be guarding me. They look ridiculous, especially the one with the sword," said the now introduced Tizuna, before chugging a good portion of his sake. "That's it, I'm killing this old drunken bastard," yelled Naruto while trying to get out Kakashi's grip. "Calm down, Naruto. You don't need to kill the client before the mission even starts," says Kakashi, making the child calm down slightly. "All right, meet me at the North Gate in about an hour, and pack a few days' worth of equipment." The 3 members of Team 7 nodded before they left to their own homes. After arriving to his apartment, he searched his pocket before pulling out his key and unlocking the door. After gathering his things, he made his way to one of the blank scrolls on his shelf before grabbing some ink and a brush. Yet another skill he picked up from Tintin, which was the most basic form of sealing. He knew he didn't have the knowledge to learn seals, so he stuck to learning ones he understood. This was the only one he knew well enough to perform. He placed his equipment in the middle of the circle of kanji before focusing chakra into the seal. After seeing the equipment, extra kanai, tent, sleeping bag, and some extra clothes disappear into the scroll, he rolled it up and placed it into his weapons pouch. He headed back outside before closing and locking the door. He thought about it for a while before he decided to go and see what Tintin was doing. He took his time walking to her team's training ground. After walking for 20 minutes, he finally arrived to see Tintin leaning on the side of a tree trunk while staring up into the clouds. Tintin, on her part, didn't know what was wrong with her. This has never happened to her before. She usually had at least something to do with her time. But today, Guy and Lee had decided to experiment with a new training regimen while Niji had some personal business to deal with. She sighed again and looked back up into the clouds. That one kind of looks like Naruto-kun somewhat, thought Tintin. She giggled at the thought of the boy who she had started hanging around more and more over the past few days. Every day, he would come find her, and the two would spar for a good hour before stopping and getting lunch. She wouldn't admit it, but she real loved his company and even felt as though she was getting attached to the blonde. She sighed again. Naruto said aloud. She blushed when she realized that she said that out loud. She then heard a twig snap and turned to see the said boy standing there grinning. This, of course, made her face turn light pink to almost scarlet red in less than a second. "How did you know it was me?" asked Naruto with his grin still in place. Well, when you're around someone for a long time, you tend to recognize things like chakra signatures and such, said Tintin while looking back at the clouds in order to hide her blush. "Well, I guess I need to learn that trick, huh?" "Well, hey, I just came by to say that I'm going on my first C-ranked mission," said Naruto excitedly. This brought a smile to the girl's face. "That's good to hear, kid. Hope you do well with what I taught you," said Tintin, who had turned to face him. "Thanks. I'll be sure to continue what you told me to do while I'm away." Flashback. Tintin was sitting on one of the branches in the nearby tree when she heard him yell in frustration. She looked down to see Naruto glaring up at her while trying to understand the task given to him. "Why can't you just give me some advice so I can climb this damn tree?" shouted Naruto. "Because then you wouldn't be learning now, would you?" said Tintin with a smirk. The boy continued to curse before focusing chakra into his feet like the times before. He then ran toward the tree and made only 2 steps up before crashing back onto the ground. "GRH, why can't I get this thing right?" shouted Naruto. "It's because you're frustrated," stated Tintin as she dropped down from the tree branch. "What does that have to do with anything?" said Naruto through gritted teeth. Tintin sighed before flicking him on the forehead. "Listen, whenever you're angry, you tend to make more mistakes than you do at correcting them. You're just distracted by your anger that you can't put full focus into what you're doing. For example, if I was angry when I target practice, I would most likely only hit half of them. So what I do is stop, take a few deep breaths, and then try to relax myself so that I'm not as angry or just not angry anymore. Then when I go back and do my target practicing again, my aim is perfect." "You understand now?" asked Tintin. He nodded. "So all I have to do is try and calm down and I could do better?" asked the blonde. "I guess you could say so. If it helps, just chant these 3 words. Calm, collect, and precise over and over until you feel as though you are calm." The boy said nothing. He just closed his eyes before taking in deep breaths and fingered the hilt of his sword. After a few minutes, he finally opened his eyes again before putting his hands into the ram seal. He focused chakra into the soles of his feet before placing his foot onto the surface of the tree trunk. The moment he felt his foot stick to the surface, he lifted his other foot and, shakily, walked up the tree. Saying Tintin was surprised would be like saying Guy hated the color green. It just wasn't possible. After only a simple calming exercise, he was steadily able to climb a tree using chakra. She was so shocked that she didn't notice that the boy was on the same branch, calling out to her. "Tintin!" yelled Naruto. Finally, getting out of her shock, she looked up to see Naruto grinning before asking, "How was that?" All Tintin did was stare at him for a moment before running up the tree and flicking him in the forehead. This caused the boy to lose his balance on the branch, causing him to fall off and land face first into the dirt. "When you can do that, then I will be impressed," said Tintin while trying her hardest not to laugh at the unfortunate blonde. "Damn you. could be heard throughout the entire village, which made a few people glacé around to see where the voice had come from. In flashback, by the way, said a grinning Naruto, I've got something for you. Now, Tintin learned quite a few things when hanging around Naruto. One was that if you ever got on his bad side, he would either hurt you or he would prank you. The fact that he had once TP'd and stink bombed the whole Inuzuka clan house because 3 of their dogs attacked him while the owners did nothing but watch was truth of that. The other was whenever he had that grin on his face, it meant either he's up to something or he is about to do something. It's never clear which would occur. All it meant was it would end badly in that person's case. By now, Tintin realized that Naruto was targeting her and was now sweating bullets. What is it in Naruto? Asked the fearful Kunoichi. This. With that, as the only warning, he dove and tackled her to the ground before he began to tickle her. Stop. And knock it off. Laughed Tintin as Naruto tickled her sides. Payback sucks, don't it? Asked Naruto while laughing hysterically. This lasted a few more moments before Naruto finally got off the poor girl and sat up waiting for the girl to catch her breath. When she did, she glared at for a moment before breaking into a cute pout. That was cruel, stated Tintin as she kept the pout. All this made Naruto's grin widen before standing up and dusting himself off. He lowered his hand down to help Tintin up. She gratefully took it and was heaved back to her feet. After she dusted herself off, she saw he was looking at the sky. It's almost time for me to go. Otherwise, I would be late, said Naruto in a solemn tone. Tintin's face went downcast at that before she perked up at an idea. Hey Naruto, when you get back, do you want to get something to eat or something? Asked Tintin, blushing slightly. Naruto blushed at the question. In all honesty, he didn't know what to do. I always wanted to have my fist date with Sakura-chan, but I don't want to hurt her feelings like that team does all the time. What do I do? He thought frantically. That was when he heard a voice, just barely above whisper, say, take her off her. Glancing around him, he noticed that nobody was there. He decided to listen to the voice and answered, sure, I'll meet you here when I get back. You can pick the place. The girl's eyes lit up with happiness before smiling warmly at him and nodding her head. He was about to go when he felt 2 slender arms embrace him. His face now resembled that of a tomato because even he knew what those soft things touching his back were. Thanks, Naruto-kun. I'll see you when you get back. With that, she let go and walked off into the forest with a big smile on her face. Okay, girls are weird, said the blonde boy as he rushed out of the training ground and also trying to get rid of his blush. When the north gate finally came into view, he relaxed before slowing to a stop. He saw that 2 of his teammates were already waiting. He sighed before placing his hand in his pocket and feeling a piece of paper. Pulling out the paper, he found that it had a number, an address, and on the very bottom was a small chibi form of Tintin smiling at him. Naruto chucked at the note before putting it back into his pocket for safekeeping. Sasuke noticed this, but decided not to comment since the last thing he needed was the dobe to be more of a pain than usual. So the 3 waited until not 5 minutes after Naruto arrived, Kakashi showed up in a puff of smoke along with Tazuna on tow. The man grunted as the 2 huge doors opened. When they were finally opened completely, Team 7 stepped out of the village for first time in their lives and began their journey to Wave. Time skipped 30 minutes. They had now been walking for a while, and they were all bored. The only thing that passed the time was a bit of chit-chat and a few questions regarding Wave. As they continued walking, they came across a particularly odd sight. A puddle in the middle of the path when it hadn't rained in days. As they passed by the puddle, Kakashi started tagging behind the group. Just after they passed, 2 men emerged from the puddle, both wearing deadly-looking gauntlets on one arm. The one with a black cloak threw his partner, who was dressed in black and gray camouflage, at his target. When a man landed, he entangled Kakashi in a spike chain that now covered the upper part of his body. With a fierce tug, both of the dark assailants cut the jounin into nothing but little chunks of flesh. One down, said the 2 assailants together before speeding towards Naruto. 2 down, said the 2 together again. Just as they were about to entangle him in the deadly chain, the hilt of a sword went straight into one of the men's chin. As soon as the other realized that his comrade was hit, he was struck by a strong kick to the face, making him go off balanced as well. After catching them off guard, Sasuke throws one shrunken that embedded itself into a nearby tree and a kunai to keep the chain in place. When the assassins realized that their weapon was useless, they detached the chain from their gauntlets and charged a different opponent. The one in the camouflage went for Naruto, while the one with the cloak went for Tazuna. Sakura, doing rational thing, stood her ground in front of the bridge builder while holding a kunai in a defensive stance. Just as the man was about to slay the two of them, he was stopped by Kakashi, who had the man held in a headlock before slipping into unconsciousness. The Jounin looked over his shoulder to see Naruto and Sasuke standing over a severely cut and bruised body of the second assassin. "Good work, team. You all did your part very well," said Kakashi before turning over to Tazuna and regained his seriousness. "Tazuna is saying, we have something to discuss." The man nervously nodded before walking over to the man, while Naruto and Sasuke started tying the two men up to a nearby tree. After getting some information out of both the men, they have found out that not only were they the famous demon brothers, but also that they were hired to kill Tazuna by a businessman by the name of Gato. They were now crossing the river, sitting a small boat, while one of Tazuna's friends steered the boat through the mist. "So for what you have just told us, the bridge is the only way for your country to survive?" asked Kakashi. "Yes, and that is why I went to Konoha. Our country didn't have the money for A, B, or A rank mission, but we had just enough to afford a C rank one. It was our only choice, and if you won't help me, then all of Wave will suffer," said Tazuna while looking at the floor of the boat. "Let's do it," stated Naruto before being shushed by the rower. "Let's help these people. After all, he did say they used everything they had to afford it, so if we succeed, then we would be doing them a big favor. Besides, I'd rather do this than those damn D rank missions." Everyone just sat there in silence, while all looking at the blonde, who was now laughing nervously. Suddenly, Sasuke rose his hand before saying, "I agree." Not long after, Sakura did as well, albeit nervously. The Jounin sighed before smiling at Tazuna and saying, "Well, it looks like we're going to help out after all." The man had to wipe a tear away for what these people were doing for him. In truth, he was just going to give them a guilt trip and hope they would feel sorry for him and help, but it seemed he didn't have to now. "Tazuna, this is as far as I can go," whispered the rower as they approached the shore. "Thanks. Be sure to get home safely," replied Tazuna before stepping onto the shore. The man nodded before pushing off and disappearing back into the mist. "My home isn't far from here. We should be there in about 30 minutes, said Tazuna. "All right, everyone, keep your eyes open for anything suspicious," ordered Kakashi. The group nodded before setting off. As they walked, Naruto noticed that something didn't feel right. He felt as though something watching them. Just then he heard something in a nearby bush. Out of reflex, Naruto pulled out a kunai and tossed it into the bush. After a few seconds of silence, he cautiously walked over to the bush. He sighed when he saw that it was only a rabbit that he had almost hit. "It's just a rabbit," said Naruto before getting bonked on the head courtesy of Sakura. "You idiot! Stop putting us all on edge," shouted Sakura. "Haha, sorry, it was just out of reflex," said Naruto while rubbing the back of his neck. "That rabbit's coat is too white for this season. That would mean that it hasn't been outside for some time. So that means that the rabbit was used for Korimi no Jutsu," thought Kakashi. Just then he heard the sound of something whizzing through the air. "Get down," ordered Kakashi as he and the others ducked under a giant sword that embedded itself into a tree. Before they could even blink, a man appeared on the hilt of the blade with his back facing them. He currently shirtless, while he wore cow skin bracers on his arms and legs while wearing baggy, striped blue pants. Again, not good at descriptions of some outfits. "Well, look what we have here. Momochi Zabuza of Kirigakure no Sato, also known as the Demon of the Mist," said Kakashi. "I didn't think I would have the honor to meet the famous Hatake Kakashi in person. Or should I say copy ninja, Kakashi master of over 1,000 jutsu," stated Zabuza. "I take it you're here to kill Tazuna, are you not?" asked Kakashi, who started reaching to lift his atate. "Yes, I am. And if you step aside, I'll let you and your bundle of brats live," answered Zabuza. "Not happening, you eyebrow-less freak," shouted Naruto while reaching for his sword. "You got some very confident or very foolish students, Kakashi," stated Zabuza with a vein popping out of his forehead. "Naruto, this guy is way beyond your level. Let me handle him while you three guard Tazuna." said Kakashi as he pulls up his Itate to reveal a red eye with 3 tomos circling around the pupil. Oh, so you're using the Sharingan so soon, Kakashi? Why, I feel honored to be facing such a skilled opponent. Nonetheless, you will die today with or without that eye of yours, said Zabuza. Kakashi has the Sharingan? Thought Sasuke as he stares at Kakashi curiously. Just then, a heavy mist Zabuza pulled his blade out from the tree before disappearing in a burst of speed, only to reappear on the surface of the water before calling out Kirigakure no Jutsu. In seconds, the area was covered in a thick mist. The 3 genin surround Tazuna, 2 holding kunai, while the third was holding his sword out and ready. Liver, lungs, spine, clavicle vein, neck vein, brain, kidneys, heart. Which one should I go after? Said Zabuza from within the mist. After that, a huge amount of killing intent was directed at all the people in the area. Kakashi was calm, while the genin were trembling in fear. Sasuke himself could barely keep hold of his kunai, while Naruto's sword was shaking badly. Sasuke, don't worry, reassured Kakashi when he saw the boy about to kill himself. I won't let anyone I know die if I can help it. This caused Zabuza to scuff before appearing in the middle of the group. He swung his massive blade, aiming to slice all 3 of them in half, only to be disappointed when Kakashi knocked them out of the way. Without missing a beat, the copy nin then turned and stabbed the missing nin in the stomach before realizing it was a Mizu Bunshin. He turned around to see Zabuza rearing back before swinging his blade again. This time it hit, and it cut the Jounin in half before he himself burst into water. Game over, Zabuza, said Kakashi as he placed a kunai at Zabuza's neck. The man was shocked for a moment before chuckling lightly. So you made a bunshin as you were talking to the brat. You really are a talented ninja, aren't you? Asked Zabuza before bursting into water again. Wide-eyed Kakashi looked behind him to see the real Zabuza aiming to slice him in half again. When he swung, Kakashi ducked under the blade, while a bit of his hair was cut off in the process. When the blade stuck itself into the ground, Zabuza switched arms before using the momentum and kicking the Jounin in the chest, sending the man flying. Fortunately for Kakashi, he landed in the nearby lake only to suspect that something was about to accrue. Before he could do anything, he heard Zabuza behind him call out, Suiro no Jutsu, and was now trapped inside an orb of water. Shit, cursed Kakashi before shouting out to his team. Listen, you 3, I want you to take Tazuna and run away from here as fast as you can. The group looked back at their sensei in shock before looking back at Tazuna. Naruto looked back at his sensei again before saying, No way in hell, Kakashi-sensei. You're our sensei, and we are not leaving you behind, continued Sakura. And you said that those who abandon their friends are worse than scum. Finished Sasuke. You brats are noble, I'll give you that, but you 3 are just a waste of my time, said Zabuza while he made a hand seal. A few moments later, a clone made of water arose and stood in front of the group. Sasuke looked over at Naruto for a moment and saw that the blonde had the same idea he did. Both nodded before charging forward towards the clone. Said clone swung his blade at the 2 of them as they charged. Sasuke jumped over it, while Naruto ducked before raising his blade in an attempt to stab the clone in the chest. The clone dodged the blade and landed kick on the blonde's jaw while he grabbed Sasuke midair by the neck with its free hand and threw him back towards Sakura and Tazuna. The clone then set its sights on Naruto before raising his blade, aiming to cleave him in half. The orange-clad boy rolled out of the way just as the blade smashed into the ground. He leapt back to his feet and made a vertical swing on the clone, still aiming to hit it. He gritted his teeth when the clone dodged the strike and leapt back to get some distance before the clone could strike again. You 3 are all pathetic. You call yourselves ninja? Don't make me laugh. All you're doing is playing a dangerous game. A game where your life is on the line, said Zabuza. Now it's time for me to put an end to this little game we've been playing. Finished the clone before charging the group with incredible speed. Is this where I'm going to die? Thought Naruto while holding the Tesseiga in front of him. He looked back at Sakura, who was now pale and shaking violently. No, I will protect Sakura-chan and the GG, even if it costs me my life. Naruto waited for the clone as it approached before noticing that it was starting to slow down until it stopped as though someone had pushed pause in the middle of the movie. He blinked a few times before seeing that everything was stiff still. He then noticed a figure approaching. As the figure came closer and closer, he found that the figure was a man who had silver hair and strange-colored eyes. The man stopped when he reached Naruto, who was still holding the Tessega in front of him in case the man tried to attack him. Finally, after a few moments of silence, the man spoke in a calm tone. "So you are the one who contains Kubidano." This made Naruto flinch slightly before he pointed the blade at the man's face before shouting, how do you know that?" All the man did was chuckle before pushing the blade out of his face with his finger. "I know many things, Ninjen, but from what I understand, you wish to protect your friends, do you not?" asked the man. This made Naruto's eyes soften before saying in a low tone, "They're the only thing I have to call friends. Of course I would protect them. They're all I have besides the Hokage and Iruka Sensei." The man kneeled before the boy before smirking and touching the sword. "This sword was once made for my son who has lived a similar life to yours. It was meant to protect his loved ones from danger and to control his demonic blood. After he died, I thought nobody would ever be worthy to even holding my sword again. I was wrong. You're worthy of using this sword, and it's now time for you to be able to use it to its fullest potential," said the man before his eyes flashed dark red. When he did, Naruto felt the sword pulse in his hand. He questionably looked up at the man, only to find him walking away. "Hey, wait. What's your name?" asked Naruto. The man turned towards him before smirking. "Inu no Taisho, or Taisho for short," replied Taisho before facing forward and walking away again. When he was out of sight, word began going back to normal. When he remembered what was going on, Naruto found that the clone was about to swing his blade at him. He prepared to block until he felt the Tessega pulse again. Then the sword began to glow bright yellow before it started to become blinding. Everyone who was watching immediately shielded their eyes while the clone stopped its advancement and hid his eyes as well. When the yellow light faded, everyone was awestruck at what they were seeing. The once plain old katana now looked like a giant fang about the same length as Zabuza's blade. Its blade curved slightly, and his guard now gone and replaced with a patch of white fur. Naruto was now dumbstruck by the sight that he was seeing. He now understood what made this sword so special. He made a few test swings and found that the sword was almost as light as when he had the katana. It practically weighed nothing akin to what something like this should weigh. He looked back at the clone who had snapped out of his stupor and charged him. When the blades clashed, Naruto found that not only was the fang long, but it was very sharp. He knew this because when the missing nin's sword clashed with the blade part of the sword had a huge chunk missing from where it had hit. This made the clone's eyes widen along with original's eyes widen to the point where they were in danger of popping out. Taking advantage of the clone's shock, Naruto quickly pushed back the clone's sword before swinging his fang at it. Naruto smirked when he saw the clone burst into water and fall to the ground. He then turned his sights on the original. He gripped the hilt tightly before dashing towards his opponent. The said man did nothing while he waited for the orange-wearing boy to approach him, knowing that the little brat most likely didn't know how to do water walking yet. His eyes threatened to pop out his sockets for the second time that day when Naruto started running on the water and towards him. The man had little choice now than to release Kakashi before parrying from a downward strike from the massive sword. Naruto, who was now going on instinct, heaved his blade through the water before bringing it up to try and cut the man in half. Zabuza managed to block the attack, only to go skidding across the water in the process. He was now getting annoyed with him, so Zabuza started doing seals before calling out Suiten, Suryuden no Jutsu. Just then a dragon made of pure water came forth from the lake and was glaring at Naruto with its yellow eyes. Naruto was now starting to sweat. He doubted that even with the transformation, the Tessega wouldn't stand a chance against this. Just as he thought he was a goner, he heard a cry of Suiten, no Jutsu from behind him. He turned to see Kakashi standing there as another dragon began to form. He was so mesmerized by the jutsu that he lost focus in his chakra going through his feet that he immediately fell into the water. After resurfacing, he saw that the two dragons were gone and that the two Jounin were now locked in a struggle over dominance between Zabuza's Zanbato and Kakashi's Kunai. As it stood, both were about equal. They jumped away from each other before both started doing the same movements. "What's going on?" thought Zabuza as he watched Kakashi closely. This eye of mine is bugging you, right? Asked Kakashi as he mimicked Zabuza, who started to form seals. This caused the missing Nin to scowl. He was about to reply when he saw his own reflection beside Kakashi. What is going on? Thought Zabuza. The man was so confused at this point that he didn't even requester the fact that Kakashi had finished his seals and had called out Suedun, Daibukafu no Jutsu. He was finally brought out of his thought when he saw a vortex of water come flying towards him. The force behind the blast sent the man crashing into one of the trees nearby. Before he could even move, he was impaled by 4 kunai, all hitting him in the chest, though hitting no critical areas. Kakashi, can you see the future with that eye of yours? Asked Zabuza, while looking up at Kakashi, who was on the tree branch above him. Yes, and this is going to be your last battle, answered Kakashi as he prepared to finish off Zabuza. Just then, 3 Senbon needles struck the missing Nin in his neck. Everyone turned to see a masked figure standing in a tree branch nearby. Thank you for the help. I've been tracking him for some time now, and I am most grateful for your assistance. Thanked the masked ninja. Hey, who are you? Asked Naruto, who had just climbed out of the lake. It's okay, Naruto, he's just a hunter ninja from Kiri, said Kakashi as he jumped down and checked Zabuza's pulse. When he found none, he sighed before looking over at the hunter Nin. He's all yours. The hunter Nin nodded before body, flickering over to the body. He picked the lifeless core and disappeared into the mist. Once he was gone, the party all turned to Naruto, who still had the Tesseiga transformed and had it hoisted on his shoulder. He blinked a few times before laughing sheepishly. I don't know how to revert this thing back to normal yet. The moment those words left his lips, the massive fang glowed before turning back to its original form. The boy looked at it before laughing nervously before sheathing the sword. Kakashi sighed before pulling his hitate down to cover his eye again. He did his signature eye smile and asked, Okay, how much further from here, Tazuna? Only about 5, maybe 6 minutes away from here, answered Tazuna with a huge smile. Alright, let's get go dash. Kakashi stopped mid-sentence before his eyes rolled to the back of his head and collapsing on the ground. Everyone rushed over and saw that he was still breathing. All 4 of them sighed before Tazuna picked up the man and led the way to his home. It had been a day since they had encountered Zabuza, and at the moment Kakashi was lying in bed. He had called for a team meeting while he himself was going over his thoughts over the fight. How did Naruto do that with his sword? It damaged Zabuza's blade pretty badly, but that was just the clone. Is that blade really that powerful? There's also the fact he knows water walking. Most genin don't learn that until they are about a few months into their training. Well, best ask him when I get a free moment, pondered Kakashi as he saw his team enter the small bedroom. How do you feel, Kakashi-sensei? Asked a worried Sakura. Sore, but it will pass in about a few days, said Kakashi reassuringly. So what do we do now that no brow is dead? Asked Naruto with a grin. Honestly, I don't know if he is or not Naruto, answered the Jounin. The Nin that took him out used a fairly odd weapon to kill him with. What do you mean? Questioned Sasuke, who was leaning on the wall. He used Senbon needles to strike him in the neck, stated Kakashi. Wait, you said Senbon, right? Asked Naruto suddenly. When Kakashi nodded, the boy smacked himself in the forehead. Damn it, why did I notice that? Cried the frustrated blonde. When he noticed the questionable glances, he elaborated. Senbon are used primarily for acupuncture, not for killing. Sure, you can kill someone if you hit them in the right place, but if not, then they're just a big annoyance. He saw the surprised looks on everyone's faces when he finished his statement. He sighed before stating, My friend is a weapons specialist. She gave me some tips and even helped me pick up on a few things. This seemed to ease their shock before looking back at Kakashi as he sat up before going into a thinking pose. Naruto, I think you just confirmed my suspicions about that hunter ninja. It is clear to me now that he was in league with Zabuza, who is most likely still alive, said Kakashi. This caused everyone in the room to flinch at the thought of that man still living. Just then the door slid open to reveal Tsunami, Tazuna's daughter, who looked rather worried. Is everything okay? She asked while noticing how tense the 3 looked. Yes, ma'am. I was just about to assign these 3 their training for the time being, answered Kakashi as he gave her his eye smile. Why bother? Gado's men will end up killing you anyway, said a small boy as he glared at them all. Inari, don't be rude to our guests. They're the ones that brought home your grandfather, after all, scolded Tsunami. It still doesn't matter since they are going to die anyway, stated Inari before walking up the stairs. Tsunami sighed and looked back at the group apologetically before leaving the room towards the kitchen. Kakashi sighed as he grabbed his crutches and slowly led the way outside the house. The group followed along silently as they walked into the nearby woods before stopping in the middle of a clearing. Okay, this is where we'll be doing your training, said Kakashi. So what are we going to be doing? Asked Naruto excitedly. Tree climbing, he answered lazily. What do you mean I already know how to climb trees? Yelled Naruto. Can you do it without using your hands? Asked Kakashi before putting his hands into a ram seal. He then slowly made his way up the tree and finally stopped as he hung there upside down on a tree branch. Yes, actually I can watch. With that he did the same seal as Kakashi before casually placing his foot on the trunk of the tree. The moment he did, he dashed up the tree before flicking the jounin on the metal part of his atate. I guess you really do know how to do it then, murmured Kakashi. All right, then you explain to them how it's done, then I will help you with the next step with this training. How will any of this help us in the long run? Asked Sasuke. Because team, the better chakra control you get, the less extra chakra you use up when you use jutsu. For this exercise to work, you must focus chakra to the bottom of your feet, then just climb up the tree. I would say walk up the tree first so you can adjust the amount of chakra needed for your foot to stick to the tree. Oh, and use your kunai to mark your progress. Trust me, it's a pain to try and remember how far you got up the tree, said Naruto as he entered his first ever lecture mode. Impressive. Did you learn this from your friend as well? Asked Kakashi. Yeah, and a few other things like basic sealing, better weapon accuracy, trap making, some more advanced kenjutsu katas, and some cooking skills, said Naruto with a grin. Cooking? Asked Sakura as she sat on a nearby branch. Wow, I can't believe you got up here so quickly, Sakura-chan. It took me almost a week to finally master tree climbing. And yes, she taught me some better cooking habits since she said that ramen wasn't healthy to eat all the time. Though I usually eat ramen for lunch, I do cook my own food for breakfast and dinner, said Naruto as his grin grew wider. Oh, was all she said before looking down at the seething Sasuke. All right, Naruto, let's get you started on your next exercise, said Kakashi as he slowly went down the tree with Naruto following him in the same slow pace. When the two got out of the clearing, they began to make their way towards the pair behind Tezuna's house. He finally stopped as he neared the end of the pair. Now, before we begin, I want to ask you something, Naruto, said Kakashi seriously. Where did you get that sword, and how did it transform? Naruto sighed before looking back at his sensei calmly. Do you remember the Forbidden Scroll incident? When he saw his sensei nod, he continued, well, I had released it from the scroll thinking it was something else. As for how my sword transformed, it was because I was protecting Sakura-chan and Tezuna. How does that work? Asked Kakashi with a raised eyebrow. Naruto just shrugged before stating, that's just how the sword works. I don't know much else about it other than the fact that its name is Tesseiga. Kakashi looked at him skeptically for a moment, then gave him a look that said, better not be lying before looking back at the water. All right, why don't you tell me how good you are with the water walking exercise? Ordered Kakashi. Well, I know that I must constantly expel the right amount of chakra to my feet and make it match the correct amount to make me float. Problem is, even if I lose focus for even a second, I fall straight back into the water, explained Naruto. His friend must be a really good teacher if he can get this far this quickly, thought Kakashi. Well, I think you should create some clones and practice your kenjutsu while doing the water walking exercise, stated Kakashi. What? Do you have any idea how hard that is? It's hard enough for me to stand on the water, let alone train in kenjutsu while doing it, shouted Naruto as he started waving his hand randomly in the air. Trust me, Naruto, if you can do this, then you'll be a great asset during the fight, said Kakashi reassuringly while placing a hand on the boy's shoulder. Naruto just looked back up at his sensei for a moment, then grinned and nodded. The boy then turned around before focusing chakra into his feet before commencing with the exercise. Naruto, I know I wasn't there back then when you needed someone, thought Kakashi as he watched the blonde fall into the water. But maybe I can make it up to you. Even if it isn't that much, I will still help you like I should have back then, just like Sensei would have wanted. Continued Kakashi as a small smile started to appear behind his mask. All right, I finally got the hang of this damn exercise, shouted Naruto before scolding. He then noticed that he wasn't underwater and looked down to see that he was still floating above water. The boy grinned before running back to the pair. He picked up his sword off the dock, then made his way back to where he was once standing. He quickly made 12 clones before unsheathing his sword. The others copied his actions before charging him in a burst of speed. The original just smirked, then ducked under one of the incoming clones before slicing him in half. As the clone puffed away, Naruto turned around and stabbed another that was attempting to sneak up on him. The moment the clone disappeared, another one popped out from the smoke that came from the previous clone's death. It swung its sword downwards in an attempt to cleave him in half before it was blocked by Naruto's own blade. He then pushed upward so as to knock the attacking clone away before turning to his left to deflect an incoming kunai. He then charged the clone while dragging his sword through the water in the process. Right as he was reaching striking distance, he saw from the corner of his eye another clone making a horizontal strike aiming to cut Naruto in half. Once he saw this, he quickly stopped the flow of chakra in his feet, making him fall into the water. He looked up to see that the clone that intended to hit him had hit the clone he was aiming to kill. Naruto quickly swam to the surface before refocusing chakra to his feet and climbed back onto the water. The moment he was up, he had 4 clones surround him, all of which were smirking with their blades at the ready. Naruto sighed and started to raise his hand in defeat. At the last minute, he thought about Tenten and how she would scold him every time he gave up, telling him he could always do better. He let a small smile grace his features at those thoughts. I would protect her just as she would for me, thought the blonde before feeling a familiar pulsing coming from his sword. Just then a bright light came from the blade before it grew, and a patch of white fur was once again visible to him. Naruto smirked when he saw their shocked faces. Taking advantage of the situation, Naruto quickly did a 360 spin while cutting every clone in half in the process. Only one clone snapped out of it quickly enough to survive the attack before pointing an accusing finger at the original before shouting, "Hey, that's cheating." "Ninja, don't play by the rules, Baka," shouted the original before cleaving the poor clone in half. Just as Naruto was getting back into his stance, he noticed that Tsunami was standing on the edge of the pair, smiling at him. He dismissed his clones and made his way back to the edge of the pair before asking, "Yes, Tsunami-chan. Dinner's ready. I would have told you earlier, but I didn't want to interrupt your training," answered the woman while still smiling. Naruto just laughed while scratching the back of his head before sheathing his sword, not realizing that the sword had reverted back to normal as he sheathed it. This was how things went for Naruto and his team as they stayed in Wave. Sasuke, who had managed to learn tree climbing in 3 days, was now learning how to walk on water along with Sakura, who had been given the task of watching over the bridge builder while Sasuke did tree climbing. They had also learned about Kaiza, the hero of Wave, as the locals called him. The said man was executed in front of everyone as an example to never fight against Gato. This is what led Inari to believe that nobody could stand against Gato. All this did was make the group train harder than before. Right now, though, the team was sitting down at the table waiting for dinner to be served. Naruto, who had nearly drowned after passing out while training on the water, was resting his head on the table. As he was, Inari was glaring at the boy before an image of Kaiza appeared next to the blonde. Suddenly, the boy slammed his hands on the table with tears streaming down his eyes and yelled, "Why do you try so hard? All you're going to do is get yourselves killed by Gato and his men. No matter what glorious claims you make or how hard you train, when facing the strong, the weak will only end up getting killed." This action made everyone at the table look at the boy in surprise. The blonde scuffed before replying, "Whatever, kid, I'm not like you. I'd hate to be like you. You don't know anything about this country, yet you're all being so nosy about it. What the hell do you know about me anyway? I'm different from you. You're always clowning around and acting so cheerful. You don't know how hard life can be," shouted Inari as more tears started to pour down his face. Now, if there was one thing that Sasuke and Sakura knew about the blonde, it was that he was very touchy around this subject. It happened once, and that was enough for everyone to stay weary of entering this topic with the blonde. It happened when a student in the academy had made fun of him because he had no parents or friends, along with the fact that most of the older people hated him. That kid had left the same day with 2 broken legs, 3 busted ribs, a fractured right arm, 2 black eyes, a busted lip, and a severed head trauma. Needless to say, after that, nobody ever made fun of him for not having family or friends. The academy even tried to expel him, only to fail when the Hokage stated that boy was harassing Naruto with his endless taunting. Everyone knew it was a lie, but they were just too scared at the time to say anything. Naruto looked up at the crying boy and glared at him while releasing some killing intent in the process. "You think you have a bad kid?" asked Naruto with a slight chuckle. "Kid, let me ask you something. Do you have a mother? Do you have to pay triple for almost everything, even when they're the most outdated things on the market? Do you have people that love you more than anything in this world?" When the boy didn't answer, he yelled, "Answer me." "Yggis," muttered a now terrified Inari. "Exactly. You have a mother who loves you, a grandfather that is risking his life to build a bridge to save this country. And what are you doing? You're sitting in your room, crying over a dead man, and doing nothing to contribute to your family. So don't you dare tell me your life is bad, because there are always people out there who have it worse than you do. So you go back to your room and cry all you want, because I will not let some little brat say he has it bad when he really doesn't," said Naruto before grabbing his sword and walking outside while slamming the door behind him. Nobody spoke for several minutes before finally Tizuna looked at Kakashi before asking, "Is his life that bad?" Kakashi slumped his shoulders before answering, "Unfortunately, yes, it is. He never knew either of his parents and didn't have a single friend growing up. A lot has happened to him while he was still young, but I don't want to tell you since it's not my business to share with you. All I can tell you is that you should never bring that topic up unless he wants to talk about it." Out in the woods. "The stars look great tonight," said the blonde as he looked up at the night sky. Another thing that most people didn't know was that Naruto always loved looking up at the sky. It was one of the few things he could do without someone getting angry at him for doing it. Now, though he just didn't have the same feeling for it that he usually does. "Stupid brat," said Naruto as he gripped the Tessega tighter. He didn't hate the boy for what he said. If anything, he felt sorry for the boy. But the boy brought back some rather painful memories. He sighed again as he gazed back up at the night sky from his position on the grass before closing his eyes and let sleep take him. Dream world. Cold. That was what he was feeling at the moment. He cracked his eyes, open only to see an endless darkness and pipes. He blinked a few times before noticing that he was laying in cold water. Naruto slowly got back to his feet and saw that he was apparently in a sewer of some sort. "If you can hear this, please, and understand that my life is now in the palm of your hand," said a familiar voice. Naruto glanced around and saw that there were several corridors scattered around the area. Just as he was about to go into one of the corridors, he heard the voice speak again. "My sadness will only continue to grow as long as you leave me behind in your shadow," continued the voice. "That way," thought Naruto as he rushed towards the voice. As he ran, he noticed that the further he ran, the more the darker it got. "I can never be what all of you see. The only thing I can truly be is me," said the voice that sounded very feminine to Naruto. Why does this sound so familiar? Thought Naruto as he stopped at another set of corridors. Even that is not real in this lifetime, but what could you expect in a life like mine? Said the now obviously feminine voice. The blonde didn't even wait for her to finish before running to the corridor where the voice was coming from. He saw that he was nearing the end of the corridor and ran faster than before. When he reached the end of the corridor, he stopped dead in his tracks, fell on his knees at what he saw. "So all I have to say is don't forget what this smile means and what lies behind it," said the voice from behind the cage. That wasn't what shocked him to the core. It was the sight of him being held up by chains smiling straight at him. But it wasn't his smile. It was a smile of a crazed lunatic ready to kill everyone. Naruto stared up at the hanging boy before him and felt tears going down his face. He couldn't look at this thing that was called him. He just couldn't do it. He wanted to get up, but just couldn't. Then he felt someone from behind embrace him in a hug. This little action snapped him out of his stupor long enough to make him face the figure behind him. When he turned, he saw a beautiful woman with a decently sized bust kneel down to his level. She had dark red hair that went down to her lower back and had eyes that were a dark pink color with slitted pupils. She had on a pink kimono with light purple flower pebbles decorated all around the front of the outfit with a dark purple sash wrapped around her waist. The woman got to her feet and not only revealed her hourglass figure, but also her 9 orange-colored tails swaying behind her. The woman moved her hand to cup his cheek before smiling sadly at him. She gently wiped away the tears from his eyes with her claws before embracing him into another hug. "This is your path now," said the woman. "What you saw before you is what you will become if you succumb to your dark desires." The poor boy was so upset at the sight, he saw that he couldn't even say a word. All he did was continue to cry on the woman's should as she rubbed his back in an attempt to soothe him. Finally, after crying for a few moments, he managed to ask, "Why did this have to me?" It was a censor question. Why do you have to deal with more burdens than anyone else? Did Cammy hate him? Was it his destiny to have these burdens placed upon him? After all, he had suffered for something he had no control over for 12 years, and only recently found out why they hated him. Was it fair to something like this, to someone who never even knew his own family, to have to live this way? "Because that is what makes you stronger than anyone else, even me," said QB as she muttered the last part. After hearing that, Naruto got out of her embrace and looked the fox mistress straight in the eye. She saw distrust, sadness, hate, and longing. At first, she believed that the boy was useless and was not worth any of her time. But as she watched his life go on, she realized that she had started feeling something she hadn't felt in centuries: guilt. It was such a foreign emotion that she ended up crying at some nights when Naruto was beaten or was alone. It just hurt her too much to watch a child struggle and do little to nothing to help him. She was surprised to see him move his finger over to her face before wiping away a lone tear falling down her face. He smiled sadly at her before saying in a reassuring tone, "Don't cry, I don't deserve it." As he said that, his form began to fade away into the air and making him look as though he was never there, like a mirage. Before he left, however, she did something he would never forget. She kissed him on the lips before he disappeared into nothingness. "Do you think it was wise to bring him here so soon?" asked Taisho as he came out of the shadows. QB smiled sadly before looking back up at the mad-looking Naruto, who was still smiling at them. It was the only way he would understand. If I had not brought him here and shown him this, he would accidentally cause harm on that village. She answered solemnly. Taisho nodded before walking over to the fox mistress and gently grasped her shoulder. "I trust your judgment, Cubidano. Just don't let your feelings towards him blind you in the future. Whatever he decides to do is his choice now and no one else's." QB nodded before wiping away a few more stray tears and made her way to her cage, where there lay only 3 things. A decently sized bed, barely enough room for 2, a small dresser, and a picture. She grabbed the picture before hugging it close to her body as she could before getting into bed. Just as she was about to fall asleep, a small tear went down her face as she mumbled one word, "Naruto-kun," and the tear fell on the picture of Naruto, smiling his true smile while sitting at Ichiraku for the first time. Real world. Naruto snapped his eyes open and shot himself up. He looked around frantically before sighing. After shaking his head, he took the moment to take a better glacé at his surroundings. It didn't take long for him to realize that he was still in the clearing he fell asleep at. He climbed back to his feet and was about to walk back to the house until he heard the sound of a woman screaming. "Shit," thought the blonde before speeding off towards the house. When he arrived, he saw the sight of Inari charging the 2 samurai that had Tsunami tied up behind them. Thinking, quickly rushed over and Korimi Inari with a log as he went and got Tsunami out of harm's way. The 2 samurai smirked as they killed what they thought was Inari. When they realized that they didn't hit their target, they turned to see Naruto untying Tsunami calmly, while Inari looked shocked to still be alive. This made both men furious and, without thinking, charged the blonde. As they got closer to their target, they found that the blonde was now smirking. Before they could even question this, they were hit in the back of the neck with a very blunt object, which caused them to pass out. Naruto smiled as he did his job before looking down at Inari. "Good job, Inari. If you didn't distract them, I would have never gotten your mother to safety," said Naruto, while ruffling the young boy's hair. Remember, heroes always show up at the last minute. The boy didn't say anything for a moment. Then he began to grin at the orange-clad ninja. Naruto grinned back before looking in the direction of the bridge. If these goons are attacking this place, then that means that Zabuza decided to attack today. Damn it, I gotta get going, thought Naruto. He turned back to Inari before saying, tie these two up and stay here, okay? When he saw the boy nod, he raced off again while praying that his team was all right. At the bridge, when Kakashi and the rest arrived at the bridge, they found most of the workers injured. Just then a thick mist began to cover the bridge until almost nothing was visible. That was when they heard someone laughing in the mist. Zabuza, said Kakashi as he prepared to lift his Hitate. Hello there, Kakashi. I see you're missing a brat. It doesn't matter since I'll kill him after I finish you three off, stated Zabuza from a mist. That's coming from someone hiding in a mist, muttered Sasuke. That was when they found that they were surrounded by Mizu Bunshins of Zabuza. Sasuke smirked and dashed off, killing all the clones that surrounded them. He's fast. Looks like you might have a rival in speed, Haku, said Zabuza as the hunter Nin came into view. That may be indeed Zabuza-sama, said Haku impassively. I got that one, Kakashi-sensei, said Sasuke as he pulled out a fresh kunai. Fine then, I will handle Zabuza. Sakura, I want you to guard Tazuna, and don't let anyone get close, ordered Kakashi. Hi Ziplit Sakuda. With that, Sasuke sped off and went to cut the boy's neck, which the hunter Nin blocked with one of his Senbon. He pushed the boy's kunai away before attempting to hit the pressure point in the Uchiha's arm. The said Uchiha ducked under the boy's attack and did a sweep kick, hoping to knock the masked boy off balance. Haku saw this and jumped over the kick and threw the Senbon he was holding at his opponent. Sasuke simply rolled to the side, avoiding the projectile before striking the off-guard opponent, only to clash with his Senbon again. It seems I have you trapped, said Haku calmly. How do you figure that? Asked Sasuke. For one, we were surrounded by water that was made by those clones you killed. Two is that you have one of your hands occupied. I, on the other hand, stated the boy as he started to do seals with his free hand. Just then he stomped on the ground, kicking up some water before it turned into several sharp ice sickles floating in the air. Sensatsu, Sueisho, announced Haku before jumping away to safety. When he finally skidded to a stop, he saw that the boy was no longer there and was shocked when he felt Sasuke behind him. Sasuke made an attempt to strike the enemy, only for the attack to be blocked again. Expecting this, he threw the kunai in his other hand, forcing the boy to duck only to receive a kick to the face by Sasuke. Impressive, you taught him pretty well, commented Zabuza as Haku got back to his feet. Haku, I think it's time to stop playing and start getting serious. The boy nodded before forming a seal. A few moments later, mirrors started to appear all around Sasuke. The said boy was so confused that he didn't even notice that Haku had entered one of the mirrors until he saw that all the mirrors had Haku's reflection scattered around him. Haku raised a Senbon before throwing it at Sasuke. Soon after, two more were thrown before a barrage of Senbon were being thrown at the Uchiha. Sasuke, shouted Kakashi as he tried to approach the dome of mirrors, only to dodge swing that was aimed at him from Zabuza. Sorry, Kakashi, but I won't let you interrupt their battle. Though I could let you go, that would leave the old man and the girl completely open for attack, stated Zabuza as he began to chuckle. Just then a kunai came flying towards the dome of mirrors, only to be caught by the masked boy. Where did this dash, Haku's thought were interrupted as an orange blur flew past him and making a shallow cut in his mask. Everyone turned to see Naruto, standing in the middle of the dome with his blade unsheathed and glaring at the masked boy. D-Dope, asked Sasuke as he tried to move without hurting himself further. Naruto turned to face his rival before gritting his teeth in anger. Sasuke looked like he just went through a hellhole and back. Forgetting Haku for a moment, he kneeled down and started pulling out Senbon. How honorable, said Haku as he returned to his mirrors. He then brought out a few Senbon and tossed them at the two boys. Both screamed in pain at the sharp projectiles that were piercing their skin. What were you thinking? Hissed Sasuke as he tried to get to his feet again. I was trying to get you out of here. I guess that cut wasn't deep enough, said Naruto. The two boys glanced around the dome for any weak spots. Finding none, Sasuke went through a few seals before inhaling. Kitan, Gokakyu no Jutsu. A second later, a giant fireball was brought forth, hitting the mirrors dead on. After the fire cleared, it revealed as though nothing had changed. It will take more than a week, Katan Jutsu, to melt these mirrors, stated Haku as he prepared to throw more Senbon at him. Just when he was about to, a giant Fong came towards the mirror he was in. Speeding off into another mirror, he barely managed to avoid the giant blade that shattered his mirror, as thought it was nothing. Turning his attention to Blonde, who was now holding a giant Fong in his hand, he threw several Senbon at him only for them to bounce harmlessly off his blade, which he was using as a shield. Though he was still hit, the blade took the majority of the damage. Haku was about to throw more at the orange-clad boy, only to be forced to dodge a fireball that was heading in his direction. Now he was getting irritated with them. He sent another barrage at them, only to see that both had their own way to block his attack. Naruto was blocking with his sword, and Sasuke was using a Senbon to deflect the others coming at him. If I don't end this quickly, I will run out of chakra before I can beat them, thought Haku as he studied his opponents. That was when he noticed that Sasuke's eyes were not the same. He unlocked his bloodline. It's not completed yet, but I can still see his movements clearer than I did before, thought Sasuke as he watched Haku closely. Haku was now thinking a mile a minute. He knew that he couldn't keep up his jutsu for much longer, and with Sasuke unlocking his bloodline, only made things harder to do. He looked over at Naruto, who was panting while gripping his arm. Apparently, he had hit a pressure point in the boy's arm, making it either numb or useless. That's it, thought Haku as he dashed towards the blonde while throwing Senbon as he sped forward. Sasuke saw this and rushed to stop the attack. A few seconds later, the only thing that was heard was a body hitting the ground and something piercing skin. Naruto looked over to his right to see Haku motionless on the ground. "You did it, Sasuke," said Naruto as he turned to face his comrade. The moment he did, he saw that Sasuke looked just about dead. When Sasuke turned to face him, he saw that his eyes looked glazed and had blood coming from his mouth. "You look like a real baka right now," said Sasuke as he looked back at his teammate. "As Sasuke, you dash," stammered the blonde before finally yelling, "I didn't ask you to save me." All this did was make the Uchiha chuckle before saying, "I don't even know why I saved your worthless hide. My body just moved on its own." A few seconds after he finished, he felt himself lose balance and fall backwards, only to be bought by his blonde teammate. "I don't want to die here. I need to complete my dream and kill that man," said Sasuke as he looked up at his teammate. He began to close his eyes before saying only 3 words, "Don't die, Naruto," before closing his eyes completely. Naruto sat there holding the body of his teammate. He didn't even bother to look at the masked hunter Nin as he got back to his feet. "I failed," thought Naruto as he held Sasuke's body tighter. "I failed to protect my friend. I might have hated him, but he was still my friend. He was a true shinobi, to risk his life for the sake of his comrade," commented Haku as he entered his mirrors again. "Be silent," said something that sounded like Naruto and someone else. Inside Naruto's mind, "Do you really think this is the right thing to do?" asked QB. Taisho nodded before walking over to a light blue flame. He placed his hand over top of it until it started to turn white. He gestured her over to do the same and, hesitantly, did so. She placed her hand over top the white flame and focused a small bit of her yokai into the flame. Almost instantly, the white flame turned into a light orange color. When the procedure was complete, she turned to the fellow demon and asked, "Why now? Can't you see he isn't in the state of mind to face something like this? If we did not do it at this time, we would have to wait until he has entered this state of mind again. Though it is with risks, we cannot allow this opportunity to slip," he said coldly. "I know that," said the fox mistress, "but I don't want to force something upon him that he may never want." She finished with a small tear going down her cheek. Taisho's eyes softened as he watched her. "I understand, but this is something that must be done," he stated before turning around and leaving the chamber, leaving QB alone. She stared at the light orange flame in front of her before getting up and walking towards the exit. As she was about to leave, she looked back at the flame before saying, "Forgive me, Naruto-kun," and closing the door. Outside world. Haku watched as the blonde boy fell to the ground, screaming in pain. A few moments later, red chakra began to pour out of the blonde's body. He could hear bones breaking and could see the boy's body grow. Again, he heard the boy scream in pain as his whole form began to change and grow at a miraculous rate. That was when he saw the boy's hair grow longer, his canes grow into fangs, and his fingernails turn into claws. When the blonde stopped screaming, the red chakra began to reseed back into the seal. When it did, Haku found that the area around Naruto was burned at its scorch marks. That wasn't what shocked him, though. There, standing before him, was Naruto, who was only clad in his orange pants, which looked tattered and burned. His hair, no longer blonde, short, and spiky, but silver-colored hair with rusty orange highlights with its length reaching past his shoulder blades. His whisker-marked cheeks were now replaced with 3 red marks. His eyes, now gold with slitted pupils, glared at Haku before reaching for his sword. He heaved it up, pointing it at Haku, before muttering one word. D. Just then the mirror Haku was hiding in was shattered into pieces before melting into nothingness. Haku, on his part, was shocked at his speed before rushing off into another mirror and throwing a barrage of Senbon at him. Naruto just looked at the Senbon approaching him before they began to melt. What? Thought Haku frantically. Your little mirror trick is nothing compared to my speed, said Naruto as he swung his blade to the side. Just then, all the mirrors on that side of the dome were shattered, leaving Haku shocked and speechless. You will die today, wretch. He sped towards Haku at inhuman speed and cleaved the mirror in half before it shattered to pieces. Haku then appeared out of one of the shards of the broken mirror and tried to stab the silver-haired boy with his Senbon. At the last moment, Naruto lifted his hand and grabbed the boy by the neck and held him in place as he stared at him. After staring at the blank mast, he shook his head before saying, "Too slow. Seems like you're not even trying at all." When he finished, he let go of his neck, only to grab his face and toss him through a mirror with such force that when he landed on the bridge's surface, he made a small crater. This boy, thought Haku as he saw Naruto approaching with Tesseiga heaved onto his shoulder. He's too strong for me, Zabuza-sama. Finished Haku as Naruto looked down at him. He pulled the boy by the collar of his shirt before stabbing the Tesseiga into the ground. Let's see the face of my comrade's killer before I send him to hell, said Naruto coldly as he removed the blank mask with his free hand. The moment the mask was removed, he dropped Haku back on the ground before stuttering. Why you? Flashback. Naruto was sitting down on the ground in the middle of the woods panting. Next to him, a still transformed Tesseiga lay on the grass. He had decided he was going to start practicing with his sword's new transformation state and see how good it was. So far, he found that it was sharp enough to cut a tree in half. It weighed little to nothing to him, and that it was impossible to break. He had just finished his 7th hour of practicing with the blade and was feeling like having his 4th break from training. He grabbed the blade and sheathed it back into its sheath before falling on his back and staring up at the clouds. Just as he started to relax, he heard the sound of footsteps approaching him from behind. Naruto turned around to see a beautiful black-haired woman who looked around his age. She was wearing a pink dress with a red chakra around her neck. She looked at him with her dark brown eyes before smiling sweetly at him. Naruto blushed slightly as she smiled at him. Try to hide it, he grins slightly before waving at her. "Hello, hello," replied the woman before walking towards him. When she reached him, she kneeled down and asked, "What are you doing out here?" Naruto grinned again before holding up the sheathed sword. "Training, I'm trying to get better at my kenjutsu at the moment." The woman raised an eyebrow before asking, "Are you trying to become a samurai?" "No, well, kinda. I'm already a ninja. I just want to be a master of kenjutsu, since I don't have much else other than this sword," answered Naruto while scratching the back of his head nervously. The woman nodded her head in understanding before saying, "My name is Haku, by the way. Uzumaki Naruto, and it's great to meet you, Haku-chan," replied Naruto. The woman, now known as Haku, smiled slightly before asking, "Why do you want to become a kenjutsu master, Naruto-kun?" The blonde thought about it for a moment. Why did he want to become a kenjutsu master anyway? That was when flashes of him laughing with Tenten and a smiling Sakura came into his mind. He looked back at Haku before answering, "I want to become a master so that I can protect those who are precious to me." Haku was surprised slightly at his seriousness before smiling sadly at him. She climbed back to her feet and began to walk off. Naruto was now confused at her actions. Was it something I said? Thought the blonde. Just when the woman was about to leave the clearing, she turned to face him and said, "You will be truly strong someday," before turning back and leaving the clearing. In flashback, Naruto stood there in silence as he looked at the raven-haired woman in front of him. As he stared, his silver hair began to change back into its previous color while maintaining its length. His once golden eyes now changing back into their previous sapphire color while also keeping his pupils slitted. Naruto continued to stare at Haku in shock before asking the top question on his mind. Why? Haku only stared at the ground as she didn't want to answer him. Truthfully, she was not trying to kill him. Still, it didn't make it any easier to do what she had done to him. She looked up into his eyes and saw many emotions flowing through them. She saw pain, guilt, anger, and sorry all flash through those beautiful blue eyes and just couldn't help but look back at the bridge floor. "I did it for Zabuza-sama," answered Haku while still looking at the ground. The blonde gritted his teeth before picking her up and slapping her across the face. "Why would you do something like this for someone who only uses you as a tool?" asked the blonde as he watched her struggle to get back to her feet. "Because he was the only person who gave me a purpose to live," said Haku sadly. The blonde was silent after he heard that comment. He lowered his as his longer bangs hid his face from her view. Finally, after what seemed like forever, he spoke. "It seems you have had a horrible life as well. You think that if nobody accepts you, then there is no point to living, and that is why you follow Zabuza. Because he gave you that acceptance you longed for, even if you were to be used as a tool, you still followed him," said Naruto as tears fell down his face. Naruto knew he hit the mark when he saw her eyes flash with sadness. That was when he remembered that poem he heard in his dream. "For those who hear this, please understand that my life is now in the palm of your hand. My sadness will only continue to grow, so long as you leave me behind in your shadow. I can never be what all of you see. The only thing I can truly be is me. Even that is not real in this lifetime. But what could you expect with a life like mine? So all ask is to never forget what this smile means and lies behind it." When he was finished, he noticed that Haku was now shedding tears while looking into his eyes. He was about to speak again when he heard the sound of what sounded like lightning. Both turned in the direction of the sound and saw that Zabuza was being held down by 5 dogs while Kakashi was holding what looked like lightning in his hands. Turning back to Haku, he saw that she had made a seal and looked back at him for the last time before whispering, "I'm sorry," and disappearing into a mirror of ice. Shit, thought Naruto as he raced over to stop Kakashi from attacking. He knew he wouldn't make it in time to stop him, so the only other option was to dash. "Use the sheath," whisper voice. Not questioning the voice, he quickly unbuckled the sheath from his waistband and pumped chakra into his feet so he could block the Jounin's jutsu. Just when Kakashi was about to stab the missing Nin in the heart, a yellow blur appeared in front of him and knew that it was Naruto. He tried to stop his advancement, but he was too late to stop it. He watched as the blonde boy raised the sheath of his sword and was shocked when it began to glow before the Raikiri had stuck it. He was shocked to note that the sheath was actually blocking the attack, and what was more surprising was that it was actually pushing the Jounin back. A few seconds later, the attack had faded, leaving Kakashi's palm touching the sheath of his student's blade. Before anyone could say anything, a loud tapping noise could be heard throughout the area. When even one turned, they saw a stubby little man standing at the end of bridge with a black business suit on, red sunglasses, a cane, and one arm in a cast. Behind him stood hundreds of bandits, armed to the teeth, with weapons, all smiling smugly at the group of ninjas before them. "Some demon, you couldn't even get rid of a few brats and an old man," sneered the businessman. "Gato, what are you doing here?" asked Zabuza while glaring at the short man. "Well, you see, Zabuza hiring ninja is just too expensive for my tastes. So I figured I would just wait till you all were worn out, then come finish the job," stated Gato before look at Haku. "And it looks like me and the other get to have a little fun with the bitch after all," finished Gato as he and some of the other bandits started to snicker. "Little bastard," snarled Naruto. "Kakashi, it seems as though I'm fired, so that means we're not enemies any longer," said Zabuza. "Hi," replied Kakashi as the dogs let go of Zabuza and puffed away. "Little fucking bastard," shouted Naruto as his hair turned silver and his eyes turned gold again. Zabuza and Kakashi were staring wide-eyed at Naruto, who was now radiating killing intent at the stubby little man. Said man was now shaking and decided now would be a good time to leave. The short man ran in a crowd and shouted, "Kill them all," before heading towards the boat that was at the end of the bridge. In a flash, Naruto was back to where his sword was posted and heaved it out of the ground. He walked back to where his sensei was standing and stopped when he was beside the man. "Don't interfere with this, sensei. I want to kill that man myself," said Naruto as he stared at the crowd of bandits. Is that really Dash?" Kakashi was cut off by Naruto, who had held out his finger. He then started tapping on his Hitachi with the same finger before grinning at him the way only Naruto would grin. "I'm all here, Kakashi-sensei," said Naruto before dropping his grin and took a few steps forward. Before anyone knew what was going to happen, Naruto was in front of the crowd and had his sword held at an arch. He swung the blade, cutting 4 of his victims in half. When the others saw this, they were shocked that the silver-haired kid was already in front of them. Not missing a beat, Naruto took another swing with his blade and cleaved 3 others in half before they started to retaliate. One bandit swung his sword at him, aiming to cut off the boy's arm. He was shocked when his sword collided with his opponent's, and the result was his blade being cut in half. Another one decided to stab Naruto in the back, hoping to catch the silver-haired child off guard. Naruto ducked under the strike and spun around and cleaved both the man's legs off. Jumping up, Naruto did a small flip, avoiding most of the weapons being thrown at him before landing in the middle of 4 bandits. He quickly did a 360 spin and cut all the men in half before rushing forward. A few bandits tried to intercept him, only to fall to the ground as he passed them while missing arms, legs, or their heads. Finally, when he reached the end of the bridge, he found Gato standing there shivering like a coward. Naruto approached him slowly like a fox does when it has cornered its prey. The man was now desperately trying to find a way out of the situation. "Wait, I can offer you money, women, anything you want. Just please spare me," pleaded the man while kneeling on the ground. Naruto looked down at the groveling man before stabbing his sword into the ground. He tried to face the bandits that were sneaking up on him and glared at them. "Move, and I'll kill all of you," said Naruto coldly before turning to face Gato again. "You account number." Gato looked up at the boy standing before him in shock. He quickly began to plot a way to kill the brat until he heard him say, "I'll know if you're lying, so don't try and fool me." Shocked at this, the man quickly nodded, reached for his back pocket, and pulled out his wallet. He then pulled out the pen from his shirt pocket and scribbled down his account number on a random piece of paper in his wallet. "Here it is now. Please let me go," pleaded Gato as he tossed his wallet to the silver-haired youth. The boy glanced at the number before smirking. Soon his smirk turned into a sinister smile, a smile that promised death. He looked back at Gato before quickly pulling Tesega out of the ground and stabbed him in the shoulder. The businessman could only gasp in horror as he was stuck by the giant blade. He looked back at the smiling Naruto before stuttering out, "BB, but why you said I could LL dash." "When did I say I would let you live?" asked Naruto as he lifted his blade up while Gato slid down it painfully. "Now it's time to die, you little vermin," shouted Naruto before swinging his blade upwards, forcing Gato to fling off it and start falling towards water below. Just as his body was passing Naruto, he saw a blade come towards him before he was cleaved in half, spraying his blood all over Naruto's body. Naruto's smile never faded as he watched Gato's 2 halves fall towards the water before he turned to face the crowd of bandits all over the bridge. Giving them a glare, they made a small path for him to pass, and soon enough, he was only 2 feet away from his team. Haku was staring at him wide, as well as Kakashi and Tizuna. Zabuza, on the other hand, was looking at Naruto with a look of amazement and pride. What he was proud of, Naruto didn't know, but it was the last 2 members of his team that reactions that got him. Sakura looked scared while Sasuke was actually alive and was giving him a strange look. "And Naruto?" asked Sakura as she held on to Sasuke tighter. After seeing this, Naruto's body began to recede back to its original form and was looking sad that his friend was afraid of him. He looked back at Sasuke and saw that he too was unnerved at the sight of Naruto with blood all over him. "You little brat, you killed our meal ticket. Now we're going to pillage this place for everything of worth," shouted one of the brave and stupid bandits. A few others cheered before beginning their advance on the ninja. Just as they were about to start their riot, a lone arrow was embedded into the ground right in front of them. Everyone turned to see Inari holding a crossbow, with the whole village behind him armed with weapons of their own. "Come anywhere near our village, and you will have all of Wave to deal with," shouted a random villager. "Inari," shouted Naruto, while waving at the boy. The said boy grinned before waving back. "Heroes always show up at the last minute," stated Inari. "Hey, Zabuza-san." The said man looked over to Naruto. "Ready to show these bastards why you're called Demon of the Mist?" asked Naruto as he heaved Seiga onto his shoulder. The said man raised an eyebrow at this before chuckling slightly. "I'm beginning to like you, kid," stated Zabuza before heaving his own blade onto his shoulder. Kakashi sighed, saying, "Well, if that's the case, I might as well help out a little bit." He then formed a cross-shaped seal before shouting, "Kage Bunshin no Jutsu." With a puff of smoke, the whole side of the bridge was filled with Kakashis, all of which were glaring at the bandits. "You all ready?" they all asked simultaneously. "No thanks," shouted the bandits as they raced back to the boat. When the boat was finally out of sight, everyone cheered, for they were now free again. Just when everyone was about to congratulate their heroes, Naruto kneeled down as his Tesseiga transformed back to its katana state before passing out onto the ground. The last thing he heard was sound of his name being called before his whole world went black. Naruto moaned as he started waking up from his blackout. He cracked an eye open to see that he was in one of the guest rooms in Tezuna's home. Naruto attempted to get out of bed, only to hiss in pain as he realized that his leg was asleep. Cursing lightly, he grabbed his leg and was about to smash it into the floor when he noticed something. Looking over his hand, he found that his fingernails were now sharper and thicker than normal. "What the hell is this?" wondered the blonde. Just then he heard the sound of footsteps approaching. As they came closer, he could hear them become louder than ever, and pretty soon it was like a stampede was coming through the house. Finally, the footsteps stopped, and the door slid open to reveal Team 7 along with Zabuza and Haku behind them. "Looks like the brat's finally awake," said Zabuza from the back. "Are you okay, Naruto?" asked a slightly worried Sakura. Naruto only yawned before saying, "Somewhat. How did I end up here?" "You passed out right after the bandits ran off," answered Kakashi before limping into the room and sitting next to the blonde boy. "That was 3 days ago, Naruto." 3 days, shouted Naruto before clutching his ears in pain. After the ringing in his ears stopped, he looked back up to see everyone looking at him questioningly. "What?" he asked, slightly unnerved with everyone looking at him like this. "Take a look," grumbled Sasuke as he handed Naruto a mirror. Naruto looked into the mirror only to almost drop it. His hair, no longer short and spiky, was now smooth and long. His eyes were still the same color, but his pupils were now slitted. His baby fat was gone, giving him a more mature look, and his whisker marks were now slightly thicker. The last thing he noted with his new facial features was that his canines were now sharper. They were all but fangs. "What happened to me?" asked the blonde. "That is what we would like to know, Naruto," Kakashi replied as he looked at the blonde sternly. "I don't know what happened either, Sensei. Really, I'm just as shocked as you are. It happened during battle. So could it be a bloodline?" asked Haku. "Uchiha-san awakened his Sharingan during battle, so that would lead me to believe that he has one." Kakashi thought it over for a few moments before nodding his head and muttering, "That could be a possibility." Of course, he knew that the boy didn't have a bloodline due to the fact that he knew both of Naruto's parents. The only reason he said that was so that Naruto's secret could be kept hidden while still allowing him to use Kyuubi's power without causing suspicion. "So what? You grew your hair out, and it turns silver when you're angry. Big deal," Sasuke said with a smug grin. Naruto glared over at the boy before growling out, "Watch it, Sasuke. Just because you're injured doesn't mean I will not hurt you." Sasuke smirked before flaring his Sharingan at him, showing the two Tomo in each eye. "Try it, dope." Naruto growled again before throwing off the covers and standing up. He walked over to the smirking Uchiha and grabbed him by the collar. "Don't test me, Sasuke," he growled. "That's enough, you two," shouted Kakashi as he got back to his feet. The two boys glared at each other for a moment until Naruto let go of Sasuke's collar before scoffing. Kakashi sighed before looking over at the blonde. He could tell that he was now taller than Sasuke by about 2 inches and that he had developed more muscle than before. "Oh yeah, I forgot," said Kakashi out of the blue. "Naruto, you might want to get some new clothes on. As it stands, all you have on are your pants, which look like they're almost useless." Naruto chucked nervously while Haku and Sakura blushed as they realized that Naruto was shirtless at the moment. He turned to Kakashi with his head down for a moment before mumbling something. "What was that?" asked Kakashi, who was surprised by how the blonde was acting. Usually the blonde was nonchalant and said anything that came to his mind. "I don't have any other clothes," restated the blonde while not looking up at the man. "You mean all you've been wearing is that thing?" asked Sakura while scrunching her nose in disgust. "My bills make it hard for me to afford any good clothing, so all I brought with me were a few white t-shirts, but all of them are a dead giveaway, so they were useless in the first place," he answered dryly. "And the bright orange jumpsuit wasn't?" asked Zabuza with a raised eyebrow. Naruto flinched at that before lowering his gaze to the floor. "The shop owners won't sell me anything else," he answered with a slight quiver in his voice. Kakashi gave Zabuza a small glare, telling him to be quiet. He then looked over to Sakura, who had a puzzled look on her face before seeing her facial expression change to understanding and pity. Next, he adjusted his gaze to Sasuke, who looked like he didn't care. The last person he glanced at was Haku, who looked worried for the downcast boy. "Don't worry about it, Naruto," said Kakashi as he placed his hand on the blonde's head. "I'll help you pick out some new clothes if you want." He finished while giving him his famous eye smile. The boy looked up at his sensei with a surprised look on his face. With the exception of select few, no one had ever volunteered to aid him in anything. Yet his sensei had wanted to help him. As soon as he registered this, he nodded his head vigorously before gracing the room with his real smile. Sakura, who had been watching the event along with everyone else, couldn't help but stare at Naruto as he smiled. She had seen all his expressions, and never once had she seen this one. It wasn't his cocky smile or his cheerful yet goofy grin. It was a real smile, a smile that was only for times when he was truly happy. She looked over at Sasuke, who had the same kind of surprised look on his face as she did. Sakura looked back at the blonde, only to see that his smile was gone. "So, when do we leave, sensei?" asked Naruto excitedly. Kakashi chucked slightly before ruffling the boy's hair. "We can leave after we eat." And then he pulled out his favorite little orange book. Zabuza's eyes widened before snatching the book from Kakashi's hands. "Do you have any more copies of this book?" asked the missing Nin while waving it back and forth. Kakashi's fingers twitched as he looked at Zabuza, who was holding his book. Quicker than the naked eye could see, Kakashi had his book back in his hands and was glaring at Zabuza before answering, "No," and walking off. Zabuza grunted before following him while he began plotting ways of stealing the book when the scarecrow wasn't looking. Haku and Sakura huffed as they muttered curses about perverts. Naruto, on the other hand, was laughing his ass off at the image of the feared demon of the mist reading pornography. Sasuke just scoffed before walking downstairs. Naruto grabbed a white t-shirt from his bag and followed suit while Haku and Sakura followed behind him. When he made it downstairs, he saw the sight of Tazuna sitting at the table drinking coffee while Tsunami was in the kitchen making breakfast. "Morning, G-san. Morning, Tsunami-san," shouted the blonde. Both looked over at him with surprised looks before they changed to relief and happiness. "Brat, you're awake," said Tazuna as he smiled at the boy. "We were worried you wouldn't wake up." "It's a blessing that you're okay," said Tsunami with a smile. "I'll have breakfast ready in a few minutes." Naruto smiled slightly at their kindness before sitting down at the table while waiting for breakfast to be served. 10 minutes later, a happy and stuffed Naruto, along with his porn-reading sensei, was walking down the road towards the village where he could buy some new clothes. As they walked, Naruto discovered something that was quickly becoming annoying. "Damn bangs," the boy cursed as he pushed his bangs out of his eyes, only for them to immediately fall back down. Kakashi chuckled slightly as the blonde tried to keep the bangs out of his face. This continued for a few moments before he finally gave up and stopped messing with them. When they finally arrived at the village, they stopped and could see that everyone was a lot happier now that Gato was dead. Just as the two were about to start walking again, they saw a young girl point at Naruto before shouting, "It's him! That's the one who killed Gato." In an instant, the two were surrounded by countless people, some shouting their thanks to the boy, while others were patting him on the back and shaking his hands, and even some of the young girls were hugging him. Despite all that was going on, Naruto could only stare in shock. Is this really happening? Is this what it's like to be appreciated? Kakashi, on the other hand, was looking a little sad at the way Naruto was taking this. Yet he knew it wasn't his fault. Most people would be boasting about it, while Naruto was just standing there confused and shocked. This is the way Naruto should be treated in Konoha as well, thought Kakashi with a scowl, which was thankfully hidden behind his mask. Sorry, but we must be on our way. We have some errands that need to be taken care of, said Kakashi finally. The people looked at the man for a moment before nodding and saying their goodbyes to the young blonde. The said boy didn't move as the small crowd dispersed until they were the only ones in the middle of the street. After several minutes of silence, the blonde looked back up at his sensei before asking, why did they do that? Kakashi sighed as he looked at the boy sadly. It was depressing seeing a child that never once experienced what it was like to be thanked for something. They're grateful for you killing Gato. It's something that comes natural when someone does something for you and wish to express it in some way or another. Though not everyone will thank you the way these people just have, but depending on what you've done, they will be grateful enough to do what they just did. Naruto didn't say a word, and, quite frankly, Kakashi didn't mind at all. They just continued to walk in silence until they arrived at the clothing shop where Naruto perked up slightly. When they walked, they were greeted by the shopkeeper who smiled brightly at the blonde. Naruto gave a small smile back before following Kakashi through the racks of clothes. Not enough shinobi gear in this store, mumbled Kakashi. He took a glance at Naruto, who was looking for something that suited his tastes. Just then, Kakashi got an idea before looking through a small rack of clothing. After searching through a few more racks, he found what he was looking for and called Naruto over before taking the clothes and guiding him to the changing rooms. Here, change into these, said the lazy Jounin before handing the clothes to the blonde. Naruto nodded before taking the clothes, walked into the small room, and closed the door. A few moments later, the door creaked open, and out came a newly dressed Naruto. He was now wearing a cream-white kosode with a black haori and matching baggy shinobi pants and ninja sandals. On his waist, he had a navy blue obi that now held his sword on his left side of his hip. On his arms, he wore a pair of ash-gray arm bracers that went from his wrist almost all the way to his elbow. Kakashi studied the new look for a moment before nodding his head. Looks perfect, said Kakashi as he gave Naruto his eye smile. Why these? Asked the blonde as he stared at his sensei curiously. Shouldn't I be wearing something more ninja-ish? Kakashi nodded before stating, technically yes you should. However, samurai wear either armor or loose clothing. Since wearing armor is too loud and heavy, I chose to get you some loose clothing since it's easier to move around in. I also chose them due to the fact that this village doesn't sell shinobi equipment or good clothing. Naruto stood there silent for a moment before looking back at his new outfit. It's missing something, stated Naruto out of the blue. This made Kakashi raise an eyebrow at the blonde before shaking his head and saying, well, we will work on that later. With Naruto nodded before following Kakashi to the register. When they went to pay, the old man running the store told them it was free of charge. After the two left the store, they decided to return to Tezuna's home. As they walked, Naruto was staring at the ground in thought while Kakashi read his book. The only noise that was made was their footsteps and Kakashi giggling from time to time. Just as the two were about to reach the home, Naruto stopped and continued to look at the ground while his bangs hit his face. Kakashi stopped walking and looked back at his student with a raised eyebrow. After staying silent for a while, Naruto finally raised his head, looked straight into Kakashi's eye before asking, Sensei, do you know who my parents were? Kakashi's eye widened slightly. He never thought that Naruto would ask him about a question like that, but after all the recent events, he couldn't blame the boy. Kakashi sighed before nodding his head in confirmation at the blonde's question. Who were they? What were their names? Demanded Naruto as he glared at his sensei. Why the sudden interest? Asked Kakashi, not liking how the blonde was acting. Naruto intensified his glare on the man while clenching his fist before answering. Because I've been lied to all my life. I'm inclined to some answers that were kept secret from me, don't you think? Kakashi furrowed his brow at this. He was not happy with Sarutobi's decision about not telling the boy his lineage. Hell, if the village had known, then maybe Naruto would have been better off instead of barely able to afford proper shinobi clothes. Regardless, he had to tell him now, otherwise it would lead to Naruto being untrusting towards him, and that was the last thing he wanted. The Jounin sighed and answered calmly. Your mother's name was Uzumaki Kushina, and your father's name was Namikaze Minato. I can't tell you any more than that. I'm afraid. In an instant, Naruto was in front of Kakashi with Tesega's blade just an inch away from Kakashi's neck. Naruto was now growling at his sensei as he glared at him while releasing a decent amount of killing intent at the Jounin. Tell me more now, he growled out as his eyes flickered from blue to gold. Kakashi just stood there silent, not moving a single muscle as he looked at Naruto with a displeased look in his eye. In a matter of seconds, Tesega was knocked out of the blonde's hands while he was pinned to a tree with Kakashi's gloved hand on his neck. Naruto, said Kakashi coldly, don't ever threaten me like that again, understood? He finished as he sent a small wave of killing intent at the blonde boy. After feeling it, the blonde immediately nodded his head before his throat was let go and he plopped down on the ground. Naruto muttered a silent apology before walking ahead of the Jounin to retrieve his sword. After retrieving his weapon, he quickly put it away before walking back to the dirt path and staying up front and away from the Jounin. Why did I lash out like that? Naruto wondered as he continued walking. Could this be a part of the new appearance? As his thoughts came to a halt for a moment, he looked back at his sensei, seeing that he was reading his little orange book again. Whatever's going on, I need to keep it under control from now on. Otherwise, I might just hurt someone by accident. Just as he finished his thoughts, he saw Tezuna's house come into view before stopping and waiting for his sensei to catch up. When a man finally reached him, he asked, Sensei, do you have something that can help me with, what happened a minute ago? Kakashi looked over his book for a moment before snapping it shut. Try meditation. Naruto looked back at the man for a moment before thinking it over. That could work, thought Naruto before nodding his head and ran off into the forest. After getting far enough, he sat down on a soft patch of grass and got into a meditation stance before closing his eyes and taking some deep breaths. Just then his eyes snapped open before he muttered, What the hell do I do now? Closing his eyes again, he tried to think of something that would relax him. After a few moments, he started to feel woozy, and soon after he passed out, still sitting in his meditative stance. Mindscape. Naruto cracked his eyes open slightly before taking in all his surroundings. He grunted when he realized that he was back in the sewer. Sighing, he got back onto his feet before walking around the corridors, hoping to find the cage again. He began to get frustrated since he couldn't find the right path until he saw a familiar orange tail poke out of a random corridor before disappearing. The second it was out of his view, he chased after it, hoping that it didn't get too far away from him. After reaching the end of the hallway, he saw the same orange tail disappear down another hallway. Getting annoyed, he chased after it again while going slightly faster so as to catch up to the damn thing. This process continued for another 2 corridors before he finally caught up to it before leaping at it and holding it tightly so as to not get out of his grasp. That was when he heard a small yelp come from the next room. Naruto calmly walked down the corridor while still holding the tail gently but firmly in his hand. When he rounded the corner, he saw the sight of a massive cage in his same form hanging from the ceiling, in chains, still grinning that twisted grin at him. Welcome back, Naruto-san, said a voice from behind him. Naruto turned to Taisho, standing there in the same attire he had on the first time he met him. Naruto grinned at him before saying, Hello, Taisho-san. The man smirked in reply before he heard a female voice speak, Naruto-kun. Naruto looked past Taisho to see Kyubi sitting on an old block of concrete that was directly behind Taisho. He smiled brightly at her before replying, Hello, Kyubi-chan. The said woman smiled at him before she spoke. Good to see you again, Naruto-kun. Now, can you please release my tail? You're starting to hurt me with how hard you're squeezing it. Naruto blinked a few times, then looked at the furry object he was in his hand. He laughed nervously before loosening his grip and pet a few times. He heard Kyubi purr slightly before he let go of the orange tail. Taisho chuckled slightly at his actions, while Kyubi was trying to hide her blush. Taisho looked up at the Naruto dangling on the roof before raising his hand and making the crazed blonde disappear from view. When that was done, he looked back at Naruto with a stern expression on his face. Naruto-san, we must speak with you about the recent events that have happened since you battled the Ice Maiden, said the dog demon. Naruto looked back at him in confusion for a moment before realization dawned onto him. Are you talking about my new look and the thing with my hair going a different color? Precisely, Naruto-san, answered Taisho. We also wish to explain a number of things that will aid you in the future. In an instant, a block of concrete was made right where Naruto was standing. Getting the hint, he sat down Indian style before gesturing him to proceed. Very well. Fist of all the changes that have been bestowed on you are not due to the result of bloodline limit, as you humans call it. Naruto opened his mouth, only to be stopped by Taisho, who had raised a finger to silence him. All questions that you may have shall be answered by the end of the explanation. Naruto grumbled slightly before allowing the dog demon to continue. As I was saying, the results of these changes are due to the fact that we have made you into a demon. Naruto's eyes widened at those words, yet he wasn't given a second before Taisho continued his explanation. At your current state, in which your hair remains the same as it has always been, you are a Hanyu. When you transform, you are a Yukai. However, this is not using Kubidano's chakra, but my Yuki. The difference between the two is that Yuki is more potent than chakra, thereby making it stronger. However, due to Kubidano having such a staggering amount of chakra, that makes it an equal amount compared to my own Yuki. So, because she has 9 tails worth of chakra, she has the same amount as you? Correct. Now, when you're in this form, your physical abilities increase dramatically, but only for a limited amount of time. In other words, do not be too reliant on this form until you reach a certain age, stated Taisho. Naruto sat in silence for a few moments before he looked at his reflection in the water. So, I guess now the villagers will be right when they say, I'm a demon, stated Naruto solemnly. Sadly, it is true. You are now a demon, replied Taisho. Don't hate yourself for what you now are. Humanity fears what it does not understand, and that fear turns to loathing. Naruto-san, so long as you maintain your emotions, you will never be considered a demon in the eyes of those precious to you. Naruto looked back at the man for a moment before smiling at him. Thank you, Taisho-san. The man nodded before glancing over at Kyubi. The woman nodded before clearing her throat. Naruto-kun, I will now explain what exactly your abilities will be while in your Hanyu and Yukai forms. While in Hanyu form, your physical abilities are enhanced, but not as dramatic as when you transform into your other form. Your strength, speed, endurance, senses, and regeneration will be greater than what they were previously. When you transform, your abilities will further increase. So what am I, a superhuman or something? Asked Naruto while chuckling at his own joke. Actually, you're right. You'll be once you train a bit more. Once you train with this body, then it might be as strong as your Yukai form while that grows stronger as well, replied Kyubi. She giggled slightly as Naruto went slack-jawed for a moment. So what else can I do in this form? Asked Naruto as he rehinged his jaw. Well, you have long-lasting youth, and your mind will be able to process information better. Other than that, nothing else really changes, said Kyubi as she placed her finger on her chin in thought. Naruto sat there stiff as a board as he heard the last 2 abilities. Actually, he was more focused on the long-lasting youth. When you said long-lasting youth, what exactly is it that you meant? Asked Naruto nervously. Kyubi looked back at for a moment before replying, meaning that you could live for 100 years and look like you're still in your late 20s or early 30s. When she saw his downcast look, she added, however, since me and Makiba-chan are in here with you, we can find a way to give the same thing to your mates as well without turning them into Hanyu. When he heard this, Naruto sighed in relief before stopping and looking at Taisho questionably. Makiba-chan, he asked with a hint of amusement. Taisho smacked his forehead before sighing as he listened to Naruto burst into laughter. She refuses to call me anything other than for what I'm known for. I don't know why, but that's just what she does, answered Taisho as he glared at the snickering Kyubi. The said woman just looked at him innocently before giving him a small pout while placing her finger under her lip. What? She asked cutely. Taisho's sweat dropped at this before turning away from the great Kyubi no Kitsune, who was currently giving Naruto the victory sign. After everyone calmed down, Naruto asked the question that had been bugging him the entire time he has been here. Why does this place look like a sewer? It looks like this because you never had much to be happy about. Your mind is reflected on what your emotions are most of the time. In your case, you were always depressed or sad, so your mind was shaped into what you see before you. Answered Kyubi as she looked at him sadly. Oh, was all he said before going silent. After a moment, an idea came to him. Hey, can I change it now that I'm here? Asked Naruto hopefully. Again, Kyubi placed her finger on her chin in thought before nodding her head. It's possible. The second she said that, Naruto began to think of something that would be good. Suddenly, the thought of a huge mansion came into his mind. Seconds later, the ankle-deep water started draining from the area, and soon the concrete that they were standing on was replaced with polished wooden floors. The concrete blocks that they were sitting on turned into comfortable black leather armchairs. I know it's not much, but I just couldn't stand the sewer anymore. By the way, since this is my mind, I give you permission to make any scenery or add anything you want to the mansion, since I don't know what type of taste you two like, said Naruto as he scratched the back of his head nervously. Both gave him a nod before Kyubi asked, any other questions? Naruto shook his head in reply to the question. Kyubi glanced at Taisho, said Demon looked back at her before nodding his head. A moment later, Kyubi had one of her tails in front of her. She then plucked a single string of hair off the very tip of her tail. She then got up and walked over towards Taisho before handing him the string of hair. Taisho closed his eyes for a moment as a yellow glow illuminated the room and blinded Naruto. When the light died down and Naruto could see again, he saw Taisho holding a red Haido that looked a little too big for him. When Naruto saw Taisho gesture him over, he wordlessly obeyed. Naruto-san, said Taisho as he looked Naruto straight in the eyes. This is a uniquely woven Haido that are made of the Hinazumi hair. It is made to withstand fire and will actually repair itself when it is hit by them. Find use for this and take care of it, since it once belonged to my own son Inuyasha, who wore this through countless battles. Naruto took hold of the Haido before trying it on. Immediately, he knew that it was too big for him to be wearing. Naruto scratched the back of his head for a moment before saying, I guess I will have to grow into it, huh? Taisho chuckled slightly before snapping his fingers. A second later, the Haido glowed yellow as it started to shift. When it stopped, it showed that it was no longer a jacket, but more like a red cloak that went down past his kneecaps, along with a hood attached to it. Better? Asked an amused Taisho. Naruto looked around before spotting Kyubi, who was sitting next to a mirror. Naruto studied himself in the mirror for a few moments before looking back at Taisho and asking, can you make it darker? Like crimson or something? All Taisho did was sigh before snapping his fingers again. In an instant, the color of the cloak began to darken until it turned to the color specified. Naruto studied himself in the mirror again before grinning. Perfect, shouted Naruto. Kyubi giggled at this before noticing that his form was beginning to fade. It seems like our time is up, Naruto-kun, said Kyubi sadly. Naruto looked back at her, then at Taisho, as he too was frowning at him. Just then, something a thought entered his mind, and he asked, hey, what else can Tessega do? I know the village wouldn't seal it away unless it had something more special with it. Taisho blinked before shaking his head. The answers will come when I deem you ready to learn them, was all he got to say before Naruto faded away completely. Outside world. Naruto slowly cracked his eyes, open to see lush green grass beneath him. Blinking a few times, he went to get up when he noticed that he was now wearing the crimson cloak that was given to him by Taisho. He was about to question how it was here when he had got it in his mind before shaking his head. He decided to just put it under the troublesome matters file in his mind before walking back to Tezuna's home. As he left the clearing, he began to notice that it was sunset and that Kakashi and the others might be worried. So he decided to test out his new abilities by running in the direction of the bridge builder's house. He was shocked to note that it only took him 3 minutes to get back, when previously it would have taken him a good 15-minute walk. Naruto shook his head slightly before walking into the home to see that everyone was already at the table ready to eat. When everyone heard the door open, they turned to see Naruto, standing there wearing a crimson cloak and having a small, nervous grin on his face. "Did I miss dinner?" asked the blonde, who was still grinning sheepishly. "No," answered Kakashi with a raised eyebrow. "Where have you been? You ran off at about noon, and we haven't seen you since." "I was talking to them for 5 hours," thought Naruto before he replied. "I was meditating." Sasuke scoffed before saying, "Like a dope, like you would even know how to meditate." Naruto turned to glare at the boy as he placed his hand on the hilt of his blade before growling out, "Do you want to get hurt, team?" All Sasuke did was smirk again as he flashed his Sharingan. "Try a dope." Kakashi sighed as he heard Zabuza and Tazuna begin making bets on who would win. Haku just shook her head, while Sakura had a worried look on her face. "Maybe I should have stayed in ANBU," thought Kakashi as he watched his two students bicker back and forth. But at least those two are back to normal. For days later, Team 7, along with Zabuza and Haku, stood at the edge of the bridge as everyone in the village came to say goodbye. Tazuna, Tsunami, and Inari were all in the front of the huge crowd behind them. "Thanks to all of you, we have completed the bridge. Just sucks that you have to leave," said Tazuna sadly. "Thanks for everything you've all done." Naruto grinned. "Don't worry, we'll visit sometime soon." Inari sniffled a little. "You sniff better." Naruto just grinned at him before going up to him and ruffling his hair. He then looked at Tazuna before pulling out a piece of paper and handing it to him. "That was Gato's account number. Now that he's dead, I think you can have access to it and fix up the village a little," said the blonde. Tazuna stood there and shook at what the boy was doing. A few seconds later, he felt a tear roll down his cheek. He took a hold of the boy's hand before saying, "Thank you." All Naruto did was smile as he shook the man's hand. When his hand was released, he walked back over to his team before they turned to leave. As they were walking, they could hear the sound of some of the young girls in the village saying, "Goodbye, Naruto-kun," which caused the boy to blush and pull his hood up in an attempt to hide it. "Someone's at a fan club and wave, I see," teased Kakashi while Haku just looked irritated. "Kakashi-sensei, why Naruto?" while everyone else snickered at his discomfort. That boy changed Inari's heart and gave this place hope once more. He gave up the chance at living a wealthy life for the sake of our village and killed the man who had cursed us for so long, said Tazuna as he watched them all leave. "Hey, Tazuna, what are we going to name the bridge?" asked a random villager. Before he could even think, a random girl from the crowd shouted out, "Naruto!" Tazuna stopped to think for a moment before he began to laugh. "The Great Naruto Bridge. It has a nice ring to it, don't it?" asked Tazuna. The journey back to Konoha was, for lack of a better term, boring. The only thing they did was walk, rest, and eat. They did find out that Zabuza and Haku were attempting to join Konoha. When asked why, Zabuza would only reply with a very short statement. "It's for Haku's sake." This had brought a strange thought into the minds of Team 7. They had always labeled Zabuza as a cold bastard that didn't care about anyone other than himself. Yet in spite of all that he has done, he was willing to risk an execution from the Hokage just so that he could give Haku a better life. Even Sasuke, the cold-hearted emo kid, had to admit that it was pretty noble of him to do such a thing. As the days went by, Team 7 had managed to get some information on the Zanbato-wielding man and his ex-tool Haku. They found out that Zabuza was not only a Kenjutsu master, but also a member of the legendary Seven Swordsmen of the Mist. From what Kakashi explained, all of them were at least Umbu level, and that if all 7 were fighting in one battle together, then it was almost an assured victory for the Mist. For Haku, most had learned, with the exception of Sasuke, who was far too upset about being beaten by a girl to pay any attention, that the only reason she dressed up like a boy was to keep pedophiles away from her. She had explained to them about her childhood, and, after telling them about how cruel the Mizukage was, they couldn't blame her. In the end, the team had found that, regardless of them being missing mean, both were relatively good people. Well, Haku was good, but Zabuza was still a tad freaky from time to time. As the group continued to walk, Naruto was grinning as though he had won the lottery. The reason why is because he was finally going home. After almost spending a month in Wave, he started feeling homesick and rather missed seeing Tenten. Speaking of which, thought the blonde, I wonder what we're going to do once we get back. Are we going to that dango store we always go to, or are we going to some restaurant? As these thoughts started to fill the blonde's mind, Sakura's voice rung through his ears. We're finally home. Looking up, he saw that indeed they were, since he could clearly see the gates. This made him grin again before he started walking faster until he was walking beside Sasuke. The two didn't say a word, and even though Naruto was smiling, he wanted to glare at this rival. The reason why is because ever since he had awakened from his 3-day coma in Wave, Sasuke had been acting more arrogant around Naruto, as though he was antagonizing him to try and initiate a battle. Normally Naruto would have been happy to oblige, but for some reason he didn't want to. Maybe it was because he didn't want to hurt him, or maybe he didn't want to hear Sakura yell at him for doing it. Even if he liked her, she would still pick Sasuke over him regardless of who really started it. It was just the sad truth about things. As the group neared the gates, everyone could feel the looks that the hidden Umbu were giving them. While most were slightly worried, Kakashi had known that this would happen, and he once again thanked Kami above that he had prepared for this. Just when they were about to pass through the gates, a woman in a standard Chunin outfit with 3 dogs growling beside her had landed in front of them. "What's your business here?" asked the woman while her dogs continued to growl at them. Hatake Kakashi, returning from a 2-week-long mission with 2 new recruits that wished to meet with Hokage-sama, stated Kakashi in a bored tone. The laws state that any missing nin found anywhere in the country with a bounty on their heads will be jailed, then executed for crimes against their village, said the woman while glaring at Zabuza and Haku. "Yes, that is true," replied Kakashi. "However, if the missing nin is willing to cooperate with the Kage or Daimyo in giving information, then they will be excluded from the laws and will be put on trial and be judged for their actions. Basically, as long as they cooperate, then they are allowed to enter the village and to negotiate with the Hokage." The woman glared at the 2 missing nins for a few moments before nodding. She was about to jump off again when she saw a familiar face with whiskers on his cheeks. Just then the boy had recognized the 2 red markings on her cheeks as well. Both raised an accusing finger at each other before shouting out. The whole group was silent while the Chunins I was twitching while the blonde boy was sweating bullets. The silence was broken when Zabuza asked, "You know this chick Gaki?" The woman huffed and turned away, which made Naruto sigh in relief. "Yeah, I accidentally hit her with a stink bomb a couple months after I failed my academy test for the 2nd time." This bit of information caused Zabuza to chuckle lightly at the girl's misfortune. The said girl turned back to face them and glared at Naruto while directing a little killing intent towards him. "The whole Inuzuka compound stank for 2 weeks. With our heightened senses, it felt like fire went up our noses," scolded the Inuzuka. All that did was make Zabuza's chuckle turn into full-blown laughter. This, of course, made Kakashi start chuckle slightly due to the fact that he had been sent to investigate that incident. It was priceless to see the expressions on their faces as they came running out of the complex while coving their noses in the process. "Oh, come on, Hannah-san, it wasn't that bad," said the boy nervously. The moment he finished that sentence, he immediately regretted it, since the girl known as Hannah leaped at him in an attempt to strangle him. Said boy quickly slid past her before making a mad dash towards his home, while shouting, "I'll see you later, guys." "Oh no, you don't, you little bastard," shouted Hannah before proceeding to chase after the blonde-haired youth followed by her dogs. Everyone, with the exception of Zabuza, who was still laughing his ass off, sweat dropped at the display before shaking their heads simultaneously. Yup, it was great to be back in Konoha. With Naruto. Naruto panted as he stopped at his apartment door. After being chased for a good 45 minutes, he finally managed to give Hannah the slip. Sighing, he reached into his pocket, pulled out his keys, and unlocked his door. He then walked inside, closed the door, and placed his supply scroll on the kitchen counter before heading toward his bedroom. "Damn, she's hard to get around," said the blonde aloud before he entered his bedroom. Now, there were many things that had surprised the blonde in the past that made him almost immune to most strange things. However, the sight of 3 dogs sitting on his bed looking at him while wagging their tails was something that was very strange to walk in on. "What the hell?" questioned the boy. Just then his face turned from confused to horrified before asking aloud, "Is Hannah here?" To his disbelief, the dogs shook their heads in response to his question. This made Naruto raise his brow until he sighed. All right, one of you bark if you can understand me. Bark. Good enough, said the blonde before walking over and petting them. Now I got things to do, so I'm going to need you to leave. In response to this, all three of the dogs whined loudly before walking over to his broken window and jumping out. Naruto's eye twitched as a thought entered his mind. That Hannah better fucking pay for that window her dogs broke. Soon after that, Naruto heard someone knocking at his door and groaned. Walking over to his door, he cracked it open slightly to see Irika standing there. Sighing in relief, he opened the door before grinning at the scared Chunin. Yo, Irika-sensei, greeted the blonde boy. Irika blinked a few times as he looked at his old student. He frowned slightly as he studied Naruto's new attire. Where's Naruto? Now, it was Naruto's turn to blink at the statement. Just then it hit why Irika was acting like this. He smacked his forehead and replied, Sorry about the new look. I'll explain over some ramen, since you owe me a bowl. Since when do I owe you a dash? Irika stopped mid-sentence before looking at the now grinning Naruto. He smiled as he realized that this was no imposter and soon laughed before saying, All right, but no more than 3 bowls. What, that's not fair. Neither is leaving me to pay the bill all the time. At that, Naruto grumbled while saying stuff about unfairness and deprivation of ramen, as he called it. After a few minutes of small talk and a few laughs, they finally arrived at the ramen stand. In the instant the owner, Tucci, saw Naruto and Irika approaching, he started chuckling lightly in the profit that was about make. Naruto-san, Irika-san, greeted the man. Yo, Tucci-san, I'll have 3 miso ramen, please, stated the blonde before sitting down. Irika sighed and said, I'll take 1 pork ramen, please. The said man just smiled and went into the back of the shop to prepare the ramen. As he cooked, Naruto explained to Irika about the mission to Wave, the fight with Haku, and his new appearance. By the time he finished the explanation, their ramen had arrived, and Naruto was scarfing it down like it was a cure to a deadly poison. Tusan, I'm back, shouted a female voice. The voice in question was the owner's daughter, Ayam, who helped Tucci run the stand. Ah, Ayam-chan, we have an old customer back, said Tucci. She looked at her father curiously and turned to look at the 2 customers sitting down. One was the familiar scared face of Irika, while the other was a boy with long blonde hair wearing a dark red cloak. She tried to see his face only to have her vision obscured by the blonde's long bangs blocking his face. Just as she was about to move in for a closer look, the blonde turned his head to face her, and she was shocked to see 3 unmistakable whisker marks on each cheek. Iya-yama-chan, greeted Naruto as he waved to her. Ayam, on the other hand, was speechless for a moment. She couldn't believe that the boy she had known since he first came to the ramen stand had changed so much. Without knowing, she started blushing at the handsome face. Ayam was snapped out of her thoughts when she realized that everyone was staring at her. She laughed nervously before replying, Hello, Naruto. The boy stared at her for a moment with a raised his eyebrow before shrugging and going back to his ramen. Irika and Tucci, on the other hand, had big grins on their faces. She quickly bowed her head slightly before walking into the back while doing her best to cover her face from their view. Blackmail, thought the 2 men with huge smiles on their faces. Hey, Irika-sensei, started the blonde, gaining the scar man's attention. Can I ask you something? Sure, what is it? Why doesn't the academy teach useful things like chakra control? What do you mean by that? We teach the leaf floating exercise in the academy. Well, don't you think it would be better if you give them something more, I don't know, useful like tree walking, or give them some exercise that will increase their chakra reserves? This made Irika stop and think for a moment. He never thought about that before. In truth, he thought that the basics were enough for any normal genin. But now that it was brought to light, it really would be a good idea. Though it would be difficult at first, the theory could in fact work. With that said, he turned to Naruto before ruffled his hair. Good idea, Naruto. I'll have to talk about it with Hokage-sama, but I think you have a very useful tip on how to make some great young shinobi. Instead of getting annoyed by the man ruffling his hair, he grinned with pride for coming up with a useful idea. After eating a few more bowls, Naruto decided that he should save room for his date with Tenten. So he thanked Irika before heading over to the training ground where Tintin's team trained. When he arrived, he almost wished he didn't come at all. There, not 3 feet away from him, was Guy and Lee hugging while the creepy genjutsu of a sunset appeared behind them. Naruto suppressed a shudder before turning to see Tintin looking horrified and Niji looking as though he killed someone. Ignoring the hugging green men, he walked over to the group while shouting, "Hello, Tinchan. Hello, Niji." Both turned to see the blonde boy approaching. While Niji raised an eyebrow in confusion, Tintin waved back to him and replied, "Hi, Naruto." The Hyuga, on the other hand, just have him a short nod before closing his eyes in an attempt to concentrate on something other than the two green-wearing men in front of him. The said two men stopped their hugging session and looked at Naruto in confusion. That was when they recognized him and rushed over to greet him. "Naruto-kun, it's wonderful to see you again, my hip rival. How was your C-rank mission that Tintin mentioned not long after you left?" Naruto chucked nervously as he tried to avoid a challenge today. He knew that if he didn't say the right things, it would lead to Lee either challenging him or doing insane things to prove that he was better. No matter how flattered he was about being considered someone else's rival, he preferred not have Lee do something that would hurt him. "It was okay. We didn't encounter much, just a few bandits and such." "Well, don't be discouraged, my rival. I'm sure you will have a mission that will be great for your skills. Isn't that right, Guy-sensei?" The said man gave Naruto a smile, which made the man's teeth sparkle in the sunlight, before saying, "YOSH. Naruto-kun will soon be able to test his skills. In the meantime, why don't you train with my youthful student Lee Naruto?" "Sorry, I can't today," answered the blonde. "I promised Tintin that I would go with her to get some lunch when I returned. Besides, I think I hear someone saying they need help with something." "What?" "Lee, let's go help our fellow youth in the village. If we cannot help, then we will run 40 laps around Konoha. And if we can't do that, then we will do 300 push-ups. Well, you better hurry. I think she is about to get hurt doing it by herself." "Then we're off." They shouted simultaneously before running off in a random direction. "Good save, Naruto," said Tintin while trying to suppress her laughter. "I wasn't lying," answered Naruto with a grin on his face, and they're heading in the wrong direction. Tintin immediately stopped snickering and gaped at Naruto. Niji had also snapped his eyes open to gape at the blonde. Quickly, he activated his Byakugan and searched round the area to find that indeed there was an elderly lady who was trying to push a heavy-looking cart down the road. "It's true," confirmed Niji as he deactivated his bloodline and looked at the blonde. "How did you hear that? That was a mile away from this location." Naruto didn't respond immediately. Instead, he tapped his ear and answered, "Enhanced hearing. It's a bitch at first to get used to, but after a while it's second nature to control the hearing distance." All Niji could do was nod before going back into his meditation state, while thinking about the blonde's new talent. Tintin, however, was still gaping at him with an amazed look on her face. Just then she realized that he was looking at her, and shook off her shock and smiled sheepishly. "All right, so where did you want to go?" asked the blonde. Tintin thought about it for a moment before walking over to him, grabbing his hand, and dragged him out of the clearing. "It's a new place that opened up about 2 days ago. It's not far from here, so I figure we should try it out." After walking for about 5 minutes, they finally arrived to a medium-sized store. It was a plain white building with red letters that read Hibachi Ichiban. The two walked into the building to see that not too many people were there. The restaurant had small black tables with matching black chairs with red cushions. The floor was made of white tile, while the walls were a white cream color. The two walked over to the counter and saw that a woman wearing a white apron with a red t-shirt standing there waiting for them. "Welcome to Hibachi Ichiban. How may I help you?" Naruto looked around the counter for a moment before he was handed a light blue menu. He looked up to see the woman smiling at him politely. He smiled back before taking the menu and searched for what he wanted. He felt Tintin looking over his shoulder and decided to place it on the counter so both could see. "I'll have the chicken with extra noodles and no vegetables, please." The woman nodded while writing it on a notepad before looking at Tintin. "I'll take the jumbo shrimp with extra rice, please." Again, the girl nodded and scribbled down the order before asking, "What kind of drinks would you two like?" "Water." "Svetea." All right then, the orders will be out in a few minutes. The two nodded and walked over to a nearby table, then sat down. As they waited for their meals, Naruto told Tintin the story about Wave and about his sword. He had noted that she was miffed that he wouldn't show her yet, but had promised to show her later. Though he did tell her about the change, he didn't tell her it was due to Taisho or Kyubi, but a bloodline that had awakened. He was about midway through his story when their food arrived. As the two ate, they heard the sound of the door chiming, and both turned to see something neither had expected. "Guys, what are you doing here?" asked Naruto as he looked at his team, along with Zabuza and Haku in tow. Kakashi looked back at the boy in surprise before he noticed that he was with someone. Instantly, I smiled at his student before saying, "On Naruto, I didn't know you had a girlfriend. When were you going to tell us?" Sakura looked back at Naruto in surprise. "Since when did this happen?" thought Sakura as she stared at the now blushing girl sitting across a flushed Naruto. "As she's not my girlfriend, Kakashi-sensei. What are you doing here anyway?" asked the still blushing blonde. Kakashi just shrugged before pulling out his orange book. "We came here to get something to eat." "Who are you anyway?" asked Sakura as she looked at Tenten. The said girl looked back at her with a raised eyebrow before answering, "Tenten. And you are?" "Haruno Sakura," answered the pink-haired girl as she gave her a fake smile inside, though inner Sakura was blowing a gasket. "That little hussy! How dare she take away my source of encouragement from me? I'll rip her pretty little face off for that." "In any case, Naruto, we will be meeting tomorrow at noon for our daily mission." He then turned to Zabuza and Haku. "As for you two, I would suggest you find a hotel to stay at until you can afford your own place." "Hang on a minute." Pepe to Naruto as he looked over at the former, missing means, "My apartment complex has plenty of rooms in it. And since nobody else lives there, you can move in without much hassle or pay for a little while." "You sure the landlord doesn't mind?" asked Zabuza with a raised eyebrow. "Of course not. After all, you're looking at him," said Naruto with big grin. It was true, since the landlord hated him, he deliberately gave Naruto poor living conditions and also made Naruto pay twice as much on bills along with other things than normal. After having his home ransacked for the fourth time in 1 week, Naruto finally had enough and told the Hokage about what was happening. To make a long story short, Naruto had gained the land after the Hokage had stripped it away for the previous owner and was now entitled to the whole building. Zabuza only nodded his head and muttered a small thanks in return for the offer. Haku, on the other hand, had ran up and hugged the blonde for what he was doing, which made two of the females in the group glare at her, while Naruto blushed. After getting everything sorted out, Naruto and Tintin finished their meal, and Tintin had to leave. Naruto offered to walk her home, only for Tintin to politely decline on his offer, while telling him he needed to show his new guest to his apartment. After waiting for the group to finish eating, Naruto said his goodbyes to his team before guiding Zabuza and Haku towards his home. As they were walking, both noticed that the villagers were glaring in their direction, but were not being focused onto them and more onto the blonde in front of them. As they continued walking, Naruto turned through a dark alleyway. "This is a shortcut to the complex, just as a heads up," stated the blonde as he guided them through the alleyway. Just as they were about to exit it, an old man wearing a dirty white shirt with a pair of equally dirty black pants came out in front of them, blocking their path. "What are you doing here, you brat?" shouted the old man. "Just going home, you old prick." "Why you?" Just as Zabuza was about to intervene, the old man stopped yelling and cracked up laughing, while Naruto followed suit. This action confused Zabuza and Haku as the two started patting each other as though they were old friends. "It's good to see you, Naruto. How's the ninja life?" "Fine uno guess. Though it's kind of boring at times, but you get used to it." "That's good, I guess. Word on the streets says that you had a C-rank mission. I take it you just returned since I haven't seen you in a while." "Yeah, well, you know how it is. I'm sorry for not telling you, but I had to see someone before I left." The old man just waved it off while saying no harm in that gaki. Getting annoyed, Zabuza cleared his throat loudly so as to gain the two's attention. Both looked back at him before Naruto straightened himself. "Oh yeah, these two are my friend from a mission I just returned from." "Zabuza, Haku, this is Yuma-san." "Yuma-san, meet Momochi." Zabuza and Haku. The man now known as Yuma grinned before pulling out his hand. Nice to meet you both. Both shook the man's hand politely before he turned back towards Naruto. Well, I got things to do, so I'll see you around, Brad. By the way, everyone wanted me to tell you they miss you. Naruto smiled back before replying, tell them I'll visit when I get the time. The man nodded before walking through the alleyway. Soon after Yuma left, they began walking again towards Naruto's apartment complex. Curiously, Haku asked, who was that man? He and a few others were the ones who helped me get away from people who I pulled my pranks on, answered the blonde while not turning to face her, along with some of the villagers. After a few more moments of silent walking, they finally arrived at the building. It wasn't much, just a simple 4-story red building with a green rooftop and pipes all around it, much like some of the other houses. He gestured them to follow him, and after going up a few flights of stairs, he stopped at one of the doors on the 3rd floor. This is your room, Zabuza. Haku's is across the hall from yours, said the blonde. If you need me, I'm the first door you see coming up the stairs. With that, he quietly walked up the stairs and walked over to his door. After taking out his keys and unlocking the door, he kicked his sandals off and hung his cloak on his couch. He sighed as he looked around his apartment. In the past, he had nothing of any significant value in his home. But after his landlord had been stripped of his property, he had been able to have access to the man's own apartment. The said apartment had everything Naruto needed that he didn't have in his old one. The living room had polished oak floors along with a black leather sofa and a matching armchair for him to relax in. On the side were sliding glass doors that lead to a small balcony that overlooked the village and gave him a good view of everything below. His kitchen had a new counter, a pantry full of snacks and other things, both a freezer and a fridge which had plenty of healthy food to last him for a few more weeks. His bathroom was now big enough to fit a few people in it with a jacuzzi tub and a separate shower stall, so he could either take a quick shower or relax in his tub. To finish it all off, his new bedroom was now just as big as his half of his old apartment put together. It had 2 beds, one for himself, the other for a guest, a window by his bed for the warm days, a walk-in closet that he really didn't use, and a small laundry chute that was stationed by the doorway. All in all, it was the perfect setup for the young boy. He walked over to his room and plopped down on his bed, not caring that it wasn't even dark. His primary thoughts were on the date he had with Tintin. Though he knew it could have been better, he enjoyed his time with her. He decided to get in a nap before he going out to train. His ideas of sleep were abruptly shattered when he heard the sound of someone knocking on his door again. For fuck's sake, raged Naruto in his mind, can a guy get any time of peace for himself? Knock, knock, knock. Yeah, I'm coming. Hold your damn horses, yelled Naruto as he walked over to the door. When he opened it, he saw that nobody was there. Stepping out, he looked around the corridor to see that nobody was there. Just when he was about to go back into his home, he noticed a small scroll on his doorstep. Carefully, he picked up the scroll before opening it to see that it was a letter from the Inuzuka head. Dear Uzumaki Naruto, it has come to my attention that you have developed something that I find interesting. When you receive this, please come visit us at the Hokage Tower. All will be explained once you arrive. Sincerely, Inuzuka-sama. After reading the text, he grunted before walking back in his home to grab his shoes and cloak. He then closed the door, locked it, and took off to the Hokage Tower. Looking up, he saw that it was already reaching sundown. After running for a few moments, he finally skidded to a stop as he reached his destination. Walking calmly, he entered the building, walked up the flight of stairs receiving glares along the way, and finally made it to the top floor, where the Hokage's office was located. The moment he reached the floor, the door to the Hokage's office swung open to reveal a smiling Sarutobi in his usual white Hokage robes along with the white sacket. Naruto-kun, it's good to see you. Please come in, we have much to discuss, said the elderly Hokage as he gestured the young man into the office. All Naruto did was grin before walking in. The moment he entered, he saw that a woman in a standard jounin outfit with untamed brown hair with red marks on her cheeks was looking at him in amusement. A moment later, the door to the office was closed, and Sarutobi made his way to his desk while he pointed to an empty seat in front of the desk. Wordlessly, Naruto sat down and looked at the Hokage in confusion. Normally, he would have just asked what this was about, but since he was already tired and he was trying not to act childish at the moment, he decided to remain quiet until after the man finished speaking to him. After a few moments of tense silence, Sarutobi finally spoke. Naruto, I was informed of your actions during your previous mission to Wave. All this did was make Naruto's eyebrow rise slightly. I was told by Kakashi that you had unlocked a hidden ability in that sword you carry. Also, he said that you had changed during your battle on the bridge with a young one named Haku. It was clarified by the said young lady that she was winning until you changed into some different form. All I want to ask is if I may see this form and for you to explain any changes that may have occurred to the seal on your abdomen. Naruto nodded as he listened to the old man. He didn't argue, since it was bound to get out one way or another. He closed his eyes for a moment before relaxing his muscles. Taisho-san, please release my power for a moment, thought Naruto as he awaited the demon's response. He didn't receive a response. Instead, he felt a trickle of yuki flow through his body. To him, it felt like someone was pouring warm water down his body from the head down. As this was happening, Sarutobi and Sum were slightly wide-eyed as they watched the blonde boy's appearance change. After a few seconds, Naruto's eyes opened to reveal not sapphire blue spheres, but golden eyes with slitted pupils. Kramo, Sum's canine companion, snapped up from his place in the corner of the room and looked straight at him. Immediately, he ran over before making an attempt to bow to Naruto. Inu no Taisho-sama, how may I be of service? This did three things to Naruto. First was that it made him jump since the last time he checked, dogs couldn't talk. Second, it caused him to lose focus and made his appearance change back to his Hanyu form. Third was that it made him wonder why he was bowing and referring him to the demon in the seal. Sorry, you must have it wrong. Leader or dog demon, said Naruto while still curious as to how the dog was talking. The said dog looked back up at him with its one good eye and replied, Nonsense. Every generation has been told of your existence, and there is no possible way for you to have exactly the same scent and chakra as him. Okay, first of all, it's Yuki, not chakra. Second, how could you possibly know of his existence from this point in time? I mean, it's got to have been centuries since his time in this world. This was when Sum decided to enter the conversation. Actually, I think it's something that all dogs have. They were told that whoever had possession of the Inu no Taisho's power is considered to be the leader of the dog clan. In this case, you're in control of our dogs to do with as you please. This bit of information came to quite a shock to the boy. Not only did he have the power of a demon, a sword of the said demon, but also the entire Inuzuka clan's dogs under his command if he wished. Which brings me to the other reason that you're here today, Uzumaki-san, continued Sum. I would like to give you an invitation to becoming a member of the Inuzuka clan. What? Replied the blonde. The woman sighed before repeating it slowly. I, Inuzuka Sum, offer you, Uzumaki Naruto, an invitation to becoming a member of the Inuzuka clan. Naruto just sat there in silence for a few moments while looking down at the floor. After a pregnant pause, he finally asked, why are you doing this? This had temporarily caught Sum off guard since she didn't think he would ask such a question. She quickly regained her composure before answering. Because I thought it would do you some good to have some better training with your new abilities and how to control them better. Naruto raised his head to say something only to stop at her next words. Also to have a chance at having a family that cares. As she said this, Naruto noticed a hint of sadness flash through her eyes. Though we wouldn't be your real one, we can at least give you the family you never had before. He stayed silent as the information started sinking in. His chance to have a family, a chance to feel welcomed, a chance to experience what having a family feels like. That was when he remembered the names of his parents were. Sarutobi watched as Naruto's mood darkened as he turned to face him. For a moment, he supposed the boy had disregarded the question and now had one of his own. And, like most times, he was right about the boy, as he asked, who were my parents? The elderly Hokage could only sigh before answering. I'm sorry, Naruto, but I can't tell you this yet. Why not? Yelled the blonde. Because both of them made me promise that I wouldn't tell you anything until I thought you were ready. And I am. I can take anything that comes at me right now. Anything that comes at me, I will take care of it, you know that. Can you defeat a Jounin without trouble, Naruto? Asked the Hokage as he raised his voice slightly. The boy stopped for a moment in regards to the question. He was about to answer when the elderly Hokage continued. Can you stop an Umbu squad on your own? Can you defeat something strong as or stronger than you yourself are? No, not yet you can't, and that is why I won't tell you about them. I know that Kakashi told you their names, but that is all I will allow to slip from him. Until I know you can handle the enemies that your parents left behind, then I will tell you who they are. That, on the name of the Hokage, I promise. Naruto clenched his fist as Sarutobi finished speaking. Though he did understand the importance of it, he didn't agree to how it had to be. So with a resigned sigh, he sat down and nodded his head. I am Sora Naruto Kropka, thought Sarutobi, but it's for your own good that you don't know yet. You still have to answer to Tsum-san's offer. Naruto blinked a few times before looking back at Tsum. He had honestly forgotten about her in the heat of the discussion concerning his parents. Thinking it over for a moment, he absent-mindedly started scratching Kurumaru's ear, which made the dog wag its tail in enjoyment. After a few moments of silence, he sighed and answered, I decline. This came to a shock to Tsum, as she had thought he would accept. So, without thinking, she asked, why? Don't you want to be with us? We can help you with everything you need, even teach you our own family style of fighting. Sorry, but I can't just enter someone's home and expect to be considered family. Though I would like it, I can't after living alone for all my life. It would just be too big of a change for me. Besides, I have people who live in my complex now, so I have to make sure they have a place to stay without trouble. After he finished speaking, he got out of the chair and made his way to the door, while Tsum just looked down at the floor. However, just as Naruto left, he muttered, besides, you don't want a Hanyu living with you, before walking out and closing the doors behind him. She looked back at the now closed doors with a shocked look on her face. She looked back at the Hokage and asked, what now? The old man sighed before pulling his pipe up to his mouth and took a long drag from it. Leave it be for now. I'm sure that once he calms down he might take up the offer, though I didn't think he would go so far to help him. The woman smiled faintly at that. Well, I don't like seeing someone like him go through life the way he does. It's not right to just watch him. I'll admit, I didn't like him at first, but after seeing how he lived, I saw my little Kiba in his place. I didn't like it, so ever since then I've been trying to think up ways to get him into the clan so I could help him more. Sarutobi stayed silent as he took another puff from his pipe. The life of a Jinchuriki is a hard one, and it seems that he just has one obstacle after another, doesn't he? I think it's best to leave him alone for now. All these things happening him lately must be making him too stressed. Tsum nodded before getting up to leave. Just when she was about to leave, she stopped and turned to face her leader. Can I send someone to meet with him and help him with his senses? Sarutobi's face went into thought for a moment before smiling and nodding his head. Tsum smiled brightly at that and headed out of the office with one thought in mind. I might not be there to help you, but the least I can do is help you as much as I can. With Naruto, Naruto was now sitting on his bed in thought. He had been thinking about what the Hokage had told him, and he was upset about it. He had lived through the bad times, pushed down his barriers, went past his limits, and it still wasn't enough to the old man. Well, fine, yelled Naruto. If Aji-san wants me to be ready, then I will be. I'll train until I can take down a Jounin, an Umbu squad, or anyone else who gets in my way. Just you watch. After he declared this, his stomach growled loudly, which made the blonde boy look sheepish. Right after I get me something to eat. Naruto had woken up early the next day, and after grabbing a bit to eat, headed towards the nearest training ground. When he arrived, however, he ran into a big problem. What the hell am I supposed to train in? Out of all his time since he had graduated the academy and meeting Tenten, he had only learned things that involved weapons and chakra control, simple trap making and basic sealing. Other than those, he didn't have much else to train in. He could do taijutsu, but without a partner or any form of style, it was practically useless to him. Though he could ask for Guy and Lee's help, he really didn't want to unless he had to. Jinjutsu was out of the question. Even if his chakra control had improved, it still wasn't even close to the standards for even a basic Jinjutsu. Then there was the possibility with seals, but that alone was a field too complex for him to handle. Finally, ninjutsu wasn't an option either, since he didn't have much in his arsenal other than Kage Bunshin, Hinge, and Kawarimi. Other than that, he didn't really have much else. What can I train in? Thought the blonde as he sat down on the ground and thought. After thinking for a while, he finally came up with something. He grinned to himself before taking a meditative position on the ground and focused. Mindscape. When he opened his eyes, he found that he was in a strange new environment. To be specific, it was a clearing in a forest with tall trees towering above him. Looking around, he saw that there was a small path in between the giant trees and decided to take it. After walking for a few moments, he came upon two small wooden huts. Raising an eyebrow at this, Naruto headed to the one on his left. After walking over to the door, he slowly opened it to see a sight that amazed him. On the outside, it looked like a small wooden hut that was relatively old. On the inside, however, the small hut looked like the inside of a five-star hotel. The floors were polished oak with cream white walls. The furniture consisted of two fuzzy armchairs and a large fuzzy couch in between. In the middle of all these was a bear-skinned rug with a small coffee table on top and a fireplace nearby. As he was about to continue searching, he heard someone say, it's rude to walk into someone's home unannounced. Naruto's body stiffened before slowly turning to see something most men would kill to witness. There, standing in front of him, was the form of Kyuubi garb in only a red towel, which showed off almost every curve on her gorgeous body. Closing his eyes, he quickly turned away and tried his best not to have a nose bleed so as to not get pummeled by the said demon. All she did was raise an eyebrow at his actions before taking note of her state of dress. Sighing, she walked over to her room and got into a change of cloths. When she came back out, she was wearing a short-sleeved t-shirt with a pair of black sweatpants. She looked at him with a bored expression as he had yet to turn around. Sighing, she griped his shoulder and turned him around to face her. Before she could say anything, he quickly said, "Sorry, I didn't know what was happening, and I thought that this was Taisho's place or something." Kyuubi giggled slightly before placing a finger on his lips to silence him. "It's fine. I understand completely, so don't worry about it, okay?" Once she saw him nod, she decided to ask, "What brings you here, Naruto?" With that said, Naruto nervously grinned and said, "I need training. So I decided to ask and see if you two could teach me how to transform quicker without me having come here all the time." Kyuubi just thought about it for a moment before nodding. "Sure, I'm sure Makiba-chan wouldn't mind if I help you out. I can also give you something that could be of use to you in your training." With that said, she quickly grabbed his hand and guided him towards the door. "Let's hurry before someone finds you outside." Naruto could only nod as Kyuubi led him towards the other hut. As they approached, Naruto noticed that this hut didn't look that much different from the other. The only difference was that this hut didn't have a door, but a curtain that blocked the doorway. Kyuubi either didn't care, or did this often because she just walked through the curtain and yelled, "Makiba-chan, we have a guest." Naruto looked around and noticed that the difference between the two huts was very noticeable. Taisho's was set in an old feudal Japan type of fashion more than normal times like Kyuubi's was. His floors consisted of tatami mats, while 3 separate pillows and trays were stationed in the middle. Not far away was a small kettle was positioned over a few bits of firewood. So far, the place looked rather comfy, and it had a lingering aura of calmness. Just as he was finished observing the portion of the home, Taisho came out from another curtain while looking mildly annoyed. "I told you to refrain from referring to me in that way." Kyuubi just grinned at him and said, "Since when did I listen to anybody? Anyway, Naruto here has something he wants to ask you." "Yup, do you think you can help me get your Yuki out quicker so that I don't have to focus so much to get it?" said Naruto while scratching the back of his head. Taisho only nodded before saying, "There's no harm in that, I suppose. It would be useful until you can perform it on your own without my assistance." "What do you mean?" "I am merely granting and guiding my Yuki to you. Once you grow accustomed to it, you will no longer have to rely on me to gain access to my power. So after I get used to it, I don't need to ask you for it?" "Correct. Is it the same case with you, Kyuubi-chan?" The vixen blushed slightly before answering, "Unfortunately, no. Unlike Makiba-chan's Yuki, my chakra is too chaotic for you to control on your own. His Yuki is more tame than mine due to the sword you carry." She pointed at Tesega. "That sword is meant to control the demonic energies that flow through you, and while it surpasses mine, it strengthens the Yuki flowing through you." "Why is that?" "Because that was its original function that I had Totosai create with the blade. The point of the matter is that as long as you are in possession of that blade, you can control my Yuki until I believe you are ready to use my Yuki whenever you please. Naruto nodded and looked at Taisho with a determined look in his eyes. When do we start? The moment you awake. Before you go, Naruto, said Kyubi, I want to show you the technique I want you to learn. It's one of the only techniques I know of that doesn't require my chakra to perform. What is it? All she did was raise her hand and snapped her fingers. The instant she did, a light blue flame appeared on the edge of her finger. This is called Kitsunbai. It's a very deadly flame that can burn through almost anything. At one point, this flame was one of the weaker techniques in the Kitsune clan and was an art long forgotten. I, however, kept this ability, and as I grew in power, so did the technique. To humans, this feels like a regular fire, while to a demon, it feels like nothing. But as you progress and train with it, it will become a very reliable weapon for you. Naruto, for his part, was speechless at this. As he watched Kyubi wave the flame through the air, he couldn't help but gawk as she threw it at a nearby tree and watched it almost melt the trunk before it even got close to it. Wow, was the only intelligent reply he could give at the moment. Kyubi giggled lightly at his awestruck face while Taisho chuckled a little. I think it's time for us to bid you farewell, Naruto-san. Shaking out of his daze, he looked back at them and asked, how will you two teach these things to me? We will simply speak through you telepathically. You can do that. I've been able for quite some time now, since the day you left for that mission you recently returned from. So that was you, huh? Muttered Naruto when he recalled hearing his voice that day. Correct. Now I think it's time for you to go. You will need to begin now before you must meet your team. All Naruto could do was nod and notice that the world around him began to fade until it was no longer visible. Real world. Naruto's eyes snapped open before he closed them to block out the sunrise. After adjusting to the light, he got to his feet. Now how do I contact Taisho? You call, said an amused voice in his mind. This, of course, made the blonde jump, not expecting him to answer so quickly. Don't do that, raged the blonde. Please don't speak out loud. Speak through your thoughts so you may avoid suspicion. How's this? Perfect. Okay, so how we do this? Simple. You will receive a small ounce of my Yuki. Afterwards, you are to tell the difference between your chakra and my Yuki. That sounds pretty hard. How long do you think this will take? 4 days, possibly 5 if you do not grasp the concept fast enough. What? However, I will still need to grant you the Yuki. This training is meant to distinguish between your chakra and my Yuki. Once you can tell the difference, then you will need to adjust and adapt to your new form. How will doing that help me? I'll demonstrate. With that, Taisho sent Naruto a tiny bit of Yuki to Naruto. It wasn't enough to trigger a change, but it was enough to enhance his senses greatly. The moment he noticed the Yuki, he fell to the ground, clutching his ears while squeezing his eyes shut. He groaned in pain as he felt as though his ears were bleeding from all the sounds while his nose felt as though it had been torched along with his eyes. However, just as quickly as the pain appeared, it vanished, leaving Naruto lying on the ground, clutching his head. What the hell was that? That was one of the changes that you will need to adapt to. But when I first transformed, it wasn't nearly as bad as it was just now. The reason for that is because most Hanyu don't have a unique senses like you have. It is true that some yokai and even Hanyu have them because of them being an animal type of yokai or Hanyu. So in this case, I have the senses because of you two being sealed inside me. Correct. So to begin your training, you will need to learn how to adapt to your new senses. Is there any other way to do this? Would you rather proceed with this type of training at your ninja academy? Good point. Those kids tend to be very loud at times. I thought so. It's now time for us to begin. With that said, Naruto felt as though warm water was being poured down his body again. After feeling the warmness stop at the bottom of his feet, he opened his eyes, only to close them again. Damn that sun. After opening his eyes a few times, so as to let his eyes adjust to the bright light shining into the clearing, he glanced round and noticed that he could see all his surroundings a lot clearer than before. He could hear the sound of an animal attempting to go around him, and he could smell that it was deer. Now, tell me what you felt as you transformed. It kind of felt like warm water going down my body from head to toe. Good. I am now going to stop the flow of Yuki that is going through your body. Afterwards, I want you to try and bring out my power and transform. How do I do that? Simple. Focus on the warm water you were referring to when you transformed. You already have my permission, so all you have to do is grasp it. Nodding his head, Naruto closed his eyes for a moment before focusing on the warm feeling he felt earlier. Though it sounded easy, it really wasn't. The fact that he just didn't feel it like before was bugging him to no end. Yet he didn't stop. He continued to focus on trying to release the Dog Lord's power, only to fail every time. After a good 30 minutes of trying, he finally heard a new voice enter his mind. Naruto, you're not focusing hard enough. Huh? Kyubi-chan. Yeah, it's me. Mikiba-chan let me take over for a few minutes. And didn't he tell you not to talk to us out loud? You might freak someone out. Sorry, Kyubi, but this little task is starting to get annoying. Understandable, I guess. After all, after being so used to human chakra for so long, you still have to learn the basics about Yuki. Basics? Are you telling me that this is basic training I'm doing? For a mortal turned Hanyu, yes it is. So since you were having such trouble, I decided to lend you some help. What do you get out of doing this? Nothing, but it beats being bored. I would rather help you out than to sit and do nothing all day. All right, Fine. How do I do this? First think back to when you transformed both times. How will that help me? Emotions are the key to most things. For example, when you thought Sasuke died that day on the bridge, you transformed, correct? Yeah, but the other day when I transformed, I wasn't sad or enraged. I was calm and serious. And that might have been the key in unlocking the transformation. If it makes things easier, imagine a silver chain inside your mind and try and grasp it with your hand. Raising an eyebrow at her idea, he shrugged before closing his eyes again and fingered the hilt of his sheath while repeating 3 words. Calm, collected, precise. Calm, collected, precise. That was when he saw it. In front of him was a long silver chain that shone brightly in the pitch-black room. As he slowly crept towards it, he felt the warm feeling occurring again as his hand came closer and closer towards it. After what seemed like forever, he finally grabbed hold of it and felt the Yuki flow through his body, changing his features. He slowly opened his eyes so that the light wouldn't be too hurtful to him. As he looked around, he could smell the scent of nearby deer and other animals along with the smell of pine trees in the air. As he looked around, he could hear almost everything from his own heartbeat to the slight shifting of the grass as the wind blew. These senses are driving me nuts, exclaimed the now silver-haired youth. Impressive, Naruto-san. I honestly doubted you would achieve so much in such little time. What do you mean? What I meant was I assumed that you would not be able to transform this early. I will now have to find another exercise for you to gain better control over my Yuki. Well, while you're doing that, can Kyubi give me the instructions for the Kitsunbai? I'm one step ahead of you, Naruto. So what do I have to do first, Kyubi-chan? All right, the first thing I want you to do is to start a fire and revert back to your Hanyu form. Naruto only raised an eyebrow before wordlessly doing what he was told. After a few moments and a few failed attempts, he finally managed to create a small flame. What's with this? Why did you make me start a fire and turn back to normal? It is easier to simply manipulate a fire than it is to create it. By doing this, you can learn how to control and form it, so that when you do have to create a flame, you already know how to make it. As for you going back to normal, it's to help you learn to do this without going into your demon form. But enough of that. The next step is to send chakra to your chest and then immediately inhale it. Naruto simply did what he was told and focused a decent amount of chakra into his mouth and chest before inhaling. And now it's time for the hard part. I want you to then send Yuki to your mouth as you exhale towards the fire. Wait a second, thought Naruto as he exhaled the air. I thought you said this wouldn't need your chakra. And how do I use Yuki if I'm not in my yokai form? Well, when I told you it didn't need my chakra, I was telling the truth. As a half-demon, you are able to use both your human chakra and your Yuki in your regular state. However, it's much more taxing in this form, but at the same time it's better. How is it better? I was getting to that. I figured if you could gain access to your own Yuki, then you would be able to transform a lot easier than you would if normally. Naruto nodded his head in understanding before asking, but how can I use both Yuki and chakra while I'm mainly focused on my chakra? That's the hard part. You need to learn how to do this until it becomes almost second nature to you, like your water walking and tree walking exercises are. After hearing that, Naruto could only nod his head as he focused chakra into his chest, while attempting to focus Yuki into his mouth. After a few failed attempts, he finally managed to feel it work and exhaled the air towards the small fire. He watched in amazement as the fire grew slightly, while changing from a red and orange to a ghostly blue and dark blue flame. He stood in silence for a few moments before jumping up and shouting, "I did it! I did it! Did what? I made the kitsune buy, that's what." "No, you didn't." "Huh," said a now confused Naruto. "What do you mean I didn't? You watched me do it and showed me step by step." "Yes, I did see you do it step by step, but I'm not impressed with it." "What the hell? I'm surprised I even managed to do it at all, and now you're going to tell me I didn't do it right." "I never said you did it wrong, Naruto. I'm just saying that in order for you to continue further, you're going to need to make that small flame stay like that permanently. Look for yourself." Curiously, he turned to see the once blue flame was now back to into original color. "Oh, so once I get that flame to stay blue, then I can continue?" "Yes, but you must learn to also bring your Yuki out quicker than you did before. I won't let you continue until you can keep the foxfire alive in this world and get your Yuki out quicker, understood?" "Haiki ubi-chan." "Good, now get going. You've got a team to meet in about 30 minutes. "What?" yelled the blonde before he ran from the training field, kicking up dust and dirt in the process. That was how things went for the next month and a half. He would wake up, eat, and then do a few morning exercises, such as sense adjustment and kata study before spending 2 hours reverting from his Hanyu form to his yokai form in the middle of battle with his clones. Afterwards, he would spend an hour on Yuki control before working on the Kitsune Bai till he had to meet his team. Today, however, he was lying on the side of the bridge waiting for his tardy sensei to arrive. He looked to his left to see Sasuke brooding like he usually did, while Sakura was sitting next to him trying to start conversation with him. The said Uchiha was ignoring the pink-haired fangirl while he focused more on the cloak-wearing boy in front of him. He had hardly seen him after they had returned from Wave, and he was still itching to test his Sharingan on him. Thought he would never admit it to the blonde. He was slowly starting to question his abilities compared to him. "It's that sword," thought Sasuke as he glared at Naruto. That dope wasn't a threat until he found that sword of his. Without a doubt, he could be a challenge to anyone at all. Though getting it away from him would be difficult, I could still get him so long as I don't get hit. With that in mind, the Uchiha smirked arrogantly before looking away from the blonde boy. Naruto saw this and raised an eyebrow at his actions before putting it under the troublesome file in his brain. At the moment, he was just too tired to care what the boy was smirking about. As half an hour went by, Naruto finally had enough and went to sleep on the floor of the bridge while placing his hood over his head to block out the cruel sun's rays. Sakura saw this and couldn't help but frown at his actions. As of late, he had grown more and more distant from her. One part of her was jumping with joy as she could now spend more time with her Sasuke-kun, while the other part was sad that the blonde boy was now turning his back to her. After all, he was the one who always stuck up for her when nobody else would. "I guess it's true," thought Sakura bitterly. "You don't know what you have till it's gone." After another hour and 30 minutes, a puff of smoke appeared in the middle of the bridge and revealed Kakashi reading a familiar orange book. "Yo," greeted the man. "You're late," shouted the pink one. "Yes, well, you see, the new Ika Paradise book came out today, and I couldn't resist." All Sakura did was glare at him, since she knew how much Kakashi liked the books, and couldn't determine whether or not he was lying. Kakashi glanced up from his book to see Sakura glaring at him, Sasuke looking annoyed, and Naruto asleep on the ground. With a sigh, he snapped his book shut before saying, "Wake him up. We have a lot of missions today that need to be done." With a sigh, Sakura went over to the sleeping blonde before shaking him awake so they could begin their tasks for the day. In the council meeting room, Zabuza sighed as he sat in the middle of the room. He always hated meetings with his superiors in the past, and this wasn't much different. Though the Hokage was a lot more lenient than he would have liked, he still noticed that the old man could hold his own against most threats. Behind the said old man were 8 people whom he assumed was the council. Most of them were clan heads of the village, while 2 of them were the Hokage's old teammates. He had just finished explaining how he had ended up in the village about a week ago and was now waiting for their judgment on whether he lives or dies. It would have been sooner if not for the fact that he had asked if they could postpone it until at least Haku had adjusted to the village and until she could support herself without his help. While he didn't much care for his own life, he still didn't want to leave Haku in this world on her own just yet, and he stated that he would be damned before they killed him and left her alone and unable to help herself. Momochi Zabuza, spoke Saratobi finally. We have reached a verdict. You will not be executed, due to the fact that you have given a significant amount of information to the village. However, due to your record, you cannot be trusted at the moment. As such, you will be on house arrest for the next month. Afterwards, you will be able to start your shinobi duties. Zabuza sighed in relief and nodded before asking, "What about Haku?" "She will be free to do as she pleases. We have no record of her anywhere, and she was not listed in the bingo book. However, I have no real idea to what her skill level is. I would set her as a high chunin or low jounin rank, as you stated before. But in reality, I cannot give her that position right away. Normally, she would have had to work her way up the ladder along with everyone else." "You mean she will have to start as an academy student?" Saratobi just chuckled lightly. "Heavens no. Remember I had said normally she would have. But since she is a great asset in both combat and medical fields, it would be unwise to do such a thing. So we have decided that she will be a part of the medical field, while also receiving the rank Shunin. Normally we wouldn't do this, but since medics are becoming harder and harder to obtain nowadays, it would be foolish to not let such a useful medic join our ranks. This also is the same with you, since you are too useful to be a mere Chunin guard or anything below Jounin. In short, you're both an asset to us, and we could use all the help we can find." Zabuza sighed in relief, as he didn't want to have to tell Haku that she was starting from scratch in the village. He was also grateful that he could keep his position as Jounin and not have to do those boring missions like guard duty and such. He looked back at the smiling old man and could help but thank Kakashi for offering them to Konoha. "Thank you, Hokage-sama," Zabuza said, as he placed his clenched fist on the floor and bowed to him. The old man just waved it off. "You are dismissed, now Zabuza-san. And also take these." Zabuza looked up to see an Umbu holding 2 green flak jackets along with 2 Konoha Hitayate. He grabbed both items from the Umbu before nodding and walking out of the room with 3 Umbu escorting him back to his apartment. Once the door closed, everyone turned back to the Hokage, who had just lit his pipe. "Now that that's finished, we have some important business to attend to." "Like what?" asked Narashikaku. Saratobi took a long drag from his pipe before answering. "Kumo has sent a Genin team this year for the Chunin exams." "What?" yelled Hayashi. "Are you sure?" "Jiraiya is the one who sent me that bit of information. He also says that a Jinchuriki is among the 3. All of them shuddered at the thought of Kumo having a Jinchuriki on their side. They knew the results it could bring if the child happened to go on a killing spree around the village, and Kami knows that was the last thing they needed. And it also appears that the Kazekage is sending his children this year as well. After he said this, he could practically feel the tension in the air. The council had known for the longest time that the Kazekage had sealed a Biju into his unborn son and were reluctant to trust their so-called allies. "We must keep a close eye on both of them at all costs then," said Aburame Shibi. "Agreed," replied Saratobi as he finished another drag. "That is why I have most of the nearby Chunin keeping a close eye out for those teams. However, I want you all to keep an eye out as well, just in case." All council members nodded their heads simultaneously. With that, all of them took their leave as the meeting was adjourned. Looking over at his desk, he pressed the button on his intercom and said, "Naya-chan, could you please send out messenger hawks to gather all Jounin?" "Hi, Hoka-sama," came the reply. The elderly Hokage sighed before opening a drawer on the side of his desk. He reached in and pulled out a very familiar orange book while giggling slightly. "Now, what did I leave off?" Back with Naruto. Naruto groaned as he and his team walked down a dirt path. I hate these missions, he grunted out. For once, I agree with you, Dope, said an annoyed Sasuke. Oh, come on, it wasn't that bad, replied Kakashi as he read his book. That's coming from someone who just read his book the whole time and didn't help at all, muttered a grumpy Sakura. Kakashi could only chuckle nervously at the statement before going back to his book. As they continued walking, Kakashi couldn't help but smirk slightly under his mask. After almost a month of being together, they could now stand each other better than when they first started out. It wasn't much improvement, but it had improved nonetheless. Beforehand, Sasuke wouldn't have said anything, and Naruto would have been acting a fool the whole time, and Sakura would pound his head into the ground. Now, though Sasuke would say a tiny bit more than he used to, Naruto kind of mellowed out slightly and was not as loud anymore, and Sakura wasn't as violent towards her blonde-haired teammate as she used to be. Overall, the three were slowly getting better in terms of getting along. Just then, the sound of a hawk could be heard, and he knew what the meaning of that hawk was. Is it that time already? Thought Kakashi as he snapped his book shut. All right, you three, we're done for today. You can go on and do what you wish. The moment he finished that sentence, he puffed away in a plume of smoke. Hokage's office. Kakashi appeared in a puff of smoke to see almost all of the Jounin and Chunin already waiting in the room. Wow, seems like I was the last one to see the hawk. Now I have an actual excuse to be late, thought Kakashi as he waited for the Hokage to speak. Sarutobi glanced around the room to see if anyone was missing and found that only two were. Both were in the hospital, so it wasn't important enough for him to not begin his announcement. So, he quickly silenced the room before taking the still-lit pipe to his lips to take a small puff. After exhaling, he glanced back up at his shinobi before finally speaking. Everyone, I've called you all here to say that the Chunin exams will be held in 2 days' time. He stopped for a moment to let the information sink in before continuing. If any of the Jounin sensei wish to nominate their teams for the Chunin exams, please come forward now. Wordlessly, Kakashi and the Jounin of teams 8 and 10 stepped forward. Kurenai, a woman with long black hair and red eyes, and wearing an outfit that looked like it was made of bandages, stepped forward further before speaking. I, Yuhi Kurenai, nominate Team 8 to take the Chunin exam. Next to step forward was Asuma, a man who had a short beard with a lit cigarette and was wearing a standard Jounin outfit. I, Sarutobi Asuma, nominate Team 10 to take the Chunin exam. And finally, Kakashi stepped forward and spoke. I, Hatake Kakashi, nominate Team 7 to take the Chunin exam. Now hold on, yelled a surprised Irika. What is it, Irika? Asked Sarutobi. Hokage-sama, I know I might be speaking out of place, but all of those who were just nominated were students I taught in the academy. I know that they're all skilled, but it's just too early for them to partake in something like the Chunin exam. I was a Chunin when I was 6 years younger than Naruto, stated Kakashi. You are completely different from Naruto, Kakashi-san. That seemed to make Kakashi glare at him at that comment. Had someone helped him, he could have been Chunin by now, if not Jounin. Huh? What are you talking about, Kakashi? Asked Kurenai. Simple. Had someone taught him correctly and privately, he would have been better off than doing things on his own. How do you figure that? Asked a now confused Asuma as he noticed his father looking just as confused as him. Kakashi looked over towards Guy, who was standing in one of the far corners of the room. All his life, he had to do things on his own. Even the most basic things in the academy can be hard for someone who doesn't have anyone to show him how to do it correctly. So it's understandable for someone to do poorly in those things. However, ever since Naruto had met his friend Tenten, he had begun to improve to the point that he knew more than his own teammates did when it came down to chakra control and its importance. That leads me to believe that if he had someone to train him in private, then he could have passed on his first try alone. Everyone looked shocked at this strange new development that had undertaken the supposed dead last of the academy. The person to take it the hardest was Irika, since he had always believed Naruto was just acting like a fool because he was trying to fool around. So, Irika, I'm only going to tell you this once, said Kakashi coldly as he glared at the Chunin. You don't know anything about how much those students of yours changed over these past few months, and as such I know what they are capable of. So stay out of this, they're no longer your students, but my soldiers. Back with Naruto. Great, groaned Naruto. I can now do something useful with my time. He looked back at the remaining smoke left by their departed sensei. Sasuke just scoffed and turned to go down the opposite path from the others. Just when he was about to leave, he heard Sakura ask, Sasuke-kun, do you want to get something to eat or something? No, he replied coldly. Why don't you spend your time training instead of being an annoyance? Asked the Uchiha just as coldly as before. Sakura just sunk her head down low as he said this. He, however, wasn't finished. You're about as useless as Naruto used to be. With that said, he walked down the path while leaving Sakura standing there looking as though she could cry. Sakura was now angry and sad at the same time. She was angry that she was as weak as Naruto used to be, and was sad because the said boy was not there, or so she thought, to make her feel any better about herself. With a sigh, she started walking around aimlessly as Naruto looked on at her with a raised eyebrow. Shrugging, he decided to head to Ichiraku Ramen before heading to the nearest training ground to train. Just as he was about to leap off, he noticed that a strange square rock was stationed right behind him. He looked at it curiously before sniffing the air. After a few sniffs, he sighed and said, Come on out, Kenoamaru. The moment he said that, the rock opened with smoke pouring out of it. He could hear coughs and curses coming from the smoke cloud, and when it cleared, he saw 3 children in the middle of the street. After they finished coughing, they were about to introduce themselves before Naruto cut them off. Now is not the time, Kenoamaru. Take Moegi and Udon back to your place or something. But an Ai-san, whined Kenoamaru. You promised you would play ninja with us today. Naruto could only sag his shoulders as he was reminded of this. Truth be told, he did in fact like being with these 3. Only problem was that he didn't have that much time to hang out with them due to his training. Just when he was about to answer, Sakura spoke in an annoyed tone. And ninja? Playing ninja? Naruto only laughed sheepishly before scratching the back of his head nervously. While this was going on, Kenoamaru was looking at her curiously. Hey, Anai-san, said Kenoamaru. Is this your girlfriend? Apparently, that was the wrong thing to say, since after he said that, Sakura punched Naruto straight in the jaw, sending him tumbling into a nearby fence. All 3 of them rushed over to help him as Sakura started storming off. Look what you did to Anai-san, you bitch, yelled Kenoamaru. What kind of girlfriend are you anyway? That was when Sakura stopped dead in her tracks and slowly turned to give the child a glare that would make Zabuza proud. At that same moment, Naruto had regained consciousness and slowly started making his way towards an exit. That was when Sakura dashed after Kenoamaru, who had decided to take the same path as Naruto. As they turned the corner, Kenoamaru sped up slightly before bumping into someone. As Naruto came around, he saw that the boy was sitting flat on his butt while a boy who looked a year older than him glared at the child. The boy was wearing a black long-sleeved shirt with matching pants and sandals. On his wrists, he was wearing a pair of black, fingerless gloves and a strange-looking hat that looked as though it had cat ears. The 2 weirdest things about the boy was the purple face paint he wore and a giant bandaged object on his back. Next to him stood a young girl who looked slightly older than the boy next to her. She had blonde hair that was tied into 4 separate buns and was wearing a light purple shirt with a matching skirt with her hitai placed around her neck. She also wore a pair of black sandals and had a red scarf around her waist. The noticeable thing about her was the giant fan on her back. Overall, both looked rather intimidating in his eyes. Rubbing his sore bottom, Kenoamaru looked up at the scowling face painted man and yelled, Hey, watch what you're doing, you big jerk. This only caused the boy's scowl to deepen until he grabbed the child by his scarf and held him up to his height. That hurt, you little piece of shit, he growled as he gripped the child tighter, causing him to scream in pain. Knock it off, Kankuro. We'll get in trouble with him if he finds out, hissed the girl. So what? Asked the boy known as Kankuro. We still have a few minutes till he arrives, so let's have a bit of fun, shall we? Put him down, ordered Naruto as he glared at Kankuro. The said boy just scoffed before turning his attention back to the child in his hand. He was about to rear his fist back to punch the brat when he saw the same kid that he had ignored was standing beside him with a sword positioned by his throat. This is the last time I'm going to tell you. Put him down, snarled Naruto as he glared right at him. He's quick, thought the girl with a small smirk. After a few moments of tense silence, Kankuro let go of Konohamaru, who scampered behind Naruto while sticking his tongue out at him. After Konohamaru was free, Naruto backed away from the black-clad boy and sheathed his sword before walking back over to a dumbfounded Sakura and an awestruck Moegi Inudon. How dare that little bitch make a fool out of me? Raved Kankuro in his mind. I'll show you to mess with the likes of me. With that, he pulled off the bandaged object on his back while he began to unravel it. Kankuro, you're not planning to use Karasu so soon, are you? Asked the girl. This little brat needs to be taught a lesson, Temari. I want to make sure he begs for mercy. Just when he was about to yank on the object, a rock came out of nowhere and hit him right on the hand, which made him drop the strange object. He looked up to see a boy in a blue shirt and white pants glaring down at him while tossing another rock in his hand up and down. Another damn brat, huh? Said Kankuro angrily. Wow, another hot one shows up, thought the girl with a small blush. Get lost, creep, replied Sasuke while crushing the rock in his hand. Naruto only scoffed as he watched this unfold. Show off. Kankuro, knock it off, ordered a new voice. Everyone stiffened slightly before turning to see a boy with red hair and a tattoo for love on his forehead. He was wearing a black short-sleeved shirt with fishnet underneath, along with a matching pair of black pants and sandals. He had a white sash going across his waist and a brown leather belt, and another white scarf going across his chest that held the giant gourd on his back. The weirdest thing about this one, though, was that he had huge bags under his eyes that looked strangely like a raccoon's. Jigura, stammered Kankuro as his body shook with fear. His counterpart wasn't doing much better as she was openly shaking as the boy gazed at them. I didn't even notice him behind me, thought Sasuke as he looked at the boy behind him. Wow, didn't see him there before, thought Naruto as he stared at the boy in confusion. Kankuro, you're an embarrassment to our village. Continue to do so, and I'll see to it that you never live to see another day. Understood. I'm sorry. The red-haired boy then took a glance at those around him before disappearing in a whirl of sand, only to reappear in the middle of Kankuro and Temari. My apologies for him being a nuisance. We must be going now. Wait a sec, said Sakura. What are Suna Shinobi doing here in Konoha? Clueless little girl. We're here to partake in the Chunin exams, but it seems we got here a little early, said Temari smugly. Huh, so that's what Tintin was talking about, mused Naruto as he gained a thoughtful look. What do you mean? Asked Sakura with a raised eyebrow. Well, from what I know of, the Chunin exams are for ninja who are considered the best and partake in the event to gain the rank Chunin. Supposedly, it's to improve relations with other villages and to raise the shinobi level. At least, that's what Tintin told me. Oh, so this is just some test to gain a rank. Yup, at least I think. You pretty much got a kid, praised Temari. So, I take it you three are here for that exam? Asked Sasuke, who landed beside Sakura. Yeah, though we pretty much know we're going to pass this stupid test without problems, replied Kankuro smugly. Overconfidence get you killed, you know. After all, I had a sword to your throat because you thought I was weak, you dumbass, said Naruto with a cocky smirk. What did you say, Brad? That's enough, Kankuro, said Gaara coldly, which made the said teen flinch slightly. We will be taking our leave now. Wait, what is your name? Asked Sasuke to the retreating backs of the Suna team. Who, me? Asked Temari with a small blush on her cheeks. No, the red-haired one with the gourd on his back. Yes, you. Temari looked back at the blonde-haired boy who was now grinning, while Sasuke glared at him. The girl couldn't help but smile a bit before answering, Sabaka no Temari, at your service. And you are? The boy's grin never left his face as he answered, Uzumaki Naruto. Nice to meet you, Temari. Her smile was still on her face before she turned to face Gaara, who was looking at the Konoha shinobi in curiosity. He then glanced over at Sasuke before answering, Sabaka no Gaara. And who are you? Uchiha Sasuke. Very well, I hope to see you in the exams. With that, he turned to walk away, followed by his two teammates. As soon as they were out of sight, Sasuke turned to face Naruto and glared at him. What was that about, Do? Said boy just shrugged. Hey, just because you want to be an asshole doesn't mean I do. I would rather be friendly than being jerked towards them. That just ruins the whole We are allies, so let's get along, but don't you think? The only reply he got was a grunt before the Uchiha turned away from them and walked off toward a nearby training field, with Sakura following close behind him. Naruto only sighed before walking off to do his own training. As he felt his stomach growl slightly, he smiled. Time for a visit to the Ichiraku Ramen. Cheered the blonde before making a beeline to the ramen stand. After eating a few bowls, he decided now would be the time for him to start his training. So he paid for his food and raced off toward the training ground. When he arrived, he was about to begin when a poof of smoke alerted him that someone else had just arrived. He turned to see his sensei standing behind him with his eyes smile firmly in place. "Joe," greeted Kakashi. "What's up, Kakashi-sensei? I thought we did all our missions for today." "We did. That's not why I'm here, though," said the man before pulling out a sheet of paper. "I've decided to nominate Team 7 for the Chunin exams. If you decide to partake in the exam, then just go to room 301 at the academy in 2 days. I would have handed them out today, but I kind of forgot about it. Oh, and we aren't going to be having our team meeting during those 2 days, so you can prepare for the exam." Taking the application, he read it over before the biggest grin he could produce appeared on his face. He quickly looked up to his sensei that was already holding a pen out for him. Naruto quickly signed it and handed it back to the man before he waved him goodbye and puffed away. The Chunin exams. Finally, I'm starting to get closer to my dream. Less daydreaming and more training, Naruto, said the familiar voice of QB. "Oh, come on, I just got signed up for the Chunin exam. Can't I let myself relax for a bit so I don't waste too much of my energy?" He whined. "Do you want me to cut off circulation to your arms and legs and make you miss the exam?" "No." "Then get a training before you piss me off." "Yes, Q-chan." Inside the seal, QB grinned while Taisho just shook his head at her actions. 2 days later, as Naruto walked to the academy, he couldn't help but curse the fox that resides in the seal on his stomach. The sadistic bitch had decided to up his training and forced him to try and make the Kitsunbai out of thin air. Poor Naruto got scorch marks across his hands with each attempt, only to try again once they healed. Just when he was coming up on the academy grounds, he noticed that Sasuke and Sakura were already waiting for him outside the doors. "Hurry up, dope. I don't want to end up late because of you," said Sasuke as he started heading inside. "Wait up, team," shouted Naruto as he ran to join them. As the three walked up a few staircases, they heard commotion coming from above. When they finally got up the stairs, they saw that a bunch of genin were stationed outside the designated doors with 2 other genin blocking the doorway. "Come on, let us through," shouted one of the genin angrily. "Get lost, you brats. The Chunin exam ain't easy. We've even failed it 3 times in a row. Those that take this exam either quit being a shinobi or die in this exam. So, in a sense, we are helping you guys out," said one of the genin. "Please just let us through," said a girl that Team 7 recognized. "Ten," questioned Naruto with a raised eyebrow. "Didn't you hear me?" said the genin as he reared his fist back. "I said get lost." He finished as he punched the girl on her cheek, sending her to the floor. Ten, yelled a worried Naruto as he ran over to help his friend up from the floor. "You'd better get lost, otherwise my teammate might just end up killing you by accident," warned Sasuke as he eyed Naruto cautiously. "And before you leave, why don't you drop the Jinjutsu so we can be on our way?" The genin's face showed surprise for a moment before he smirked. "So you saw through it, did you?" The Uchiha only scoffed before answering. Sakura noticed at the moment we got here. This made Sakura beam with the praise she was getting before saying, "Yeah, it's obvious since we're only on the 2nd floor." The instant she finished that statement, the room number on the wall began to fade until it returned to its original number. "Impressive," said the genin, "but all you did was see through it." He finished as he sent a kick directed at Sasuke, who went to kick the opposing genin as well. Someone had other plans since a boy in green appeared between the two of them and caught each kick in midair. "Now is not the time or place to be fighting each other," said the boy calmly as he let both of their legs go. That guy caught both kicks with his hands. What kind of chakra is in his arms? Thought Sasuke with a raised eyebrow. "Hey Lee, what happened to the plan we agreed on?" asked a boy with white pupilless eyes. "You're the one who said we shouldn't draw attention to ourselves." "Lee, Niji," So you guys are taking the Chunin exam after all, said Naruto excitedly. Both Lee and Niji turned to face the blonde. Once they saw him, Lee smiled brightly while Niji just gave him a short nod of acknowledgement, then turned his attention back on Lee. Well, Lee blushed slightly as he turned to face Sakura, while Tenten just shook her head along with Niji and Naruto. Here it comes, thought all three dryly. Hello, my name is Rock Lee. Let's go out sometime, and I promise I'll protect you till I die, said the green-clad boy while smiling at her. No way in hell. You're just too lame, was her reply. This made Lee's shoulders slump as he stood there with tears going down his face. Oh, come on, Sakura-chan, he's not that bad. Hell, at least he's got a personality unlike White Eyes over here, said Naruto while pointing his thumb at Niji. Watch it, Naruto, replied the boy through gritted teeth. See nothing. That was when Niji caught sight of Sasuke and turned to face the Uchiha. Hey, what about you? What's your name? The said Uchiha just scoffed before replying. When you want to get someone's name, the least you could do is give your own first. This made Niji glare at him, then turn away from him to walk back to his team, who were happily chatting with Naruto. Baka, let's go. We don't want to be late, yelled Sakura before walking down the hallway behind Sasuke. Naruto only laughed sheepishly before saying a quick goodbye and catching up with his teammates. Tenten's fist clenched as she watched the three leave and had only one thing in mind. That bitch better watch what she says to him. Tenten asked Niji curiously. Let's go, we have to get going before the exam starts. All right, let's go, said Tenten as she turned to walk down the hallway. When she noticed that Lee wasn't moving, she raised an eyebrow and asked, You coming or what? The boy looked back at her for a moment before looking back in the direction that Team 7 had left and said, You two go ahead. There's something I've got to take care of first. Just as she was about to protest, he vanished in a burst of speed. Sighing in frustration, she followed her teammate, who was also irritated at Lee's actions. With Team 7. Damn it, where the hell is that room? Said a frustrated blonde. Shut up, Baka. We're only going this way, so that we don't have to get involved with any more teams. Scolded Sakura as they walked down the empty hallway. As the team approached a nearby staircase, they saw the same boy who had stopped Sasuke's kick was standing on the next floor with a serious look on his face. You, the one with the black eyes, called Lee. I wish to fight you. This caused the whole team to look at the boy in surprise at the challenge. To prove his point, Lee jumped over the railing of the balcony and landed in front of them before straightening himself into a taijutsu stance. My name is Rock Lee, he stated seriously. As you said before, if you want to get someone's name, the least you could do is give your own first. Am I correct? Sasuke smirked and replied, Uchiha Sasuke. So it's true, you're the rookie of the year everyone's talking about. It would be an honor to fight you. Wait a minute, intervened Naruto, much to Sasuke's annoyance. Lee, what the hell do you think you're doing? Don't you know we only have 15 minutes till the exam starts? If we waste too much time, then we all fail. Be quiet, though, snapped Sasuke as he took up his own taijutsu stance. This fight will be over with in less than 5 minutes. No, it won't, muttered Naruto before sighing. Fine, but don't say I didn't warn you. Sasuke ignored the blonde as he kept a close eye on his opponent. Just then, the boy charged towards him before sending a kick at the Uchiha's chest. Sasuke easily parried the blow and went to punch him, only to be surprised as the boy was now crouched on the ground and made an attempt to sweep his feet out from under him. Fortunately, Sasuke jumped over the kick and sent one of his own towards Lee's face. The said boy simply grabbed his foot and tossed him over to the wall. Thinking as quickly as he could, Sasuke flipped mid-air before focusing chakra into his feet as he came close to the wall. The moment his feet connected to the wall, he springboarded himself towards the green-clad youth and sent a punch to the boy's face. Lee was slightly surprised at the Uchiha's performance, but managed to refocus and dodge Sasuke's punch before kicking him in the face, which sent the boy crashing into the floor. Sasuke took a few deep breaths as he stared at Lee, who had went back in his Gukken stance. Sasuke gritted his teeth as he noticed that the boy was just toying with him. That was when he himself smirked and said, Well, fine then. I guess this gives me the chance to practice it. Sakura watched as her crush's eyes turned from their normal black to deep red with 2 Tomo in each eye. Sharingan, that means that this freak is going to lose right here and now, thought Sakura with glee. That won't work, team, muttered Naruto as he slapped his forehead with hand while shaking his head in disappointment. Shut up, Baka. You're just jealous because you can't beat that freak and Sasuke can, shouted Sakura after hearing his comment. All Naruto did was sigh as he looked back at the fight that was already finished. Just as she finished saying that, Sasuke charged towards Lee while watching his movements. Just as he was about to reach him, Lee had disappeared from his line of vision, and in the next second, he felt a punch hit him right in his stomach, which made the Uchiha gasp from his loss of air. You really should start listening to your teammate Sasuke, said Lee calmly. Your Sharingan might be able to read and predict Nin, Jin, and Taijutsu just by looking at it. However, with Taijutsu, even if you can predict my movements, your body is not fast enough to keep up. In short, your Sharingan is useless against me. Once he finished, he quickly jumped back a bit before sending a rising kick to the boy's chin, making Sasuke go flying into the air. A moment later, he was behind the now falling Sasuke while unraveling the bandages on his arms. Did you know that among the strong, there are 2 types of people? Asked Lee silently. There are geniuses and the hard workers in this world we live in. The geniuses are born with talent, while the hard workers have to train daily just to be regarded as strong. You were born with talent while your teammate and I had Turner in our own. Today, Uchiha Sasuke, I will prove that hard work can surpass any genius with this technique. Oh shit, panicked Naruto as he prepared to jump in and stop the fight. Lucky for him, he didn't have to, since a random pinwheel came out of nowhere and pinned one of the bandages to the wall. After Lee noticed the pinwheel, he quickly stopped his attack and landed silently on the ground. Sasuke, on the other hand, was still falling towards the ground until Sakura managed to catch him before he hit the floor. Naruto, however, had his focus on Lee, who was looking in shock all around. Just then, a loud puff was heard, and all present in the room turned to see a large turtle sitting a few feet away from Lee with a heated glare directed towards the boy. Lee, you know that technique is forbidden? What were you thinking anyways? Yelled the turtle. Gee Gomen, I just... mumbled Lee as he tried to avoid eye contact with the turtle. There is no excuse for this action, Lee. Don't you remember you're not supposed to reveal your special techniques to anyone unless it is necessary? Hi. So, are you ready for the consequences for your actions? Hi. Very well. With another puff of smoke, a familiar man in green spandex appeared on top of the turtle's shell while giving the most ridiculous pose anyone had ever seen. Hello, fellow youths. It's great to see you're all so full of life today. Jogai-sensei, mumbled Naruto while giving the man a polite wave. How do you know these freaks? Asked Sakura while helping Sasuke get back to his feet. Don't ask. Now it's time for your punishment, Lee, said Guy in a relatively serious tone. In the blink of an eye, he had appeared in front of Lee and punched the boy hard in the face, causing him to go flying across the room. This made 2 out of the 3-man team look at Guy in shock, while the third just started muttering about overreacting to stupid things. Lee, please forgive me for what I had to do, choked Guy as tears went down his face. As sensei, replied Lee as he too had tears going down his cheeks, before hugging the man who had previously punched him. I can't believe I lost to that freak, mumbled Sasuke. Naruto, on the other hand, was laughing his ass off at the emo boy's expense, and yet he was glad to note that this fight had significantly dropped the boy's ego down a few pegs. After the hugging session ended, Guy stood and looked over at the 3 who were standing over to the side and noticed Naruto amongst the 3. Naruto-kun, it's great to see you again. My team has been curious as to why you haven't been training with us as of late. The blonde merely grinned nervously before answering. Yeah, I had some new jutsu I needed to learn, so I went off and trained. You know how it is. Keep some secrets to yourself and all. Sasuke glanced at his teammate with mild curiosity, while Guy nodded his head in understanding. True that most ninja had tendency to keep things to themselves, and Naruto was no exception to that matter. What jutsu could he have learned that would make him want to do it in secret? Thought Sasuke. Out of all the times he had seen Naruto, whenever he learned something new or something relatively usable, he would never try to keep it to himself. In fact, he would most likely show it to the world if he had the chance. Hell, if anything is Oiroke, no jutsu was proof of that. So to have the blonde try to keep something secret was something that was either very powerful or very strange. "So how's Kakashi doing?" asked Guy curiously. "You know Kakashi-sensei?" asked Sasuke with an equally curious gaze. The man simply chuckled before disappearing in a burst of speed. "People often refer to us as eternal rivals. 50 wins and 49 loses, which makes me stronger than Kakashi," said Guy from behind the group. All members turned to face the man in mild shock and surprise. Sasuke clenched his fist at the mere thought of someone as strange as him being better than his sensei, considering that his sensei had a wide reputation. "Well, I had best not keep you four caught up any further since the exam is to start soon. I wish all the best of luck. Also, Lee, once this exam is over 500 laps around Konoha." With that, the man disappeared in a puff of smoke along with the turtle. After quietly re-raveling his bandages, Lee gave the three a small bow before taking off to the exam room. The three-man team stood in silence for a few moments before it was broken by Naruto, who snorted. "Got something to say, Dobe?" asked Sasuke as he glared at his cloak-wearing teammate. "Yeah, you're a dumbass for accepting that challenge." "Naruto, watch what you say to Sasuke-kun before I dash." "Shut up," interrupted the blonde coldly, which shocked both members of his team. "I'm not joking around right now. At this moment, I'm very pissed off at both of you. I warned you that you would lose if you fought him, and I knew that because I had seen both you and Lee fight plenty of times. Had he finished that attack on you, Sasuke, he would have most likely either killed you or severely injured you to the point that we wouldn't be able to partake in the Chunin exam. And Sakura, if you would have just listened to me and not put blind judgment on the fight, you should have supported me instead of against me. Now I know I'm not the smartest person in the world, but when a rookie Genin fights up against a Genin who has been active for almost 2 years, you can assume that the winner would be the seasoned shinobi any day. To say that both members were flabbergasted would be an understatement. Both members were almost shell-shocked at how cold and heartless their teammate had spoken to them just now. And after having it replayed in their minds a few times, they realized that the blonde was right. Sasuke was being foolish and arrogant, and Sakura was blinded by her crush that she failed to see that not only was time not on their side, but that the boy was indeed faster than her crush was. That was when Sasuke did something nobody had ever seen him do. His head sunk slightly before muttering one word. "Saw the W what?" Now, it was Naruto's turn to be flabbergasted at his teammates' actions. "You heard me, I said sorry." "W, why are you apologizing then?" "Because I don't want to dope, tell me my faults without having good reason to. As it stands, you have good reason, and for that I'm simply saying that I understand the importance of how I need to approach things. Though I don't regret fighting him, at least I know I can't take anyone in this building lightly, not even you." Naruto couldn't help but gape at what he had just heard. However, his shock turned into happiness as he realized that Sasuke now saw him as a challenge. After all he had done, the time that he had met the Uchiha, the said boy had finally accepted him as his rival, or at least he thought. So without saying anything, he pulled out his hand for the boy to shake while grinning at the brooder in front of him. Apology accepted. Had Naruto looked directly at Sasuke, he would have saw the Uchiha smirk before shaking the blonde hand. This smirk, however, wasn't an arrogant one. It was the closest thing to a smile that the boy could produce, at least for the moment. "All right, let's get this exam over with," said Naruto while still maintaining his grin. "Right," while also maintaining his smirk before looking over at Sakura. "You ready?" Sakura just looked back at Sasuke with a small smile on her face, as she then looked over at Naruto, who was also looking over at her as well. "Yeah, let's do this." Both boys nodded before walking up the stairs and towards the exam room. As they approached the room, they noticed that Kakashi was standing beside the door and was reading his book of smut. He looked up from his book for a moment before smiling and snapping his book up and placing it back into the confines of his pouch. "Well, I'm glad to see all three of you came. If one of you had not shown, then I wouldn't have let you enter," said Kakashi seriously. "Huh, I thought the Chunin exam was optional," said Naruto with a confused look on his face. "Well, it is, but in order for you to participate in it, all three members had to show up. So you didn't forget to hand it to us. You did it to see if we would take it on our own accord, right?" asked Sakura. Yes. Was that really necessary? Yes, because I didn't want you to be forced into doing something you didn't want to. If I had handed it to you while you were all together, then you would have been compelled to do so, because you wouldn't want Sasuke or Naruto to miss out on the chance to advance in ranks. Nobody could object to that logic, so they all just kept silent and waited to see if their sensei had anything else to say. But you're all here, and that's all that matters. Before you walk through those doors, I want you all to know that I have faith that you three can pass, and that I'm very proud of all three of you, said Kakashi before giving them his eye smile again. All three Genin smiled, and Sasuke's case smirked back at him and stepped past their sensei and opening the doors to the exam room, where the beginning of a great series of trials awaited them. The moment Team 7 walked into the testing room, they were blessed with the sight of genin from almost every village glaring at them with great intensity. Each member also felt the slightest bit of killing intent that was radiating from some of the more annoyed genin. Absent-mindedly, Naruto found that quite a few of the ones using killing intent were the ones from AIM. Just as Team 7 was about to find a place to sit and wait, a loud squeal was heard before Sasuke was embraced and hugged from behind by Yamanaka Ino. "Sasuke-kun, I missed you so much," squealed the blonde as she continued to hug a very annoyed-looking Sasuke. Naruto looked at Sasuke's source of annoyance and amusement, while Sakura looked at Ino in anger. "Get off him, Ino pig," yelled Sakura. "Oh, it's only you, forehead girl. Why don't you go somewhere else and let me and Sasuke-kun spend some time together?" "Why you? So you three are in this too? Troublesome," said a new voice. Naruto turned to see the ever-lazy Shikamaru and his big-boned friend Choji. Choji noticed Naruto and gave the boy a small, confused wave as he and his friend approached Team 7. "Well, it looks like the group's all here," said another familiar voice. All turned to see Inuzuka Kiba and his other two teammates, Aburame Shino and Hyuga Hinata. Most parties were surprised when the said girl looked over at Naruto before giving him a kind wave. That was when Kiba took notice to Naruto's new look and asked, "What's with you, dope? Thinking that a new outfit will make you any better?" Naruto only looked at him for a moment before taking a small whiff of the air. "Damn, Kiba, go take a bath or something. I can smell you from here." This caused Kiba to growl at him while Akamaru hid in his master's coat. Just when Kiba was about to tackle Naruto, Ino grabbed him and moved them away from Naruto and Hinata. "What happened to her? She usually faints around him," whispered Ino as she looked at Hinata curiously. Kurenai-sensei straightened her out about that whole thing and helped her get through it. "She's been doing great in her Jukin ever since," answered Kiba, totally forgetting his anger towards the other blonde. Ino just looked back at Hinata, then at Naruto before shrugging and running over towards Sasuke. Shino just remained silent as he observed everyone around him. When he and his team first arrived, he had quietly sent his bugs around the room before having them take a small bit of everyone's chakra. Now his bugs were on the last three-man team, and his bugs had just finished getting the first two members of the team. When they got to Naruto, however, his bugs refused to even go near the boy even when ordered him to. When he asked them why, the bugs would answer, "His chakra is different." "What is so different about his chakra?" thought Shino as he eyed Naruto through his sunglasses. "You know, you guys really need to keep it down," said another new voice. All turned to see a teen with white hair, wearing a strange purple outfit with glasses walking towards them. "You guys are rookies that just recently came out of the academy, so I would recommend that you all just keep quiet." "Who do you think you are?" asked Ino, slightly miffed at the newcomer. "My name is Kabuto, and before you get angry at me, look behind you." All turned to see three Rain Nin glaring at them while sending out another wave of killing intent. Some members of the Rookie Nine shuddered under their glares, while some others either ignored them or sent their own at them. "Those three are from AIM. I hear they have rather short tempers," muttered Kabuto. "Kabuto-san, that's your name, right?" asked Sakura. "Yes, you're right. Is this your second time taking this exam?" "Oh no," said the boy while chuckling slightly. "This is actually going to be my 7th time in this exam." "7th?" questioned Naruto. "That sucks." "Naruto," scolded Sakura as she prepared to punch him, only to stop when she heard Kabuto chuckle again. "Yeah, I know, but this time will be different, I hope," said the teen while smiling a little. So, do you know anything about this exam? Asked Ino. Why, yes, I do. See, even if I fail, I've been doing some research on some information I've been gathering for these past 6 times taking this exam. After he finished his statement, he went to his supply pouch and pulled out a stack of cards. I call these my ninja info cards. Holding out a random card, he poured some chakra into it, and the card changed from a blank white sheet to a graph showing all the shinobi counties. This is a graph of all the shinobi that were sent here for this exam. However, in order to see these cards, you must use my chakra, otherwise it will look like a blank card. Do you have information on certain individuals? Asked Sasuke as he looked at the teen in curiosity. Yes, all I need is a name, and it should be easy. Sabaka no Gaara, Rock Lee, and Uzumaki Naruto. Said boy looked at Sasuke in curiosity, while others looked just as confused as he did. Kabuto only smirked before placing his hand on the deck of cards and closing his eyes. A few moments later, he was holding 3 cards. Let's see Rock Lee, 20 D rank missions, 12 C rank, and his taijutsu has improved this year. He had gained attention as a talented genin, but didn't partake in the exam last year, so this will be his first time, just like all of you. However, compared to last year, his taijutsu skills are almost off the charts, while his jinjutsu and his ninjutsu are below average. His teammates are Hyuganiji and Tenten. Next is Sabaka no Gaara, 8 C ranked and 1 B rank mission. Not bad for a genin. Anyway, since he is from another country, I don't have much information on him. Although in all his mission reports, he has yet to receive a single injury. And finally, Uzumaki Naruto. So far, he has taken 16 D rank missions and 1 C rank that was bumped up to an A rank. His skills have drastically changed over the past 2 months, and he was the dope of his graduating class. His kenjutsu is decent, yet not good enough to be considered a master. His taijutsu is decent as well, but is nowhere near as good as his kenjutsu. His ninjutsu hasn't changed much, and his jinjutsu is non-existent. And it says here that you are his teammate, along with Haruno Sakura. Everyone looked at Naruto with slight shock, while Naruto was muttering things about nosy teammates. After a few moments of silence, Naruto decided to ask his own question. So are all the people in this exam as strong as those two? Yes, well maybe. I doubt that most of these people have returned from missions without a scratch, but most of the genin here are the top amongst other genin from their village. Though I'm not too sure about Odo, since their village was just created late last year, I think. At that, Naruto stared back at the crowd of genin that were still glaring at him and the others. Okay, this is getting on my nerves. Time to show them what a Hanyu is made of, thought Naruto with a small smirk. Slowly, he cast his head down to where no one could see his facial features. Taking a quick glance through the gap in his bangs, he saw that most of the genin had their attention on him. Naruto slowly started channeling his Yuki until only his facial features changed. He raised his head up to glare at the crowd, before smirking, which gave everyone a good view of his fangs. When the Rookie 9 noticed that the crowd was looking freaked out, they turned to face Naruto, who had quickly stopped the flow of Yuki and reverted back in his regular self. What? Asked Naruto innocently. Looks like your Yuki control training is paying off rather well. Congratulated a voice in his mind. Thanks, Q-chan. In the crowd, Tintin and her team smirked at the blonde's actions. They had seen the form not long ago, while Naruto wasn't training and knew about his supposed bloodline. Not far away from them, Gaara stood looking at Naruto with a small frown as he heard his mother telling him to be wary of the blonde. Temari and Kankuro were eyeing Naruto with curiosity and a bit of fear, since the sight of a boy changing his features in a blink of an eye was a rather freaky sight. In another spot in the crowd, a certain blonde-haired woman eyed Naruto as well, while her teammates took a simple glance at the child before dismissing him. Not sure about Odo, huh? Said a teen with bandages covering his entire head, but for his right eye. What do you say we give him a piece of our mind, Dosu? Asked the girl with long black hair. I say we do more than give him a piece of our minds, but also a few bruises too, said another teen with spiky black hair with a smirk. Yes, let's show him that Odo shinobi are capable of. The moment he finished, he and his teammates disappeared into the crowd. A moment later, the boy with spiky hair jumped off a nearby table before throwing 2 kunai at Kabuto, whom had jumped back to avoid them. After skidding to a stop, he looked up to see the teen with bandages around his head was now charging him with a strange gauntlet on his arm reared back to strike him. The teen swung at Kabuto's face, which the said teen had been able to dodge easily only to have his glasses break. What happened? Thought Kabuto as he eyes his broken glasses. I dodged that punch. That was when he felt pain, which seemed to be coming from his stomachy before he fell onto his hands and knees and began vomiting. Naruto, too, was feeling some rather strange effects. Damn my ears. What the hell was that? Write this down on your damn cards. The Odo Neens will definitely beat Chunin. All right, quiet down, you little bastards, yelled a deep voice coming from the front of the room. Suddenly, a giant puff of smoke erupted from the front of the room. The moment it cleared, it revealed a scarred man in a black trench coat and a blue Proctor uniform had appeared, along with several Chunin who were wearing similar uniforms. I'm Marino Ibiki, your proctor for the first test in the Chunin exam. As for you three sound Neens, you had better shape up, otherwise I'll fail you all right now, understood? Yelled the man as he glared at the three. Sorry, it's our first time and we got a little antsy. All that did was make Ibiki scoff before saying, there will be no fighting during this exam without the proctor's permission. Even then, you're not allowed to kill your opponent. If you disobey my rules, you will be failed immediately. Am I understood? His reply was several people nodding and sweating. We will now begin the first test of the Chunin exam. Now, instead of your current seating arrangements, you come up here and pick up a tab and go to the assigned seat. Once everyone is seated, we will be handing out the written exam. What? A written test? Shouted Naruto as he began to panic. Yes, now shut the hell up and get to your assigned seat before I fail you, shouted an annoyed Ibiki. As everyone slowly got to their assigned seats, Naruto couldn't help but grimace at his predicament. No matter how much he trained, he still sucked at almost anything written. The only thing he could do was bang his head down his desk as he waited for everyone to be seated. Stop that, it's getting on my nerves, said the person sitting beside him. Naruto turned and glared at his neighbor, who was now glaring at him as well. His neighbor was a girl who looked slightly older than he did and had the same colored hair as he did, though her hair was long and bound by bandages that stopped at the mid of her back. She had on a black sleeveless vest with a white shirt underneath it. She also had on matching pants and sandals with a thin violet-colored sash around her waist. Overall, she wasn't that bad looking had he took the time to notice. Hey, I'll do as I damn well please. And if you don't like it, then you can just bite me, growled Naruto as he turned to face the proctor. The woman beside him only humphed and did the same as her neighbor. All right, I will now explain the rules of this test, and don't ask any questions during the explanation. When he heard no one speak, he continued. The first rule to this test is you will all start with 10 points, the same amount to the number of questions on this test. However, as you go through it, if you get answers wrong, then you will lose a point. The second rule is that this is a team test, meaning that depending on your combined score of all three of your teammates will determine whether or not you pass. So each team will compete to see how many points they can hold on to from the initial team total of 30. In response to this, Sakura raised her hand and shouted, Hold on a minute. I don't understand dash. I said no questions, so be quiet and listen. Interrupted Ibiki, which made Sakura flinch slightly. The third rule for this test is that anyone caught cheating during this test by the Chunin watching will automatically have 2 points subtracted from his test. We'll be watching you, said an amused Chunin sitting near the wall. So there are other ways for someone to fail this test besides incorrect answers, thought Sakura as she looked back at Naruto. All right, Naruto won't do well, but if Sasuke-kun and I do okay, then there should be no problem. As for the final rule, anyone who loses his initial points during the test, or those who don't answer any at all correctly, will fail along with both their teammates. What? Yelled Sakura. No, mumbled Sasuke. I feel like hiding in a hole somewhere. Sobbed Naruto. You have an hour to complete this test. Begin. With that, everyone flipped their papers over and began the test. Naruto sat uneasily in his chair as he looked over the questions, most of which were too hard for him to even begin to understand. He searched frantically for even one question he could do correctly, and, to his dismay, he couldn't find a single answer. Sighing, he looked back up to see everyone scribbling down answers while he looked like a fish out of water. Something wrong, Naruto? Asked QB from his mind. I'm taking my exam, and I don't know a single answer, replied the blonde. Let me see it. Ow. Just look at the paper, and I will be able to see through your eyes. Oh, all right, answered the blonde as he looked at the questions on his paper. After a few moments of silence, he asked, Do you know any of these? No. What? I'm a demon, not a shinobi. I might be smart, but I'm no genius when it comes to what you humans do. So what do you recommend I do now? Pray that this Abiki guy will cut you some slack. That is all you can come up with. Well, if you got a better idea, I'd love to hear it. Point taken. Just then he heard a dog bark. He looked up to see Kiba's dog, Akamaru, barking before Kiba would frantically write down answers. Raising an eyebrow, he watched for a few moments before coming to a conclusion that would help him pass this test. Q-chan, tell Taisho-san to tell me what Akamaru is saying to Kiba. Why? Because Kiba is getting his answers from Akamaru. You sly little kid. I think some of me is rubbing off on you already. Naruto could practically feel QB grinning inside his mind and couldn't help but smirk triumphantly at his idea. Naruto-san, yeah, I'm listening, Kropka. Good. I will translate what the dog is telling his owner. Remind me to train you how to do this without my assistance the next free moment we have. Got it. And with that, Naruto got a relay of whatever Akamaru was saying. By the time he finished, he had about half an hour, so he decided to sit and relax. As he waited, he saw that the blonde beside him was giving him an odd look. Glancing over at the proctors, he quickly looked back at her before whispering, Better get back to your test, or the proctor might think you're cheating. She gave him a small nod before going back to work on her test, while Naruto continued to relax in his chair. After 20 minutes of waiting, Naruto heard Abiki clear his throat to gain the class's attention. We will now begin the 10th question. Just as the man was about to continue, the door to the classroom opened to reveal Kankuro walking into the classroom with a proctor. When did he leave? Thought Naruto with a raised eyebrow. Well, good timing. Did your little doll playing help you any? Asked an amused Abiki. When did he see through Karasu? Thought the boy as he walked to his seat. As he passed Tamari, he gave her a small slip of paper before continuing on as though nothing happened. Now that everyone is here, I'll explain the rules of desperation. First thing about the 10th question is you have to decide whether or not you will take it. Choose. What happens if we don't take it? Asked Tamari. If you don't choose to take it, then your points will be reduced to 0, and you fail along with your 2 teammates. What the hell? Then of course we'll take it. But here is the other rule. If you decide to take it then answer incorrectly, then that person will lose the right to ever partake in the Chunin exam again. What kind of rule is that? I've seen guys here who have taken this exam before. This only caused the man to chuckle, which scared some of the people who were already freaked out by the scarred man. You're just unlucky that this year it's my rules. However, I'm giving you all a way out of this. When he noticed the blank looks he was getting, he elaborated. Those that believe that cannot take the 10th question can choose to not take it and try again next year. Now, let's begin the final question. I will ask those who don't wish to take the final question to raise their hand. Once your number is called, please leave along with your teammates. For a while, nobody said anything. Then slowly people started raising their hands. A series of numbers was called along with 6 other series of numbers before all was quiet again. That was when Naruto noticed out of the corner of his eye that Sakura was giving him a sad smile before lowering her pencil and slowly raising her hand. No, don't do that. I can do this last question, Sakura-chan. Just don't raise your hand. Yelled a frantic Naruto in his mind. He had to think of something before she raised her hand. At the last moment, he raised his own hand, catching almost everyone in the Rookie 9 off guard. He threw them for a loop when he slammed his hand down the desk before giving Ibiki the finger with his other hand while grinning like an idiot. You like that crap was going to work. It takes more than that to scare me away. So go ahead and give us the next question, and I guarantee you I'll pass. Ibiki glared at him for getting the bird from him until he noticed that almost all tension that was in the room previously had dispersed, and almost all occupants were smirking at the blonde's words. I'll ask you this once. Are you sure you want to do this? Realize that if you fail, you are a genin for the remainder of your shinobi career. I don't go back on any word I make. That's my nindo. Little brat left me 78 people, more than I thought would be left. Though I will hand it to him, he's an interesting one. While stretching this out any further would be pointless. Thought Ibiki as he glanced over at the Chunin proctors before receiving a nod from one of them. To those of you still remaining, congratulations for passing the first part of the Chunin exam. What the hell? Shouted Naruto in frustration. What about the 10th question? Asked Ino. There never was, unless you count those two choices as the 10th question, said a now grinning Ibiki. That's a strange change in personality, thought Sakura dryly. What about the first 9 questions? Were they just pointless? Asked a confused Temari. Oh no, they had their own purpose, information gathering. You lost me, stated Naruto with a blank look on his face. As you know, this test is based on the whole team doing well. So that put pressure on the whole team not to screw up for their teammates. Oh, however, most of you figured out that the questions on this test were too hard for you to answer. So you had to cheat in order to do so. Though even knowing that you had to cheat would have been useless if you didn't have the answers to begin with. So we had some of our Chunin who knew all the answers get mixed with the crowd, so as to help you guys out. Okay, didn't see that part. Good thing I had Akamaru get me out of that jam, or I would have been panicking through the whole exam. Thought Naruto. And as you can guess, those that cheated poorly failed. Continued Ibiki while removing his headband. After taking it off, he revealed his scared bald head with several holes and burn marks. The after effects of torture, thought Sasuke as he viewed the sight. Unlike him, I wouldn't make the mistake of becoming a prisoner, thought Dosu smugly. This is the result of when information is more valuable than life. And on missions and on the battlefield, people will risk their lives to get that information. But what about the 10th question? Asked Temari as Ibiki placed his headband back on. That is where this test really comes into play, the choice to take it or not take it. It's meant to be a hard choice between those two, though most would rather take it next year and hope to pass. Those who decide to stay are the ones who take a leap of faith and stay even though they might not ever get the chance to take it again. Where are you getting at? Asked Kiba, who was getting annoyed. What I'm getting at is that as Chunin you will be doing missions where you cannot afford to back down from it, just so you can stay alive. You must be willing to take a mission that you might not come back home from and show no hesitation when doing so. In other words, those who would rather try again next time don't deserve to become Chunin, and those who take it without fear do and will have no troubles in the future. Now you have all passed the first test of the Chunin exams, and I wish you guys luck. Naruto and the other rookies couldn't help but be proud of themselves until the window next to Ibiki shattered to show a black ball of something coming through the window and into the classroom. A few seconds later, 2 sides of the thing was being held up by Kanai and revealed to be a banner of some sort, and in the middle of it stood a violet-haired woman in a brown trench coat wearing a fishnet bodysuit, a small orange skirt, gray shin guards, and black sandals. All right, you guys, this ain't no time to be celebrating, yelled the woman. I'm the proctor for the second exam, Mitarashi Anko, so come on follow me to the next exam. Finished the woman, now known as Anko, while pumping her fist into the air. Bad timing, muttered Ibiki, which made Anko blush slightly. Naruto-san, may I ask you something? Asked Taisho. Fire away, replied the still, gaping Naruto. Is she what you humans call a prostitute? This was the wrong question to ask, as Naruto erupted into a fit of laughter that caused some others to look at him as though he was crazy. Anko, on the other hand, glared at him for laughing her blunder and made a mental note to hurt him next chance she got. After his laughter died down, he looked up to see everyone looking at him with a raised eyebrow. What? I was laughing a joke someone told me. Liar, yelled Sakura in her mind. Ibiki, you need to stop taking it easy on these brats. There's at least 26 teams left this time. What can I say? We had some pretty outstanding ones this year, answered Ibiki. But it don't matter. I'll at least cut them in half in the next exam, replied Anko while grinning evilly. But enough of that. Time for a change of scenery. Everyone follow me. With that, the 78 people filed out of the room. The group walked for about a good 10 minutes until they reached a fenced-in training ground. Though from where they were standing, it didn't look too much like a training ground. It looked more like a giant forest with trees that rivaled the size of the sum of buildings. All in all, the place looked rather menacing to most people in the crowd. This is second stage for the Chunin exam, Training Area 44, also known as the Forest of Death, said Anko in a menacing tone. Looks fun, said Naruto, while trying to not show how nervous he was at the moment. It is, and you're about to see why it's called the Forest of Death, answered Anko with a grin. Kiss my ass, lady. This little forest don't scare me, retorted Naruto. Anko just continued to grin at him before the next thing Naruto knew, she had thrown a kunai at him, which grazed his cheek. That was also when he felt a hand grip his head to hold him still while a tongue went to lick the blood off his cheek. Kids like you're the first to be killed, said the woman as she happily licked up his blood. Yup, the first to spill this lovely red blood I love so much. The woman watched in amusement as the boy in her grasp was shocked speechless at her speed and a tad freaked at her, licking his blood. She noted, with a bit of disappointment, that the cut she had given him was already healing up. That was when she felt a presence behind her and drew another kunai to face a woman with a sacket and an overly long tongue holding out a kunai with said tongue. Here's your kunai, you miss, said the woman in an eerie tone. Why, thank you, replied Anko before taking her kunai back. Though next time, I would recommend that you don't sneak up on me, unless of course you have a death wish. No, it's just I get excited whenever I see blood. Besides, you cut a bit of my precious hair, and I couldn't help myself. Well, I guess we got a lot of bloodthirsty ones this year. This could be fun, unlike last time. When she looked back down at Naruto, she saw that he was gone and that he was hiding behind the girl with two buns while the said girl glared at her. Anko had to do her best not to laugh at the girl's glare before going into her trench coat and pulling out a stack of papers from one of the pockets inside. Before we begin the second exam, I need you all to sign these forms. There'll be deaths in this exam, and if you don't sign them, it'll be my responsibility, and I don't really like dealing with paperwork. But before you do that, I'm going to explain the second exam, and then each team will check in at the booth behind me. You will be attempting to live through the ultimate survival test. Each team will enter one of the 44 gates and head for the middle of the forest where you will find a tower. However, as you go through, you have an objective you must complete. You are to do whatever means you may deem necessary obtain one of two scrolls, heaven and earth. Half of you will get one, and the other half will get the other. To complete this test, you must make it to the tower with both. So we not only have to get to survive this hellish forest, but also obtain a scroll and get to the tower with both intact. Asked Sasuke. Yeah, that pretty much all there is to it, though. There is a time limit. You have 5 days to gain one of these scrolls and get to the tower before the 5th day. 5 days, shrieked Ino. But what about food? Shouted Choji. There's plenty to eat in the forest, either that, or you can kill an enemy and eat him or her. Now there are 2 ways you can fail this test. One is if you don't make it to the tower in those 5 days with both scrolls, or don't show up at all. And 2 is if one of your teammates dies in the middle of the exam. Also, you must not look inside the scroll until you make it into the tower. What happens if you do look inside? Asked Naruto curiously. Let's just say that if someone does, then they're in for a big surprise, answered Anko with a devilish smirk. Well, that's it for the explanations. Sign the form and turn them in at the booth, then pick a gate and prepare to begin the next exam. The moment she finished, the chunin at the booth pulled a black curtain over the front of the stand so people couldn't look in. After that, everyone went off to sign their sheets before walking over to the booth and getting their scroll. Sasuke looked down at the scroll they had received. They had gotten a heaven scroll, so all they needed was an earth, and they were set. He looked over to see Naruto looking bored while Sakura looked nervous. There will be deaths in this exam. I don't know if Sakura can handle it, but I know Naruto has done it before without much trouble. Well, whatever the case, we need to be careful in this forest and not let our guards down, thought Sasuke as he looked up at the hellhole they would be stuck in for 5 days. The second test of the Chunin exams will begin now, yelled Anko before the Genin sped off into the forest. Naruto and his team stopped when they heard the sound of screaming. While it might have been expected since the proctor said there would be deaths, it didn't make it any easier for them to bear. Still, The thought of getting killed in the forest was fresh in their minds, so the three-man team trekked onward so as to get out of the open and find someplace where they could think up a good plan. Hey guys, mind waiting here for a moment? Asked Naruto suddenly. Why? Asked Sakura. Do you really want to know? Yes, dope. Guess who? I gotta pee alright. So just wait here. With that, the boy went off behind a small bush and did his thing. As he was going to go back to his team, he heard something coming up behind him. He turned to see a ninja from AIM rush up to him with a kunai in hand. The man lunged forward and stabbed Naruto in the chest with his kunai, only to be shocked when his kunai broke in half as it hit the blonde's cloak. Panicking, the man made an attempt to punch him in the face, only receive a bone-shattering uppercut to the jaw which sent him flying into the air. Just as he was about to start descending towards the ground, saw the same blonde come flying above him with his sword unsheathed and cut the attacker in half, sending both parts in separate directions. After Naruto landed onto the forest floor and resheathed his sword, he saw Sasuke and Sakura come out and see his cleaved enemy. What happened? Asked Sasuke, who was a little worried. Some asshole tried to kill me while I was taking a piss. I got him though, so there's one team that's done for this exam. Does he have a scroll? Asked Sasuke as he looked at the two pieces of the body. Naruto didn't say anything to that. He instead walked over towards the body that had his equipment pouch and searched it. He grinned when he felt the only scroll in the pouch, but then grumbled when he found it was a heaven scroll. Damn it, why couldn't you be an earth scroll? Yelled Naruto, only to be punched in the head by Sakura, who looked pissed off about something. Would you shut up? Hissed Sakura. If you haven't forgotten, we're in a forest full of enemies, and some of those teams might need a heaven scroll. So shut up, so we don't give away our position. Naruto only laughed nervously at that while he nursed the bump on his head. Sasuke only shook his head at his teammates' actions before gesturing them both over to him. Alright, we need a code word that will help us in case an enemy tries to capture one of us. If we do this, and the person gets it wrong, assume they are the enemy. Sasuke stopped to make sure both were following before continuing. When someone asks the Nin Song Nin machine, this is the answer you give them. A large amount of loud enemies is the friend of the shinobi. Hide and remain silent. A shinobi must understand the proper time, when the enemy is tired and ill-prepared. Got it, answered Sakura. I don't, said Naruto sheepishly. Are you stupid? I already memorized it. Hey, I'm not as smart as you are, so sue me, retorted Naruto, who was getting rather annoyed. This caused the group to go silent until Sasuke started getting to his feet. With that, Naruto looked back at the scroll he had taken from the Aim Nin and tucked it away into his Haori to keep it safe for a bit. That was when he felt the wind, and he noticed that since they had gotten into the forest, he had not felt the wind at all. His eyes widened, and he was about to alert his teammates when it was too late and a giant gust of wind blew them in different directions. With Sasuke eyed the area as he hid in a nearby bush. He had not seen Sakura or Naruto since the sudden gust of wind and was now thinking that they were killed off. The sound of a twig snapping made him turn to see Sakura looking uninjured. Sasuke-kun, said a relieved Sakura. Stop, ordered the boy while holding up a kunai. First the code word, the Nin Song Nin machine. Right, a large amount of loud enemies is the friend of the shinobi. Hide and remain silent. A shinobi must understand the proper time, when the enemy is tired and ill-prepared. Sasuke nodded before lowering his kunai. Good. Now have you seen Naruto anywhere? Sakura shook her head in reply and went to answer when the sound of rustling leaves made her turn to a nearby bush. That was when a familiar blonde appeared in the clearing looking battered and bruised. Hey guys, said Naruto while grinning a bit. He went to make another step, but was stopped when Sasuke threw a kunai at him. Code word dope. Order the Uchiha. Yeah, team, I got it. A large amount of loud enemies is the friend of the shinobi. Hide and remain silent. A shinobi must understand the proper time, when the enemy is tired and ill-prepared. Answer Naruto. Sakura sighed while Sasuke smirked at the answerer. Just then Sasuke jumped forward and delivered a kick right into the blonde's face. Sakura looked shocked while Naruto looked surprised. What the hell was that for, team? You're not Naruto. Even if he has improved, he's still an idiot, and I know for a fact he couldn't remember that code word. Yep, that's true. thought Sakura dully. He probably would have said he forgot it. Naruto smirked before disappearing in a puff of smoke. In his place stood the same girl who had the freakishly long tongue and was now smiling in the same way the proctor from before did. So you relied on your teammates' dim-wittedness to lure me out? This is going to be more entertaining than I thought. With Naruto groggily got back to his feet. He had just barely managed to avoid going too far away from his original position, but was still too far to know where they were. Still, he had plenty of time to find them, so with that he focused some Yuki into his sense of touch and placed his hand on the ground. He immediately saw outlines of countless things scattered around, but ignored them as he continued to search for his teammates. He continued to focus until he found an outline of someone who had a hairstyle of a chicken's rear end. He instantly noted that it was Sasuke and also noticed that Sakura was there too, but then he found a third person nearby and began to panic. They're under attack. I gotta hurry up and get there before the other guy's teammates show up. With this thought in mind, he prepared to set off when he felt a presence behind him. He turned around to see the sight of a very big snake come slithering towards him. The snake hissed at him a few times before lunging at him, intending to eat him whole. Naruto jumped over the snake, only to get swatted into a nearby tree by the snake's tail. He gritted his teeth in an attempt to keep from screaming in pain, but had to dodge another lunge of the snake trying to eat him. Naruto quickly unsheathed his sword before transforming it into its true form and jumping into the air above the snake. He then raised his sword into a stabbing position before thrusting it forward, hitting the snake in between the eyes and killing it instantly. Once the snake collapsed onto the ground, Naruto pulled his sword out of the snake's skull and transforming it back into its katana form and sheathing it. After that, he made a mad dash towards the location of his teammates, all the while praying that they weren't dead. Back with Sasuke and Sakura. The strange woman smirked at them as she pulled out a scroll from her equipment pouch. She then held it out in front of her before asking, "You want this, right? The Earth Scroll, since you have the Heaven." The moment she finished, she brought the scroll to her mouth before devouring the said scroll. "Then let's fight for each other's scroll with our lives on the line," finished the woman before sending an enormous amount of killing intent at them. That was when both Sasuke and Sakura saw their lives flash before their eyes, or, to be more specific, their deaths. To them, every second they saw it, they felt it as well. The fear, the blood, the pain, then just as quickly as it came, it all disappeared. The only thing that remained was fear, which still gripped the two's hearts. "This is no Jinjutsu," thought Sasuke before vomiting. "This is pure fear. The sheer amount of killing intent she sent us made us see our own deaths. Who is girl, and why is she after us?" Sakura. When he received no reply, he looked over to see Sakura shaking violently while tears were pouring down the sides of her face. "This is bad. I have to get us out of here before we both get killed," thought Sasuke as he pulled a kunai out of his kunai holster. "I'm guessing you can't move right now." "What a shame," said the woman. "This isn't any fun at all. I guess I'll just finish you off right now." With that said, she pulled out two kunai before tossing them lazily at the two shaken genin. "Come on, move." At the last moment, Sasuke stabbed his kunai deep into his leg before grabbing Sakura and dashing off into the forest in order to gain some distance from the murderous wench. When he felt he had gotten a safe distance away from the woman, he knelt down on a branch before pulling out the kunai he embedded into his leg. He winced in pain before looking out for the woman with his Sharingan activated. "Sasuke-kun, your leg looks really hurt. Let me help you dash." The girl was cut off by Sasuke's hand, covering her mouth as he continued to look out for the woman. "He's terrified right now. I've never seen him act this way before," thought Sakura. Just then she noticed an overly large snake above them and went to warn Sasuke, but couldn't due to the hand on her mouth. Finally, she moved it away and yelled, "Sasuke-kun, a snake." The boy turned before dashing off the branch the moment the snake went to attack him and Sakura. "Damn it, I was panicking so much I forgot to be aware of my surroundings," thought the boy as he continued to avoid the snake that seemed to be going for only him. Sasuke then grabbed a few kunai and shuriken before tossing them at the snake's head, aiming to at least kill the thing. To his relief, the snake hissed back before falling onto a nearby branch. His relief was short-lived, however, when some of the snake's scales started cracking and pushing as though something was coming out of it. To their horror, the woman from before came forth from the snake's body while grinning at them menacingly. You two shouldn't be relaxing since you are the prey. And prey must do everything they can to get away from a predator like me, said the woman before slithering, not running, slithering towards them. However, her progress was stopped by a kunai that had an explosive tag attached to it. That was easy, said a voice from above Sasuke and Sakura. When the two looked up, they saw their teammate, who was grinning at them while giving them the victory sign. Good job, Naruto, congratulated Sakura. Yes, good job, came a voice from the smoke. All eyes turned to see that the woman was looking as though nothing happened. She was now staring at Naruto in amusement as she dusted herself off. That attack would have worked on any other opponent, but not me. Though I will hand it to you, you caught me off guard. Plus, it seems you got by my snake very good. Oh, bite me, lady, yelled Naruto. Naruto, don't fight her, shouted Sasuke, which got him a curious look from Blonde. With a sigh, he deactivated his Sharingan and went into his weapon's pouch before pulling out the Heaven Scroll. This is what you want, right? Then I'll give it to you, then you leave us alone. What? Shouted Naruto. The woman only chuckled before speaking. Yes, giving the predator a new meal will give the prey the time to escape. Yes, a very wise choice, Sasuke. Whatever, just take it, yelled Sasuke before tossing it towards the woman. Naruto, however, had different plans. He quickly raced forward and seized the scroll mid-air and landed beside Sasuke. The said boy was now glaring at Naruto with absolute outrage, and yet before he could say anything, Naruto was already giving him his very own glare. What's wrong with you? Don't you see this is what she wants? Asked the blonde. She wants you to panic. She wants you to be afraid, so that you make the wrong decisions. Don't let her do that to you, Sasuke. Hide her fear and fight back with me, and maybe we can beat her. Sasuke looked back at him and saw that the boy had no malice in his voice nor in his glare. It wasn't disappointment either, it was wisdom coming off those eyes. That was when he realized that he had let his fears of death cloud his judgment and almost caused them to be killed. With this in mind, Sasuke's face went from panic and fear to determination and bravery. Right, answered Sasuke at last before reactivating his Sharingan. Well, I see that someone had the fight return his eyes. Then let's begin anew, shall we? Said the woman with the amused grin still planted on her face. Naruto turned to face his opponent slowly while focusing on Yuki to trigger his transformation. Now he stood in his transformed state, glaring at the snake woman with his golden slitted eyes. He then unsheathed his sword before charging her with his sword reared back for a horizontal strike. The woman effortlessly jumped over the silver-haired child and also dodged the Uchiha's kick to her face. The moment Sasuke touched down on the surface of the branch, he quickly turned to face her and dashed forward in an attempt to hit his opponent once again. He gritted his teeth when she blocked his kick with her forearm, before grabbing his ankle and tossing him into a nearby tree trunk, which made him spit up a bit of blood due to the impact. When Naruto saw that his teammate's attack failed, he quickly did a cross-shaped seal before shouting, Kage Bunsin no Jutsu. In an instant, 5 clones appeared on the branch, all of which were holding their own swords before all 6 charged the woman. This tactic was shot down as she continued to dodge his clones' attacks before punching his clones while making them puff out of existence. Finally, Naruto was the only one left standing. A second later, Sasuke appeared beside him, looking a little beat up, but still okay to fight. This is getting us nowhere, said Naruto. You see why I didn't fight her before? Asked Sasuke. Yeah, but that's what makes it more fun, right? Whatever. You got a plan, or we're going to keep doing this until she kills us? I'm working on it. Well, you better hurry up, otherwise we might not make it much longer. Yeah, you don't worry, I'll think of something, said Naruto before changing his sword into its Zanbato form. This seemed to grab the woman's attention as her eyes widened at the sight of his sword. The moment Naruto saw this, he charged, hoping to catch her off guard. He was mistaken since she jumped over the blade and delivered a kick to the back of the blonde's head, sending him down to the ground. She was, however, not expecting her feet to be swept up from under her by Sasuke. The said boy then jumped into the air before flashing through a few seals before shouting his own jutsu. Gaton, Housenka no Jutsu. After calling his jutsu, Sasuke fired 5 fireballs about the same size as a human skull towards his downed enemy. The woman, however, managed to get away since once the smoke cleared, all that remained was mud. Focusing chakra to his feet, the boy stuck to one of the nearby branches and kept a close eye out for his opponent. She appeared soon after and went to punch him only for him to jump, dodge it, and deliver a knee to her gut. "Naruto now!" yelled Sasuke before jumping away. She looked up to see a ghostly blue flame coming towards her. She was thankful she managed to get away, only to feel some of the fabric on her outfit get scorched by the mysterious fire. She turned her attention to the direction that the fire came from, only to see Naruto with his sword reared back over his head before swinging down upon her. She jumped over to the boy's left and saw that the sword had cleaved right through the thick branch as though it was butter. He then turned towards her and made a mad dash at her with his sword reared back again at a horizontal angle. Naruto swung his blade and snarled when he missed her again. He was running low on time since he still couldn't hold the form for more than 15 minutes before returning to his Hanyu form. Thinking quickly, he held out his index and his middle fingers before focusing his own Yuki into them. In a few seconds, his 2 fingers began to glow yellowish green before making a small strand of Yuki. During his training for the past month, Naruto was given this exercise as a way to better his Yuki control. Taisho had stated that it was not only a training method, but also a weapon since pure Yuki was deadly, and having it concentrated made things even deadlier. So as he did this, he saw Sasuke fighting off against the strange woman in a taijutsu battle. At the moment, it looked like Sasuke was faring well until she grabbed his fist when he went to punch her and was given a sharp kick to his chin, making him fall back. That was when Naruto struck by sending his Yuki whip towards the woman who had most of her attention on the Uchiha. The moment his whip made contact, he smirked when it hit her back, which got him a grunt of pain from her, and causing the back of her shirt to rip but not cut her flesh. That was only downside to this, since he had just started getting the hang of this exercise 3 days ago. He had yet to make his whip strong enough to cut through objects like Taisho had shown him. She glared at Naruto before charging him with incredible speed. He lashed his whip out at her a few times only for her to dodge them, since she was going at such high speeds. After getting close enough, she dodged another swing of his sharp sword and punched him with great force into a nearby tree trunk. Before he could even get his bearings, she was already on him as she outstretched her tongue, wrapped it around his ankle, and slammed him onto the branch they were standing on. Naruto gasped as the air was knocked out of him, only to receive a kick to his gut that made him go through the branch and fall towards another, which she preparing to make him go through again. However, before she could get to him, she had been punched hard in the face by Sasuke, who had been waiting for the right moment to attack, and was sent into a trunk. Going into his equipment pouch, he pulled out 3 shurikens before tossing them at her. She went to protect herself since she was still embedded in the trunk, only to see the shuriken whiz past her. That was when she noticed that the shuriken had wires attached to them, only to be ensnared by the said wire. "Looks like the predator is trapped. Guess it's time for barbecued snake, right, Sasuke?" said Naruto as he got to his feet. "Yeah, I agree with you there, dope. You want to help cook it?" asked an amused Sasuke. "Don't mind if I do," answered Naruto before focusing chakra to his lungs, while focusing Yuki into his mouth. Sasuke himself flashed through more seals before landing on the tiger seal and shouted, "Katan, Ryuka no Jutsu." The instant the jutsu was called, Naruto released his Kitsunbai, which made the ghostly blue flame appear once more. As the 2 boys fired their techniques, Sakura watched as both flames merged to make a light blue flame as it came closer towards the target. The moment it hit, a shriek of pain was heard as the victim felt its blazing heat come straight at her. When the flames died down, both boys looked back at the sight of a huge hole in the tree, and the target slouched over slightly. "Good job, team, we missed." "Don't complain, at least we got her." "Got who?" asked the woman as she looked up at them again. That was when they saw a portion of the woman's face was burned off, revealing a pale white face, with strange purple marks by his eyes and a yellow slitted eye. The woman chuckled, then her voice changed into a male chuckle. It was a bizarre moment that the boys would never forget as long as they lived. "You both have entertained me greatly. I always knew that the Uchiha was going to be this strong, but for the Uzumaki to be just as strong is incredible. However, I'm afraid I must finish this now since I've seen what both of you can do. We'll see about that, shouted Naruto before charging him with his sword reared back. However, once he reached striking distance, the man had simply parried to the side before grabbing his arm and breaking it, then used his tongue to grasp a hold of the silver-haired child. The said child gritted his teeth in pain as continued to struggle for a moment until he felt his shirt being lifted up to show the seal placed on his abdomen. So, it appears the seal is visible. Well, I can have you get in my way, so I'll leave you with a gift, said the man as he started doing some seals. He then pulled his hand back to show purple flames on the tips of his fingers before slamming them on the seal, while saying, "Gogyu, Fuin." Naruto screamed in pain as the purple flames hit his abdomen and could feel his yukai form fading. He felt the tongue around him loosen before being tossed onto the branch. The man then turned his attention onto the Uchiha, who was panting due to the fact that he was almost out of chakra. Just as he was about to approach him, he heard a gasping of breath behind him and turned to see the silver-haired boy using the Tesega as a crutch and staring at the ground. "Sorry, Hebe team," gasped out the boy while slowly raising his head up. "But you sealed up the wrong demon," finished the boy as he looked up at the man's face. The man just smirked as he eyed the boy with a bored look on his face. He knew that Naruto was on his last leg since his arm was hung limply by his side and that his eyes were glazed over. "Naruto-san, you cannot last any longer," said a worried Taisho. "Don't worry, I want to at least get one good hit on him before I pass out. You do not even have the strength to lift up Tesega, let alone use it." "I will hit him, just need one more shot." Naruto grunted as he heaved his sword upon his shoulder before staring at the man. "I don't know who you are or why you're after us, but I'll at least hurt you one good time before I pass out," gasped out Naruto. The man seemed to smirk as he looked at Naruto with boredom clearly visible in his eyes. "Oh really? Well then, please show me." Naruto gasped a few times before his vision got blurry. That was when he felt time stopped again. He looked around and saw that there was someone coming towards him. The man in question was giving him a proud look. He was wearing a red Haido and a matching red hakama with a white obi. To add to his confusion, the man had long silver hair, just like Taisho, along with golden eyes with slitted pupils. The most noticeable thing about him, though, were the two dog ears poking out of his head. The man continued to smirk at him as he came closer towards him. Naruto didn't know what to make of the man, so all he did was stay rooted to the spot until the man stopped right in front of him. "Taisho?" asked Naruto nervously. The man simply shook his head before speaking in a gruff and somewhat arrogant tone. "Ah, you kidding? I don't look nothing like my old man." Who are you then?" The man's smile never faltered. If anything, it grew. "My name is not what's important right now. What is important is that you have my sword." "Okay, now I'm getting confused. Whose sword is this and why are you here?" The man's eyes seemed to twitch before he bopped Naruto pretty hard on the head. "Get straight, kid. It's my sword, and the only reason I'm here is because you have it. That still doesn't explain why you're here. Look, I'm here to do you a small favor, all right? So be damn grateful I'm doing this, you brat." "Hey, don't call me a brat, you damn." "Wait, what favor?" "This one," after he said that, he pulled a clawed hand up and tapped the Tesega with one of his claws, and Naruto felt the familiar pulsing of the sword. "Now that my part has been played, I gotta get going, brat," said the man as he went to walk away. "Wait," the man stopped and turned to face him. "Are you going to be in the seal with Taisho and Kyubi?" The man only smirked before turning towards the path and continued walking. Just as he was about to leave his sights, he gave a small wave over his shoulder before disappearing. "Well, boy, I'm waiting," said the man smugly. Naruto didn't know what it was, but something inside him made him turn towards the man with a new look in his eyes. Suddenly, he felt the Tesego pulse again and felt his limbs moving on their own accord. Soon after, he had his sword reared back while the sword emitted a bright yellowish glow. "Sasuke, move out of the way," said the red-cloaked youth. Even if he was confused, Sasuke did what he was told and, with great difficulty, moved away from where he previously was. Not long after, Naruto's glazed eyes locked with the man's, and with one last look, took a mighty swing towards the man. The effects of that swing were chaotic as three separate beams of Yuki came rocketing towards the horrified man. At the last moment, he quickly bit his thumb and spread the blood across the strange tattoo before calling out, "Kuchios no Jutsu." A moment later, a giant snake appeared while the three beams of light came closer towards them. The man's shock was doubled when the three beams hit the snake, causing it to be cleaved into three separate pieces. He was so shocked by the display of power that he didn't even feel one of the beams hit his left arm, which was cut clean off. As the three beams left the small area, a small explosion was heard behind them, and if one were to go and check, they would find that a small portion of the forest was now gone. Such power, thought the man as he surveyed his arm and the snake. I must get that sword, or at least him in my possession. With that in mind, he looked back at the boy who was now gasping for breath with Sasuke and Sakura beside him. Very good, Naruto-kun, along with you, Sasuke-kun. You have both done exceptionally well against me. Now I would like to leave you both with a little parting gift. With that said, the man formed an odd seal with his only hand before outstretching his neck and lunging at the Uchiha and bit him on the neck. He then went for Naruto and bit him on the neck as well. He then reverted back to his body and looked to see what seals they had received. Sasuke had a seal that looked like three black tomos, while Naruto had one that looked like three black diamond shapes. Odd. I've never seen that one produced before, thought the man. The screams of pain coming from both boys rung through his ears and couldn't help but smirk as he watched the only member of Team 7 panic before looking at him with a glare. What did you do to them? Yelled Sakura. I merely left them a gift. Both of them will seek me out once they realize what I can grant them. Who the hell are you? My name is Orochimaru, and now that I have done what I came here for, I will take my leave. With that, the man now known as Orochimaru sunk into the ground, all the while chuckling like a madman. After he left, Sakura went to check up on her two teammates and found that both of them were gripping at the same spot on their necks. What do I do? Wondered Sakura as she tried to help both boys out of the area and into a place they could hide. Inside Naruto's mind. In a dark room somewhere in the depths of Naruto's mind, a figure held up by numerous amounts of chains hung on the ceiling of the room. The said figure was hanging limply in the chains with his eyes closed, most likely asleep. His eyes suddenly snapped open before a crazed smile appeared on his face. Strange black markings began to appear all around his body, starting from his neck, until he was almost completely covered in them. Baka, said the figure. However, his voice seemed to be a mixture of two people talking at one time. He tugged on the chains, causing some of them to fall off the ceiling. Soon, Naruto, you will succumb to the evil that resides in you, and then your soul will belong to me. Sakura was in a dilemma, and she knew it. The fact that both of her teammates were unconscious and that they were in a forest full of enemies with the only cover that they had was an uprooted part of a huge tree. She sighed before replacing the wetted cloths on both boys' foreheads. She looked down sadly at Sasuke's whimpering form. Both boys had stopped screaming in pain an hour ago, but now had a severe fever that was plaguing them both in their unconsciousness. Sakura glanced over towards Naruto before letting out a depressed sigh. Why did this have to happen? Thought the girl as she continued to stare at Naruto's shivering form. Unlike Sasuke, Naruto was not faring well against whatever Orochimaru had done to them both. Though he was in just as much pain as her crush, due to the broken arm which she had placed in a small sling, and had the same fever, something else was happening while the blonde was unconscious. Strange diamond-shaped marks kept on appearing on the blonde as he slept. Sometimes he would even awaken for a brief moment before passing out again. If that wasn't bad enough, when he was asleep, the marks would return and start to scatter around the blonde with no clear pattern before stopping and receding back to the origin of the mark. This would happen every 5 minutes before he would awaken and pass out once more. Now Sakura might not know what was going on, but she knew well enough that if Sasuke wasn't going through the same thing, that meant that something was wrong. She eyed the curse mark that was located on the same spot as Sasuke's was before looking down at his now covered abdomen with a raised eyebrow. Gogyu, Fyun, muttered Sakura aloud. What could Orochimaru be sealing that would be involving Naruto? It had been the question that had been plaguing her mind since she got the two boys to safety. What was Orochimaru planning to seal? She doubted that it was for sealing his bloodline, since that was virtually impossible to the best of her knowledge. So she deduced that it was for sealing off the main chakra points in his stomach in a similar way that the Hyuga cut off chakra with the Jukin. But if that's the case, then how was he able to use that last attack? That was when she remembered Naruto saying something before he launched that attack. Flashback. Sorry, Hebe team, gasped out the boy while slowly raising his head up. But you sealed up the wrong demon. And then he grinned in evil rictus. In flashback. That's another thing. What did Naruto mean when he said that? The girl wondered as she started to change the boy's cloths again. She didn't know what else to do for them at the moment. So, with a sigh, she sat down on the ground with her back against the tree trunk and closed her eyes to get some sleep. A few moments later, Naruto awakened with a shocked look on his face, before gritting his teeth while grabbing the spot where Orochimaru had bitten him. As he did this, the diamond-shaped marks began to appear all around his body before stopping in random places on his body. He looked over at Sakura to see her sleeping soundly against the tree trunk. "Kill her," whispered a voice. For some reason, the pain intensified as he heard the voice speak to him. He tried to keep from shouting out in pain, but as the seconds ticked by, it was getting harder and harder to do. "Kill her now." "And no," groaned out Naruto through gritted teeth. "Kill her now." With that, Naruto yelled out in agony as he intensified the grip on the seal, while his claws dug into his skin in hopes of ending the pain. To his relief, the marks began to recede back to its origins before collapsing onto the ground into blissful unconsciousness. However, his shout of pain did reach the ears of Sakura, who had abruptly woken up just in time to see Naruto fall back onto the forest floor. She sighed again before walking over to check up on his fever. Not far away. "Was that the Uchiha?" a long-haired Kunoichi asked. "I doubt it. Sounded like someone else," answered a ninja whose head was completely covered in bandages. "Regardless, whoever it was, it means that the only one still able to fight is the girl. Which makes our job all the easier," said the last member of the team, smugly. "Should we attack them now, Dosu?" the Kunoichi questioned. The man now identified as Dosu shook his head in reply. "Not yet. We wait till she can barely keep her eyes open before we attack." This caused the other member to groan at his decision. "Come on, Dosu. That pathetic leaf, Nin, isn't that strong. Hell, she don't even look like she could take on an academy student, let alone us." "I second that motion's." "Well, I don't," snapped Dosu. "I would rather not deal with unnecessary conflict. I would much rather just run in, kill them all while they are at their weakest state, and leave. Though I do agree with you that she does look weak, I would rather wait until she can't even put up a fight." The other two members were silent for a moment before nodding their heads in agreement. Dosu sighed before looking back at the spot their target lay in wait. "Soon, our mission will be complete, and I can finally get out of this hellhole." An hour later, Sakura sat down with a look of exhaustion clearly visible on her face. She had been awake since yesterday, and had only taken time to get a few short naps in before having to keep a lookout for any enemy ninja. Sakura sighed again as she felt her eyes begin to gradually close. That was when she heard the sound of a twig snapping and turned to see a squirrel scurrying towards her. She let out a soft sigh of relief before her eyes widened and hastily tossed a kunai at the squirrel. Lucky for the squirrel, it hit the spot right in front of it, causing it to squeak in surprise before scurrying off elsewhere. She sighed as she watched it leave her sight before going back to keeping watch. Her eyes slowly began to fall as sleep was creeping up on her when she heard a low chuckle coming from in front of her. When she looked up, she saw the same 3 Odo Nin that attacked Kabuto in the first exam, 2 of whom had cocky smirks on their faces. The only member who wasn't was the one covered in bandages, but she had a good feeling that he was doing the same. "Hee hee, looks like someone's been up all night," said an amused Dosu. "Now, if you don't mind, wake up the Uchiha. We're here to fight him," came Zaku's smug remark. Sakura quickly whipped out a kunai from its holster before glaring at the 3, as if daring them to come closer to her. "What did Orochimaru do to Sasuke and Naruto?" she yelled. She noticed that all 3 of their eyes widened slightly before continuing. "So you do work for that Hebe after all? Then tell me what that mark he put on them is." The group of sound Neen stayed silent for a moment as they processed the information that was just given to them. The fact that Orochimaru never said anything about giving the Uchiha a cursed seal struck them as odd. The fact that two people had one made it even stranger to them. I wonder what that man is up to, muttered Dosu, before pushing those thoughts aside for the moment. Well, now that you told us this bit of information, we can't let you live. Or the Uchiha, for that matter, said Zaku as he prepared to charge the girl. Wait, Zaku ordered Dosu. The man then walked cautiously towards her before stopping where the kunai she threw at the squirrel was before kneeling down to feel the grass. This soil looks like it's been disturbed and grass doesn't grow right here. So it looks to me that you have a badly set trap for us. Sakura was now sweating, which in turn caused the three Odo ninja to smirk before leaping over toward her. Almost as soon as they leapt, she smirked before using the kunai in her hand to cut a single wire on a kunai next to her, thus setting off another trap. The second the wire was cut, a giant log came flying toward the three ninja in midair. The three were indeed slightly surprised by the second trap, but quickly recomposed themselves as Dosu placed his hand on the log and focused chakra into his gauntlet. The results were shocking to Sakura, as the log split in two, thus destroying the obstacle in their way as they continued their descent on the kunoichi. Just when she thought she was going to die, a shout of Konoha Senpu briefly took away her fears as a green blur shot through the tree lines as delivered a kick to each member of the Odo Nin, making each go skidding across the area away from Sakura and the shelter. The green blur then appeared in front of her while staring the three Nin down with a noticeable smirk on his face. Lee, thought a very thankful Sakura. Who the hell are you? Asked an angry Zaku as he nursed the small bruise on his cheek. I'm the beautiful green beast of Konoha, Rock Lee, proclaimed the greed-clad genin. Bewildered, Sakura asked, why are you here? The boy chuckled slightly before saying, in all seriousness, I will always appear whenever you're in danger, Sakura-chan. He then reached up towards his shoulder before gently grabbing the squirrel and placing it on the ground. It is all thanks to you, little buddy. Well, thank you, Lee, for saving me. I said it once before, said Lee while still facing the three sound genin. I'll protect you until the day I die. Sakura only smiled at this before hearing Naruto groan in his sleep. She turned to see the marks begin to appear again, but was afraid that if she moved to help him, she would be vulnerable to at least one of the sound Nin attacks. So, with great effort, she turned her full attention on the three sound Nin while rummaging through her hip pouch for more kunai. Meanwhile, Dosu was giving the green-clad boy a once-over. He could tell that the boy was skilled since he came out of the forest in an impressive display of speed. Not only that, but he also managed to knock all three of them back without much effort. Still, thought Dosu as he prepared to advance on his opponent, he's no mock for the likes of all three of us. With that in mind, he darted forward while rearing his arm back to strike the green-clad genin. The said boy did nothing until he was halfway towards him before slamming his hand into the ground and pulled out a giant root. This made Dosu's eyes widen before striking the root, causing a big chunk of it to blow off. I've seen how you fight once before, stated Lee, so don't think I'll just let you hit me with those attacks. Dosu scoffed as he landed before rushing forward again. Only this time, he was ready for what he knew was coming. Just when he was in striking range, Lee dashed forward and sent a right hook to the bandaged man's face. Dosu moved to dodge, only to be faked out, and was hit in the ribs by a powerful kick. Growing annoyed, Dosu quickly got to his feet, only to jump to avoid a strong punch, which left a small hole in the place where he was once standing. After pulling his arm out of the ground, Lee turned to face his opponent, only to be forced to duck under a punch from Dosu. He was glad to note that he wasn't using the arm with gauntlet, as he swept Dosu's feet from under him before grabbing his left arm and tossed him into a nearby tree. Dosu gritted his teeth in annoyance as he climbed out of the small crater he made in the tree before dashing forward once more. He saw Lee preparing to attack, so he decided a change in plans was in order. Lee saw Dosu rear his right arm back. As he prepared to counter it, he was surprised when he went to block the arm, but was hit hard in the face by Dosu's left hook. He faked me out, thought Lee as he quickly got to his feet. He turned around to find that his enemy was nowhere to be seen. That was when he felt a presence behind him and felt a strong kick hit him in the ribs before a hand grasped the side of his head and slammed him onto the hard earth. Dosu quickly jumped back into the woods before smirking to himself. He would admit that he wasn't as fast as his opponent, but he was fast enough to at least get behind him undetected. After all, he was considered an assassin with his gauntlet, since it was supposed to be used to kill enemies quickly, not stall it out for this long. Lee slowly got back to his feet as he looked around for his target. Just then he felt the presence again and turned only to see Dosu's arm reared back. Sorry, Guy-sensei, thought Lee as he undid his bandages as quickly as he could. But I must use that jutsu. Just as Dosu was about to strike, Lee disappeared from his view before he was hit hard in the chin. Lee then dashed after him as his bandages began to wrap themselves around the Soundine. Lee then started spinning at slow speeds before they gradually sped up to where it looked the two were a drill of some sort. Take this. Omote Renge, yelled Lee. Two, who was now finishing up a few seals, was about to aid his teammate when he noticed a volley of kunai and shuriken approaching him. Cursing under his breath, he slammed one hand into the ground before pointing his open palm at the fast-approaching projectiles. Just the weapons were about to hit, a strong gale of wind blew them off course, making them all fall harmlessly onto the ground. While he did this, he sent another wave of air towards where he estimated Dosu was going to be slammed. His estimation was found correct as the boy slammed his partner into the ground, which caused a small crater where Dosu lay, unmoving. After a few more moments, Dosu's body flinched slightly before he slowly got back to his feet, all the while panting and grunting in pain. Damn, that almost did me in. Thanks, Zaku, for the padding, otherwise I would have died, gasped out Dosu as he looked at his opponent, whom also looked rather exhausted. Seems like that attack took a lot out of you. Huh? Asked Dosu, who was slightly amused. Lee only panted harder before giving the sound, kneeing a small smile. Seems you're just as tired as I am. This only caused Dosu to chuckle slightly. Fool, I don't die that easily. But enough of this. You have gotten on my last nerve, so I'm going to finish you off now. With that, he charged forward while rearing his arm back once more. Lee went to dodge, only to hiss in pain as the aftermath of the jutsu he used had kicked in. He looked up just in time to see Dosu take a swing at him. He was thankful that he could avoid getting hit, if only by a little bit, only for his vision to become blurry and his ears to bleed. H, how did you? Simple, interrupted Dosu. I use vibrations to break through your eardrums and damage the inner ear membrane to make you lose your balance. That's why you cannot function properly for a little while. Zaka then pulled his palms up to show two little holes in the middle of his hands and snidely commented, My specialty is that I can control supersonic sound waves and air pressure as freely as I wish. To us, your jutsu are almost laughable. Well, it's been fun playing with you, kid, but we got more important things to do, said Dosu as he reared his arm to strike again. Goodbye, kid, and thanks for the good fight. Just as he went to swing, he felt a powerful punch hit him square in the jaw, sending him back a couple feet. He looked up wide-eyed to see Sakura, standing by Lee with her fist raised with a fierce look in her eyes. Ah, so it looks like she can do something after all, stated Zaka. Sakura panted slightly as she glared at the three Soundine. She knew she wouldn't win, but she would be damned if she let Lee die because of her. As Sakura-chan asked a wide-eyed Lee. Don't worry, I got a way to hold them off for a bit, said Sakura as she gave him a small smile. Hey, Kin, you want to take a crack at her? Asked Zaku as he helped his fallen teammate back to his feet. The Kunoichi only smirked before dashing forward to punch the pink-haired girl. Said girl ducked under her punch and delivered a punch to her gut before giving her an uppercut to the chin. Kin flew back in a daze, not because of the attack, but because of the fact that she had underestimated her opponent. She noticed that Sakura was rushing forward with impressive speed, but nothing that made her worry. Once Kin landed, she blocked the punch that was sent at her with her forearm before pushing the fist away and punching Sakura in the nose, causing the girl to falter. Taking advantage of this, she quickly kneed the girl in the gut before kicking the back of her legs, causing her to fall to her knees before grabbing the girl by the hair and pulling it back as painfully as she could. Well, look what we have here. Her hair seems softer than mine. If you have time to treat your hair, you can train, you little bitch, Kin scowled Hey Zaku, let's kill that Sasuke guy in front of this little bitch in heat. Good idea, answered the boy, as he made his way toward where the shelter was located. Not far away. In a bush not far away, the Ino Shikacho team was gazing in worry as they watched the whole fight since Lee arrived. Shikamaru glanced at his female teammate in frustration. Even though it was troublesome, they needed to be out there and helping them. Ino, said Shikamaru, what do you want to do? Ino just remained silent as she watched the sound Nin approach the shelter. She just didn't know what to do. One part of her was screaming for her to go out and help her old friend. The other half was reluctant to do so, as she still remembered the day Sakura gave back a ribbon. What do you guys think? She asked as she turned to face them. Both boys looked at her and noticed how worried she looked at the moment. She never did this unless it was something either frightening or embarrassing. The two could only assume that she was scared of being killed by the three Sannin. After a minute of silence, Choji spoke. I say we help them. Both Shikamaru and Ino looked at him in surprise as they watched Choji throw an unopened bag of chips over shoulder. You're serious? Asked Ino. Yes, answered the chubby boy with a serious look in his eye. I want to help them since I know they would help us if we were in danger. Besides, I don't like it when men hit women. Ino and Shikamaru turned around to see Sakura getting pummeled in the face by the Zaku, who had a kunai jabbed in his forearm and had his other hand being bitten to keep him from using it. That was when Ino schooled her features and climbed to her feet. She looked over towards Shikamaru and saw a look of determination flash into his eyes. Let's get out there. Back with Sakura. After several bashings to the face, Zaku had finally managed to get the pink-haired girl off him. He turned his palms to face her only to feel three presences coming fast. Zaku, look out! Exclaimed Dosu. Zaku turned around to see a giant bandaged fist come flying at him. He was fortunate to move out of the way in time, only to dodge a barrage of kunai that was sent towards him. He looked up to see a kid with a white scarf cycling through seals before stopping on Tori. Buvun Baika no Jutsu. After calling out his jutsu, Choji reared his fist back before swinging it in the direction of the Sannin. Instantly, his fist became huge as it came closer towards Zaku, who was too late to dodge. Instead, the boy raised his palms in the air and focused air pressure out towards his opponent. To his delight, it worked as the attack slowly stopped before it started pushing the attack upwards. Seeing as how his jutsu wasn't working, Choji canceled the jutsu before landing on the forest floor. He looked up in time to dodge another air pressure blast coming from the Sannin before flashing through a few new seals. Baika no Jutsu, followed by Nikuden Sansha. Zaku could only gape in amazement as the chubby kid's stomach grew bigger before his head and arms disappeared inside the boy's shirt, which made him look like a giant green ball. Said ball then came rolling towards him, whilst crushing everything in its path. Damn it! Yelled Zaku as he jumped out of the way of the attack. Once the green ball of blubber rolled past him, he turned to see Choji make a U-turn and come straight towards him once more. Thinking quickly, Zaku lifted his arms up and blasted the boy, only to find that the air pressure wasn't working as well as he had hoped. Dosu watched as Zaku's opponent came rolling towards him. He was about to give his teammates some support when he realized that he couldn't move. He was only able to look down for a moment to see that his shadow was connected to another boy who was giving him a bored look. Hurried up, Ino. We don't have all day. Shintensin no Jutsu, said Ino from the entry to the shelter. Suddenly, Kin felt funny and then blacked out. A few moments later, she smirked before pulling out a kunai and placing it at her throat. All right, you two. I have control of this girl, and if you don't want her to die, then I suggest that you all leave until I can't feel your chakra signatures anymore, said Kin/Ino. This made Choji's attack stop as he released his jutsu, only to fall to the ground groaning about being dizzy. For a moment, nothing happened then. With a small smirk on his face, Zaku lifted his hand and blasted her into a nearby tree. After that, he pointed his other hand towards Choji before blasting him as well. Don't you brats get it? Asked Zaku in an amused voice. We don't care about this stupid exam, how we don't even care for the safety of our comrades all that much. All we are here to accomplish is to kill Sasuke Uchiha. And it looks to me that your little attack plan didn't go too well. spoke Dosu as he watched Shikamaru's shadow crawl back towards him. Along with your jutsu, seems that girl gets hurt even if she's not in her body. But I wonder, would killing Kin kill her? Only one way to find out. Oh please, came a voice from the trees. They all looked up to see Niji and Tintin sitting above them, looking impassively at the three-sound ninja. Come on, you little leaf Neen keep popping up like cockroaches, and I'm getting sick of you. Cockroaches are we? Well then, we will see about that now, won't we? Niji spoke as he activated his Byakugan. Just when he was about to jump down, he felt something. Looking around with his Byakugan, he found a mysterious purple chakra erupting from below him. He noticed that he wasn't the only one to notice it, as everyone in the clearing eyes widened as they felt the tremendous and evil chakra. Inside the small shelter, Naruto sat up with the curse marks appearing all over him. He gritted his teeth in pain as he felt strange chakra beginning to surround him. That was when he felt it, the power, the evil that resided in the chakra that surrounded him, and most importantly, the feeling of something terrible taking over him. When everyone turned to see where the dark chakra was coming from, they were all surprised to see Naruto standing without his cloak on, with his bangs hanging over his face covering it. Just then he let out a small chuckle. Then the chuckle got louder and louder until he was laughing hysterically. Only, it wasn't his laugh. Instead of sounding jolly and kind, it sounded more insane and frightening. Soon his laughter died, and he looked up at the people in the clearing to show that his face was covered in black diamond-shaped markings. "Who the hell is this guy?" asked Sako. Naruto said nothing as he looked around the clearing before having his sights land on Sakura, who was looking at him with a fearful look. Naruto's smile only widened as he looked at her wounds. After an eerie silence, Naruto finally spoke. "So, the girl finally gets her hand dirty. Good girl. Now it's my turn to play with the new kids." This caused a certain sound Nin to get agitated, while the others took a few steps back in fear. He survived the cursed seal? How can that be? It's a 1 out of 10 chance of survival, thought Dosu frantically. "Hey asshole," yelled Zako. "Answer me when I ask you something." Naruto then turned his attention on the sound Nin, and as much as he wanted to deny it, that smile the boy was giving him was starting to freak him out. "What are you going to do if I don't?" Zaku snarled at him before pointing both air palms towards him as he charged as much chakra as he could muster into his air tubes. "Zankyo-ka!" shouted the boy. A second later, a massive gust of air pressure was fired upon Naruto and the others. After the dust settled, it showed that the area where Naruto was standing was totally wiped out. Blew his ass away. "Blew who away now?" whispered someone in his ear. Zaku's eyes widened in shock as he stood rooted to the spot. He didn't dare move. Even if he knew he was about to die, he wouldn't move. After standing there for what felt like hours, he turned to see Naruto staring at him with a bored look in his eyes. That, however, changed once Naruto saw the fear that was visible on the Sound Nin's face. His bored expression quickly changed to a sadistic grin, one that promised pain. "Time to have some fun," said Naruto before dropping Ino, Sakura, and a still unconscious Sasuke onto the ground. The moment he placed them down, a fist collided with Zaku's face, sending the Sound Nin across the clearing. He didn't get much of a chance to recover from the attack, because the moment he went to get back to his feet, he felt a hand grip the back of his head and slam him into the ground. Groaning from the pain in his head and nose, he barely noticed that he was being picked up off the ground and lifted up by the collar of his shirt. He took this chance to look at Naruto, only to see two piercing blue eyes stare straight into his own. That was when he felt another punch from the boy hit him hard in the gut, causing the boy to choke up blood. "Ah, did I hurt you?" cooed Naruto. When he received no answer, he decided to continue. "Well then, I guess you can take a little more, can't ya?" Once that statement was over, Naruto slammed the boy into the ground before sending a barrage of punches to the boy's face. At this point, Zaku was in extreme pain. After several more seconds of this, the punches stopped only for him to be lifted up, tossed into the air. By now, Zaku's vision was obscured as both of his eyes were swollen, and he could feel blood flowing freely out of his mouth. As he felt himself falling closer towards the ground, he clenched his eyes closed and waited for the collision to do its damage. What he felt was much worse, as Naruto kicked him hard in the shoulder as he fell, causing a sickening snap to echo throughout the clearing, followed by Zaku's screams as he went skidding across the ground. Yes, yelled Naruto as he listened to the boy's screams. It's like music to my ears. I want to hear more. Scream again. After that, he charged forward and prepared to continue the boy's torture. As he continued this, the bystanders were watching in horror and disgust at the brutality with which Naruto was fighting his opponent. As the seconds ticked by, Zaku's vision began to fade and his shrieks of pain were starting to die off. Naruto noticed this and stopped his onslaught on the poor Nin before grabbing him by his collar and hoisting him over his head with a small frown on his face. No more screams? Oh well, I was getting bored with you anyway. After that statement, he reared his fast back before extending his claws. Zaka barely registered this, but he didn't care. All he wanted at this point was death so that the pain would finally end. Naruto smirked evilly as he prepared to slash his throat out when someone placed a strong and firm grip onto his wrist. He turned to see Sasuke, holding his wrist tightly in his hand as black marks started to cover his face and purple chakra began to pour off the boy in massive waves. Chilling blue eyes glared back at blazing red ones as Naruto went to jerk his arm free, only to find that Sasuke's grip on him was still firm. "Let go of me, team," said Naruto coldly. "You're ruining my fun." Sasuke, however, didn't respond. Instead, he let go of the blonde's wrist, only to punch him hard in jaw, sending Naruto skidding back a few inches. "If anyone's going to kill this one, it's me," stated Sasuke calmly, despite the look of pure anger on his face. Naruto stared at the raven-haired youth with a skeptical look on his face before a sadistic grin appeared on his face once more. "Fine, you can have him," stated the blonde with a shrug before charging towards the Uchiha. "After I have my fun with you." Naruto reared his fast back and was about to punch his rival only to have it blocked and receive a kick to his chin. After skidding back a few feet, he quickly shook his head as he searched for his opponent. Finding nothing, he went to look behind him only to feel a powerful punch to his gut, which made him lean forward a bit as blood seeped out of his mouth. Sasuke smirked evilly before backhanding the blonde away, sending the boy flying across the clearing. Not wasting any time, Sasuke flashed through a few seals before inhaling a bit of air. "Gaton, Hou Senka no Jutsu." Naruto looked up in time to see 5 medium-sized fireballs heading towards him. His eyes widened slightly before a small smirk appeared on his face. Quickly getting to his feet, he focused a small bit of Yuki around his body before spinning in place. Kitsunebi. Most of the bystanders thought this was odd until they saw purple flames beginning to circle around him. In a moment, Naruto's form was no longer visible due to the miniature tornado of purple fire surrounding him. It was apparent that Sasuke's attack failed since the moment the 5 fireballs collided with the tornado of fire, they were absorbed by the purple flames. As the wall of fire died down, everyone was surprised to see Naruto was gone. Sasuke narrowed his eyes as he searched the area for the blonde, only to find nothing. Just then he felt an object wrap around his ankle and throw him into a tree. Sasuke grunted in pain before glaring at the mildly burnt blonde, who was holding a glowing whip made of pure energy. "Yes, Sasuke, you are definitely more fun than the other one," laughed the blonde as he glanced over at the sound, Nin, whom was now lying unconscious on the ground. "Let's play some more. Come on, Sasuke, let's keep fighting." With that, he stopped the flow of Yuki to the whip and charged the boy with his claws extended. He went to slash the Uchiha, only miss, and slashed the trunk of the tree the raven-haired boy was standing in front of. He turned around to see Sasuke, aiming to punch him in the jaw, which he ducked under before making a horizontal strike with his claws. Sasuke barely managed to avoid the strike, but didn't leave unscathed as he felt 3 slash marks appear on his left cheek. Cursing lightly, he jumped back to avoid another swipe of the blonde's sharp claws. After he skidded to a stop, he quickly drew a kunai out of his leg holster and tossed it at the blonde boy. He smirked when it made contact with the boy's forearm, only for his eyes to widen when he charged towards him without even registering the pain. It was beginning to be a challenge for the raven-haired boy as he dodged and ducked under the blonde's deadly swipes towards him. As this continued, the purple chakra radiating from Sasuke began to fade, and the curse marks began to start receding back to their original location. Naruto's, on the other hand, seemed to grow stronger as the purple chakra grew larger with each passing moment. After dodging another swipe from the blonde, Sasuke backed up a bit only to realize that he had his back to a tree trunk. Before he could think of a way to get out of the situation, Naruto grabbed the boy by his throat and pinned him to the tree while smiling at him evilly. "Well, looks like you're out of room," mocked the blonde. "I had fun playing with you, but I see that the weird power you had is now gone. So I guess it's time to end this game." Naruto then reared his fist back and extended his claws once more as he prepared to lunge them into his victim's heart. Just when he was mere centimeters away from plunging his claws into his victim's chest, he stopped. Before Sasuke could register what was happening, he was let go, and Naruto began thrashing around, while clutching his head in what appeared to be pain. Inside Naruto's mind, "What are you doing?" yelled Dark Naruto, as he felt chains wrapping around him. "I'm about to kill the one who has wronged us." In the very same chamber, Naruto stood staring impassively at the replica of himself. "Nice excuse, but you're still going to be locked up," said the real Naruto calmly. "I will not have you kill any of my precious people, no matter what you are." "You fool. They're not your precious people. They're only trying to get close to you, so they can kill you once your back is turned. And let me guess, you're trying to help me by killing them off so that I don't get killed." "Correct. And if you let me go, I will help you destroy that village for what it has done to you." At first glance, it looked like Naruto was about to agree, since the chains on Dark Naruto began to loosen slightly. Just when the chains looked as though they were about to fall off, more chains emerged from the darkness of the chamber and wrapped themselves around the evil entity. "Go fuck yourself, you piece of shit," said Naruto with a small smirk on his face. "No, you little bastard. I swear that you will regret this decision one day, and once you do, I will not be there to help you. Like I ever wanted your help in the first place, jackass." "Damn you," yelled Dark Naruto as the chains dragged him off into the darkness and out of the blonde's view. Outside Naruto's mind, as the thrashing began to stop, the curse marks receded and the purple chakra pouring out of him slowly dispersed. When the evil chakra completely disappeared, Naruto collapsed onto his knees and was panting and sweating heavily. After catching his breath, Naruto looked up to see Sasuke's eyes watching him fearfully. He gave his rival a small smile before attempting to climb to his feet. That was when he felt the kunai that was still embedded into his forearm. He winced at the pain before pulling it out as quickly as he could. The results made him grunt in pain as he climbed back to his feet. "Here, team, this is yours," the blonde grunted as he handed the kunai back to his teammate. Sasuke, however, was rather hesitant on taking it back from the blonde. Even though his gut told him to not trust the blonde, his Sharingan told him that the dark chakra that was once surrounding him was now gone. So, with caution, Sasuke reached out and took back to the kunai from his teammate. All other bystanders released a breath they had not realized they had been holding in. Neji, however, eyed both Naruto and Sasuke as the other team and Tintin went to help the two members of Team 7. "What was that?" pondered Neji. "I've never seen Naruto use that power before. It couldn't be a bloodline, since the Uchiha appears to have it as well. Could those strange markings have something to do with that power?" While Neji was muddling over this, Dosu was collecting his two teammates. He gently picked up Zaku, who was sporting many broken bones and multiple bruises on his face. He then went to pick up Kin when he felt her punch him in the shin. "The hell are you doing?" asked Dosu. Kin blinked a few times before laughing sheepishly. "Sorry, not the person you're looking for." This caused both Dosu and everyone else who heard that comment sweat drop as Ino released her jutsu and returned her body. After shaking off the foolish moment created by the girl, he gently picked her up as well before turning to face Naruto. "Boy, you were not our target, but you were a strong opponent." The bandaged genin held out an earth scroll. "Please take this offering and let us go." Naruto only raised an eyebrow at this while Sasuke clenched his fist in anger. "This may seem convenient, but there is something that we need to find out. But know that if we meet again in this exam, then we will dash. Don't worry about it. interrupted Naruto. Find out what you need to. Just promise to stay away from everyone here, understood? Dosu looked back at Naruto with his only visible eye before nodding and dashing off. Before Naruto could do anything, he felt someone embrace him in a soft hug. That was when he realized that it was Tintin, and she was crying. Tin-chan asked a very confused Naruto. The said girl didn't respond. Instead, she continued to cry on his shoulder while gripping his shirt tighter. Everyone watched this with a pang of sadness gripping their hearts as they knew why she was crying. Because of how wrong it was to see Naruto act that way, thought Sakura as she gripped the hand of Sasuke, who surprisingly squeezed back in response to it. Still very much confused with the situation, Naruto slowly rubbed the girl's back in a soothing manner while hugging her back. This only caused the girl to shed more tears, which were now soaking the boy's shirt. Ino watched this from her position behind Sasuke and Sakura. Usually she would have been yelling at Sakura for being close to her Sasuke-kun, but at the moment she was too absorbed into the situation that was occurring to really say much. Choji and Shikamaru were also looking at the boy, whom they considered a growing friend, with worry. The two had never really seen how he truly acts, and to see him act so vicious scared both of them. The thing that really hit them, though, was the look of confusion on the boy's face at the crying girl in his arms. It made them realize how much Naruto missed out on while growing up without a family. I think this is one of the few hugs he's ever gotten, Choji thought sadly. Makes me feel grateful to have a family and to know what that feels like. After another few sobs, Tintin finally started to calm down enough for her to speak. And Naruto-kun, please, promise me you won't be that way again. In response to this, Naruto only pulled her into another hug while rubbing her back once more. Naruto noticed that most of the people that were gathered around him were now giving them some space to talk privately. Don't worry, Tin-chan, said the boy reassuringly. I promise to never be that way ever again. Tintin pulled back to face to look him in the eyes. She saw that he was telling the truth and that he meant what he said. Just when she was about to say something to him, she felt his lips capture hers in a gentle kiss. She was surprised at this action, but soon relaxed and closed her eyes as she started to return the kiss. After a few moments, the two's lips departed. Naruto gave her another hug while whispering in Tintin's ear. Now please don't cry. I don't want to see your face stained with tears. Tintin could only smile sadly as she returned the hug, while Naruto stared at his open palm. He noticed the blood of the sound Nin, his opposite, had been fighting and scowled. I might not know what you are, thought Naruto angrily as he clenched his fist, but I will never let you do this to me again. I swear I'll find a way to get rid of you, so you can never hurt my loved ones anymore. With that, he extended a claw on one of his fingers and engraved the kanji for promise into the palm of his hand. As he did this, he didn't even register the pain while suppressing the healing abilities that all demons have. This scar was one he planned to keep until the day he carried out his word. In center of a location in a place known as the Forest of Death, a long-haired blonde genin awoke from his blissful slumber and began to stretch his arms as he yawned. After stretching a few more moments and rubbing the sleep from his eyes, Naruto slowly got out of bed while trying to get rid of the grogginess that still had its grip on him. It had been 2 days since he and his team had arrived at the tower in the forest, and he wasn't sure if he should be happy or concerned. Why, you might ask? Simple. During the whole trip to the tower, his 2 teammates were trying their best to avoid him. They tried not to seem obvious, but the fact that Naruto would insult Sasuke and Sakura wouldn't respond was clue enough. Still, they both pounded his head in when they arrived at the tower to find that they had 2 of 1 scroll. He sighed as he walked to the bathroom to take his morning shower. As he began to wash himself off and attempted to wake himself up, his mind began to drift back to the incident in the forest. He didn't remember much of that day, only bits and pieces of him fighting 2 different people and severely injuring a certain sound Nin. Yet he didn't tell anyone about the cursed seal at all. Reason why was because even he knew that the council only tolerated him because of his loyalty. If they were to find out that he had something that was given to him by their worst enemy, they wouldn't hesitate to kill him off immediately. Sasuke also seemed to be hesitant to tell anyone about it either. Maybe it had something to do with the seal, or maybe it was just he didn't want to be kicked out of the exams just because of the damn thing. But It wasn't his business, as he still had another problem in the SEALs department. I still have to get rid of that other damn thing the Hebe team put on my stomach, thought the blonde as he turned off the water and grabbed a nearby towel. While it was true that he had been resting for the past 2 days, he had also been trying to come into contact with both of his tenants and had yet to hear from either of them. When he went to enter his mind, he would only get halfway towards the 2 huts before being thrown out. Though he was eager to get the seal off his abdomen, he knew he had to wait since he had to go to the arena today. The proctor had stated that the next exam would take place early in the morning, and he really didn't want to piss off that woman again. With that in mind, he quickly got dressed and headed out the room and headed straight to the arena. After walking for a few moments down the now empty halls of the tower, he caught a glimpse of a familiar blonde woman from one of the other corridors. It was obvious that she noticed him as well, because the woman snorted before continuing on her way. "Hey, lady," greeted Naruto with a small frown on his face. "Hello, brat," replied the woman with the same frown. She and her team had arrived about the second day, almost at the same time Team 7 arrived. What irritated him was that she didn't look like she had a scratch on her while his team looked like they went to hell and back. It was at that point that Sasuke made an attempt to get her name, only to be either ignored or be told to get lost like some little kid. Ever since then, Team 7 had been avoiding the bitch while Naruto took to calling her lady. Finally, after several seconds of walking in silence, Naruto spoke. "Hey, lady." "What, brat? Are you going to tell me your name today?" The woman just snorted. "As I said before, I have no need to give someone my name unless it is necessary." "What if I said it was necessary now?" "Don't waste your breath, brat. You're not worth the time, and neither is your Uchiha friend." Naruto gritted his teeth in annoyance before huffing. "Cammy, I hate this bitch. Why do you even bother to ask me anyway? Got a crush on a foreign shinobi or something?" she asked with a small feral smirk on her face. "Sorry to disappoint you, lady, but I'm already seeing someone." "What's there to be disappointed about, brat?" asked the woman as her eye twitched. "Plenty, but seeing as how you're being a bitch, I won't elaborate." On the outside, he was acting as calm as he could, while on the inside, he was flipping the girl off with a grin on his face. The girl slowly clenched her fist before growling out, "You had best hope I don't fight you in the next exam, or I'll be sending you back to your mother in pieces." "I don't have a mom for you to send those pieces to," answered the boy quietly before picking up the pace in his walking. After that, all went silent as the two hastened their walk to the arena. Once they came to the giant double doors that lead to the arena, Naruto quickly opened them with little trouble before joining his team, who had been waiting in a line along with the other teams. "Sorry if I'm late," whispered the blonde as he noticed that most of the Jounin and the Hokage was in front of them. His team gave him no response, and he sighed sadly. "Seems that they're still avoiding me." But what Naruto didn't know was that they truly weren't. Or, at least, they weren't trying to do it on purpose. What they were trying to do was find a way to talk to him about the attack and why he was acting the way he was. In fact, it was Sasuke who had been most worried about the blonde. Though he would never admit it, what had transpired in the forest had really spooked him. It wasn't every day that someone like Naruto could just turn from a calm and rather stupid bumbler into a violent and bloodthirsty killer. But what had him freaked was the look in Naruto's eyes. It held no kindness, no playfulness, or anything that made the blonde who he was. Only insanity and rage were present in those sapphire orbs. However, during their time in the forest and in the tower, neither Sasuke nor Sakura felt comfortable enough to talk to him about it. It just didn't seem right to talk about it with all the Jounin and ANBU stationed around the tower. Still, the two members of Team 7 vowed to talk to him about it once the exam was over. After standing there for a few moments, the teams were informed of why the Chunin exams were established and took the place of war to lower the deaths of good shinobi. Most of the people in the crowd of Genin tuned this speech out before hearing someone tell the old man to get on with it. Just when the Hokage was about to speak, once more a woman with raven-colored hair that reached down to the middle of her back and a standard Chunin outfit dropped down in front of him. "Hokage-sama, allow me to take it from here, please," said the woman kindly. This was when Naruto's ears perked up at the familiarity of the voice. The Hokage smiled and nodded as the woman stood and turned to face them and reveal a familiar woman to Team 7. "Haku-chan," yelled a happy blonde youth. The said woman just smiled brightly before giving a small wave to him and Team 7. Most of the other genin just stared at her with faint blushes on their faces, while even fewer were glaring at Naruto in envy. Hello, and congratulations for making it this far into the Chunin exams. Unfortunately, due to the large number of participants in this exam, we're going to be doing a preliminary round to see who gets to go to the finals. Huh? Asked Sakura aloud. What do you mean? It's simple. We have a lot of guests that will be coming to watch the Chunin exams. We do not want to waste their time, so we need to reduce the number greatly so that only the best of the best will partake in the final event. So this is just to separate the weak from the strong? Asked one of the cloud, Kunoichi, who was covered in a black cloak. Yes, technically speaking. Well then, let's get started, said Kiba brashly. Are you nuts? Yelled Ino. We just got here last night, and you wanted to start right now. Well then you should have got here sooner like we did, barked Kiba, while Akamaru growled at the blonde girl. I'm sorry, miss. Apologize, Haku. But he is right. We're going to be starting this test as of immediately. However, if you or anyone else thinks that they're not up to it, you may forfeit now and can go home. She looked around the room and noticed that nobody had said anything. Meanwhile, Kabuto glanced at his sensei before noticing that he wanted him to stay. He didn't know why Orochimaru was doing this, but guessed that it was all a part of his plan. Still, thought the spy, I guess it won't be so bad. After all, I can hold down the boiling blood for a while longer this way. That was when Naruto felt the cursed seal pulse, and the voice could be heard whispering in his mind once more. Naruto clutched his head as he felt the cursed seal continue to pulse. This, however, wasn't the first time this had happened. Most of the 2 days he had spent in this tower had been shutting up the voice in his head. And, like always, nothing worked except ignoring it to the best of his abilities. After a minute or two, he could hear the voice's whispers die down till he couldn't hear him anymore. He sighed and wiped the sweat off his forehead, which drew a few stares his way, but he ignored them. Now wasn't the time to worry about the damn voice. He had an exam to finish. Stay out of my business, Sakura, and keep quiet about the seal, ordered Sasuke. Huh? Naruto turned around to see Sasuke, giving Sakura an even stare while the said girl looked like she was about to burst into tears. I'm doing this test to see if I really am strong. There are so many strong opponents here that I want to fight to test myself. So if you ruin this for me, then I will never, ever forgive you for it. Hey, what are you two dash? Before he could even finish his sentence, he saw Sasuke smirk at him. You are one of those opponents I want to fight, Naruto. That was when Naruto stopped thinking about anything. He didn't know what to think. Was he supposed to be happy that his rival finally sees him as a worthy opponent? Or should he be upset that he is only being used to gauge his strength? Either way, Naruto was surprised, almost so surprised that he missed Haku's announcement. Almost. Now that we have everything situated, let's begin the preliminaries for the third exam. These matches will be one-on-one battles, which you will be fighting as though you were in a real-life confrontations. Now, since we have 24 participants, we're going to be doing 12 matches, and the winners will advance to the finals. There will be no rules, and you must fight until either your opponent dies, is unconscious, or forfeits. However, if I say the match is over, do not continue, otherwise I will intervene and you will be joining your opponent in the hospital, understood? Most nodded while others just rolled their eyes at her threat. After her statement was acknowledged, she turned to Anko, who nodded and opened a small panel next to the statue of a giant pair of hands performing a seal to show an electric scoreboard. This scoreboard will randomly select 2 names. Once your name is selected on the board, please enter the arena while the others go up to the upper levels. The moment she finished, the board came alive and began to cycle through the contestants before finally landing 2 names. Akimichi Choji versus Tsurugi Misumi. Choji gulped loudly, while Misumi just smirked under the veil that hid the lower part of his face. The rest of the genin gave the 2 a glance before going up to the catwalks, while the other 2 members of Team 10 gave the tubby boy a small, reassuring smile. Once everyone was off the arena floor, Haku stepped in the middle of the 2 boys before announcing the first match. The first match of the preliminary rounds between Akimichi Choji and Tsurugi Misumi will begin now, shouted the woman before dashing back a bit. The moment she finished, Misumi rushed forward and reared his right fist back before launching a punch that was aimed at the tubby boy's face. The said boy ducked under the attack and did a small roll to the side to avoid a kick that would have sent him flying. After getting a little distance, he formed 3 seals before rearing his own fist back. "Byuban Baika no Jutsu," yelled the boy before launching at his opponent. Choji gritted his teeth when he saw his opponent parry his attack and come rushing towards him. The man reared his fist back again, only this time, when he launched it, his whole arm stretched a full 8 feet and hit him square in his left cheek. Choji quickly returned to his feet, and since his jutsu was canceled, his arm was now back to normal. "H, how did you dash?" The man only chuckled before answering. "I have the ability to manipulate my body. I can pop my bones out of their sockets and use my chakra to move my soft muscle tissue. Basically, I can stretch myself from as far as I wish, so long as it's not too far. But since we are in this arena, I have perfect range to hit you with it." With that said, he cocked his fist back once more and sent it straight at the boy again. This time, however, Choji was ready and dodged the punch before grabbing his arm and, with little effort, swung him towards the wall where he collided with brutal force. The said man groaned as he climbed to his feet, only to look up and see the big bone genin's gigantic fist come crashing down towards him. Cursing lightly, he quickly rolled to the side before rushing forward. Choji quickly canceled his jutsu again before jumping back to avoid a kick that was aimed at his ribs. After that, he channeled chakra into his leg, and it grew just as big as his arm previously was, and sent his own kick that slammed into the man's chest, which sent him flying across the ring. Choji panted a bit while canceling the jutsu again as he felt his chakra starting to get low. He knew he had enough for a few more attacks, so he rushed forward and prepared to launch another gigantic punch towards his opponent when he saw a fist come rocketing towards his face. Choji could do nothing as the punch came closer and closer until he was sent off his feet due to the attack. Just when he was about to go skidding along the ground, he felt another hand grasp his ankle before being tossed into the wall. Once Misumi's arm retracted, he took his opportunity to rush forward while the boy groaned as he attempted to get to his feet. As the boy staggered, Misumi sent another punch to the boy's face before using his other arm to wrap around the boy's neck. "Move anymore and I'll snap your neck," threatened Misumi while applying pressure to emphasize his point. Choji stayed still for a moment before smirking to himself. "Good luck doing that after this," the boy grunted before slamming his hands together into a seal. "Baika no Jutsu." Instantly, the boy's stomach grew to where he looked like a giant ball. This made Misumi raise an eyebrow, since he still had to hold the boy. Just when he was about to put pressure on the boy's neck, he felt the boy's head slip out of his hold, and before he knew what was happening, the Choji quickly rolled forward. The bystanders all winced when they heard the sound of crushing bones. When Choji stopped spinning, he turned and saw Misumi's limp form behind him. Haku walked over and checked his pulse and shook her head. The boy had been crushed, and she knew that nothing could have changed that. "Winner, Akimichi Choji." "Hell, yeah, Choji," yelled Ino as she cheered for the boy who was looking slightly green at his first kill. "Good job, Choji," congratulated Asuma with a big grin on his face. Though I don't like the fact that he had a kill to win, but still he had little choice in that matter. After removing the corpse from the ring and the young Akimichi victor, the scoreboard came to life once more before stopping on the next 2 names. Sabaka no Temari versus Tsuchikin. Can only raised an eyebrow before walking down the stairs while Temari did the same. Once both participants got the battle floor, Haku called a fight and both jumped back to get some space. Temari stood confidently while Kin looked rather concerned. She didn't really know what this one could do, and she doubted she should take her lightly. Just as Kin was about to take out her Sunbon, Temari sighed. "I really don't feel like playing with you, so I'm going to end this now," stated the girl calmly. Before Kin could even say a word in response, Temari snapped open her fan before calling out, "Kamaitashi." With her jutsu called, she swung her giant fan, and instantly a small tornado was shot out towards the now frightened Saunin before she was hurled into the air and received multiple cuts from the fierce winds. Kin screamed in pain as the winds continued to cut across her flesh and some of her clothing. As the winds began to die down, she felt herself start to descend towards the arena floor. Just as she thought her pain couldn't get any worse, it did. Temari, while the girl was still getting up in the tornado, positioned her now closed fan underneath of where the girl would be landing, causing the sound need to land on her spinal cord on the metal, but of Temari's fan. The poor girl couldn't even scream anymore as her eyes rolled into the back of her head until she passed out. Most who were watching this thought that it was unnecessarily cruel to do. "Remind me not to piss her off," mumbled Kiba. "Winner, Sabaku no Temari." As Temari prepared to throw the girl off her fan, a look towards the proctor told her otherwise. She could see the icy glare that Chunin was giving her that told her to watch it. Though Temari could care less, she didn't feel like dealing with the Chunin at the moment, so, begrudgingly, she waited for the medics to take her off her fan and off to the medical ward. Why bother? She isn't going to be walking after what I did to her, thought Temari dryly before walking up the stairs to rejoin her team. As she walked up, for some reason, she looked around until she spotted a familiar whiskered face. The said boy was giving her a look of disgust, and for some reason, she couldn't help but feel angered. What is he looking at me like that for? Thought Temari bitterly. All I did was end it quickly. I didn't kill the bitch like the fat kid did, and I get a look of disgust. What's that about? Unconsciously, she clenched her fists in outrage, and once she reached her team, she didn't even bother to register the strange look she received from her brother Kankuro. Just when he was about to ask her what was wrong, the board lit up and showed the next two combatants. Akadu Yoroi versus Hyuga Niji. Yoroi frowned under his veil while Niji stayed emotionless. As the two walked down to the arena, Naruto gave Niji a quiet good luck in which he nodded before continuing on. Hyuga Niji versus Akadu Yoroi begin. Niji only sighed before calmly entering his Jukin stance while Yoroi flashed through a few seals. After he finished his set of seals, his hand began to glow blue as the chakra flowed through it. Once done, the man charged the Hyuga prodigy with his one glowing palm reared back. Niji just waited patently until the man was in a striking range before activating his Byakugan and ducking under the man's attack, while pressing down on the Tenketsu points in his arms. Yoroi cursed when he felt the chakra leave his hand before jumping back to avoid a Jukin palm to the abdomen. Once he gained some distance, he quickly pulled out 3 kunai and tossed them at the young Hyuga while his back was turned. The boy didn't move as the deadly weapons came closer towards him, but instead pulled out a kunai of his own and deflected all 3 before tossing it at high speeds towards his opponent. The man quickly rolled to the side to avoid it, only to feel a great amount of pain hit him in the shoulder, courtesy of Niji, who was now moving to attack once more. Before the boy could attack, however, the man lunged his glowing hand forward and went to make grab at his forehead, only to be denied as Niji shifted his head to left, just barely missing the attack, but close enough to feel his chakra being drained. So that's what he's trying to do, thought Niji with a smirk. Clever, but you can't expect to catch me with that speed. With this thought in mind, he waited for the man to try once more. Niji's smirk widened somewhat as Yoroi didn't disappoint him, as the man lunged towards him again. Just when Yoroi thought he had him, Niji quickly grasped his wrist before pressing down on 3 Tenketsu in the man's other arm. He watched in satisfaction as chakra stopped flowing into Yoroi's hand. Before his opponent could even think of retaliating, Niji dealt a palm to the man's abdomen, causing him to cough up blood. The last thing Yoroi saw before he went into unconscious was the sight of Niji's cold, white, pupil-less eyes boring holes into his skull. "Winner, Hyuga Niji," announced Haku before calling over the medics. Niji only scoffed before walking toward the upper levels. As he walked up the stairs, he felt as though someone was watching him, but shrugged it off without any second thought. He was holding back the whole time too," said Kankuro before taking a glance at his other 2 siblings. Gaara was looking at the boy in interest, as he'd expected, while Temari, on the other hand, still looked pissed. "Hey sis," said the boy in confusion. "What's up with you?" The girl didn't respond for a moment, as she clenched her fists a bit tighter to the point that her knuckles were white. She then glanced at him, and Kankuro could see that, whatever happened, she was really, really pissed off about it. "Nothing," growled out Temari in a venomous tone. With that said, Kankuro wisely chose to stay quiet about it and not ask any further questions. He glanced at the board to see that the next two contenders were already selected. Tintin versus Retsumeteru. Tintin couldn't help but grin at finally getting her shot. In her eagerness, she simply leaped over the railing before landing on the arena floor. "Good luck, Tin-chan," yelled out Naruto, while not noticing the look Sakura was giving him. "Thanks, Naruto," thought Tintin with a smile, before turning her attention to her opponent. The boy looked about a few years older than she did. He looked about 5'2" and had seemed to be well fit. He had dark brown hair with matching brown-colored eyes. He was currently wearing a black short-sleeved shirt with his left arm hidden in a long loose sleeve that was stitched to the shirt. The man also wore black shinobi pants with matching ninja sandals. But what really caught Tintin's attention was the wakizashi that was strapped to the man's back. Tintin versus Retsumeteru begin. Tintin leapt back as Haku announced the fight's beginning. When she felt she had some good distance, she noticed that the Meteru had yet to move. She raised an eyebrow at this before pulling out two shuriken and tossed them at her opponent. The genin remained still until the last moment before unsheathing his wakizashi quicker than most could see and deflecting them before returning the sword to its sheath. "Okay, this ain't good," thought Tintin as she pulled out more shuriken and kunai from her pouch. As she went to toss them, she saw him unsheath his sword again before he rushed her while deflecting the projectiles as he went. Once he got into striking distance, he went to slash Tintin in half only for her to duck and attempt to sweep his feet out from under him. He jumped over it and thrust his blade towards her in an attempt to stab her. He was happy to note that he succeeded only to be disgruntled when she puffed into smoke to reveal a block of concrete. He glanced over his shoulder to see Tintin a few feet away from him on one knee with two scrolls on each side of her while performing a few seals. "Sushiryu," shouted the girl before a giant plum of smoke obscured Meteru's view. Suddenly, the forms of two dragons swirling around each other appeared out of the smoke before dispersing, showing two sets of scrolls being unraveled. Throughout the whole sight, Meteru still didn't move. Even when he saw Tintin jump in the middle of the scrolls, he stood still. He just patently waited for the attack to commence, knowing that whatever was going to happen, he was prepared. Up in the air, Tintin grasped the projectiles coming forth from the two scrolls before tossing that at her opponent with pinpoint accuracy. However, no matter how many weapons she threw at him, he would deflect them or dodge with relative ease. Soon, all her weapons lay on the arena floor while Meteru stood in the middle, while staring up at her with a bored expression on his face. Tintin gritted her teeth in frustration as she went to retrieve her weapons with the wire attached to them when she realized that the wires had been cut. "He wasn't just deflecting my weapons," thought Tintin frantically. He was cutting the wire off as well. Meteru smirked as he saw her look of panic before leaping towards the girl who was still relatively high in the air. As he went to unsheath his sword, he saw Tintin's eyes widen slightly as she went to pull out some sort of weapon only to find nothing but another scroll. Naruto watched in horror as Meteru went to slash his friend's arm off, only to sweat drop when he was hit by the end of a scroll. Leave it to Tintin to find other uses for a storage scroll, thought the boy dryly, while others proceeded to sweat drop as well. "Can't believe that worked," thought Tintin sheepishly as she landed on the arena floor. Tintin watched as Meteru flipped mid-air before landing on his feet. He glared at her while sheathing his sword. She suppressed a giggle when she saw the red mark left from the butt of the scroll, which had hit him directly in the forehead. "You can't win now," he said calmly while rubbing his forehead. "You used every throwing weapon in your arsenal, if that scroll had anything to say about it." "Well, I'm willing to prove you wrong on that one, friend," shot back the girl. With that, she quickly pulled out her last scroll in her pouch and unraveled it while adding chakra to activate the seal that contained her weapon. With a small puff, a katana with a red sheath with a matching red hilt appeared from the scroll. She quickly grasped it before unsheathing her blade, all the while glaring at the boy in front of her. Meteru only raised an eyebrow at her actions before dismissing it as he prepared to attack again. He was pretty surprised when she stuck her sword's blade into the ground before kneeling down and lifting her pants leg up a bit to show a pair of small ankle weights. "A few pounds won't make a difference," said Meteru smugly. Tintin didn't reply. Instead, she just casually took off the two ankle weights until she was holding them in the palm of each hand. She then smiled sweetly before tossing them over her shoulders towards the wall. The moment the weights connected with the wall, it shook as the two objects embedded themselves into it, while creating small cracks that stretched out about a few centimeters away from each hole. "A few pounds won't make a difference, huh?" asked Tintin, while still smiling sweetly before it was replaced with a scowl. "You shouldn't have underestimated me. Now you're going to regret it." The moment those words left her lips, she grabbed the hilt of her sword and rushed forward at an alarming rate. Metaru, who had not been expecting this, barely managed to unsheath his sword to block the attack, only to have powerful kick connect with his ribs. Before Metaru could gather his bearings, he had to duck under another swing from Tintin's blade, which cut a few strands of his hair. Getting annoyed, he quickly made a diagonal slash, only for it to be blocked by the brunette. The two struggled for a bit before Metaru put as much strength into pushing the girl off his sword and thrusting his own blade towards her neck. Tintin quickly jumped back to avoid it, while sporting a shallow cut on the side of her neck before turning to block a vertical strike that aimed to cut her in half. After another struggle of power, Tintin finally managed to push the boy sword off her before making her own vertical strike, which managed to cut the genin across the chest, which penetrated the skin. He groaned in pain as he felt the blood start oozing out of the wound before having to dodge another sword swipe from the weapon's mistress. As Metaru went to make another horizontal strike, Tintin ducked under the attack, and as the blade went over her head, she quickly grabbed his wrist and, with the genin's own momentum, pulled him over her, causing him to be slammed onto his back and his weapon to leave his hand and go skidding across the ground. Tintin smirked as the boy now lay on the ground before grabbing one of her nearby kunai and placing it at the boy's neck. "I win," whispered Tintin before looking at Haku. "Winner, Tintin." "Hell yeah. Good job, Tin-chan," cheered Naruto from above. The said girl smiled up at him before looking down at the now furious-looking genin. She then pulled the kunai away from his neck before placing it back in her pouch and walking over to where her sheath lay. "That bitch," muttered Metaru furiously. "I won't be humiliated this way." When Tintin turned to face him, he was already 5 feet away from her with him clutching his left wrist. Before he reached her, she saw a small glimmer of silver before realizing that inside the loose sleeve, a small extendable blade was what lay hidden the whole time. Unfortunately, she realized this a bit too late as Metaru stabbed the blade into her abdomen, causing multiple gasps to escape from the bystanders. The ones to be most shocked by this were Metaru's own teammates and Naruto. Tintin slowly looked down at the wound as the blade retracted into his sleeve, while he himself had a menacing smile gracing his features. Soon she felt her vision begin to fade, and the whole time, all she could hear was Naruto calling out her name. "Huh, that's what you get for humiliating me, you little dash." Metaru would have continued this rant had it not been for the fact that he felt a freezing cold substance beginning to cover his entire body. He shakily turned his head to see a very angry-looking Haku who had her hand on his shoulder, while ice continued to creep over his body until he was completely covered in a thick layer of it. Haku calmly removed her hand from the boy's shoulder as the look of pure fright was etched onto his face before turning to face the remaining genin on the upper levels. "Does anyone else want to disobey the rules?" she asked in a bone-chilling voice. Everyone, with the exception of Gaara and Naruto, shook their heads while sweating heavily. Once she saw this, she turned her attention to Tintin, who was being checked on by the medical squad. Naruto had yet to leave her side and looked as though he was about to cry. Haku had to keep herself from hugging the poor boy as she watched him run off with the medics to the medical station they had in the next room. She looked up at the board to see the next two names appear: Yamanaka Ino versus Haruno Sakura. With Naruto watched as Tintin slept with all sorts of medical equipment attached to her. The doctor had just finished operating on her and was slightly relieved after hearing her condition. They said that after a little rest and a while of no physical activities, she would be okay in a few days and that no major artery or organ had been hit. However, it did little to stop his worrying over her slightly pale and anemic form. After the doctors finished their work, they told him he could stay for only 5 or 6 minutes since he still had a match to do. But at the moment, he really didn't care. He wanted to stay with her, and that is why he had yet to move from her side while gently holding her hand. I'm sorry, Tin-chan, said the boy softly as he gently brushed away a stand of hair from the girl's face. If I had just paid more attention, I could have warned you. I could have stopped him or something. At that moment, he felt a lone tear go down his cheek for the first time since he was 6. That was when he felt someone place their hand on his shoulder and turned to see Kakashi standing beside him with a sad look in his eye. Hello, Sensei, muttered Naruto before turning his attention back to Tenten. Where are Guy and the others? They said they wanted you to be alone with her and that they would visit her in the hospital after the exam was over, answered Kakashi softly. It's okay, Naruto. It wasn't your fault. Yes, it is, cried Naruto as more tears started to appear. I could have stopped him. I could have warned her or Haku-chan about him. I could have done something, damn it. Kakashi could only watch as his student began to openly sob while clenching his fist to the point that he broke the skin. The Jounin only sighed sadly before grabbing both the boy's shoulders before forcing Naruto to look him in the eye. Naruto, there is nothing you could have done to stop this from happening. It's something we cannot change, and you must know that none of this is your fault. So don't blame yourself for this. So long as she's alive, that's all that matters. He watched as Naruto's sobs began to die down a bit before he let go of his shoulders. The boy just hung his head down as he started wiping the tears away as he sniffed a few times in an attempt to calm himself down. Finally, when he looked up, he gave his sensei a small smile of thanks, which Kakashi returned with his trademark eye smile before extending his hand to help the boy up. Naruto gratefully took hold of it as his sensei hoisted him up off the ground before looking at him in the eyes once more. Tell anyone that I cried in here, and I'll burn your book in the bookstore. Kakashi couldn't help but laugh at that before guiding the blonde back to the arena where the fight between Shino and Kankuro had just now finished. Turned out the fight between Ino and Sakura was a draw as the two managed to knock each other out with one punch, causing it to be a double knockout. The fight between Kankuro and Shino had officially ended. Kankuro was paralyzed by one of Shino's special insects, while Shino was poisoned by Kankuro's puppet Karasu. Now everyone was waiting as the scoreboard came to life once more to reveal the next two contestants for the upcoming round. Nara Shikamaru versus Yakushi Kabuto. Oh, crap, groaned Shikamaru as he eyed the silver-haired genin. Don't worry about it. At least it's not Sasuke you're fighting or someone else, said Choji reassuringly while eating a bag of chips. Thanks a lot for that, Choji, muttered Shikamaru before adding, troublesome. Kabuto took a glance towards the Sound Trio's sensei, to see him nod. Wordlessly, Kabuto jumped over the railing before walking into the center of the arena, while Shikamaru took his time going down the stairs. Once he was in front of him, the proctor began the match, and both fighters jumped back. As he leapt back, Shikamaru began to perform a few seals before stopping on a rat seal. Instantly, his shadow extended as it gave chase towards the silver-haired youth. The said man jumped away from the shadow as it crawled along the ground. As he continued to maneuver around the tricky shadow, Shikamaru pulled out two kunai before tossing them at Kabuto, hoping to lure him into his trap. However, Kabuto was no fool. He saw the wire that Shikamaru had added to the two kunai and cut them off as soon as he saw them. Though, how he attached the wire without him noticing was something he didn't know. Just then he noticed that the boy's shadow was lurking towards him once more and forced him to maneuver around the damn thing once more. Shikamaru only smirked before canceling his jutsu and going into his equipment pouch and pulled out two round objects. Kabuto raised an eyebrow before his eyes widened in realization. Shikamaru only smirked before tossing both of the balls into the air towards Kabuto before the two exploded to cause a blinding light to engulf the whole room. When the room darkened once more, and everyone could see clearly again, they found that Shikamaru had stayed at the same spot, only his shadow was now connected with Kabuto's. Kageme no Jutsu was a success, said Shikamaru with a smirk. Kabuto only raised his eyebrows once more before asking, Tell me, what does this do to help you beat me? Shikamaru only turned his head to the left, and Kabuto did the same. When he looked, he saw a kunai embedded into the ground about 27 inches beside his foot with an explosive tag attached to it. Shikamaru then turned his head to the right, and it showed another kunai with an explosive tag on it, about 16 inches from his right foot. After I threw the flash bombs, I tossed those to each side of you. Now all I have left to do is do a simple seal, and those two explosive tags will go off immediately. Kabuto could only sigh as he accepted his loss. He was supposed to be a spy, and that meant that you had to do things you didn't like to do. Sure, he could beat the kid, but in order to keep himself out of suspicion, he had to play along. So with another sigh, he spoke. You win. Winner, Nara Shikamaru. The boy only sighed again before canceling his jutsu. As a shadow retracted back to him, he couldn't help but notice a small glimmer in Kabuto's eyes. This usually wouldn't bother him, but the fact that he had one so easily and that Kabuto didn't even try to attack him made him wonder. Whatever he saw, it wasn't his problem anymore. He took a quick glance at the board again to see who was fighting who next. Uchiha Sasuke versus Hyuga Hinata. Sasuke blinked a few times as he looked over to see Hinata, looking a little nervous. Why was he fighting her? He never really fought against a girl before. He excluded Haku since, at the time, he didn't know it was a girl. Regardless, I'll just have to be cautious. I really don't know what she can do since the last time I saw her fight. Just when Sasuke was about to head down to the arena floor, he felt a hand grasp his shoulder and turned to see his sensei, with a look of seriousness in his eye. Don't use the Sharingan, stated the man. And if I see the seal begin to activate, then I will intervene and stop the match. Sasuke only stared back at his sensei before nodding and jumping down to the arena floor where Hinata was waiting, albeit nervously. As Haku announced the beginning of the match, Hinata's Byakugan activated before she went in her Juken stance. Sasuke prepared to attack her only to wince in pain due to the seal. When Hinata saw this, she took the opportunity to strike at her opponent with a palm to the boy's chest. Sasuke saw this and managed to maneuver around it before kneeing the girl in the ribs, causing her to stagger back a bit before going back into her stance. Sasuke charged towards her with as much speed as he could muster and sent a punch to the girl's face only for her to dodge and deliver a Juken palm to the boy's right arm. She was happy to note that her attack was successful since his arm now fell limply to his side with him gripping it in pain. She went to charge him once more and was surprised when somersaulted over her before kicking her hard in the back of the head, which caused her to fall face first onto the concrete floor. Sasuke panted as he tried to regain feeling in his right arm. He didn't expect for her to actually hit him since, last time he remembered, he was faster than she was. I guess when Kiba said she improved, he wasn't kidding, thought Sasuke bitterly as he watched the girl climb back to her feet. Once Hinata got off the floor, she quickly whirled around and charged the Uchiha with one of her palms reared back before launching at the boy. The boy just dodged it and kept on dodging as the girl sent more and more deadly palm strikes towards him. He had to stop this, but the damn seal on his neck was not helping as he felt more pain start coming from it. As he continued to dodge, he started to regain feeling in his arm as the numbness started to fade. He smirked as she went to strike him in the chest, once more before ducking under it and uppercutting the girl until she was literally knocked off her feet. The moment he saw her in the air, Sasuke flashed through seals while doing his best to suppress the seal that was now pulsing. Just when he finished his seals, he saw Hinata beginning to stand once more. So, with the last seal completed, Sasuke inhaled deeply before proceeding to use his jutsu. Gaton, Gokaku no Jutsu. The crowd could only watch as a giant fireball was sent soaring towards the young Hyuga heir. As the dangerous flaming ball continued to advance upon the girl, she remained still. People began to panic and Haku began preparing to save the girl when they saw the look in the young girl's eyes. The eyes that showed no fear, no worries about what was about to happen. And as the deadly fireball came closer, she acted. As the fire approached, she quickly released as much chakra as she could through her tenketsu points before beginning to spin. Kaiten, in an instant, a dome of pure, whirling chakra formed around the young Hyuga. Once the flames connected with the dome, the fire stopped its advancement for a moment before shooting off towards the left and right side of the dome. After a few seconds of this, however, the flames began to die down and Hinata's spin began to come to a stop. Once her technique was finished, she looked up at her opponent while panting heavily. Sasuke wasn't faring much better as the seal on his neck was now throbbing in pain, and he knew that if this fight went on any longer, the seal would activate and he would be disqualified. However, he also knew that she wasn't going to last much longer, and the fact that her Byakugan was now deactivated and was now boring holes into his skull with those pearl-colored eyes that had been raging with determination since the beginning. And as Sasuke prepared to rush towards the girl, all she did was give him a small smile before closing her eyes and collapsing onto the arena floor, letting unconsciousness take her. Haku stood in silence for a few moments before announcing Sasuke the winner. Naruto smirked at what had transpired while Kiba, Shino, and Kurenai all smiled proudly at their student-slash-teammate. Though she had lost, she had indeed showed everyone that she had improved from how she used to be. With this in mind, he turned back to the arena to find Sasuke, helping the medics load her onto the stretcher. Well, that's a surprise, thought Naruto dryly. That was when he saw his sensei appear behind Sasuke and whisper something to him before disappearing in a puff of smoke. Naruto sighed as he glanced back up at the board to see that it had yet to land on the next two names. Guess because we're running low on people, thought the blonde as the names finally appeared. Sabaka no Gaara versus Kinyuta Dosu. Gaara only glanced at the board before he formed a seal and used Suna Shunshin to teleport down to the center of the arena. "Get down here," said the boy coldly as he stared at the Sannin. The said ninja just scoffed before jumping down calmly. Once he reached the middle, Haku began the match, and Dosu struck. As quickly as he possibly could, he rushed forward with his gauntlet-clad arm cocked back. His assault was stopped before it could even begin as sand started to pour out of Gaara's gourd and was shot out at him in a giant burst. Dosu was forcefully knocked off his feet as the torrent of sand sent him flying into the wall, with more sand rushing at him. As quickly as he could, he rolled to the side only to be blasted with another jet of sand, sending him skipping across the floor like a rock on a smooth lake. He groaned as he attempted to get to his feet, but leaped once he saw a giant fist of sand come crashing down from above him. Gaara watched from the same position as he had started from and was not impressed with the Sannin. He was expecting more from this one, since Mother had stated he was one of the stronger ones. Though he supposed that she was just thirsty for more blood, but he dared not question his mother, otherwise he might be in a worse situation than others thought. Dosu panted as he watched the sand go slithering back to its master, whom had yet to move the entire time since this match started. This didn't settle well with him, and he knew that if he got at least one hit in, he could kill the brat. That being said, he slowly got to his feet, mindful of where Gaara's sand was, and charged while pulling out a kunai with an explosive tag attached to it before tossing it at the boy. Even as the kunai came closer towards him, Gaara had yet to move until it was only a few inches from his face when sand suddenly shot upwards and caught the projectile before sand began to form an orb around the weapon until it was no longer visible. A few seconds later, the sand seemed to have flinched before it fell harmlessly to the ground, while the kunai looked black with the handle missing. "Shit," thought Dosu frantically as he reared his arm once more only to feel something grab him by his feet. Looking down, he saw that both his legs were covered in sand, and the next thing he knew, his whole body was covered in it. "Sabaku Q," announced Gaara calmly. Slowly, Gaara raised his hand until it was just over his head with his palm opened. As he did this, the sand around Dosu began to ascend into the air, carrying him with it. He struggled as best he could to get the sand off, and, sadly, nothing worked. He stared back at Gaara with a frightened look on his face as he felt the sand getting tighter as Gaara's hand started to close. "Sabaku so-so," said Gaara as he closed his hand into a fist. The moment he did, the sand around Dosu tightened until the pressure was too much for him. Dosu didn't even get a chance to scream as the sand crushed his body and spilling his blood all over the arena, some of it hitting the people on the upper level. Haku sighed as she surveyed the area to find that most were looking at the boy in disgust, fear, or just plain emotionless from the aftermath of his actions. She knew she couldn't stop him. Even if she had known she could, she doubted she would have survived his wrath. She had seen the report on this one, and knew that if she even tried to intervene, then she would most likely end up the same way as Dosu. Winner, Sabaka no Gaara. The boy only waited for his sand to return to his gourd before Suna shining back to where his siblings were waiting for him. As the medics came out to retrieve the body, some couldn't help but feel pity for the Sannin, while others were shivering in fear at the red-haired boy. Naruto stared at the board in irritation as he hadn't been called to fight yet. After watching all the fights transpire, he was getting anxious, and it was beginning to show he was now fidgeting constantly. Although he was rather disgusted with what had previously transpired, he told himself not to be distracted and to be ready for the next fight. When the next two names appeared on the board, he almost yelled in excitement. Uzumaki Naruto versus Inuzuka Kiba. Yes, this one's going to be easy, ain't it, Akamaru? Said the obnoxious boy with his dog barking in agreement. Naruto could only grin as he glanced over toward Sakura, who gave him a pat on the shoulder for good luck. Just when he was about to jump down to the lower level, a puff of smoke alerted him to his sensei's return. The said man gave him a glance before looking up at the board. Ah, for once I have good timing, muttered the Jounin before giving him the same look he gave Sasuke. Naruto, be careful of what you do. I don't know what will trigger the seal for you, but just be mindful of what you do from this point on, okay? Naruto only grinned before striking the good guy pose, which made two people cheer and everyone else groan. God sensei. With that said, he hopped down to the arena floor to meet his opponent. He had to say that he was looking forward to this fight since he could finally shut the boy up once and for all. Uzumaki Naruto versus Inuzuka Kiba. Begin, announced Haku before jumping away. Immediately, Kiba flashed through seals before crouching on all fours. Shikyaka no Jutsu, shouted the boy before charging him at great speed. Naruto could only stand there as he was elbowed in the chest by Kiba, which sent him flying into the wall, causing a cloud of dust and rubble to kick up from the collision. Ah, this match is over, said the boy smugly. He won't be getting up for a little while, Proctor. Temari watched this with a scowl on her face. He didn't look that weak when they first met, but she guessed that appearances don't always measure up to their expectations, even if they got lucky enough to almost kill her brother. Huh, I knew that kid wasn't that strong, yelled out Kankuro with a smirk on his face. Just then a rock from inside the dust came flying out and hit him square in the nose, causing him to fall onto his back while gripping it in pain. I heard that you stupid prick, yelled Naruto while disregarding the look on Kiba's face. Kiba stared at Naruto with a look of amazement and surprise as he looked as though nothing happened to him. Hell, even his clothes didn't look scuffed at all, and he had just crashed into a wall. With a scowl, he rushed towards him, aiming to slash at him with his claw's face, only to have his wrist effortlessly caught mid-strike by Naruto, who wasn't even paying any attention to him. When I'm done with this mutt, I'll be coming after your carcass, makeup boy, shouted Naruto before turning face to face with Kiba and kicking him in the ribs with enough force to send him flying to the other side of the room. It's not makeup, it's war paint, yelled Kankuro before turning to glare at Temari, who was trying to suppress a giggle. Kiba groaned as he returned to his feet before glaring at the red-cloaked youth. Looking at his partner, Akamaru, he gave the dog a silent command before taking out a few smoke bombs and tossing them at the blonde. Naruto, who had yet to move from his position, stood in the black smoke while listening for Kiba and his dog. Kiba smirked as he came closer towards where he thought Naruto would be. He figured he could surprise him by this tactic, and once he smelt that he was in striking range, he went to punch the blonde in the face only for his opponent to dodge it and counter with an elbow to the stomach, which caused the air to leave his lungs. As he struggled to have his air return again, Naruto quickly whirled around and delivered a powerful right hook kick to Kiba's face, sending the boy stumbling out of the plume of smoke. He groaned as he tried to shake off the dizziness he was feeling while looking at the area Naruto was standing to see that the smoke was beginning to clear. His glare intensified when he saw that he was just standing there with his eyes closed. Naruto smirked as he opened one of his eyes and giving Kiba a small wave which served to fuel the boy's anger even further. Just then, he heard the sound of something approaching him and whirled around to see an airborne Akamaru aiming to bite him. Before the small pup could do this, however, Naruto casually parried to the right and delivered a chop to the back of the dog's neck. This caused the dog to yelp in pain until it was grabbed by the scuff of his back and tossed towards Kiba, who caught him with relative ease. If you don't want Akamaru to get hurt, try keeping him out of this, mutt, said Naruto calmly while giving Kiba an even stare. Kiba could only look down at his little friend as his world finally stopped spinning. He then glanced up at Naruto with a look of pure hatred etched onto his face, with a ferocious amount of killing intent as he placed his canine friend on the ground. Meanwhile, on the upper floor of the arena, Kurenai was looking down at the fight with her eyebrows raised. He's improved a lot since the academy. I'll admit that much to you, Kakashi. Kakashi, I smiled at her before looking back down at his student. But he's still no match for Kiba, even if he's gotten in a few hits. Remember, Kiba hasn't used most of his tricks yet, and now that he's harmed Akamaru, I think he's going to stop holding back. You keep telling yourself that, replied Kakashi. What did you say? Let's just say that if Naruto was aiming to kill Kiba, he would have by now. And you think this way because that sword on his waist is not for Sho Kurenai. It's meant to kill, and Naruto had plenty of opportunities to do so a moment ago. Besides, I don't think we've seen everything that Naruto is capable of doing quite yet either. With that said, he glanced back down to the arena while ignoring the look Kurenai was giving him. After taking a few deep breaths, Kiba was able to calm himself a bit and went into his ninja pouch before taking out 2 small pills. He quickly ate one before handing the other to Akamaru. Once he ate the strange pill, his fur began to change from its regular white to dark red as he growled at Naruto. What kind of drugs did you put into that pill of yours? It's not a drug, it's a soldier pill, you baka, answered Kiba before crouching over as he performed a new net of seals while Akamaru jumped on his back. Jujin Bunshin, called out Kiba as a plume of white smoke engulfed them both. Once the smoke cleared, it showed that Akamaru was now gone and replaced with another Kiba who took on a more feral impression than the original. Okay, this could be a problem, thought Naruto as he eyed both Kibas. Both smirked smugly before charging him at high speeds. He ducked under a claw swipe from one of the Kibas, which grazed his cheek, causing blood to ooze out of the small wound. He parried another strike from the other one as it came too close to hitting his chest. As the original Kiba went to strike behind him, Naruto whirled around to catch his wrist, only to have Akamaru come rocketing forward and elbowing him in the ribs with great force, which sent Naruto tumbling across the arena floor. Naruto gasped in pain as he sat up until he was on one knee. He gripped the right side of his rib cage and felt that 2, possibly 3, of his ribs were broken. He knew that this was getting out of hand already, so he began to channel Yuki through his body, only to feel a massive amount of pain erupt from the seal on his neck. Kiba watched as Naruto gasped in pain and took this as an opportunity to attack. So he and Akamaru charged forward while leaping into the air with claws extended before rotating themselves until they both looked like 2 gray drills. "Kitsuga!" cried both as they sped towards the blonde. Naruto glanced up in surprise, only to be hit dead on in the chest by both Inuzukas and was now being lifted into the air. Naruto screamed in pain the whole way as the fast-spinning claws drilled deeply into his skin, and, for a moment, he thought that it would never end, before both Kibas canceled the jutsu, while Naruto fell to the floor in a heap. Naruto groaned as he felt the hanging flesh while blood started to soak his outfit. He lay there, sprawled out in small puddle of his own blood while panting heavily due to the excruciating pain he was in, not only from the attack he just received, but the curse seal as well. "See, you might have got a few hits in, but other than that, you're still just a dope," said Kiba smugly as he began to chuckle. Naruto continued to lie, still on the ground, before attempting to get to his feet and to ignore the pain and the voice in his head. "Let me free," whispered the voice. "Let me free, and I'll make him pay for this." "And no, I won't lose here, dash," muttered Naruto as he continued to try and get up. "I'm going to be great someday. I will become a Hokage." This only caused Kiba to laugh louder until it was echoing off the arena walls. "Are you still holding on to that stupid dream of becoming Hokage? Huh, just when I thought you had finally given up on that worthless dream, you pull this crap. Do you even think they would make you a Hokage? Tell you what, if you want one, then I'll become one." Kakashi couldn't help but watch as Naruto continued to try and get to his feet. To his right, Kurenai was looking pleased with herself, while, to his left, Asuma was looking at the boy in pity. "And he was doing so well, too," said Asuma sadly while taking another puff from his cigarette. "I told you, Kakashi," stated Kurenai. Kiba is much stronger than Naruto, no matter how much you say he's improved. Kakashi only stayed silent as he continued to watch his student pant and wheeze in pain. After a few moments of watching this, he saw something that made him smile under his mask. "Hey Kurenai," said Kakashi with a small smirk hidden under his mask. "Do you enjoy watching someone's dream being crushed?" The woman raised an eyebrow at this, but before she could say anything, Kakashi continued. "Because if you do, then you're going to be disappointed." "Why do you say that?" "Because I don't think Naruto is going to be playing around anymore either." That was when Naruto's eyes snapped open to reveal golden slitted orbs. He felt the broken ribs and began to mend themselves back to normal, while the wound on his chest began to heal at an alarming rate due to the Yuki now flowing freely through him. He slowly raised his head as his blonde locks began to morph into silver ones with rusty orange highlights, while his whisker marks began to be replaced by 3 red marks. He glared at the 2 Kibas before standing on both his feet. Kiba, along with everyone else, gaped as the gash that Kiba had inflicted on him was completely gone. The only identification that he was ever wounded was that the front of his shirt was torn to show his well-toned torso that was still smothered in blood. Most of the girls and women in the room blushed at the well-defined chest muscles the boy had, while the males all stood in shock at his new appearance. Kiba, though still shocked by the transformation, was the first to speak about the change. "So what? You change your hair and eye color. Big deal. We can still beat you, no problem. Right, Akamaru?" asked the boy before turning to see that Akamaru was now on his knees, bowing to Naruto. "What are you doing, boy?" "He knows his place, mutt," stated Naruto with a small smirk. "Now stay out of this, or you'll be my next target." Akamaru wordlessly obeyed as a puff of smoke engulfed him until it dispersed to show that the dog was back to normal before running off to hide behind the proctor. "What's wrong with you, boy? Why did you listen to him? He's not your master, I am." "How did I transform?" thought Naruto as he glanced at his silver hair. "When I tried to do this a while ago, the curse pulsed so. What happened?" "You may thank me for this service, Naruto-san," said a familiar voice in his mind. "Taisho-san, what happened to you? Why haven't you been answering me when I tried to contact you for the past 2 days?" asked the blonde. "At the time, I was attempting to repress the strange mark that the man left on you and help block off its evil energies. It was successful, but not without a cost. It left me severely drained, and I was forced to rest for the past few days. I had just recently reawakened when you attempted to channel your Yuki." "Yeah, about that. When I tried to use it, the seal started pulsing." "What's that about?" "I will explain that at another time. At the moment, you do not have much time until the mark will begin to cause you more pain. You must finish this battle as quickly as you possibly can." "Right, thanks again, Taisho." "You're welcome." "All right, Kiba," said Naruto as he grasped the hilt of his sword. "You ready to play in the major leagues now?" "Bring it on, dope," yelled Kiba as he rushed towards Naruto before leaping into the air and began spinning like he had earlier. Suga. As the gray drill known as Kiba came closer and closer towards Naruto, the silver-haired boy unsheathed his sword before transforming it into its true form. He heard multiple people gasp or stare in awe at the weapon as he turned it to where the flat side of the blade was facing Kiba's attack before stabbing it in the ground in front of him. The moment Kiba's attack connected with Naruto's blade, everyone knew from that point that Kiba was in trouble. The reason why was because as soon as it connected, Kiba bounced off of it like a pinball and ran straight into the wall. Kiba hissed in pain as he looked at his hands to see that all of his claws had broken while blood seeped through the cracks made in his claws. He looked up in fear as he found no Naruto in sight. As Kiba went to get up, his canine senses picked up a presence behind him and he rolled to the side. He was glad he did because the moment he moved, a loud crash was heard, and once the dust cleared, it showed Naruto with his sword embedded into the ground. Seeing this, Kiba tried to quickly get back onto his feet, only to see Naruto standing in front of him with his sword reared back in a horizontal strike. It was by sheer luck that Kiba ducked underneath it in time, as if he had been a second too late. His head would have been rolling across the ground right now. As the blade went over his head, he quickly pulled out a kunai and went to stab him. When the blade connected to the cloak, however, his kunai only tapped it before the tip of the blade chipped off, leaving Kiba shocked once again and also open for another attack. As Kiba still sat crouched on the ground, Naruto easily grabbed him by the hood of his jacket before tossing him into the wall, which was about a foot away from him. Kiba shakily looked back at the golden slitted orbs until he felt his neck being grabbed by a firm, clawed hand. Kiba struggled to get loosen the boy's grip on his neck, but to no avail. Now, time to repay you for that stupid drill thing you hit me with, snarled out Naruto before throwing him into the air. Sheathing his sword, Naruto extended his middle and index fingers until a familiar yellowish-green glow appeared around them. Lashing out a few times to extend his whip, he glanced up at the still airborne Kiba before lashing it out at the boy. Kiba screamed as the whip tore through his jacket, only to feel several more lashes across his body. After taking 7 more excruciating strikes, he finally felt the attack stop, until something wrapped around his ankle and sent him rocketing down towards the arena floor. Haku flinched when Kiba crashed onto the arena floor as he coughed up blood. She quickly ran over to check up on him and was relieved when she found out he would live before announcing Naruto as the winner. "Great job, Naruto!" cheered Sakura while others still stared at him wide-eyed. "Good work, Naruto," called out Kakashi, which gained him a few stares at his open praise towards his student. But he didn't care. He was proud of him and wanted to rub it into Kurena's face as much as he could. "Is he like Igara?" asked Kankuro as he eyed the boy when his features returned to normal. "I do not know," answered Gaara, with a look of confusion etched on his face as he watched Naruto's features return to what they were before. As Naruto casually walked up the stairs, he felt a presence appear behind him. Looking over his shoulder, he found that the person behind him was none other than the cloud Kunoichi he was talking to this morning. He blinked a few times as he turned to face her before narrowing his eyes at her. "What is it, lady?" asked the blonde as he noticed the intensity of her stare. The woman continued to stare at him then, without warning, grabbed his chin and moved his face left and right as though looking for something. "Hey, where did those red marks go?" she asked while repeating the process a few times before Naruto managed to get her hand off his chin. "What the hell is wrong with you? You don't just randomly go up somebody and do that." The woman only glanced at him before breaking out into a small feral grin. "What's wrong, Brad? Embarrassed that a girl is touching you?" The boy could only blush at her comment before huffing and turning away from her. He could hear the blonde laughing hysterically behind him, which only served to intensify his blush to the point that he matched a tomato. After calming down a bit, the woman sighed before whipping away a small tear. "Sorry, Brad, but the look on your face was just priceless. Glad you think it's funny. Relax, I was only kidding. Could have fooled me, lady." The woman sighed at that before walking in front of the boy to face him. "Look, I just came over here to apologize on behalf of my frozen teammate for what happened to your friend. We had no idea he would stoop so low as to attack an opponent when their back is turned. Such acts are done by cowards, and I never imagined that he would go that far." Naruto stayed silent for the longest time as he stared at her. He then sighed as he couldn't find any false truth in what she was telling him. "Whatever," answered the blonde. "But if I see him come anywhere near Tenten again, I'll kill him where he stands. That is my only warning I'm going to give him." With that said, he calmly walked past her, intent on seeing his team. However, just as he reached the top step, he heard the woman call for him. "Hey, brat." The said boy turned to face her as his eyebrow began to twitch in annoyance. "My name is Ni Yujito, and it's a pleasure to meet you," said Yujito with the same feral smile she gave him a few moments ago. "Likewise, and my name is Uzumaki Naruto, but you already knew that, didn't you?" The only reply she gave him was her giving a quick nod before walking onto the arena. Surprised, Naruto glanced up at the board to see that it was in fact her turn to fight. Ni Yujito versus Abumi Zaku. Naruto quickly ran over to his sensei, who was now reading his smut again, before standing next to Sakura near the railing. He heard the sound of something snapping shut before turning to see his sensei giving him his serious look. "Naruto, we need to get that seal taken care of. Let's get going so we don't have to worry about it acting up anymore," said the man as he prepared to shunshin to the same room he sealed Sasuke's. "Wait," said Naruto hastily, which halted the Jounin's actions. "Let me just finish watching these matches, please." We cannot afford to take any risks at this point, Naruto. I'm sorry, but we must go. Come on, Sensei. Some of my friends haven't fought yet, and I need to know what I'm going to be up against in the finals. I'll give you all that information and full descriptions of each battle once the sealing is over. The proctors will be logging everything that has transpired here, so you will receive the information you seek. But that seal may start to act up soon, so we must go now. But Taisho said it was fine. The moment he said this, his eyes widened before slapping his hand over his mouth. But it was too late, and now Kakashi's eye narrowed before asking in eerily calm manner, "Who is this Taisho you just mentioned?" Naruto took a quick glance at Sakura out of the corner of his eye to see that she too was looking at him curiously. Naruto only sighed before giving his sensei the most serious look that the man had ever witnessed. "Let me stay, and I will explain everything to you after the sealing." This caused Kakashi's eye to narrow even further, as he didn't like making deals like this. However, if it meant he could gain some answers as to Naruto's progress and this Taisho person he had mentioned, then he had no choice but to accept. So, with a resigned sigh, he nodded before snapping his book open again to let his mind get off the subject for the moment. Naruto only smiled gratefully before turning back to the match that had yet to begin while not noticing the strange look Sakura was giving him. As Yujito approached the center of the arena floor, she couldn't help but raise an eyebrow at her opponent's condition. One arm was in a sling while his entire face was covered in bruises and cuts. Overall, he didn't look like he could put up much of a fight, let alone win. The moment Haku announced the fight, Yujito had dashed towards the boy, while the sound Nin raised his only good arm to point his palm in her direction before blasting a small wave of air toward her. The attack collided only to be replaced by a block of concrete, and forcing the boy to look around frantically. "Where did she go?" asked Zaka to himself as he looked around in every direction. He was answered by a quick kick to the head, which caused him to go skidding across the arena until he stopped when he crashed into the wall. He quickly looked up to see that Yujito was once again nowhere to be seen. He hastily returned to his feet, only to feel Yujito's fist hit him directly in the stomach, causing him to gasp for breath. When he lurched forward, he felt her knee connect with his jaw, causing him to go flying into the wall while bashing the back of his head on in the process. Yujito watched with disappointment as her opponent slid down the wall in a heap. He wasn't moving, but he was breathing, so she knew he wasn't dead. With a sigh, she turned to face the examiner, only to hear the sound of someone chuckling softly. When she turned, she saw the boy was still on the ground with one palm aimed directly at her before she was hit by a strong gust of air pressure, which sent her 9 feet across the arena. "Don't turn your back on the enemy, you bitch," spoke Zaku before slowly getting to his feet. He looked over at the woman he had struck before spitting some blood out along with one of his teeth. As the boy turned to walk away, he stopped dead in his tracks when he felt a bone-chilling wave of killing intent. He slowly turned his head to face the woman, only to see her dark eyes glaring holes into his eye sockets. She glared at him as he struggled to breathe properly before flashing through 12 seals. Once Yujito finished her seals, jolts of electricity began to surround the blonde girl until her entire body seemed to glow with the electrical charge. "You know," she said calmly as she continued to glare at Zaku, "if you had stayed down, you could have avoided this. But now that you pissed me off, I'm just going to end this in the most brutal way I can." Once those words were spoken, she lifted her arm towards the frightened sound, Nin, before extending her middle and index fingers. As she did this, all the electricity that was once surrounding the woman began to form a tiny orb near the tips of the blonde's 2 fingertips. Once all the electricity was absorbed into the orb, which was now about the size of a baseball, she aimed at the boy before smirking. "Raiton, Rai Namitiyu." Hardly anyone saw what happened. All anyone could see and hear was a bright flash and Zaku's screams of pain as he was launched into the wall, with a streak of lightning following close behind him. As he hit the wall, Haku quickly rushed over to see that Zaku was twitching out of control while blood seeped from his nose, ears, and mouth, along with the hole of burnt flesh was visible on his stomach. If this one lives, then he will not be able to function at all ever again. Winner, Yujito. Most people just stared at her as she casually walked to the upper levels. Most people just moved out of her way as she strode past them with a look of displeasure carved onto her features. "Did you really have to go that far?" asked her comrade when she approached. Yujito only shrugged before answering. "Hey, I don't like sneak attacks. You should know that by now after spending a year with me." The girl only nodded in understanding and asked, "So, what you tell that guy before the match?" "Nothing important, just my name." "That's it." "Yup." "You sure you're not telling me something?" Yujito just looked at her with a raised eyebrow before sighing and looking up at the board. "You'd better get going. Your match is about to start. Shirakumo Kaguri versus Rock Lee." "Yosh, now I can show everyone how bright my flames of youth burn," shouted out Lee while pumping his fist into the air. "That's my thing," raged Naruto in his mind while others just shook it off as creepy. "Lee, my adorable pupil, may your youthfulness climb to magnificent heights." "I wish you luck, my youthful student," yelled Guy. Lee stood there, tears flowing down his face before embracing his sensei in a manly hug. "Thank you, Guy Sensei." "Don't cry, Lee," yelled the man while the same tears flowed down his cheeks as well. Everyone around the two began to slowly and carefully scoot farther away from the hugging green-clad things called Lee and Guy. Sarutobi could only palm his forehead in annoyance, while other Jounin and Shunin were trying to look professional, even if the sight of the two was disturbing. Ganahead huckled glumly. "Would both fighters please come down the arena?" "Lee, Guy Sensei." "Hanish of Dvichit." "Excuse me, Dash." "Lee, Guy Sensei." Her fingers twitched. "Fighters please, Dash." "Lee, Guy Sensei." "Get down here now," screeched Haku as her eyebrow twitched in annoyance while subconsciously sending a huge wave of killing intent. In reaction to this, Naruto and Sakura were shivering behind Kakashi, who almost dropped his book and didn't like the idea of being used as a meat shield. Shikamaru, Choji, and Ino were cowering on the ground as though an earthquake hit, while Asuma was trying to hide his fear by lighting a cigarette while shaking frantically. Shino, for the first time ever, showed an actually expression of pure fear as he stayed rooted to the spot with Kurenai standing behind him with the same expression on her face. Hell, even Gaara looked a little phased as he had sand forming a small shield round him and his siblings as they were now gripping onto his gourd like a lifeline, with Baki doing his best to remain calm and failing. All the while, Haku only watched as the two fighters dashed to the center of the arena in a fraction of a second, making her smile as though she didn't just snap. That was the most terrifying thing I've ever seen, were the thoughts of most who witnessed Haku's dark side. Once everyone calmed down enough, Haku called the fight while Lee entered his taijutsu stance. He took this time to study his opponent for any clues as to what she was capable of. She had long brown hair that was tied into a single braid, which stopped just above her waist. Her eyes were dark brown and were currently sizing him up as well. Her attire, from what he could tell, was a simple black cloak that had almost everything on her. Lee was now sure that she was hiding something and decided to wait and see what she would do. Kaguri, almost as if reading his mind, smirked before grabbing her cloak and tossing it off to show that she was wearing a form-fitting blue sleeveless shirt, baggy black shorts that stopped a little bit past her knees with matching black ninja sandals. Lee, and some others, couldn't help but blush at her noticeable assets she was displaying. "Stop staring, you pervert," said Kaguri with a smirk. At this, Guy went frantic while screaming something about unyouthfulness and other such things. Everyone else just shook their heads at this display and turned their attention back to the battle that was about to take place. "I am not a pervert. Such things are unyouthful and are not to be done at all," shouted the red-faced taijutsu specialist. "Yeah, whatever, bowl cut. Let's just get started." Lee only grinned cheekily before rushing forward in a quick burst of speed. He quickly charged towards his target before leaping into the air while spinning his body to perform a flying roundhouse kick. Konoha Senpu. As the kick came closer, Kaguri raised her forearm to block the attack. Lee and a few others were shocked when his leg connected to her arm and she remained still, not even registering the kick at all. "My turn," shouted Kaguri before grabbing his ankle using the same arm, she used to block his attack with before throwing him towards the other side of the arena. Lee, however, was able to flip mid-air and come skidding across the ground. When he looked up, he saw that the Kunoichi was now rushing at him with incredible amount of speed. She threw a punch directed at the green-clad boy's jaw, only to have her fist get caught by the said boy, who went slightly at the strength behind the punch. Blocking out the pain, Lee sent a kick to the girl's midsection before letting go of the girl's fist and kneeing her in the chin, sending her skidding back a bit, but it wasn't enough to make her lose balance. As Lee went to follow up with another attack, he was surprised when the girl smirked before stomping both feet into the ground. "Konoha Senpu," yelled Lee as he leaped into the air and delivered a roundhouse kick to Kaguri's jaw, causing her to snap her head clockwise. Lee smiled sadly as he landed, but was surprised when Kaguri's head snapped back in his direction with a sickening smile glued to her face. As Lee gaped in surprise, Kaguri quickly grabbed hold of his arms before heaving her feet out of the ground and kicking Lee with such speed and force that it seemed like he was hit by a blur. As the boy came crashing to a halt on the wall, he slowly eased himself out of the hole before ducking under a punch aimed at his chest. The results blew his mind, as the force behind the punch that almost connected was enough to demolish that part of the wall, leaving a gaping hole where her fist had made contact. "Wow, I must congratulate you for your great display of youth so far," praised Lee before giving her the good guy pose despite the fact that he was in great pain. Kaguri only sweat dropped at this act of praise while looking back at him with a raised eyebrow. "You're a weird guy. You know that, right? I get that a lot, but that doesn't extinguish my flames of youth one bit." "Whatever. Are you ready to get started again?" Meanwhile, Naruto and the others were all on the edge of their seats while watching this fight with great interest. Most thought that the fight would be rather one-sided, but as the fight progressed, some were beginning to worry about Lee's safety since not a single one of Lee's attacks was enough to hurt the girl. And out of all the bystanders, Neji, Guy, and Naruto were the ones worried the most. Naruto was looking down at Lee with a look of pure fear for his friend and could tell that Lee was worried about himself since sweat was now visible on his features. "What are you going to do now, Lee?" thought Naruto as he gripped the railing tighter. "Hey, Naruto," said Sakura, causing the boy to turn toward her. "Why isn't Lee using ninjutsu or jinjutsu? Wouldn't that help him in this situation?" Naruto only looked back down at his friend as the boy struggled to dodge more of Kaguri's punches. "He can't. Lee has a condition to where he can't mold chakra in any way. The only thing he has is taijutsu, and whenever he gets serious, I can't even see him. Even with my bloodline, I still can't fight him too well," replied Naruto before a small smile began to form on his lips. "But I've seen your speed. You're way faster than he is when you transform." "That's because Lee isn't taking this seriously yet," answered Naruto as he looked over at Guy, who was watching Lee with a small smirk. "Lee," shouted Guy suddenly from his place on the catwalk, "take them off." This drew several stares to be directed towards the green-clad jounin. The one who was most confused was Lee, who was gaping at his sensei in shock. Kaguri took this opportunity to strike Lee only for him to parry to the side and dash on top of the giant statue in the room. "But, Guy-sensei, isn't that for only when I need to protect many precious people?" asked Lee as he faced his sensei with a confused look on his face. The said man only gave the boy his good guy pose before shouting, "Don't worry, Lee. I'll allow it." Lee's confused expression soon changed to a cheeky grin before removing his leg warmers to reveal a giant set of weights on each leg. After witnessing Tintin, once her weights were removed, Kaguri could only guess how much more there were on the set Lee was wearing. "Yosh, I can move easier now than before," shouted Lee as he held each weight in one hand before dropping them. Now Kaguri and some of the others expected that the weights were going to be a lot heavier than the ones Tintin was wearing. What they didn't expect was for two dust clouds that reached all the way up to where Lee was standing to come from him dropping the two weights. This could be bad, thought Yujito as she eyed her teammate who had the same thought run through her head. "Don't you think you overdid it, Guy?" asked Kakashi as he eyed his fellow jounin. The said man ignored him before nodding to his student in a silent command. Lee only smirked in response and disappeared from everyone's view, even some of the Chunin and Jounin. When he reappeared, he was crouched down in front of Kaguri before delivering a strong uppercut to her jaw, sending the girl flying off her feet from the unexpected attack. As she flipped midair to find her opponent, she found that he was gone only for him to appear in front of her once more. Konoha Dai Senpu, yelled the boy as he launched several kicks towards his opponent's abdomen, left shoulder, and right cheek before performing an axe kick to her forehead, sending her crashing down to the arena floor. Kaguri groaned as she shakily returned to her feet. As she noticed Lee appear from the corner of her eye and whirled around to try and strike him only for no trace of him to be found. Suddenly, Lee's figure could be seen, or to be more precise, his after images could be seen zipping past her and some even going through her. After continuing this for a good few minutes, she finally had enough and went to get some distance away from him until a fist connected with her jaw, once more causing her to lose her balance and stumble to the ground. Kaguri staggered as she got up while Lee was now looking at her with a raised eyebrow. She should be knocked out by now, thought Lee as he watched Kaguri wipe some blood her face. Then again, none of my attacks have been able to do much to her. It's only now that I've been able to hurt her. "Excuse me, Kaguri-san," said the boy, "but how are you able to last this long against my attacks?" The girl in question only stared at him oddly before smirking. "Simple, my body has always been in the best physical condition since the day I was born. My body was naturally strong, and it was believed that I had a bloodline that increased my physical condition to the point that I was considered inhuman. Of course, I could still be hurt, but my pain tolerance is so much higher than an average person's is. So, in a sense, I'm a naturally born superhuman." At this point, most people were shocked at the power at this girl's disposal, and the fact that Lee was fighting a person like her struck fear into the hearts of many of his friends. Lee, on the other hand, was staring at her with a determined look in his eyes. It was at this time, Guy knew what was going through his student's head. "Lee, it's fine. You may use it if you must," yelled Guy even if he knew it wasn't necessary. His student had already made up his mind, and all he was doing was giving him his support. Lee, for once, didn't comply with what his sensei had said. Instead, he began to unravel his bandages on his arms. Not knowing what was happening, Kaguri only watched as this transpired with a small glimmer of amusement in her eyes. Once his bandages were finally unraveled, Lee glared at Kaguri with the same burning determination blazing in his eyes. "Come on, Kai," muttered Lee before rushing towards her in sound-breaking speeds as he began to circling around her. The next thing anyone saw was Lee appearing underneath Kaguri before delivering an upward kick to her chin, sending her skywards. As she soared through the air, Lee then jumped after her before appearing behind her as his bandages began to wrap themselves around her before grabbing onto her midsection to keep her from escaping. As the two started their descent, Kaguri was doing everything in her power to get Lee off her and was surprised when it wasn't working. She noticed they were now starting to spin and was quickly picking up its pace. "Oh, moat wrench," hollered out Lee as they came closer towards the ground. As Kaguri felt herself getting closer to the ground, she closed her eyes before focusing chakra to her forehead. Immediately, a small kanji for body appeared before it faded away. Lee, who had only felt a small spike of chakra, didn't think much of it before releasing himself from Kaguri as she went crashing head first into the arena floor. The whole room was silent, with the only one making any noise was Lee, who was now panting heavily due to the after effects of his attack. "Well, it's been decided," stated Haku calmly. "The winner of this match is Dash." "I ain't done yet," yelled Kaguri from inside the crater that was just made. Everyone was surprised when Kaguri returned to her feet as though nothing had happened, despite the blood pouring out of her nose and mouth. Lee was now staring at her with a look of pure terror etched on his face. After all, who wouldn't be afraid after performing a powerful attack only to find that it had no effect on your opponent? And the only thing he could do was ask one question on his mind. How? The girl only smirked triumphantly at his question. "I removed my Jinkai no Fuin. Seal of limitation? Correct, since I could never truly control my massive strength or any of my other abilities. My village had to come up with a way to suppress them enough for me to do certain things. For example, If I was to hold a glass while not having my seal of limitation active, it would shatter the moment I grab hold of it. The seal I released was Kyuka, or Intensify. What it does is not only increase my strength slightly, it also increases the density of my bones, muscles, and allows my senses to become sharper. Lee was now sweating heavily after her explanation was finished. It was only his luck that he would end up fighting one of the strongest opponents in this exam. Only his luck that he couldn't use ninjutsu or jinjutsu. It was only his luck that he was now going to most likely die. But don't feel too bad, weirdo. You're the first one in a long time that has forced me to release even one of my seals. Not many even last this long against me. So feel proud of yourself for forcing me to act truly serious. In Lee's now exhausted state, he couldn't have, in any way, defended himself from Kaguri as she vanished from his view, only to appear in front of him to deliver an unbelievably powerful punch to his abdomen. The result ended up making Lee go airborne with a great amount of blood shooting out of his mouth. A second later, she appeared behind him while he was still in the air and launched another powerful kick to his back, sending the poor boy into the wall above the catwalks. The Suna team only stared at the boy in pity, with the exception of Gaara, who was looking at him with a blank expression on his face. As Lee groaned in pain from the two bone-breaking attacks, before he shrieked in pain as another punch slammed into his chest, causing him to be buried deeper into the wall. He felt Kaguri's smooth hand wrap around his neck as she pulled him out of the hole with little effort, as blood from his mouth began to travel down past his chin and onto her hand. Lee stared into the brunette's dark brown eyes, which held no pity, no remorse, just cold, ruthless eyes staring into his own broken and bruised form. With a sigh, she tossed him casually out onto the arena floor in front of a horrified-looking Haku. "What are you waiting for?" asked Kaguri with a sigh. "Call the match." Haku glanced down at the now groaning green-clad genin before her and could only imagine the amount of pain he was feeling. She was about to call the match when a familiar voice called out, "Don't you dare call this match yet. Lee can still win this." Everyone turned to stare at Naruto, who was ignoring the looks as he continued to stare at Lee with unreadable look etched onto his face. "Naruto, you idiot. Look at him. He can barely stand, let alone fight someone like her anymore. If he does, he'll die," yelled Sakura as she glared at the blonde next to her. "I know he can win. I just know he can," answered the boy while not once taking his eyes off Lee. Sakura growled at this and was about to retort when she heard the voice of Lee choke out, "Sissy, but I cannot fight any longer." And for the first time since anyone could remember, Naruto was speechless. He stood there wide-eyed as he stared down at the one person he would have never expected to hear those words come from. His silence, however, didn't last long as his grip on the railing tightened to the point that it bent under the pressure. "So that's it, huh? You're just going to give up on everything you've worked so hard to achieve? Are you going to let that all go when something too big gets in your way?" That's not the Lee I know. The Lee I know would rather die than let himself give up on his goals. He'd rather die trying than to let himself give up on his dream. Guy could stare at the red-clad boy as tears spilled from his eyes and were now going down his cheeks. He was proud to know that someone like Naruto was Lee's friend, and it was a shame that the two hadn't met sooner. Sure, it had only been a few months since their first encounter, but in that short time, Lee and Naruto had developed a rather strong bond with each other. Both had dreams that they wished to accomplish, and deep down, he knew both would rather die than to see them crushed. And Guy wasn't the only one who was touched by the speech. From his place on the ground, Lee's tears threatened to burst as the boy finished. With much effort, Lee straightened his resolve as he went to stand, only to wince in pain coming from his back and his chest. "Great speech, Blondie, but this kid is all out of steam. He can barely stand, let alone fight me anymore," spoke Kaguri calmly as she watched Lee attempt to return to his feet. "Don't you dare speak to him like that," snarled out Lee as he finally stood up while blood seeped down his mouth. "And I'm not done yet. After all the lotus of the leaf blooms twice." Kaguri only rolled her eyes before speeding towards Lee with her fist reared back and ready to strike. Imagine her surprise when she only hit the arena floor while Lee was to her far left. Kakashi's eyes widened as he looked over at Guy with a small frown under his mask. You taught him how to open the Hashiman, didn't you? Yes, I taught him. Why, you should know better than to teach something so deadly to a simple genin. I did what I thought was right, and I do not regret it, Kakashi. I wanted to help him accomplish his dream, so that's what I did. So, what is the Hashiman you two keep talking about? Asked Sakura. In the inner coils of the body, that chakra flows through their 8 points. Kaimon, Kimon, Simon, Shumon, Taman, Kaimon, Kumon, and Shimon. These are known as the 8 gates. These gates are constantly working to limit the amount of chakra that flows in the body. The lotus forces these gates to open by using chakra. By doing this, it allows the user to release 10 times the amount of power than usual, while the user's body suffers the consequence. All the while, doing this is one big double-edged sword. Opening all 8 gates will give you the power far surpassing that of a Kage for a short period of time. However, by doing so, you must suffer the ultimate price. Death. Finished Guy as he looked down at his student as he placed his forearms in front of his face in a X-like fashion before feeling his chakra begin to rise. Niji, Sasuke, Naruto, everyone thought the boy as flashes of his rivals appeared in his head while chakra continued to erupt from his body. I won't be the only one to lose here. Seimon Gei. Soon, rubble started to lift up into the air from the monstrous amounts of chakra pouring out of the boy. Moving his arms showed the veins in his forehead were clearly visible. His skin was now dark red, and he was now glaring at his opponent as she stood shocked at the amount of chakra he was releasing. After overhearing Kakashi's explanation of these gates, Kaguri was not willing to let Lee open of these gates. So, shaking her worries away, she leaped forward as she launched a roundhouse kick towards the boy's head. To her surprise, Lee had effortlessly caught her foot midair before tossing her foot to the side and sending a punch to her abdomen. Kaguri coughed blood due to the massive amount of power that was put into that one punch. Hell, she guessed that it was equal to one of her own punches when her Kyokuseo released. So it was no surprise to her when she came crashing into the opposite wall of the arena in a heap. She looked back at Lee with an astonished gaze before feeling his chakra levels begin to rise again, signifying that he was opening another gate. She hastily returned to her feet before focusing chakra into her upper arm. Genkai no Fin, Hetsu, Kai. She mumbled as a kanji for strength appeared on her upper arm before fading away like the previous one. Instantly, her muscles bugled slightly and became more defined while steam began to rise off her. Shuman, Kai, shouted Lee as he felt the overwhelming amounts of chakra and power begin to flood his body. He looked up to see that Kaguri was not sitting by idly as she too was performing something of a similar multitude as he was. Kenkai no fuin, ba suto, kai, yelled the girl as the kanji for speed appeared on her left shoulder blade, then faded. At this, her calf muscles bulged further as steam was now radiating off her. She glared back at her opponent, and he did the same. Both knew that, one way or another, one of them was going to win, no matter what it took to claim it. So, with a ferocious war cry, both sped towards each other with speeds that almost completely leveled the entire arena and Haku, had she not had moved out of the blast zone. And just as quickly as they disappeared, they appeared again, with both taking a powerful right hook to each other's faces, sending them both flying back. They were both able to flip midair, despite the blistering speeds, and springboard themselves back into the action, while leaving small craters in both sides of the wall. Soon it was back to becoming blurs and split-second views of each fighter landing either an attack or them rebounding off the wall or floor before zipping off back into the battle again. This continued for a good while until finally Lee managed to gain the upper hand by delivering an upward kick to her chin, which sent her flying into the air again. Before the girl could even blink, Lee was in front of her glaring daggers at her before sending another powerful punch to her chest when sent her flying towards the wall. She expected to come in contact with the wall, only to feel the kick hit her hard in the back, which sailing upwards again. To everyone that was below them watching, it seemed as though Kaguri was being tossed around like a pinball, and she was the ball. Soon Lee's speed began to falter, and his muscles began to snap. He knew he had to end this, so with that in mind, he forced open the 5th gate before going in for the finisher. Pushing off the ceiling, he sped forward as fast as his body would allow, before punching Kaguri as hard as he could to her midsection. As she went down towards the ground, she felt her body jerk, and Lee, who was holding onto the bandage that he had wrapped around her waist, gave it a fierce tug. As Kaguri came closer, she began to see Lee rear his right palm back along with his right foot until she was in striking range. "You're a range," hollered out Lee before striking her dead in the chest, sending both fighters crashing down to the ground, kicking up a massive amount of dust, making everyone in the room shield their eyes. When the dust was finally cleared, Lee was crouched on the ground, bleeding profusely while Kaguri lay in the crater motionless. Haku was the first on the scene. She quickly ran up and checked the girl's pulse and was astonished that she was living, albeit barely. "The winner, Lee." "Why was Sage?" shouted Guy and Naruto at the same time, while others were standing there gaping at the green-clad youth that was standing in the arena with a huge grin on his face. No doubt, even while in the pain he was still able to smile graciously at his sensei and friend before passing out onto the arena floor with a loud thud. "Lee!" yelled Naruto as he prepared to jump down, only to stop when he heard the sound of loud snoring. Most sweat dropped at this, while others just chuckled softly at the boy's actions. After the medical team came and picked up the two exhausted ninja, Haku cleared her throat before asking all winners to come down to the floor, or what was left of it. When all winners were accounted for, with the exception of Sasuke, Lee, and Tenten, Haku spoke. "For those of you who have won your matches, congratulations. Now we can begin with the main part of this exam." She then turned towards Sarutobi before gesturing him to continue for her. "As it was stated before, in the main event, your matches will be seen by everyone. Each of you will be fight to represent the strengths of your countries. I'd like you all to show all your skills with no reserves, which is why the finals will be held in 1 month." "Why a month?" asked Yujito curiously. "This is a way to hone your skills and rest for the upcoming event. If we were to proceed with this by, let's say, the next few days, most of you wouldn't be at your prime, and the last thing we want is to disappoint the people who will be coming to watch these fights." "Well, that makes sense," replied Choji as he munched down on his chips. "Not only that, but the 1 month time period is needed since it takes a lot of time to contact other nations and daimyos for this event, along with traveling from places like Hyumo. Also, in this battle, you were all able to witness firsthand some of your fellow competitors' abilities. But for those who have been badly injured, this month could be used for rest, and that's all there is to it. But before I dismiss you, I want you to take a piece of paper inside the box that Anko is holding. Once everyone has one, call out your number, and that will determine who you will be fighting in the final rounds." "But some of them aren't here," said Naruto. "Don't worry, we will have someone else take one in their place. Now please start passing out the numbers, Anko-chan." "Hi, Hokage-sama," said Anko as she walked forward with a box in her hands. One by one, the contestants pulled out their slips of paper until only 3 were left. Anko picked up Tenten's number for her, while Ibiki picked up Sasuke's and Guy picked up Lee's. Naruto 1, Temari 5, Gaara 9, Tenten 8, Lee 4, Neji 2, Sasuke 10, Choji 3, Shikamaru 6, Yujito 7. Now the matchups will be as follows: Naruto versus Neji, Tenten versus Yujito, Temari versus Shikamaru, Lee versus Choji, and Sasuke versus Gaara. Remember, you have 1 month to prepare, so be ready. But as of now, you are free to do as you please and are all dismissed. Naruto only glanced at Neji for a moment before looking up at the catwalk to see Kakashi standing there waiting for him. He sighed heavily as he leaped up to greet him, only to see that his sensei was giving him a serious glare. "As agreed, Naruto, you will now explain to me everything about these abilities you've been getting." Naruto could only nod before glancing over his shoulder to see if Sakura was listening in. When he found that she was, he looked back at his sensei, who understood Naruto's discomfort, and shunshined them to a more private locations, leaving a grim-looking Sakura behind. When the two finally stopped, they were outside on the roof of the tower, which gave both a nice view of the forest. When Kakashi looked back down at Naruto, the boy only sighed again before plopping down on his rear. "All right. Do you want it from the beginning or during the last few months?" "The beginning, please," replied Kakashi as he too seated himself. Well, it all started after the battle at the bridge in Wave Dash. Naruto sighed again for what felt like the 10th time in one day as he sat in his room with his sword in his lap. It had been a day since the preliminary rounds finished, and he had visited Lee and some of his other friends. Lee was in bad shape after opening 5 of the gates, but to Naruto's amazement, Lee was still able to attend the finals. Though the doctor had said that he would be unable to use the gates, Naruto had a feeling that Lee would try and use them again if he had to. He also saw Tintin while he was there and was happy to note that she would be able to leave in 2 more days. But for Naruto, he had a few problems he had to deal with. Yes, he had the curse seal taken care of by Kakashi, but the seal on his stomach had yet to be touched, and he was anxious to get it off. The only problem was that, from what Kakashi had told him, only the Hokage could take it off, and he had been too busy in preparation for the finals that he couldn't afford to be interrupted. Not only that, but he still had to train for the finals, and while Sasuke was training with Kakashi, he had been left without a sensei. But he wasn't discouraged at all by it, since he still had much more to learn from Kyuubi and Taisho. That was if he was able to see them, and he could somehow talk to the Hokage to get the seal off him. With a sigh, he looked back down at his sword before deciding to make an attempt on visiting Taisho. With that in mind, he sat his sword beside him before sitting cross-legged on his bed and closed his eyes in concentration. He felt his grip on the waking world slowly fade as he entering his mind. "Hey, brat," until the shout from Zabuza interrupted his meditation. Growling in annoyance, Naruto got off his bed and went to his door to hear hard banging. With a flicker of his wrist, he extended his Yuki whip to turn the knob and opened the door to see the former missing Nin standing in his doorway, looking rather peeved. "What?" growled out Naruto. "The hot water heater is busted again." Yes, Uzumaki Naruto knew the basics to repairing and installing new mechanics since the age of 10. It was one of the things he learned from Yuma while he had been around, and thanks to his old owner, he was forced to learn how to fix most of the problems that accrued in his home. Ever since then, he is always thankful for the old man's teachings since it saved him lots of money during those times when money was scarce. Throwing the man a half-heated glare, Naruto walked past the man and down the stairs leading to Zabuza's apartment to survey the problem before he brought his tools out. Opening the door, he noticed that the man's place looked relatively clean with a few shirts, pants, and a copy of Ica Paradise lying around. Walking over to one of the closets, he opened the door to find that the water heater looked fine. "Are you trying to piss me off, Zabuza? Your water heater's fine," hollered Naruto as his eyebrow began to twitch. The said man was quiet for a few moments before sticking his head through the doorway. "Who said my water heater was busted?" Unnoticed by him, the twitch in Naruto's eyebrow picked up in pace as he looked back at the man with pissed-off look on his face. He only shook his head to try and calm down as he walked out of Zabuza's home and towards Haku's front door. "Is she home?" "Yes, she should be." He nodded before knocking on her door. After waiting a few seconds and hearing no reply, he turned the knob to find that her door was unlocked. "Will she mind if I go in?" "Nah, she's not the type to care if you walk in unless it's on a mission." Walking inside, he found, as expected, that her home was cleaner than Zabuza's was. But it wasn't his job to survey her home. He was here to repair something. So he walked over towards the closet door where the hot water heater was located, only find that it was located directly in Haku's room. At that point, warning bells began to go off in his head, and he started to suspect that something bad was going to happen soon. Hesitantly, he opened the closet door to see the hot water heater looking brand new and clenched his fist so hard that his knuckles were now white. "That bastard Zabuza," mumbled Naruto darkly before sensing a presence behind him. He slowly turned his head to see a scarlet-faced Haku, who was clad in only a pair of white panties with a blue towel wrapped around her neck which hid her other assets, standing stiff as a board in the doorway to the room. How he hadn't noticed that she was in the shower would be the question on his mind for the next few hours, if he lived that long, that is. The only thing he could do was blush as scarlet as she was before doing the only thing he could think of. He made a mad dash towards the only conveniently open window in the room before leaping out it, and all the while screaming one thing. "Damn you, Zabuza!" Even as he collided with the ground, he managed to land on all fours before racing off in a blur of red and yellow down the road toward the only place he could really get his mind off this incident, Ichiraka Ramen. 15 bowls of ramen later. The boy let out a sigh after completing his last bowl. It was one of the few things that really took his mind off things, and Ayam was always someone he could talk to without worrying about what she would say. It had always been like that for as long as he could remember. Hence why he called her Nachan sometimes. She was always there and would always listen to him when he had a problem about something. It was also the fact that she was one of his few female friends that didn't hit him for everything stupid he said. "So you just bolted when you saw her?" asked the waitress with a small frown on her face. "Yeah," answered the blonde sheepishly. "I did that because I know what was going to happen if I stayed there, so that's why I came here. But you know she's still going to kill you for invading her privacy. She might even think you're a pervert now that you saw her like that. Hey, I was tricked, so I shouldn't be the one to blame. But you saw her. Yeah, but it wasn't intentional. But you still liked what you saw, didn't you?" At this, Naruto only blushed a bit before huffing, since her words, in all honesty, were true. This action made Ayam giggle a bit before walking over and began to ruffle his hair. "You look so adorable when you're upset," cooed Ayam as she started to then stroke his hair. "I wish my hair was this smooth." The boy blush soon darkened at the first comment, as he ideally wondered if all females were strange. Though some part of him took the time to notice that Tucci was sharpening his knife a little too harshly for his liking. "WL, I gotta run, I am Chan, but I'll see you around later," yelled the blonde as he swiftly got out of the waitress's grasp, placed his money on the table, and dashed out the stall with the intention of having some training done far away from the female population today. And poor Ayam was now staring at the spot Naruto once stood with a curious look in her eyes before stomping her foot on the ground in a childish manner. "Damn, I didn't even get to ask what he used to get his hair that smooth," muttered the waitress angrily before huffing and going into the back while carrying half of the 15 empty bowls of ramen that Naruto had devoured. Tucci, on the other hand, was looking at the spot Naruto was just standing at with an amused smile on his face. Yes, things were getting interesting, and he knew that whatever was going on was funny as hell in his eyes. Back with Naruto. It had been tricky on his part, but he did it. He had snuck into his home without being detected and retrieved his sword and was now sitting under the bridge that went over one of the hot springs. While he wasn't sure this would work, it would at least keep him away from females at the moment, as at the moment, things were getting weird with him and the girls around him. It's like some sort of weird story where the writer starts messing with the main character's luck, thought Naruto while glancing down at the hot waters that the springs provided. Of course, if it was, then I'd be breaking the fourth wall now. Heh, like that's ever happened. The boy only shrugged before relaxing himself again to where he could enter his mind. He was close to succeeding when he heard the sound of faint giggling coming from not too far away. Glancing in that direction, he found a white-haired man dressed in full kabuki getup with a scroll strapped onto his lower back hiding in a small bush while scribbling something into his notebook. Now, normally, Naruto really wouldn't care all too much since he had seen all sorts of perverts hanging around the village. But this one was not only open about it, he was also disturbing him, and Naruto was now too annoyed at not getting any focus on his meditation. So with a twitch of his wrist and Yuki flowing through his fingertips, his Yuki whip came forth and lashed across the man's back, which earned him a loud yelp of sudden pain. The old man in question turned to glare at the source of the attack to see a blond boy in a red cloak glare back at him with a small smirk on his face. "What are you smiling at, you little brat?" snarled the man. "Your rotten luck, that's what," replied Naruto in a sarcastic tone. "Why do you say that?" "Because I don't think the girls on the other side will be happy when I holler out pervert." The man's face went from anger to horror in the fraction of a second. Naruto only grinned as he prepared to yell when a man appeared in front of him with his hand covering Naruto's mouth. "Holy crap," thought Naruto with widened eyes as the man calmly moved his hand away from the boy's mouth. "If you yell, you'll be the only one to be stuck in here to take the blame." "How do you figure that one, Chief?" "Simple," said the man before pointing behind Naruto. "He'll keep you here and leave when the girls come and kick your ass." Naruto turned to follow the man's finger only to have his eyes widen further as a giant toad stood behind him with its eyes set only on him. Looking back at the man and then the toad, he was able to come to one conclusion. Why your Jiraiya? The toad Sanin. The man only grinned happily as he performed a strange stance before shouting out. That's right, I'm M.Team Ibo Kogama's holy master, and don't you forget it, brat. Naruto sweat dropped at this act of pure foolishness and ideally wondered if he acted that way before he met Tenten. Once the man's little act was over, he looked over at him with a raised eyebrow. But how do you know me? You don't look like the type of kid who knows about famous people like myself. I'll ignore the crack on my intelligence and explain. My friend is a big fan of one of you Sennin and wants to become as great as she is one day. She read up on all of them and told me bits and pieces of each of you. I wasn't all that interested, but all I got from it was that each one had a contract. You had toads, one had slugs, and one had snakes. Personally, I didn't think I would meet any of you. Well then, you must be proud to meet one of us in this lifetime. Though, one of them isn't among us anymore, but still you should take it as a privilege to even see one of us at all. I've met one of you before. This made Jiraiya slump a bit before grumbling out. Who was the first one you met? Orochimaru. With that one name, Jiraiya's interest peaked to the point that his expression was unreadable. He had heard that the snake's son Nin had been spotted inside the village, but he had no idea why he was here. He had a feeling it was something to do with the Uchiha, or quite possibly a plan to kill Sarutobi. His thoughts were interrupted when he heard the blonde mumble out. So gotta get that seal off my gut too, damn Hebe team. In an instant, Naruto felt Jiraiya's gaze upon him and looked to see that the man was giving him a dead serious look. What kind of seal are we talking about? Naruto could feel the coldness of his words and felt a small shiver travel up his spine. He knew that there was no point in denying it since the man clearly heard him. Not only that, but he could tell, after witnessing how fast he was, that even if he transformed into his yokai form that this man could rip him to shreds and not even break a sweat. He slowly lifted his shirt too as he channeled chakra throughout his body before revealing the seal for the entire world to see. The man kneeled down as he examined the seal placed onto him with a skeptical look before sighing. Definably Orochimaru's work. All right, brat, this is going to hurt, but I can remove the seal for you. Naruto could only grin happily at finally getting the stupid seal off him. Though Taisho was his friend, he missed hearing Kyuubi a lot since he wasn't sure if she was all right, and the fact that he loved her hugs whenever he showed up at his mindscape. Jiraiya slowly flowed chakra into his fingertips as light blue flames began to appear around them before giving Naruto a nod, who nodded back as he braced himself. Without any hesitation, the man slammed his fingers into the boy's stomach as Naruto bit his lip to hold back a scream as he felt the burning pain crash into the seal. Gogyukayan, muttered the man as he moved his hand away from the seal as the extra markings left by Orochimaru faded away. He watched as Naruto fell to one knee, gasping as the burning pain started to die down to a small stinging sensation. Naruto continued to wheeze on the ground before glancing up at Jiraiya. I'm going to see her if I don't wake up in the next 30 minutes. Wake me up, all right. He watched as Jiraiya's confused expression changed to one of slight understanding and returned to his meditative seating posture before closing his eyes and concentrating. Mindscape. Naruto's eyes snapped open to see the sight of a lush green clearing of grass. He sighed happily at finally being able to return to his own mind before getting to his feet. He walked towards a small path between the trees and walking towards the two huts. After a while, the huts came into view, and he was able to witness one of the most humorous sights he would ever see in his lifetime. There, standing in between the two huts, was Kyuubi and Taisho, with the latter caught in a vice-grip embracement. What was made the boy laugh was the fact that Taisho, the mighty dog leader, was turning purple under Kyuubi's powerful hug. I missed you, Makiba-chan, squealed out Kyuubi. It is wonderful to see you as well, Kyuubi-dano. However, I cannot breath properly, gasped out the fellow demon while trying to pry the vixen off him. Oh, it was a priceless sight to see. In fact, Naruto doubted he would ever forget this moment, even if he went brain dead. That was why he crashed to the ground, laughing hysterically the whole time. That is, until the sun's rays were blocked by a tall shadow looming over him. He looked up in horror to see a gleeful-looking QB standing above him with all 9 of her tails swaying happily behind her. Yo QB-chun, said the boy nervously. In a flash of a second, QB had Naruto in her tight embrace while nuzzling his cheek with a big smile on her face. Had he not been focused on his breathing, he would have noticed the amused look Taisho was giving the two from his spot by the huts. Naruto-kun, I missed you too, squealed QB as she tightened her grip on him. I'm happy to see that you stayed safe while I was sealed away. Are you okay? Did anything bad happen to you while I was gone? Are you still a virgin? What does that have anything to do with any of this? Asked a now violet-faced Naruto while finally becoming successful in prying the vixen off him. Said woman only shrugged before replying. It was just a joke. Besides, I don't want to see some slut to take away something as precious as that. Suari, thought Naruto dryly, and I'm a 6-foot-tall bunny. I heard that, and I'm being honest. Hey, you promised no mind reading. At the sound of someone clearing their throat, both turned to see Taisho standing above them with the same smile he had before. Naruto grinned up at him while QB continued to nuzzle his cheek. I'm glad for your return, Naruto-san. I assume that the seal that Scarecrow placed on you has been successful. You mean Kakashi? Oh, well, yeah, it worked since I don't hear whispering in my head anymore, said the blonde Hanyu before looking back at QB. You can stop that now. Doesn't mean I want to, though, mumbled the vixen to herself before getting off the blonde boy. So, what are we going to be doing now? Well, I don't know. I have 1 month to train for the finals. My sensei can't do it since he is training with Sasuke, and I still haven't mastered the Yuki whip. I was thinking you could give me something else to work on, or something. Taisho nodded his head a few times before striking a thinking pose. He knew Naruto's Yuki training had been doing very well since he last checked, but a part of him wasn't sure if he was ready for what he had in store for him next. Glancing back at Naruto, he pondered the pros and cons of what he was about to do and decided to test and see if Naruto was indeed ready or not. Naruto-san, I must ask you something, stated the dog commander with a serious stare. If you answer this incorrectly, I will halt all my teachings and force you to learn all Tesega's secrets without my assistance. Am I understood? He watched as Naruto slowly nod with staring at him with a raised eyebrow. What is it you plan to do with what I am teaching you? Naruto only continued to stare at Taisho as though he grew a second head before answering. I plan to become Hokage and protect my loved ones. What if I told you it could turn you into a full-blooded demon? I wouldn't care so long as my loved ones stay safe. Would you succumb to that dark side of yourself to obtain the full extent of my teachings? Now, Naruto's expression changed from confusion to dead serious. No. No. No matter what you can teach me or how strong you are, I refuse to turn into that monster. I'll bleed to learn what you teach me, but if I must be that way to turn into that thing for such teachings, then I don't want them cause they ain't worth having. Taisho and QB both spared a glance at each other before going back to looking back at Naruto with a whole new perspective. It was even apparent in this voice that he indeed hated that darkness inside him with an undying passion. I will ask you one last time. Are you positive about that choice? Mind you, if you get this wrong, then I will not longer be teaching you any more or less. Look, Taisho-san, if you want me to give in to that thing, then you can keep them cause I don't want them. I vowed that I would never become that thing ever again. I even carved this kanji into my hand to prove it, stated the blonde with a straight face while raising his palm to show the kanji he had written on palm during the Forest of Death. Taisho didn't even try to suppress his smirk at the blonde who was still sitting on the ground in front of him. It was with it that Tesega began to glow bright yellow before disappearing from Naruto's side. The said boy glanced left and right until he spotted his sword floating mid-air about 7 feet away from him with yellow light still surrounding it in what looked like a cocoon of energy. Soon, the cocoon began to morph into a human-like outline before fading to reveal the same man he had seen in the forest. Naruto-san, this is my son, Inuyasha. Inuyasha, this is Naruto-san, the new wielder of Tesega, said Taisho politely while Inuyasha stared at the blonde who was gaping at him. What are you staring at, kid? You never seen a Hanyu before or something? Asked Inuyasha with a raised eyebrow. WW, what happened to my sword? Yelled the blonde, which caused everyone to wince at the volume of his voice. Calm down, it's still with you in the real world, I'm just the part that's woke up. What it means is that more techniques with the sword are now able for you to start learning. It will take time, and with me here you can learn the full extent of what Tessega can do. But then how did you come out during the Forest of Death? Well, when I met you then, I was only able to help you since it was a life and death situation. Overall, it was premature awakening and it wasn't intentional, so in the end it caused a little delay in the unlocking process. Still, I didn't expect for you to start training him on how to use that this early pops. The demon sighed heavily before replying. I fear that dark times will soon be upon us, and I wanted Naruto-san to be as prepared as possible for when that darkness comes. He will be able to confront it. Yeah, I get it. But still, I didn't learn this for the longest time, and even then, I had to learn it the hard way and almost died in the process. I can understand why, since you did not have any assistance on learning how to use it correctly. Hold it. What are you two talking about? Asked Naruto. It's the next thing you'll be learning, kid, so get used to me being here because I'm going to be your new teacher. Now get back to the real world and find someone with demonic energies around them so we can get started on you learning this thing. How do I find people like that? If you didn't already know, yokai don't exist in this time, and the only thing that counts as demons are the Biju, and I highly doubt that a giant raccoon is sitting ideally in the park. Don't be a smartass, or I'll crack your skull in half, shouted Inuyasha while shaking his fist in anger. Go ahead and try it, you dog-eared bastard, resorted Naruto while shaking his fist as well. Excuse me, Naruto-san. Might I suggest Miss Niyujito? During her battle, even as I reside here, I was able to feel the presence of demonic energies similar to Cubidano lingering around her. It may only be a small possibility, but it might be the only grasp at what we require for us to continue onwards. Nodding his head, he looked over towards where Kyubi and Taisho's huts were before imagining a third one stationed beside Taisho's. Naruto glanced over towards Inuyasha before grinning. Welcome to my mind. Fix it up as you like, and don't screw up my mind too much. Before Inuyasha could reply, he saw that Naruto was already gone, leaving a confused and thankful half-demon standing next to his father and Kyubi, who were both smirking at Naruto's actions. Outside world. Naruto's slitted blue orbs snapped open only to immediately shut them due to the blinding sun's rays. After blinking a few times, his eyes readjusted before he reevaluated where he was. Currently, he was sitting next to the hot spring, just as before. The only difference was that Jiraiya wasn't around. Old bastard, I told him to wake me in 30 minutes. Is that too much to ask for? Grumbled out Naruto before standing and jumping off to find Yujito. Though he could just run aimlessly around the village, he knew of a more effective way to get information on where certain people were. In fact, the place wasn't too far away from where he was now. After running down a few blocks, he stopped in front of a narrow alleyway between two condemned buildings. Checking to make sure no one was watching him, he slipped in between the two buildings before coming into a wider alleyway, which was almost packed with people ranging from mere children to senior citizens. Naruto let out a small sigh as he prepared to start to ask around, when all of a sudden he was tackled to the ground. Naruto and I-Sen, yelled a young female voice. Hello, Hitomi-chan, replied the now smiling blonde before turning around to face the child. Now, standing in front of him was a small girl who looked around 7 years old. She had dirty brown hair that stopped just above her shoulders and had violet-colored eyes. She was currently wearing a dirty blue long-sleeve shirt and equally dirty white shorts along with worn-out pair of black sandals. She was grinning happily at him while hopping up and down like a kid that had too much caffeine. Yumaji-san, Naruto and I-San is here, shouted Hitomi, which earned her and Naruto quite a few shocked looks before almost cheering loudly at his return. Good to see you, boy. Welcome back, Naruto-kun. Nisan's back. Nisan's back. I thought you'd never get your sorry ass back here. Glad you found the time to do so, brat. Naruto could only laugh sheepishly at the people's comments. Yes, These people were the reason he never truly hated the village. These people treated him as an equal, not as a demon reborn back when he was younger. To them, he was just another orphan child living off the trash like the rest of them, and was welcomed with open arms when nobody else wanted him. And after he had been given a home to live in by the Sandame, he still found himself here, in the place he truly felt at home, with until the day he graduated and had spent less and less time with them. These were the brothers, sisters, aunts, and uncles he never had the privilege to have growing up, and now that he was back, he found that he had rather missed this place. Soon, the chatter died down until only the children were the ones pestering the blonde, and even then he didn't mind. In fact, if he didn't have to search for Yujito, he most likely would have entertained them like he usually did. Sadly, he had to tell them that he was busy and that he would have to play another time. Naruto sighed before creating a Kagebunshin and giving it the order to hinge into Yujito before asking around to see if anyone has seen where she is staying. This was how Naruto had found specific targets with his pranks back in the old days. Most times, at least one of the homeless people in this alleyway had seen his target, and since this is where mostly all of the homeless hung out, he could almost always find at least somebody had come across the person he was looking for. All in all, it was a great plan when wanting to find someone in the village, since Konoha had plenty of homeless and orphaned running around. In the hospital, 131, 132, 133, 134, 135. Gassed out Lee as he continued performing his push-ups while still in the hospital. He had been told that he would be able to leave the facility in 3, possibly 4 days, but Lee couldn't wait that long. He needed to train, he needed to get stronger for the next exam, and he was determined to not let his injuries halt his training. Lee was on his 149th push-up when he heard the sound of the door opening. When he glanced over, he practically froze in place at the sight of Kaguri in his doorway, with raised eyebrow. "What are you doing?" asked the girl before closing the door to the room. She herself didn't look too good since her right arm was in a cast along with her left leg. Currently, she was using a crutch and was sporting some bandages on her forehead, along with a swollen upper lip and a black eye. "I must train for the finals, and I cannot let myself just sit still while everyone else is training hard for the finals." "What about your injuries?" "My injuries will not dampen my flames of youth. I will continue my training regardless of how painful it is." Kaguri just stared at him as he continued his push-ups without pause. She would hear the occasional grunt of pain coming from him and was rather impressed of how far the guy was willing to go despite how injured he was. "Hey, bowl cut," said the girl, causing Lee to stop and look at her once more. "Why do you do all this? What do you wish to accomplish by doing all this training?" Lee was silent for a moment before standing up with a slight hiss of pain. "My dream is to prove to the world that I can be a great ninja without the ability to use Jinjutsu or Ninjutsu. That is what drives me to go past my limitations and drives me to grow stronger." "Does that answer your question, Kaguri-san?" Kaguri only stared at him before sighing and shaking her head while heading towards the door. "Whatever, Lee, just don't kill yourself in the process. 'Cause one day I want to have a rematch, and next time, I will win." Lee watched as she left his room and was about to begin his exercises once more when he realized something. "Did she stop calling me bowl cut?" Across the village, Naruto stared at the room door that supposedly Yujito was staying in. He checked his senses and found that indeed, this is where she was staying, since he recognized her scent around this area. Sighing softly, he took a deep breath before knocking on the door. After waiting a few moments, he knocked again and noted the muffled voice coming from behind the door. A few seconds later, the door slowly cracked open to show Yujito standing behind the door while rubbing her eyes. After rubbing the sleep from her eyes, she glanced at the one who disturbed her from her nap to find a familiar, cloaked blonde standing in front of her. She blinked a few times to make sure her mind wasn't playing tricks on her again. "You okay, Yujito-san?" asked Naruto, while tilting his head to the left like a confused puppy. "Naruto, what are you doing here?" asked Yujito while suppressing a yawn. "Well, I need your help with something." "Why can't you ask your girlfriend to help you with your training?" "Because she can't use demonic energies like you can." In that moment, Yujito was dead silent and was now wide awake while glaring holes into Naruto's skull. Soon, He could feel killing intent beginning to leak out of her in large portions. How did you come to know that? She asked with a tone that could freeze hell over. I wasn't sure. I just came here to see if you could help me with Dash. No. Naruto blinked once, then twice before asking. Why not? Because anything that leads towards me using Nibi's chakra ends in disaster. I won't be responsible for it, and I don't wish to aimlessly use it for your own gain. Hell, I don't even know you, and yet you just come up at my door, reveal that I'm a Jinchuriki, and expect me to help you? Well, I want to make something very clear to you. I want nothing to do with you, and I don't want to see your face around here anymore. Now scram. With that said, she quickly slammed the door in his face, causing him to flinch slightly. Staring back at the door, he could only sigh before pounding his head on the door frame. You're not alone, you know, stated the blonde swordsman. In fact, you and I are one and the same. I told you to scram, so get going before I fry your ass, yelled Yujito from behind the door. You were probably alone too when you were growing up. While I had a lot who cared for me, you most likely had nobody. This is your last chance to leave before I kill you. In fact, we all must be the same, us Jinchuriki who are stuck to live with a burden from which we didn't ask for. Yes, we must all be the same, alone in a world that fears and hates what it doesn't understand. Yujito-san, if you think I'm lying, then just say so and I'll leave you in peace. Now, it was completely silent from both parties. Yujito didn't dare speak, and Naruto was awaiting her reply, which he was sure would come. After waiting for a few moments, Naruto sighed before making his way towards the staircase. Guess it's time to come up with a plan B, muttered Naruto as he walked. However, just as he was about to descend the stairs, the sound of a door opening made him stop and turn around to see Yujito, staring at him with a sad look in her eyes. The moment the two made eye contact, she turned her head the other way to avoid his gaze. Yujito-san, if you don't wish to help me, then I won't force you to. The choice is up to you, and you alone, so are you comfortable with using that power, or would you rather not? Yujito stayed silent for a moment before turning to face him with a soft smile. All he could do was grin in return before making his way toward the staircase, while Taisho was giving him instructions for what to do next. Hokage's office. So, what do you think of the situation, Jiraiya? Asked Sarutobi while exhaling a plum of smoke from his mouth. Honestly, Orochimaru is being a little too forward than he usually is. He's either very confident that he will succeed in whatever he's planning, or he's just being foolish. Though I've never known him to act foolish in the past. Things change, and so do people. Agreed, he wouldn't have made a big ruckus during the second exam, unless he was up to something. If anything, he would have been as secretive as possible if he was planning an attack against us. As you said, he's either very confident or he's being foolish. Jiraiya nodded his head before looking over at the pictures of the previous Hokages. His eyes went slightly glazed when he landed on Minato's picture before shaking it off. Reminiscing, Jiraiya? Asked the elder Hokage sadly. Yeah, just missed the brat is all. Hell, I met his son just this afternoon while I was doing my research at the hot springs. Naruto, what was he doing there? The Toad Sage could only shrug before replying. Beats me, but he said something about seeing her when I released a seal Orochimaru put on him. Though I don't know why he said her, but I really didn't think much of it. This caused Sarutobi to raise an eyebrow at his student's explanation about his encounter with Naruto. What further confused him was that Naruto had another seal on him that he wasn't informed about. Still, whatever it was, Jiraiya had handled it, so there wasn't much left to worry about. So, have you told him about his old man yet? Asked Jiraiya curiously while glancing back at the picture of his deceased student. No, sighed out Sarutobi while bracing himself for what was to come. What? Jiraiya, Minato had a lot of enemies back when he was alive. If I had told Naruto of his heritage, the information would eventually leak out, and those enemies of Minato would have been after his life. I couldn't risk that, not under any circumstances. You forget, Gigi, you had people like Kakashi that could have kept a close eye on him, and if it would have been a problem, I could have taken him with me if you had sent out a message. Snarled out Jiraiya while clenching his fist in anger. Both reasons were not an option at the time. Kakashi had multiple missions that needed to be done after Kyuubi's attack, along with most of the other Umbu and Jounin at the time. You were out of the question too, since I needed you to get your own missions done, and your spy network needed to be set up at the time. I didn't want to leave you distracted by taking care of Naruto. All I could do was leave him as he was and help him the best I could and keep the council at bay with all their demands for his head. Jiraiya let his shoulders sag a bit as he sighed. His sensei had a point. After the attack, Konoha had been left in a bad situation and his spy network was still in its beginning stages at that point in time. Still, it irked him that Sarutobi was holding information like that from the boy. When do you plan to tell him? Asked Jiraiya soberly. When he is old enough to take on the burden of what his father left behind. He's old enough right now, sensei. At least let him know who his father is. Jiraiya dash. No, I won't listen to that anymore, Gigi. I've been to every country you can think of, and I've seen how bad Jinchuriki's lives are. Hell, most of them aren't even considered human anymore, sensei. If the kid can take being a Jinchuriki and turn out the way he is now, then I think he can handle knowing who his parents are. And what if he can't handle a Jiraiya? What he can't take what's to come in the future and is unwilling to take it on? Asked Sarutobi while raising his voice at his former student. Then I guess he'll have to do what we all did back when we had our own burdens. Take it and move on with life. We all had to, even you did, and you still take on the burden of being this village's Hokage even after your resignation. If that boy wants to move forward in life, he must be willing to take on multiple burdens just like the rest of us. Sarutobi sat in his seat, speechless at this, and was forced to admit that it was Jiraiya's turn to have a valid point. Everyone had a burden to bear at least once in their lives. From him being Hokage at his age to Hayashi, who had to sit by as his twin brother was killed by Kyumo. In the end, the aging Hokage took another long drag from his pipe before sighing. Jiraiya, just promise me you won't say anything about it for now. His student only snorted before hopping up onto the window ledge. I'll keep my mouth shut, but if something happens, I won't be tight-lipped about it anymore. Sarutobi only nodded before watching his student dash off the ledge and out of sight before looking over at the Yandame's picture on the wall with a look of sadness in his eyes. Minato-kun, what would you think of me now if you saw what had happened to your son through my actions? Asked the Hokage aloud, knowing that he wouldn't receive an answer. Training Ground 72. Naruto whistled as he looked around the training area. The clearing in which he and Yujito were standing in the middle of was the farthest from the village and was almost completely isolated from the praying eyes of civilians and some ninja alike. He quickly asked Taisho if the clearing was good enough for what they were about to do and was told that it was good enough. So what am I going to learn? A destructive force so powerful it has the ability to slay 100 yokai in one sweep. The very thing that made me feared among the demons of my time. Kaze no Kizu. Whoa, gasped out Naruto, glancing down at his sword, which was still sheathed. Indeed, my son will now be the one who will be surveying the remainder of your training. That's fine. Oibara, Yahirme. Yell loud and clear. All right, now listen up, because I don't want to repeat myself again. Ta perform the Kaze no Kizu. You need ta find the fissure between the Khalid and demonic winds of you and your opposing demon. Once the fissure is found, you swing the sword into it, which releases the powerful energy wave that will end 100 lives in one strike, and thus, the Kaze no Kizu. Sounds easy enough, thought Naruto grimly. It does, but in the middle of a battle, it might be a different story. Just be grateful you don't have to learn this while fighting an opponent, otherwise you'd be screwed. Thanks a lot, Inuyasha-sensei, said Naruto sarcastically. No problem, Brad, replied Inuyasha with just as much sarcasm. With that last comment, Naruto came back to Earth to see that Yujito was now sitting on the ground with her back on one of the trees while fiddling with a stray leaf from the said tree. Ready to get started, Yujito-san? Asked Naruto with a big grin on his face. The fellow blonde abruptly snapped her head in his direction before nodding her head and getting back to her feet. Both blondes got a few feet away from each other before Naruto gave her the sign to start using her Biju's chakra. Nodding, Yujito closed her eyes for a moment before violet chakra began to pour off the Kumo-nin in small doses while her features began to rapidly change. Her teeth now resembled fangs, and her nails extended into claws while her teal-colored eyes changed to light purple ones with slits for pupils. Overall, Naruto was surprised how similar it was compared to his Hanyu form. After witnessing the transformation, Naruto swiftly unsheathed his sword before transforming it into its true state, while spreading his Yuki to match with Yujito's demonic chakra. Okay, look for the fissure in between the two clashing demonic winds. Easier said than done, since you can't really see wind. Thought Naruto dryly as he focused on locating the fissure. Hey Naruto, how long do we have to do this for? I can't do this for very long without having to draw out more of Nibi's chakra, stated Yujito, while she continued to pour out more and more of her tenant's chakra. Just long enough for me to find the fissure where the demonic winds that collide, replied Naruto, while he continued to look for this so-called fissure. Do what now? You're not making any sense right now, Naruto. Naruto didn't bother to answer. He was too busy searching to pay her any attention. After about 15 minutes, he was starting to see that Nibi's demonic chakra beginning to diminish and was about to stop only to notice a small yellow light in the center of the two energies. I see it, yelled out Naruto excitedly. Pour more of Nibi's chakra out. I can't. If I do, then I might lose control over myself, replied the girl as she cut off the demonic chakra before collapsing to her knees while panting. Naruto, too, stopped flaring his Yuki while panting a bit himself before sheathing his sword and walking over towards his fellow Jinchuriki. I guess we can take a break for now. In the meantime, I think we should start training ourselves while we're out here. Yujito glanced up at him before giving him a feral smirk. Mind teaching me how to use that whip of yours? Naruto raised an eyebrow at this before shaking his head. I would, but it's a part of my bloodline, so even if I told you how to do it, you wouldn't get anything out of it. All that did was make her pout, rather cutely, before huffing like a child who was denied a piece of candy while muttering things about unfairness and other things. For the rest of the day, the two blondes split up to begin their own training for the final exams in private. By the time both were done, it was dawn and it was time for the two to leave. Before they separated, Naruto asked she could help him with his newest attack tomorrow, and she agreed, but only if they tried it only once a day until the exams. Now Naruto was heading back to his home, while dreading what would happen upon his return. A part of him was hoping that Haku had forgotten about the events that took place earlier that day, but the rational part of him doubted that she would. Once he reached his apartment complex, he gulped before heading up the steps. Earlier, he was able to sneak in only because he had watched Haku leave before heading up to his room and getting his sword. Now she was home, and he couldn't walk up the wall to get to his porch since the moment he focused chakra in his feet, Haku would sense his chakra, and he would be caught. Slowly, he crept up the stairs and through the hallways until he was finally on the 4th floor. He let out a sigh of relief before entering his home, not noticing that his door, which he had always kept locked, wasn't locked anymore. Naruto quickly disposed of his cloak and his sandals before heading toward his room to get some extra clothes so that he could take a nice hot shower. When he walked into his room, he proceeded to take off his shirt before he heard the door close. He looked over his shoulder and found someone that made his blood turn cold. There, standing in front of the doorway, was Haku, armed with 3 sanbon in each hand with an eerie gleam in her eyes. And all around Konoha, a loud scream could be heard, which caused some of the late-night wanderers to look around in confusion before continuing on. It had been 3 days since Yujito had agreed to help Naruto train in the Kaze no Kizu, and it was with a small cheer that Naruto announced that they were making progress. Even though Yujito didn't really get the full concept of doing this with him for 3 days, she was still willing to be happy for their accomplishment. Today, though, was a different day for our young hero. The said hero yawned loudly as he got out of bed and made his way towards his bathroom for a shower. After washing himself up, he quickly dried himself off before putting on his standard attire. Glancing at the clock, he noted that it had just turned 12, so he decided to head out early for a walk before meeting up with Yujito. After grabbing all his things and his cloak, he went out while locking his door behind him as he left. After leaving his apartment complex, he made his way towards Ichiraku Ramen while suddenly feeling something odd, something that he really couldn't describe. Shrugging it off as nothing important, he continued on his way until he came to see the stand, while also noticing that someone was already eating. "Who's that?" wondered Naruto as he walked into the small stand. "Oi, Tuchi-san, 5 bowls of pork ramen," said the boy with a cheeky grin. Said man stuck his head out, was about to reply, when he stopped and stared the boy. This made Naruto himself raise an eyebrow at the stand owner's reaction, since when he usually did this, his ramen would be almost done and in front of him in 3 minutes flat. Have we met before, sir? Asked Tucci while the other occupant in the stand took a glance over as well. Now he knew something was up and was about to resort when he caught a glance at the person next to him. The person sitting next to him was none other than Temari, who had been staring at him with a raised eyebrow, along with a faint blush on her cheeks. Why are you looking at me like that, for Temari-san? Said girl's blush almost vanished, as she was now giving him a skeptical look, and it was beginning to piss him off. Do I know you? She asked curiously. That's not funny, Temari-san. Now quit it. Quit what? I don't even know who you are. It's me. You know, I fought against that mud in the Chunin preliminaries and threw a rock at Makeup Boy, which hit him in the nose. Realization flashed on the Suna Kunoichi's face at that moment before giving him a once-over. Naruto, what the hell did you do? Now, it was Naruto's turn to be confused, as his only reply was a simple, your hair, it's different. How's it different? I didn't comb it or anything today, all I did was take a shower. Then why is it red? Naruto blinked once, then twice, before realizing something rather important. He turned towards Tucci, who had just out from the back of the store and holding a single bowl of ramen in his hands. Aji-san, what's today's date? I think it's the 10th, sir. Why? Answered the man while wondering what it was about. Naruto, on the other hand, was almost sweating at that. He glanced down at his hands and attempted to extend his claws, only to find that they wouldn't do so. With that in mind, and the fact that it was the 10th meant one thing. It's the day I turn into a human again. Hey, you okay? Asked a slightly concerned Temari. Naruto didn't reply. Instead, he simply nodded before getting off the stool and leaving the stand while ignoring Temari's and Tucci's concerned looks. It wasn't the fact that he would be vulnerable if something was to happen today that bugged him. It was that he back to being a dobe of the academy, since he couldn't use any of his yokai abilities at all. Walking towards Training Area 72, he walked past a small lake where some of the civilian and ninja population alike came to enjoy some time to relax. He glanced at his reflection in the water and sighed. Currently, his appearance was very different compared to how he looked before he was turned into a Hanyu. His hair, no longer blonde, but maroon in color with its length still the same as before. His cheeks were now free from the whiskers like marks while his fangs retracted, giving him normal appearance. The most noticeable thing in his opinion was his eyes, which were no longer sapphire blue, but cloudy emerald green with regular round pupils. Even his skin tone, which was rather dark, changed to a semi-light tan, much to his disliking. As he continued to study his human form, most of the passing females, along with some of the kunoichi walking by, stole some quick glances at him. When he finally snapped out of his thoughts, he found that some of the girls in the lake were staring at him, while a few others were calling for him to join them. Laughing sheepishly, the boy only declined politely before heading off towards Training Area 72. Training Area 72. Yujito sighed as she looked up from her spot on a tree branch. She was bored, and today just didn't feel like a day to be training for her at least. Sure, she could just not show up, but she just didn't want to deal with a pissed-off Naruto who could blow you to smithereens with a swing of his blade. Yes, he had explained to her what exactly the extent of mastering this could do, and after being assured that he wouldn't swing his blade during practice, they had continued, albeit a bit more cautiously than before. Now she was lay there, waiting for anything to happen to end her everlasting boredom. And it seemed as though her wish was granted, since the very moment that thought entered her mind, a young red-headed boy entered the clearing while panting heavily. Yujito only blushed at her new guest's arrival, though part of her was wondering why he was wearing clothing similar to Naruto's. She quickly dismissed it and went to greet her new guest. Yo, friend. Yo, Yujito-san. Itch have me met, was Yujito's reply before watching the redhead palm his forehead and groan. It's me, Uzumaki Naruto, answered the boy while rubbing his temples in frustration. Yujito narrowed her eyes in suspicion before ordering. Prove it. You kicked the crap of an Odonin because he used a sneak attack on you. That, and you contain Nibi and are helping me train in using the Kaze no Kizu. All right, you pass. Don't worry, it's only temporary, so you won't expect to see this very often. Responded Naruto. Yujito slowly nodded before sighing. So, what do we do now? And what exactly did happen? Naruto began to scratch the back of his head while chuckling sheepishly. Inside, however, he was berating himself for not thinking up an excuse for this predicament. Suddenly, an idea popped into his head and decided that it was worth a try. Well, my bloodline is rather strange. It changes my appearance, as you've seen. It also increases my strength, speed, agility, and senses. But the drawback is that on the 10th day of the month, my bloodline stays inactivate, and thus what you see before you. Yujito raised an eyebrow at this explanation, and to Naruto, it meant that she didn't buy it. To his surprise and satisfaction, that the girl nodded her head in understanding before giving him a concerned look. So, does that mean you're weaker for the time being? Well, I guess so. I can't create my whip or transform Tesega, so all I got on me is regular Kenjutsu and Kagebunshin no Jutsu in my arsenal. That sucks. Hey, I do just fine with or without my bloodline, thank you very much. Yeah, right, and I bet lunch that you wouldn't come close to beating me. It was then that Naruto smirked at her before bending his knees slightly while placing his hand on the hilt of his sword. Do I hear a bet? In response to this, Yujito gave the boy a feral grin before whipping out a kunai and entering a ready stance. Yeah, and the loser pays full price, while the winner must be referred to as senpai from today until the finals. Deal! With that said, both Genin rushed forward with Naruto, quickly unsheathing his sword while deflecting Yujito's kunai, which she tossed in the beginning. After deflecting the kunai, Naruto grasped the hilt with both his hands before making vertical slice from which Yujito parried with relative ease. Seeing her opening, the blonde sent a swift kick to her opponent's ribs before ducking down, sweeping the redhead's legs out from under him. Upon hitting the ground, Naruto quickly rolled over to his left to avoid an incoming heel drop from Yujito. Once he was back on his feet, he quickly charged forward with his sword reared back in a horizontal arch. Seeing this, Yujito quickly pulled out another kunai before focusing lightning into the blade. Once both blades clashed, to her surprise, Naruto's blade remained undaunted by the effects of the lightning chakra until she felt Naruto push off her kunai and go skidding back a few feet. How'd you do that? What? Add lightning to my kunai. Receiving a nod, she smirked. If I feel like it, I'll show you. You suck, Yujito-chan, sneered Naruto before performing a cross-shaped seal. Kakebunsin no Jutsu. In a poof of smoke, 20 clones appeared in the middle of the clearing, all armed with the very same katana. Yujito smirked devilishly before rushing into the crowd of clones while performing a few seals. When she landed in the center of a group of clones, lightning was crackling dangerously around her with her arms crossed in an X-like fashion. Right on, Dimpa Dendu Shingainami, stated the girl before jerking her arms out of its X-like formation while electricity surged thought out the clearing, causing multiple clones to disperse. When the smoke cleared, she saw Naruto steadily returning to his field while using his sword like a cane before re-entering his ready stance. With a feral smirk still on her face, she quickly rushed forward with great speed before she began to circle around the redhead in a similar manner as Lee did. And all the while, Naruto stood in the center, darting his eyes left and right, not knowing when Yujito was going to strike. Suddenly, Naruto stopped and closed his eyes before letting loose a sigh. After that, he swiftly sheathed his sword while still keeping his hand on the hilt while his eyes remained closed. The slight shifting of pace and speed alerted him that his opponent had quit circling him and was now prepared to strike. At the last moment, Naruto's emerald green eyes snapped open, whirled around, and in a flash of silver, his sword was unsheathed and had stuck down on its target. That was when Naruto saw a sight that made him blush heavily with a bit of blood come oozing out his nose and turn away. Apparently, Yujito realized what he was doing and managed to stop before the deadly blade had sliced her in half. But in doing so, her shirt had been cut due to the very close call and was now sliced in half. This, of course, gave Naruto a clear look at her bare skin along with her lacy black bra, which did little to hide her assets to him. With a small leap, Yujito covered her upper body with her arms while shooting Naruto a heated glare along with a good dose of killing intent. Though she knew it wasn't on purpose, it still made her upset that he had come that close to killing her had she not realized what he was up to. Suddenly, Yujito was struck with an idea for not only revenge, but also at winning her bet at the same time. She slowly walked up behind him before snaking her arms around his waist while her hands roamed all around his chest. To add more of an innocent effect to it, she rested her chin on his shoulder while leaning her upper body against his back. "Why are you so embarrassed, Naruto-kun?" cooed the girl while pressing her chest onto his back. She felt the red head stiffen a bit before stuttering out. Why your shirt's cut in half, and I don't want to accidentally look." "But what if I want you to look, Naruto-kun?" whispered the girl before purring softly while nibbling on his earlobe. Had she been able to look at his face, she would have seen him turn all shades of red before settling on the same color as his hair. It was then that his mind totally shut down, and the result ended in him passing out with a severe nosebleed. Yes, it appeared that seduction was the ultimate tool in which to defeat any man, and even Naruto was no exception to that rule. Not far away, the renowned author Jiraiya couldn't help but giggle perversely while scribbling down on his notebook frantically. It was just perfect in his eyes. The moment, the ideas, the view. Perfect. And if he didn't know better, he would say that this was staged by someone. But, to be honest, Jiraiya had no intention of coming here in the first place. In fact, he had all the research he needed to where he could make a whole book, but was sent flying by one of the kunoichi who was in the hot spring. But when he caught sight of the two fighting, he had decided to stay and watch to see what would happen. "Gleistit," thought the pervert with a grin. "I think I got inspiration to my next book right here." Two ninjas from two different villages slowly falling for each other. A relationship born from a simple sparing match, which then evolved into a lustful session of passion. I like the sound of it already. Now all I need is a name. Before the perverted old man could start putting thought into it, he saw that the girl simply lay the boy out before shaking him awake. Back with the two. Naruto groaned awake to see two teal-blue eyes staring down at him. It wasn't until she moved back did he realize that it was Yujito, and the moment he saw her smirk, he was already standing up and was a few feet away from her while pointing accusingly at her. "I won, Naruto," stated Yujito with a smirk. "You owe me a lunch." Naruto would open his mouth only to close it again while still pointing at her. This continued for a few seconds before he finally sighed and slumped his shoulders. "Yeah, let's go, Yujito-san," grumbled Naruto. "Ahem, I think you meant Yujito-senpai, Naruto," chirped Yujito before latching onto his arm. Naruto raised an eyebrow at this action before remembering that her shirt was still sliced in half. With a sigh and a blush, he jerked his arm out of her grasp, which earned him a heated and hurtful glare. Not noticing the glare, he slid off his cloak before walking behind the blonde and placing the cloak on her shoulders. "This cloak is special to me, so please don't get it dirty when we get to the restaurant, all right, Yujito-senpai," said a smiling Naruto before walking ahead with his arm extended. The said girl smiled happily before sticking her arms through the sleeves and adjusting the cloak to hide her assets. Once that was done, she rehooked her arm around Naruto's and rested her head on his shoulder. For Naruto, his smile widened as he had managed to get her more comfortable with his presence. Sure, it felt wrong to take someone else out when he is officially dating Tenten, but this wasn't a date in his eyes. It was simply paying what he owed, and he always prided himself on keeping his word. Still, it didn't make him feel any better since he felt as though he was cheating on his resent girlfriend. He glanced out of the corner of his eye to see the content look on Yujito's face along with her feral grin. He then decided that he was going to pay Tenten a visit sometime soon and take her out to lunch too, since they really hadn't had time to be together since she entered the hospital. "Yeah, that sounds like a good idea." Unknown location. Sasuke panted heavily while sweat dripped down his face. Kakashi had been grilling him into the ground since the day the preliminary rounds were finished and wondered if his sensei secretly enjoyed doing this to him. Currently, Kakashi was standing by a huge boulder with two gaping holes in it while staring intently at Sasuke's exhausted form. After a few moments, he heard his sensei sigh before walking over toward him and placing a hand on his shoulder. Let's take a break, then we'll get back to training. Nodding. The Uchiha let out an exhausted sigh before collapsing to the ground while laying sprawled out on his back. This training routine that his sensei was giving was indeed helpful, but damn, it was tiring to the point that he could almost pass out on his feet. Of course, he was determined to beat Gaara after hearing in detail at what his skills were. No matter how limited the information was, he was still going to train as hard as possible to defeat him. Suddenly, a thought entered his mind and glanced over towards his sensei that now had his nose in his precious book. Kakashi-sensei, I have a question to ask. The man didn't even look up from his book. Let's hear it. In all honesty, who's stronger, me or Naruto? This time, Kakashi actually glanced up from the novel before snapping it shut. He hadn't expected such a question, and he wasn't going to be sugarcoating it one bit no matter how much the boy didn't need to hear it. My guess is if he really wanted to, yes, he could beat you. Upon hearing this, Sasuke's fist clenched while gritting his teeth in anger. It was just as he thought. Even his sensei acknowledged that Naruto was indeed stronger than he was. It infuriated him to no end that someone like Naruto could grow so strong just by have one person help him. Apparently, Kakashi noticed his anger as he gave the lone Uchiha a concerned stare. Don't hate Naruto for his improvement. He's always had hidden potential to become strong, just like you do. The difference between both of you is that Naruto doesn't live in the past, but instead moves on despite how bad his life was. Unfortunately, this did nothing but fuel the fire that was steadily building in the boy's mind. He had enough of hearing the same thing over and over about how bad the blonde's life was, and yet it was never really described in any great detail. And so, sitting up quickly, he glared at his sensei harshly while subconsciously activating his Sharingan due to his anger and frustrated state. Then tell me, Kakashi-sensei, what kind of life did he have? He didn't lose everything precious to him by someone who you always looked up to? Because as many times as I hear that he has had a bad past, you never really explain how bad it really was. Snarled the boy before standing to his feet. Kakashi only narrowed his eyes at this action before letting out another sigh while scratching his scalp. He knew Sasuke would ask questions eventually about the blonde's past, and part of him wanted to tell him in hopes that Sasuke would understand and sympathize with him. You're right, Sasuke. He didn't have a family, and he never did lose anyone important to him, but he did lose something that is almost as bad. He lost his childhood, and in that, he lost the part that is supposed to be full of happy memories. But he was never given that privilege. Instead, he was shunned by both young and old, and was forced to adapt to the harsh world around him, which did nothing but hate him for something he had no control over. After hearing this, Sasuke's eyes widened a bit at this small bit of information. And after putting some thought into it, he realized that it was true, as he had seen most of the adults either ignore or outright glare loathingly at the blonde whenever he passed them. Why? Was the only thing he could ask his sensei at the moment. What he got, though, was a simple shrug in response. Ask him yourself, not during the finals, but later. Ask him, and when you do, don't be quick to judge, cause in doing so, you might just kill the tiny bit of friendship that you two have. Even though Kakashi wanted to tell him, he knew it wasn't his place to. That place belonged to Naruto, and he was going to keep that in reserve for him until then. Sasuke, however, couldn't help but sigh at the last statement. It seemed like he wasn't going to get any more answers from his sensei, and it also seemed like the only option was to do as his sensei instructed. Though he never would say it, Kakashi was right. Naruto a friend, albeit an annoying one, but a friend nonetheless. On the plus side, though, he did find out at least a small bit of the blonde's past. Even if the information wasn't much, it was better than nothing. Now, since we took a longer break than I intended, I'm going to be doubling the training regimen for the next hour, so start doing laps until I say stop. Sasuke let out a soft groan as he started running, while noticing that his sensei was now back to reading his smut. It was going to be a while before he stopped running, and this was only going to get worse as the day went on. Restaurant. Naruto sneezed for a third time that day, before looking back at the menu for something that he himself could eat. Originally, he was going to just pay for her meal, but after hearing his stomach growl rather a bit, he decided to just grab a small bite to eat for himself. Now he was sitting at a small 3-star place, of which made him realize the full extent of what he had agreed to. Glancing over the menu, Yujito was practically drooling at the menu while pointing at random things on it and purring loudly. It was a rather humorous scene to stumble upon had you noticed the downhearted look on Naruto's face as he could already feel his wallet becoming lighter. The waitress had come and was now taking orders. Naruto had just stuck to what he liked and chose a plate of sushi and rice. For Yujito, she ordered fried fish with a side of soup. "I thought you were getting shrimp?" asked Naruto with a raised eyebrow. The girl only shrugged and replied, "I changed my mind, that's so wrong." "No, I was just curious is all." After sitting in the stall for a few moments in silence, Yujito decided to ask a question that was bugging her for a while now. "Hey Naruto, what's he like?" "Who, Sasuke?" "No, I'm talking about, the tenant," said the girl softly while whispering the last part. "Oh, she's not bad. She just does rather odd things, but she's nice overall." "She?" "Yeah, surprised to me as well when I found out. I just hate to see her during that time of the month." It was at that moment that Yujito, who had taken a sip of her drink at the moment, sprayed it all over the table while trying to surpass the urge to whack the boy in front of her in the head. "Don't talk about things like that in public, Baka," hissed out the girl while glaring at him. "Know that I'm going to hurt you very badly next time you come here," growled out QB through the link, which caused Naruto to shudder heavily under the mental images that were being sent to him. "Why, yeah. Sorry about that. I don't really get what that is, but I won't say any more about it." Yujito's glare softened a bit before huffing and turned to look out the window. Naruto himself was now berating himself for his stupidity with women and was now looking down at the table in shame. The rest of the time they were there, neither spoke to each other since one was afraid of saying something stupid again while the other was still a bit mad at his earlier statement. When the bill came, Naruto wordlessly paid for it and left with Yujito not far behind him. As the two walked onward, neither chose to speak, and for a while, neither would look at each other. Just when Naruto was about to end the silence, he was tackled to the ground by a big furry object that was currently licking him to death. "What the hell?" asked the boy before taking a closer look at the dog on top of him. "Hey, I remember you. You're Hannah's dog, right?" The dog only continued licking his face until finally being pried off by Yujito, who helped Naruto return to his feet. Kneeling down, he began to pet the dog as he heard the sound of approaching footsteps coming up behind him. "I'm so sorry, sir. I don't know what go into her," said a familiar Inuzuka while scowling down at her partner. "It's fine. She was just glad to see me again, I guess," replied Naruto before getting up and facing Hannah. He smirked inwardly as he noticed her expression when looking at him and knew that if she knew it was him, that her expression would most likely be replaced with a scowl. Though, he wondered what the big deal was with him and his human appearance. He didn't look that different as a human, did he? Hannah then noticed something rather odd to him. His facial appearance said that it was indeed a different person, but her nose was telling her that this boy was actually someone she knew of. Getting closer to his face, she took another sniff before stepping back a bit in shock. "And Naruto," yelled a surprised Hannah while pointing accusing finger at him. "What the hell did you do to yourself?" "Damn it," thought the boy before preparing to run. "You're like a completely different person now. Hell, if I didn't have my sense of smell, I could have sworn you were someone else." Naruto blinked in confusion at the strange change in attitude that the Inuzuka Kunoichi was displaying. Yujito, on the other hand, was now hissing softly to herself while clutching onto the cloak in which she was still burrowing. "Hey, aren't you still mad at me for the stink bomb incident?" The Chunin only chuckled lightly before patting the redhead on the shoulder. "Please, that was forever and a half ago. Do you really expect me to hold a stupid grudge forever? Besides, my 3 dogs like you too much, so if they think you're alright then so do I." Naruto let a small smirk grace his lips before looking down at the 3 dogs sitting behind Hannah, who were all wagging their tails excitedly at him. "Thanks for vouching for me, you 3. In response to this, all 3 just barked simultaneously before tackling him to the ground once more. Only difference about this time, he had saw it coming and was now laying on his back laughing as the dogs lick away at his face with their tails wagging frantically. As this scene took place, Hannah only smirked down at him before realizing that the girl he had been walking beside was now staring down at Naruto with a small smirk on her face as well. Deciding to be as polite as possible to the foreign shinobi, She stepped forward, with her hand outstretched towards the blonde. Sorry, I haven't introduced myself. My name's Inazuka Hana. Nice to meet you, Miss Dash. Ni Yukito, Likevise, answered the girl before shaking hands with the girl. Though she might not be happy with Naruto, that didn't mean that she had to be rude to someone he knew, unless it was someone of whom he didn't like. So, how did you come to know the redhead on the ground here? Asked the girl while motioning towards Naruto. Met him during the Chunin exams. At first I thought he was not worth talking to, but he proved me wrong, and we've been training ever since the preliminaries ended. Ah, hey, are you two doing anything today? At this, Yujito huffed before answering. Yeah, we were training until we decided to get a bite to eat. Then this baka decided to ruin the mood by saying something inappropriate in public. Hana blinked in confusion before looking down at Naruto, whose mood now went back to sober. Deciding not to ask any more about it, Hana turned to face Yujito with a small grin on her face. Well, if you two don't have plans, do you guys want to hang out at the compound? I ain't got no duties today, and I really don't want to be stuck at home with just Kiba all day. So what do you say? Sure, just tell me up and I'm in, chirped Naruto from his spot on the ground. Besides, I want to rub it in Kiba's face that I beat him in the preliminary rounds. Glancing over towards Yujito, the girl pondered it for a moment before nodding her head as well. And after helping the boy up from the ground, the three, minus the dogs, made their way towards the Inazuka compound while chit-chatting all along the way. On the way to the household, Yujito and Hana actually got along rather well with each other compared to how the Kyumo shinobi got along with others. Turned out that both had a few things in common, like taking the shinobi career serious, but not overly serious to the point that it takes away all the fun and enjoyment from your life. Hana had even stated that she was a veterinarian and that it was most likely the most fulfilling thing she had ever chose to do. Out of all of this, Naruto stayed quiet and listened to the two's conversation while having one of his own with his tenant. Hey, Kyubi-chan. He was only met with silence, which only made him irritated. Kyubi-chan, I know you can hear me, so just answer already. Still no answer, and Naruto had enough of it. Look, I wasn't being serious, okay? I'm sorry, alright, I was just kidding around. Nothing more, and besides you joke like that around me all the time, but I don't go on and get pissy when you do it now, do I? I'm not being pissy here, Naruto. I just don't feel like talking right now, alright? Snapped Kyubi before punching one of the trees, causing it to come crashing to the ground. And the sound of trees falling is supposed to reassure me that you're not pissed, huh? Look, I said it once already, I'm sorry. How many times do I have to say it before I understand that? I do understand it, but I don't want to talk to you right now. Do you understand that, Naruto? Kyubi-chan dash. Naruto, just don't talk to me for the rest of today, alright? Tomorrow this will all be behind us, and we can then continue on with the Kaze no Kizu training. But until then, just don't talk to me today. With that last statement said, Kyubi cut off the link and went back in her hut to relax and forget about what Naruto had said. Naruto sighed, which earned him a few looks from both Hana and Yujito before shrugging it off and going back into their conversation about random topics. After talking for a good while, the three finally arrived to the clan household, which, ironically, was in an isolated part of the forest with numerous dogs running around the area. Once the three made it inside, the three were greeted by Kiba, who was curious at the two new arrivals. When he was told that the redhead was Naruto, Kiba promptly left the house, but not before shooting him a rather heated glare along with a growl. So, what do you want to do, Hana-san? Asked Yujito. The said girl just smirked before walking over toward the cabinet and pulled out a big jug of sake. Let's drink. At this, Naruto sunk back a bit and said hesitantly, but we're underage. Do you think I care? Besides, if you can kill at 12, you can drink at 12, that's my mom's motto. But don't tell Kiba that. Cammy knows what that boy would do if he was drunk. I don't want to know either, muttered the boy before sighing. Fine, but knock me out if I do anything stupid. With pleasure, replied Yujito, before taking one of the cups that was handed to her. Taking his own cup, he waited for Hana to fill up his glass before raising it. Cheers to youth. Cheers. Cheered the other two females before clanking all three cups together and chugging their drinks. 5 hours later. Inazuka sighed as she stood in the doorway that led to the kitchen where three passed-out youngsters lay on the floor in her home with empty sake bottles lay scattered around the kitchen. One of which was her own daughter who knew better than to act like this. Though she didn't mind the teens getting a little wasted, she didn't like having strangers passed out on her floor. She was about to kick to the two other foreign visitors awake when Hannah snapped her head up to see her mother looking mildly annoyed. "Hello, Ka-san," slurred Hannah before groaning and resting her head on the kitchen counter. "This was your doing, wasn't it?" asked Sum before rubbing her temples in frustration. "Yup." "Well, good, 'cause you're repaying me for drinking up all my sake." "That's fine. Just help me stand and I'll take care of it." Sighing once again, Sum helped her daughter to her feet before nudging the other two awake, neither of which moved until they were jabbed in the ribs by her foot. Aight, I'm up, Haku-chan," grumbled Naruto before blinking a bit due to his still slightly drunken state. "Who are you?" "The owner of this place. Now get going and take your friend with you," snapped Sum while nudging the blonde female next to him. Groaning, he got to his feet before wobbled over towards Yujito and made an attempt to help her up. After many failed attempts and nearly falling over, Sum finally helped the poor boy by picking up the blonde girl and placing her on his right shoulder while putting her left arm around his neck as he wrapped his right arm around her waist. Once he had her secured onto him, he slowly staggered his way out the door and towards the village while Yujito groaned and stumbled beside him. As he and Yujito trekked through the village, many of the people around them were giving the pair looks of both confusion and shame, which he had promptly ignored. After walking for a few good 15 minutes, Yujito was able to wake up to note that she was being carried by someone. Upon closer inspection, she found that it was Naruto and that he was barely awake himself. "Naruto," asked the girl while yawning loudly, "how much further are we from your place?" Naruto stopped for a moment before turning his head to the left to find that he was just about to pass his own apartment complex. "We're already here." "Good. I'll just stay the night here then." Not really caring at the moment, Naruto was quick to agree and started making his way towards his home. It was when he reached the stairs did he realize that they were in trouble. And after another few minutes of stumbling up the stairs, he was finally at his door before unlocking and opening the door to his domain. Still too tired to care at what he was doing, he stumbled towards his room before collapsing onto the bed with Yujito still by his side. It was when he felt her warm breath hit his cheek did he realize just how close the girl was towards his face. "Yujito-chan," said the boy, which earned him an annoyed grunt. "Move over a bit, you're too close to me." "Tough shit, 'cause I ain't moving 1 inch." Not in the mood to argue, he sighed in annoyance as he sat up, took his cloak off her, and tossed it to the floor before placing the covers over the two of them. Had he cared or remembered, he would have noted that she still had on a shirt that was sliced in half during their sparring match earlier that day. But again, the alcohol and the urge to sleep caused his lack of good judgment, and thus took no notice to her visible bust sticking out from the black fabric of her bra. "Naruto-kun," whispered Yujito softly. "Sorry for being mad at you earlier today." Sparing the girl a glance, he only grunted before turning over to his side, "Whatever." The girl only smirked a bit before glancing down at herself, or more specifically, her attire. Shrugging, she sat up, discarded the now useless shirt to the floor before lying back down and snuggled closer into Naruto's back as she wrapped her arms around his waist. And as this all went on, two pairs of eyes watched this through the doorway. One was looking rather amused and proud, while the other was envious and tad bit jealous. After it was confirmed that the two were asleep, one of the two figures took out a small camera and snapped a few pictures before scurrying out of the house, all the while not making a sound. The other just continued to stare at the two before sighing to herself softly. She glanced out the window to see that the sun was setting and that Naruto's hair was now shifting back into its original blonde, as well as the whisker marks began to reappear on his face once more. She smiled softly at his peaceful expression on his face while he slept before cautiously stepping closer towards the bed. As Haku drew closer, she could hear the boy's soft snoring while also hearing a sound that was similar to purring coming from the other blonde. Now she was at his side as he was near the edge of the bed before kneeling down and brushing her hand across his whisker marks. She had to suppress a giggle when he pressed his cheek against her hand while smiling a bit in his slumber. Drawing her hand away, she glanced at the doorway to see if Zabuza was still in the house before leaning forward and placing a tender kiss on the boy's lips. Nasa would have written this off as creepy, but to Haku, it was her only way of showing her feelings without it being known. Contrary to popular belief, she was a shy individual, albeit not nearly as much as the Hyuga heiress used to be, but still it was difficult for her to show any open affection to some people. Reason why was simply because the only person she ever really cared for was Zabuza, and that made it very hard to adjust to meeting new people along with showing affections towards others. But to her, this was different because she had never once felt the way she did for anyone except Naruto. Sure, she had met several young men in her past that were rather handsome, in her opinion. Yet none of them could ever compare to the amount of sheer understanding in which Naruto had displayed to her that faithful day on the bridge. It was one of the many reasons why she would always find herself in his room at the dead of night, just to leave him a kiss for everything he had done for her. From saving her from his sensei's Raikiri, to letting her and Zabuza live for free in the complex for as long as he had. When her lips parted with his, she tenderly brushed her hand across his whiskered cheek one last time before smiling softly at his sleeping and still smiling face. "Good night, Naruto-kun," whispered the girl before standing up and walking out of the apartment while closing the door behind her. Yujito yawned loudly as she sat up from the bed, stretching her limbs. She was about to get up when she realized two things. One, she wasn't in her apartment, and two, she was shirtless and laying next to someone else. So, her course of action was one that any female would do in her position. She screamed loudly. "What? What's going on?" shouted a still groggy Naruto as he shot up from under the covers while darting his head left and right. Upon seeing who exactly was in bed with her, causing her to become angry in less than 7 seconds, she had Naruto pinned to the bed with both her hands wrapped around his neck. "What the hell did you do to me, you prick?" yelled the furious blonde. "How dare you take advantage of me, you son of a dash?" Before she could continue her rant, the door to the room busted open to show both Haku and Zabuza standing in the doorway with weapons drawn. Upon seeing the sight of Yujito throttling Naruto on his own bed, both quickly went over and pried the girl off him. Well, Zabuza did anyway. Haku was busy getting Naruto a few good feet away from the angry blonde. "Would you calm down, girl? You got your pants on? That means he didn't do anything, you dumb brat," stated Zabuza while avoiding some of the frenzied attacks. His comment seemed to calm her down enough to where she was no longer thrashing around anymore. Her face was still scrunched up in a scowl, but she couldn't deny the fact that the man had a point. Feeling a bit embarrassed and exposed, she lowered her head and mumbled out an apology and asked to be released. When he released her, she quietly asked Naruto for a spare shirt before taking it and heading towards the door while putting the garment on in the process. "Naruto-kun, we'll practice the Kaze no Kizu tomorrow, okay?" Confused as to her bizarre change in behavior, he only nodded in response before watching her leave his room and walk out the front door. Once she was gone, he turned his attention back towards Haku and Zabuza, who were now staring at the door with the same confused look on their faces. "What do you think is eating her?" asked Naruto as he proceeded to grab his cloak and shoes. "Beats me. I think she's just embarrassed is all," replied Haku as she finished zipping up her Chunin vest. "I can understand why," mumbled Naruto before noticing Haku's state of dress. "Where are you going, Haku-chan?" Blinking a few times, she chuckled a bit before scratching the back of her head sheepishly. "I have a meeting to go to at the Hokage Tower about the finals. I was just about to head out when we heard the scream and came up here." Naruto was about to ask more when he heard the sound of light tapping coming from his left. When he glanced toward his window, he was surprised to see Lee on the window ledge looking as though he was never injured. "Lee, good to see you," greeted Naruto as he opened the window to let the boy in. "It is also nice to see you as well, my hip rival. So how is your training for the finals doing, my youthful comrade?" asked the boy. "Well, ain't tellin'. After all, I got some secrets I got to keep for myself, you know." I must agree with you there, my youthful friend. However, I did not come here to discuss training regimens for the finals." This bit of news made Naruto raise an eyebrow since, as far as he knew, It was either training or flames of youth that the boy talked about. If Lee was here for a reason other than that, then it must mean that he really needed to talk to somebody or that something bad has happened. Well, you know me, Lee. I'm all ears, my youthful friend, stated Naruto, while cursing him and Guy for getting the youthful part stuck in his head. WL, I have come here to ask you, how do I deal with the opposite sex following me? What? It's the girl I had defeated in the preliminaries, Kaguri. She will not stop following me. I have even asked her to stop, and yet she continues to do so. I highly doubt she is one of those fangirls that I have heard about, but she is starting to concern me a bit. Naruto-san, could you please lend me your advice as to dealing with this problem? It took 2 minutes for Naruto to come back to his senses, and the moment he did, he burst out laughing. Haku, who was still in the room, also started to giggle a bit at Lee's deflated look. After calming down enough to talk, Naruto finally got a hold of himself and patted his friend's shoulder a few times. Lee, don't worry about it too much. Just ask her out to lunch or something, and if she declines, then she will most likely leave you alone. What if she accepts? Then enjoy yourself and don't talk about youth at all during the meal. Yash, thank you, Naruto-san. I will go and find her right now and ask her. Nole, wait for her to start following you and then ask her. It saves you time and it lets you train during the waiting period. Nodding his head, he waved to both occupants in the room before zipping out the window and toward the training ground that Guy had instructed him to go to. Once the green-clad boy was out of Naruto and Haku's line of vision, the said girl turned her attention onto Naruto with a confused expression on her face. Did you just do a matchmaker by accident or on purpose? Naruto grinned widely before snickering a bit to her question. Only time will tell, now won't it? Haku only smiled a bit before her eyes widened and she glanced at the clock. Shoot, I'm going to be late. I only have 7 minutes to get there, and it's almost a 15-minute run from here to there at my top speed. Naruto glanced at the clock as well and saw that she was right. He watched as Haku prepared to leap out the window when he was stuck with an idea. He quickly picked up bridal style before leaping out the window while transforming into his Hanyu form. Confused and quite embarrassed, Haku glanced up at Naruto as his features began to change and asked, What are you doing, Naruto? The said boy quickly glanced down at her for a moment and grinned before turning his attention back to where he was going. What's it look like? I'm much faster than you are with my Han. A bloodline limit active, so I decided to give you a lift. Haku noticed that slight slip-up that the boy made but decided not to comment. Instead, she chose to relax a bit and nuzzle her head into his chest to get more comfortable and to get closer to him, of course. Naruto only smirked at her actions while he continued to speed down the road as people shouted and jumped out his way as he went. He spotted the Hokage tower and started to slow down, which caused Haku to come out of her very short daydream and frown a bit. I was enjoying that ride, thought Haku bitterly while resisting the urge to pout. When Naruto finally slowed down to a sprint, some of the shinobi around the area glanced at the pair oddly, while others commented of how cute the two looked. Needless to say, Naruto's face now matched the color of his cloak, and Haku was in the same position. Once his sprint wound down to a walk, he eased Haku onto the ground. She quickly readjusted her clothes and her Chunin vest before turning back to Naruto and smiling sweetly at him. Thank you for the escort, Naruto thanked the girl as she took a small bow. Naruto chuckled sheepishly while waving his hand in front of him. Anytime, Haku-chan. You don't need to bow, though. The girl just giggled a bit before giving him a polite wave and turning to enter the building. Naruto only gave a small wave back before sighing and dashing off toward the training area 72. Unknown location. What do you mean I'm not needed? Shouted Kankuro angrily as he bashed his hand onto the table. At the moment, he, Gaara, and Temari were being briefed on the invasion that was going to commence during the finals. Well, to be specific, Gaara and Temari were being briefed. His sensei, Baki, had just stated that he had no use for the puppeteer. Baki narrowed his eyes at the young puppet master before stating. The Kazekage had stated that he had no use for weak shinobi in his force. He stated that you will be returning back to Suna before the invasion to teach you Elysian and will be his escort to Konoha before returning back to Suna while the invasion takes place. Upon hearing this, both Kankuro and Temari flinched at how their father was dealing with his defeat. Kankuro clenched his fist in anger and frustration before finally turning around to exit the room while grabbing Karasu. "Where are you going?" asked Baki. "Out," growled out Kankuro as he placed Karasu on his back. "Fine. You are to report back here in 4 hours for your return trip to Suna," ordered Baki as he turned to face Gaara and Temari. Kankuro stopped moving with the door half opened before glancing over his shoulder towards his sensei. Turning away, he readjusted his hold on Karasu's straps before walking out and slamming the sliding door shut. Training Area 72. Naruto grinned as he stared at the tree that he had been practicing on for the past 4 days. Reason for him grinning was because instead of a shallow lash across the bark, it now had a deep gash that stopped just enough to where the tree wouldn't fall if someone leaned on it. "Awesome. I guess my Yuki training is starting to pay off. Now, let's see how much it takes for it to be non-lethal," said the boy as he concentrated a bit of his Yuki into his 2 fingers once more. Once the whip was extended enough, he lashed it out a few times and found that the gashes were about the same as his previous one. Cutting down the Yuki a bit, he lashed it out again and saw that it was still too much. Just when he was about to try again, he felt 2 hands cover up his eyes. "Guess who?" asked a familiar female voice in a sing-song tone. Naruto smirked as he pretended to think about it while cutting the flow of Yuki in his fingers. After a few moments, he swiftly turned around and picked up the girl by her waist and lifting her into the air. "Is it Tenten?" asked Naruto with a smirk. The said girl just pouted before replying. "You cheated." "I didn't know the rules," said the boy innocently. Tenten continued to pout for a few moments before breaking out into a smile. Seeing this, Naruto placed her down on the ground, only to be tackled to the ground by the said girl while her lips met his own in a deep kiss. After a few moments, the two broke apart while blushing a bit. After all, neither had done this much, and they hadn't even really started dating until they kissed during the Forest of Death. Still, both enjoyed it, and to them, that's all that mattered, embarrassment be damned. "I missed you, Nukin," cooed Tenten as she lied on his chest while her hand stroked his 3 whisker-like marks. "I missed you too, Tenshan," replied Naruto before wrapping his arm around her midsection. Both stayed in that position for a while, not at all noticing that a pair of eyes was watching them from one of the nearby trees with a bit of jealousy. "What does he see, that damn tomboy?" raved the young female as she eyed Tenten in envy and jealousy. "Fine then, I'll just have to show him how much better I am of a choice than she is." With that thought in mind, the girl quietly leapt away while plotting ways to make the red-clad boy hers. Back with Tenten and Naruto, both suddenly felt a small chill go up their spines, causing both to shudder a bit. "What was that about?" thought Naruto before shrugging it off as unimportant. "So, Naruto-kun, how has your Kenjutsu training been coming along?" asked Tenten as she got off the blonde and sat beside him on the grass. "Well, it's still on par with some other people, but I still don't think I'm improving at all. But I'm starting to master a technique that will literally blow you away. Mind if I see it?" At that, Naruto shook his head in reply. 3 reasons why I can't. 1, I still haven't mastered it, so I don't want to mess up and injure both of us. 2, I don't want to reveal it before the finals are over with. Finally, I don't want to demolish this training field. I like it too much. Tenten only sighed before nodding her head in content with his statements. Though she doubted the last one, the other 2 were understandable, so she didn't protest to his choice. The girl sighed again before hoisting herself up, before digging in her pouch and whipping out her scroll that sealed her sword in it. Seeing this, Naruto also got to his feet before grabbing the hilt of his sword in preparation for the unspoken challenge. In a poof of smoke, Tenten's red katana was held firmly in her hands with her gripping the hilt tightly. "Just so you know, Naruto-kun, I don't have my weights on, so you might not want to hold back, because I won't be," stated Tenten as she swiftly unsheathed her katana and entered her ready stance. "Don't worry, I won't," replied Naruto as he let go of his hilt and quickly took off his cloak and placed it on the side of the tree. Once off, he returned to his ready stance while staring back at Tenten's dark brown eyes. Neither moved as they stared off at each other as the wind picked up a bit, causing some of the leaves in the trees to start falling. Slowly, one leaf floated down in between the two, causing the two to break their stare. And in that moment, both Naruto and Tintin came flying towards each other, one going for a horizontal strike, the other going for a vertical. Both blades connected midway, which caused some sparks to fly off the two blades. The two struggled for a moment before jumping back. Naruto rushed forwards, his sword reared back for another vertical and swung, only for Tintin to duck under it and send a diagonal slice to his chest. Jumping back, he smirked a bit, only to notice that his shirt had been slashed. Glancing back at Tintin, he saw that she had a triumphant smirk on her face as she eyed the slash mark. Deciding to stop playing around, Naruto sped forward, faster than Tintin could have followed, before skidding to a stop behind the rather startled girl. A few seconds passed, and nothing happened. Tintin was about to comment when she felt her two buns fall. Glancing back, Naruto saw that, surprisingly, her hair was rather long when it wasn't bound, since it stopped just above her shoulders. Turning to face the blonde, Tintin readied her blade once more while Naruto did the same. Both raced forwards at great speeds before clashing their two swords together midway. Both pushed away from the other before slashing again, causing the same process to repeat over and over again. Tintin ducked under the vertical strike before sending a kick to the boy's ribs. Naruto winced slightly when the kick connected, but nevertheless wrapped his arm around it before swinging downward on his opponent. He was shocked when it connected, but sighed in relief when she puffed into smoke to reveal that he had just sliced a log. Sensing a presence behind him, he quickly turned around to back the incoming strike coming from the young swordswoman. After struggling for a few moments, he managed to slide her off his sword to his left, causing her to stumble a bit as she tried to regain her balance. Seeing his opening, Naruto quickly kicked her in the back of the legs, causing her to fall to her knees before grabbing the back of her head and pulling it back while he placed his face at her throat with his fangs extended, preparing to rip her throat out. Tintin panted as she stared down at Naruto, who had his fangs at her throat. She wasn't sure of what he was doing, but one thing she knew for sure was that those fangs were sharp, and she didn't want to find out if they were capable of ripping out someone's throat. "All right, Naruto-kun," said Tintin in between pants. "I concede." From his position, he smirked before pulling away. He watched as Tintin gripped her chest with one hand as though she was having a heart attack, while her other hand rubbed her throat where Naruto had just pulled away from. "Sorry about that, Tin-chan," said Naruto sheepishly. "I guess I just got caught up in the battle that I just did that on instinct." Tintin breathed heavily for a few more moments before looking back up at Naruto with a small smile on her face. She knew Naruto wouldn't hurt her intentionally, and even as they sparred, she could still tell he was holding back, not because she was a girl like most others would have, but because he cared for her, and it had always been that way with him. "It's okay, Naruto-kun, but I must say you really have improved since last time, though I wish you didn't cut my buns off." "Why? I think you look better with them off," stated Naruto. "Why you think so?" "Of course, it doesn't hurt to have them down from time to time, but if you must, put in a ponytail or something." "I guess I could do that," mused the girl before she thought of something. "Naruto-kun, why haven't you done anything to your hair yet?" Naruto blinked a few times before shrugging. "Bah, I like my hair the way it is. Besides, I think Haku-chan likes it this way too." "Haku-chan?" asked Tintin. "Yeah, she and Zabuza are the two that live in my apartment complex, remember?" It took her a few moments, but eventually her memory of the dark-haired girl at the preliminaries came to mind, and she frowned a bit. "Anyway, do you want to get something to eat, Tin-chan?" Nodding, Tintin grabbed her sword and sheathed before sealing back into its scroll. Once done, she gratefully took Naruto's hand as he hoisted her up off the ground. After brushing herself off, she took hold of Naruto's hand before walking beside him as the two left the clearing. As the two walked, Tintin was informed of Lee's little problem and couldn't help but laugh for a good minute or two. Once she calmed down, she stated that it was nice that Lee had someone interested in him and that hopefully he would get out of his youth rants. As they approached Ichiraku Ramen, Tintin asked if anything else had happened during the past 4 days. "Naruto-san," greeted Tucci as he waved the couple in. "Yo, Tucci-san, 3 bowls of pork ramen, please." "1 beef for me, thank you." "Coming right up," replied the man as he went to work on the orders. After a few minutes of waiting, both received their meals and began eating. As they ate, Naruto asked her about seeing someone better at Kenjutsu. He deflated a bit when she couldn't think of anyone else who could help him in that area since, as far as she knew, him and her were the only two swordsmen in this village. Though she did suggest Zabuza, that idea was quickly shot down when he told her about his house arrest, which was still in effect for the next 17 days, leaving only 1 week before the final started. When the two had finally finished their meals, Naruto paid Tucci while also leaving a generous tip for him and his daughter. As the two were about to leave, a familiar old man popped into the stall with a tired expression on his face. "Yuma-san?" asked Naruto with a raised eyebrow. The said man snapped his head in Naruto's direction before grinning at the boy. Well, look what we have here. I knew you came here a lot, but I didn't think you had a lady friend with you as well." Naruto chuckled a bit before wrapping his arm around Tenten's midsection. "Yuma, this is Tenten, my friend who's been training with me for a long time. Tenten, this is Yuma, one of my friends since I was little." "Nice to meet you, young lady," said the man before bringing his hand out for her to shake. "Likewise, Yuma-san," replied Tenten before hesitantly shaking the man's hand. "So, Yuma-san, what brings you here, and why do you look so tired?" asked the boy in concern. "Hitomi went chasing after some kid with goggles on his head. I don't know what the kid did, but it only means that I have to go chasing after her to keep her from beating the poor kid senseless. I came in here to see if anyone has seen them while also hoping to get something to eat myself." "You got money? Do you?" "Damn old man," muttered the boy before scrounging in his pockets and handing the old man enough for 2 bowls. The old man stared at the money for a moment before grinning back at the blond boy. "Ah, you really do care, giving me enough for 2 bowls instead of 1. The other is for Hitomi if you ever catch her," replied the boy dryly. Yuma cursed under his breath as he walked towards the counter. He was about to order when the sound of someone screaming filled the air. Sighing, the old man whirled around and sped off towards the sound of the scream while kicking up dust as he ran. Needless to say, both Naruto and Tenten were surprised by the old man's speed. "He's fast for an old fella, ain't he?" joked Naruto while glancing back at Tenten, who was still watching the dust cloud fade off into the distance. "I'll say," muttered the girl before turning towards Naruto. "Are you going to be training tomorrow?" "More than likely," admitted the boy. In all honesty, he wasn't sure, since he had a slight doubt that Yujito would show up tomorrow due to the earlier events this morning. He was about to ask her the same question when something occurred to him. "Hey, where's my cloak?" Blinking, Tintin thought about it for a moment before answering. "I think you left it at the training field." "Shit, I gotta get that before somebody steals it." "Well, in that case, I'll see you sometime before the final start. I have my own training that needs to get done before then, and after seeing how good you've gotten, it means I gotta work harder. I guess I'll see you sometime soon." "Yeah, but don't worry, I'll check up on you soon." As she said this, she walked up to him before planting a kiss on his lips, which he returned. After receiving his goodbye kiss, the girl waved to him as he dashed off towards the training area in which he had just left. Had he looked over his shoulder, he would have seen Ayum glaring at Tintin's retreating back while her father backed away from his seething daughter. After running for a total of 5 minutes, he finally arrived at the training area before beginning his search for the missing cloak. It didn't take him long to find it, and once he placed it on, he noticed something odd with it. Pulling the sleeve up to his nose, he sniffed it a few times before pulling it away with a curious expression on his face. "Smells like dogs," thought Naruto before shrugging. He stared out into the meadow around him and sighed contently. Figuring now would be a good time to visit Taisho and the others, Naruto eased himself down on the side of a nearby tree before settling into a meditative trance and entering his mind. Mindscape. Naruto opened his eyes and let out a sigh as he got up from his spot at the grassy clearing. He made a mental note to create a new beacon to spawn from that was closer to the huts. As he walked, he took notice to the fact that it was almost dawn in this place, which seemed odd to him since, last he checked, it was only 2 in the afternoon. Upon arriving to the huts, he found that no activity was taking place. Though he could see smoke coming out of Taisho's hut, he saw no activity coming from either Inuyasha or Kyubi's huts at all. Shrugging, Naruto walked towards Taisho's hut and entered to see the dog demon, sipping tea calmly. Feeling a presence, the demon turned to see Naruto grinning at him. "Yo, Taisho-san," greeted the boy. "Greetings, Naruto-san," replied Taisho politely. "May I ask the reason for your visit?" "I just figured I'd drop in and say hello and see how you all are doing." "I see," mumbled the man while taking another sip of his tea. "Well, you might wish to greet Kubidano before she goes to sleep. She had just informed me that she was retreating to bed early today, and my son is wandering around her mind." Why is he doing that? Being contained was something he had never enjoyed. He would much rather journey out similar to when he was alive and searching for demons to battle. It seems even after all this time, he has yet to change from his old ways. "Well, shit. Guess I'll just say hello to QB before I take my leave," muttered the blonde as he walked toward the exit. "Oh, by the way, I think I've almost mastered the Yuki whip. All I gotta do now is get it to cut through trees and be able to use it without cutting people to bits, and I'm done." Taisho smirked at that as he watched Naruto grin proudly before nodding at the boy. The young Hanyo's grin widened before he disappeared out of the home, while Taisho took another sip of his tea with a small smile on his face. "I'm glad that you found my sword, young one, for I cannot see anyone more worthy of it than you," thought the demon proudly before finishing his tea. Meanwhile, with Naruto, the said boy was now standing at Kyubi's doorstep while knocking on her door a few times. After receiving no response, he slowly opened the door and entered her home. After he entered the home, he quietly closed the door behind him before checking around the home. "Kyubi," said the boy while searching around. "You home?" Still no response, and as he entered a random room, he found out why. The said vixen was sound asleep on her bed while her dark red sheets wrapped around her body with the exception of her right leg with her bare foot hanging over the edge of the bed and her left arm. Naruto smiled softly at the sleeping demon, now breathing softly as she snuggled closer to her light red pillow. Glancing around, he found many pictures decorating the walls along with one of her and Taisho standing in front of the two huts. He noted that a similar picture was placed beside it, only with it being Inuyasha added to the picture. Glancing back at the sleeping demon, he was about to leave when he noticed that Kyubi was holding something in her sleep. Taking a closer look, he found that it was the back of a picture that she held closely to her chest. Seeing this, he went to grab it only to stop just as his fingers were about to brush up against the corner of it before pulling his hand away. Whatever that picture is, must be something precious to her, thought the boy as he made his way out of her room. The least I can do is mind my own business. As he walked out of the home, he glanced back at the hut as he felt himself fade back into the real world. When he finally disappeared from his mind, Kyubi slowly opened the door while still holding the picture in hand. Glancing down at it, she couldn't help but feel tears start falling down her cheeks as she stared at the picture of Naruto, holding Tenten in the air by her waist while the said girl was smiling happily in his arms. "How I wish I could be in your place, girl," thought Kyubi bitterly. "But all I can do is watch and dream for something that can never be granted. For I dwell in his mind, and only his mind, and never into the realm of the living ever again." Real world. When Naruto reawakened, he was greeted by the sight of a dog with its face only inches away from his. Startled, Naruto jumped back while the dog did the same, only with its tail wagging. "Don't do that," shouted the blonde as he still hung from side of the tree. The dog lowered its head in shame, only to perk up at the sound of laughing. Turning, Naruto saw the familiar form of Kiba with his dog Akamaru sitting on his head with his tail wagging as well. After calming down a bit, the boy quickly whipped a small tear from the corner of his eye and glanced at the snarling blonde. "What's so funny, mutt?" "Just the fact that you shot up like a terrified cat is all," answered the boy with a grin. Snarling, the blonde got off the tree before looking over the dog that was now sitting beside him. Upon closer inspection, he found that it was one of Hannah's dogs. Though he couldn't distinguish which one it was by name, he at least knew that it was one he remembered and that this was the one that always pounced on him whenever they ran into each other. "What are you doing with one of Hannah's dogs?" asked Naruto while petting the said canine's head. Scoffing, the boy crossed his arms before saying, "Lazy bitch said she had things to do and asked me to take her out for a walk around the village. I think she just wanted to get me out of the house for some reason." Chuckling, Naruto ceased petting the dog before preparing to leave when he felt a hand grip his wrist. Turning around, he saw that Kiba was giving him a serious look on his face while tightening the grip on his wrist. "I want to know something, Naruto," said Kiba calmly. "I want to know, why didn't you join our clan when my mother invited you?" Raising his eyebrow, Naruto jerked his hand free before replying. "I have my reasons." "Enlighten me, then, Naruto." "No, don't be selfish, man. I just want to know why my mom was so intent of you joining us. I know for a fact that you never had the chance to know what a family is like, and you have a chance with us, yet you refuse. I just want to know why. Why do you not want to be a part of us?" "Kiba!" yelled the boy angrily while subconsciously releasing some of his yuki. "I never hated you, despite after all the things you said in the past. Don't give me a reason to start now. I have my reasons for why I declined, and those reasons are mine alone. So please, just mind your own business, all right?" The boy didn't even wait for a reply. As the moment he was finished, he sped off while kicking up dust in the process. Even when he returned to the village, he didn't stop. He just kept running, albeit a tad slower than before. After doing this for what felt like hours, he found himself near the Hokage monument. A few minutes later, he was sitting on top of Yandame's head while overlooking the village with glazed-over eyes. He always loved the view from this place, and despite all the places he had gone to, he would forever love the spot atop of the Yandame's head. Reason why was because it was the only place people couldn't get to and nobody would ever see him. He liked the peace that sometimes came with solitude, and to him, this was his heaven away from the scorn that always surrounded him. "Nice view, isn't it?" said a voice from behind him. Naruto didn't even need to look behind him to know who the voice belonged to. "Yeah, even when I was young, I loved this spot. Though I had to take the long way, it was always worth it in the end." Jiraiya smirked before walking beside the blonde as he stared out into the vast buildings and trees around Konoha. Such a sight was something rare in shinobi villages, as, from what he could remember, most other places were dull or just not good to look at. It was amazing to him and Naruto that they were able to view this fine village that blended with the nature around it. Glancing over at Naruto, Jiraiya had to hold back a smirk at the look on Naruto's face. It was the look of contentment and peace that reminded him so much of Minato when both came up here to overlook the village. "He would be proud of you, Naruto," said Jiraiya suddenly. "Your father, I mean." Naruto sighed at that before glancing at the man. "No, he probably would be ashamed of me." "Why? If you were my son, I would be kicking people's asses who said otherwise." "No, you wouldn't if you knew what I am." "A Jinchuriki? So what if you hold a demon, it doesn't make you dash?" "I'm a demon, old man," stated the boy coldly while his bangs overshadowed his eyes. "A Hanyu to be exact." This bit of information caused two reactions out of him. One was the widening of his eyes, and two was the clenching of his fists. In less than a second, he socked the unsuspecting boy with a powerful right hook to his jaw. After skipping along the ground a few times, he finally came to a skidding stop while staring wide-eyed at the ground. Glancing up, he found that Jiraiya was now crouched down in front of him before feeling a hand grab the collar of his shirt and lift him 2 feet off the ground by the man who looked enraged at him. "I knew it," thought the boy bitterly. "He turned out just as I expected." "Don't you ever say that again, you little brat," yelled the man while staring heatedly at Naruto's surprised form. "Your father loved you more than anything else in this world. If he found out you were a demon, he would probably just laugh and continue loving you as though nothing happened. So don't you dare think for even a second that Minato was like those fools who cannot see the difference between a demon and a child." Needless to say, Naruto was floored with what the sage was telling him. He was positive that the reaction he would get from him would be hateful, since he doubted that a man who he had only met once would be sentimental towards him. Yet, for someone who had only met with him once to actually not care about his demonic blood made him feel a great deal of happiness, which he had only felt when he met Tenten. Jiraiya's heated gaze ceased when he saw the small smile appearing on the boy's face. Seeing this, he set the boy down back onto the ground before staring down at him as he waited for the boy to say something. After a moment of silence, the boy stared back up at him with a smile on his face before saying, "Thanks for the punch, I needed that." Jiraiya grinned at that as he replied, "Anytime." "So what now?" "Don't know. Maybe I'll go gather some research for my next book. Or maybe I'll just lounge around for a while. Either way, I'm content for right now. Chuckling, Naruto turned back to stare out the distance once more as the wind began to blow, causing some of his hair to flutter in the cooling breeze. "I'm a leaf in the wind," muttered Naruto, which caused Jiraiya to turn towards him in confusion. "Watch me soar." Jiraiya grinned at that, as he too stared out into the distance. "That has a nice ring to it, doesn't it, Minato?" Almost as if in response, the wind blew once more as the two figures stood atop of the Hokage monument. Jiraiya turned to face Naruto once more before noticing something. It was like his eyes were playing tricks on him because he could have sworn he saw the transparent figure of Minato standing beside his son with his hand on his shoulder, smiling down at the village below them. And almost as soon as he saw this, it was gone with a blinking Jiraiya staring dumbly in Naruto's direction. Feeling his stare, Naruto turned to face him with one of his eyebrows raised. "What?" asked the boy. "And nothing, just thinking is all." Sarutobi sighed as he surveyed the two carriages that entered through the front gates of his village. It was normal for allied Kages to attend their own allies' Chunin finals, especially if some of their own ninja had been able to partake in the said event. It was rather surprising to say the least when the Raikage had asked if he could also attend the finals with them. And by all means, Sarutobi had all rights to say no. After all, they weren't even allies. In fact, they were one of Konoha's greatest enemies. Yet, Sarutobi didn't deny the man. Some would have called him a fool for being so trusting towards their sworn enemy's most powerful ninja, among Kyumo, to sit beside him. But to Sarutobi, it didn't matter. All that mattered was that, as long as they were in his village, and under his watch, he could rightfully assume that someone in Konoha could and more than likely would kill the man should he successfully kill him beforehand. As the two carriages slowly headed towards the arena for the Chunin finals to take place, he couldn't help but wonder what had become of his favorite blonde-hair troublemaker. He hadn't seen him anywhere around the village during the 1-month preparation for the finals. Of course, he had expected this. What he didn't expect was for Jiraiya and him to hold several conversations with each other. It somewhat worried him when Jiraiya had told him about what the blonde and him had talked about during their time on the monument. "Seems like I did screw up," thought Sarutobi before taking a drag from his pipe. "But I cannot undo what has already been done. All I can do is just watch and see what unfolds for him now." Though he hated to think about it, he couldn't help but wonder what Naruto's life would have been like had he known about his father. Almost instantly, an image of an arrogant, blonde young man sitting in the back of the classroom of the academy with a cold stare and a look of seriousness etched on his face appeared in the old Hokage's mind. Sarutobi had to do his best not to shudder at the mental image of a serious Naruto, such as what he saw. Sure, he wouldn't have had as rough a childhood as he did, but he just felt that Naruto wouldn't be the same as he was now. It would be as though Naruto was a completely different person and would devoid of all the major qualities that made Naruto who he was today. In the end, he mused that keeping the child's heritage was in fact the best choice he made. After all, he had quite enough of the serious to the letter type of ninjas around his village. With Naruto, at least he got a good laugh at his antics back in the day. Before he could muse more on the subject concerning the blonde, he heard a knock on his office door. "Enter," said Sarutobi loudly while adjusting his hat to shade his eyes. Not long after hearing the response, the door opened to reveal a dark-skinned man wearing the white Kage robes and hat stood directly in his doorway. After stepping into the office, he silently closed the door before taking off his hat to show a man with white hair and eyebrows along with a pointed goatee. "Hokage Dano," greeted the man in a gruff and serious tone. "Raikage Dano," replied the elderly Hokage politely. "Would you like to take a seat?" "I'm quite fine standing, thank you." "I understand, Raikage Dano, but may I inquire why you are here when your carriage is on its way to the stadium without you?" "My decoy is taking my place for the time being. Too many people hate us in this village, so I had to take all the necessary precautions just to be safe. You understand, correct, Hokage Dano?" "Completely," the old man sighed before taking another puff of his pipe. "Is that the only reason you came here, Raikage Dano?" "No, I came here because I caught wind of some rather disturbing news that I thought you should know." This made Sarutobi raise an eyebrow and change his expression from casual to dead serious in less than a second. Enlighten me, Reikage Dano. On the streets. It was an eventful day, to say the least, for most of the civilians among Konoha as they watched as two caravans made their way towards the stadium, which the Chunin exam's final round was to take place. Some who were watching had mixed feelings about having enemies among them, while the majority of them were furious about it. Yet among these people, a lone Hyuga was seething at his position atop of one of the buildings overlooking the street. It infuriated him that the man who had made the demand for the Hyuga's head was casually being taken to the arena while he could do nothing but watch. To him, it felt like the man's mere presence was taunting him and laughing at him. He clenched his fists angrily before whirling around only to come face to face with his cousin, Hinata, who was staring at the shinobi from Kyumo fearfully. Now normally, Niji would have scoffed at her weakness, but this wasn't the same case. These people planned to kill her, gouge her eyes out, and do research on her bloodline while she was left to rot in some dumpster or be used as a blind slave. So, it was for the first time ever that Niji showed a member of the main branch of his clan a true act of kindness, that he placed a reassuring hand on her shoulder to attempt to comfort her. The said girl flinched out of reflex and turned to see Niji giving her a small, almost unnoticeable smile, which made the girl relax slightly. "It's all right, Hinata-sama," said the boy softly as he removed his hand from her shoulder. "I understand why you are afraid of them, and I will not belittle you because this fear." Hinata just lowered her gaze to the ground while doing her best to regain control of her emotions like her sensei had instructed. After a few moments, she finally felt fear slowly die away a bit. "Thank you, Niji and I-san," thanked the girl as she lifted her head to look at Niji. Yet her eyes softened when she found that Niji was no longer standing where he was before. It didn't take the Byakugan to see that Niji was steadily changing from how he used to be. Before, she knew that he would have just left her where she was standing and not say a word to her. But now his stares weren't full of malice anymore. It was more of a slight disliking, but not full-blown hate that it used to be. "It's thanks to him meeting you, Naruto," whispered the girl with a smile. "You really do have the power to change people." With that said, she took one last glance at the caravan before turning around and made her way towards the arena where her father and sister were most likely waiting for her. "Nara household." "Shikamaru!" yelled a woman from behind the door, leading to the said boy's room. "Get out of bed and get ready. You have to be at the arena in 10 minutes. When she received no answer, she huffed angrily before pushing the door angrily. "Shikamaru, get out of dash." She blinked a few times when she found that, among the mess that made up Shikamaru's room, her son couldn't be found anywhere. She glanced around to make sure that her son wasn't hiding anywhere, only to come up with nothing. Just when she was about to leave his room, she found a small note laying on his bedpost. Raising her eyebrow, she walked over and picked up the letter. "Mom, even if it's troublesome, I left to meet Choji halfway to the arena. Wish me us luck, and I hope to see you later. Shikamaru." Nara Yoshino couldn't help but smile at the note that was left. It might have been small, it was at least an improvement on her son's incentive to actually get up and do something. It also proved that her son was actually going to try in this exam. Suddenly, the sound of a twig snapping made her turn around to face the window. Her expression changed to complete rage at the sight of Shikamaru standing there, frozen in mid-step. "Damn twig," thought the boy angrily before glancing over to face his mother, who was now crumpling his letter with her fist. Shikamaru. If one were to watch, one would be amazed how quickly the lazy boy ran away from his home. Some people found it hard to believe that the boy was a Nara, while others gave the boy sympathy for the predicament he was going to be in later. Yet from his spot on the roof, Shikaku was laughing his ass off while his two friends Choza and Inoichi were doing their regain their composure. It was easier said than done, as the two were also holding their sides laughing along with their friend. "He gets that from you, doesn't he, Shikaku?" asked Choza in between laughs. "Maybe," replied the man. "I think it's a curse all Naras have. But it's funny as hell when it's not me hauling us down the road." "What are you three laughing at?" asked a voice from behind the three. All laughing stopped as the three all slowly turned their heads to see a still angry Yoshino holding a frying pan in her hand. Soon, all three men were sweating heavily while Shikaku was taking a few steps away from his angry wife. I didn't know who let him get away, and now guess who has to pay the price, Shikaku. Not long after that, three more blurs followed behind Shikamaru with an angry wife following not far away from them. Team Guy's training ground. 95, 96, 97, 98, 99, 100. Yash, finally finished, yelled out Lee as he pumped his fists in the air. Not far away, Kaguri was sitting on a rock watching as Lee finished up his exercises for the morning. She had to admit, just watching him do some of these exercises made her sweat a bit. She saw him grin in her direction and couldn't help but smile back at his enthusiasm. Now, for a few more laps around the village, just to be sure I'm in tip-top shape. Lee, you've done enough exercising to last a day. Don't wear yourself out before the exams even begin, stated Kaguri with a bit of frustration. Honestly, don't you know when to give a rest? Lee blinked a few times at that before nodding his head. You are absolutely right, Kaguri-chan. I've been training hard this whole month. I think I'll just jog to the arena instead. The girl only sighed in annoyance before replying. That's fine. Kaguri-chan. I thank you for your concern of my well-being this last month, and I promise to see you in the future should I pass this exam. The girl could only blush a bit at his words. She found it rather sweet of him to make a promise like that, even though her village would most likely not allow it. But the boy did have a knack of doing things that people didn't think he could do. He had told her a lot about how he used to be and how his sensei had changed him for the better. She could hardly believe that this boy, one of the few who could actually beat her besides Yujito and a few others, was actually the worst of his class. It was then that she not only found a new respect for Lee, but also for Guy and the blonde that had encouraged Lee to keep fighting. Well, I'm off, Kaguri-chan. Wait, Lee, said Kaguri hastily before the boy could run off. The heavily eyebrowed boy stopped just as he was about to leave and turned to face Kaguri with a confused look on his face. Wordlessly, the girl removed her cloak before walking over towards Lee and handing it to him. Still confused, Lee took the garment before glancing back up at the girl. It's something you can have to remember me by after I leave, said the girl before gesturing him to put it on. Getting the message, he quickly put it on and immediately noticed that it fit him perfectly. He grinned back at Kaguri and was about to say thanks when something happened that he never thought would never had expected. Kaguri had placed a small kiss on his cheek before stepping back with a crimson blush on her cheeks, while Lee was staring at her with eyes widened and pink flush on both cheeks. And that, Lee-kun, was for good luck, said the girl with a heartwarming smile. Lee only continued to stare at her for a few moments before his face broke out into a huge grin. And for the first time, he didn't say anything in response. He didn't need to. So, without a word, he gave a nod of his head before turning around and walked towards the arena while his grin remained plastered onto his face. Random hotel. Temari sighed as she heaved her fan onto her back before making her way out the door. Today was the day she somewhat dreaded. She didn't like the idea of fighting against their allies just to prove something. She was no fool. She knew better than to fight against a force as strong as Konoha was. Even if the time of peace had dulled some of the shinobi's skills over the years, they never once stopped showing promise, as most of the ninja legends that were known worldwide were born, raised, and trained as a ninja in this very village. So, for someone like her, she knew this wasn't just some act to prove Suna's worth to their daimyo. It felt like it had something more to it than that. Upon the sound of a door opening, her thoughts were broken as the sight of Gaara entering with his gourd on his back, along with his standard gear. She had to fight the urge to shudder while cursing the fact that she was the only one in the room with her brother. Temari, came Gaara's monotone voice. We are leaving. All right, Gaara, stammered out the girl before following behind her brother. Temari couldn't help but hate her father for this. Not just for what he did her little brother, but also for taking Kankuro away from the village. Though, she didn't hear any word from her sensei about it. The man had said that it was all taken care of and that he should be in Suna by now. I wish you were here, Kankuro, thought Temari bitterly. At least then, I wouldn't be alone with a berserker in the room. Hurry up. Yes, Gaara. Yujito's apartment. Yujito sighed from her spot on the bed as she glanced out the only window in her temporary home. She was glad that the finals had arrived after such a long and grueling month, and yet she found herself wishing that today hadn't come. Like, she didn't want her time in this village to end just yet. Seeing as how she had made two new friends in this village, Inuzuka Hana, and of course Uzumaki Naruto. But she knew it was inevitable that this day would come eventually, and that once it was over she would more than likely never be able to step foot in this village again. She didn't want to leave. She actually liked it in this village, and the thought of not seeing either of her new friends for days, months, or even years made her feel somewhat sad. "What's wrong, kitten?" asked her tenant curiously. "I thought you were looking forward to this." "I was till I started growing attached to this place," thought Yujito with a sigh. "I guess this place just does that to you." Or could it be because of the Hanyu? Snickered Nibby in her cage before sending her container mental images of her and Naruto sleeping in the same bed the day they had gotten drunk together. Poor Yujito could only blush heavily as she tried to block out the images, but to no avail. This wasn't the first time Nibby had done this to her since that day. In fact, the Biju had been repeating the same images every night as she slept. But having known how to suppress some of Nibby's mental images since she was young, it wasn't too hard to block out unless Nibby was actually putting forth some effort to do so. "Knock it off, Nibby. Why, you seem so content then. What's wrong with it now?" "I was under the influence of alcohol, you stupid cat." TSK, blaming such things on alcohol when you know full well that you could have just asked me to make you sober. "Face it, kitten, you enjoyed it, and I personally don't blame you." "I didn't know that." "Oh, well, now you do. But the fact still remains that you enjoyed yourself that night." "Whatever," huffed Yujito inwardly. "I need to get ready for the finals. Don't take any naps because I might need you sometime in the future matches." "Fine, kitten," replied the demon before grinning. "Be sure to give the Hanyu a kiss for me." Before the girl could react to the statement, Nibby severed the link between them, but was still able to send her one last mental image. An image of her kissing Naruto dead on the lips with both of their faces scarlet red while her eyes remained closed. Yujito had to do everything in her power to fight down the blush that threatened to cover her entire face. But it was then that she remembered something, one of Nibby's abilities that had somewhat passed onto her. It didn't happen often, but on some occasions her dreams or images that Nibby would sometimes send her would show vivid glimpses of her future. The only problem was that, seeing as how she wasn't the Nibby herself, she could never distinguish the difference between predictions or just little things that Nibby ties to send her to mess with her head. "Screw it," thought Yujito as she started putting on the rest of her gear. "I can think about that later." With that said, she strapped her kunai holster onto her leg before making her way towards the door. However, just as she was about to leave, she glanced back at her room and allowed a small smile to grace her lips as she looked at the free ramen ticket that Naruto had given her to his favorite stand. He had given it to her 3 days ago before they had parted ways and had yet to find the time to go and use it. "After this is over, I'm going to go ahead and use that, seeing as how in a few more days I won't be around here anymore." So, with one last sigh, she stepped out of her home, locked up, and headed for the stadium where her final test would take place. At the stadium. The stadium was, for lack of better term, packed. Civilians, daimyo, and other people ranging from the rich to the dirt poor were all cramped into the massive stadium. As they sat there, the participants all stood in a single row in the center of the arena in which they were going to be fighting in, though some noted that 2 of the participants had yet to arrive. From her spot at the far right, Tintin looked down the row in annoyance as Naruto had yet to arrive. She knew he wouldn't miss this, not for the world, and the fact that he was late either meant 2 things. 1, he overslept and was most likely going to miss his fight, or 2, he lost track of time and was still training as they stood here. Tintin wasn't the only one wondering where the blonde was, as Yujito was also looking around for sight of the blonde swordsman. It didn't make sense as to why the blonde wouldn't be here yet. She even asked Nibby if she sensed him nearby, only to come up short when the demon couldn't find him nearby. She clenched her fists in anger while making a mental note to kick the ever-living crap out of the blonde the next time she saw him. Up in the stands, Sakura was also curious for both her teammates' tardiness. It wasn't normal for either of them to be late, and she hadn't seen either of the two since the month started. Though she didn't put that much incentive to find Naruto, as much as she did Sasuke, she did often wonder where the boy could have gone to make him late. "Hey, forehead!" mocked Ino as she suddenly plopped down next to Sakura. "Hello, pig," answered the girl while raising her fist at her rival/friend. "You excited about this?" "Yeah, but I don't see Naruto here yet. His match is supposed to be first, and if he doesn't get here soon, he might lose his match by default." "Don't worry about him. I'm pretty sure he'll show up on time," said Ino reassuringly before relaxing into her chair. Over at the Kage's box, Sarutobi was having similar thoughts about Naruto's strange absence. But he couldn't ponder it for long as his two guests had arrived. "Ah, kazikaji dono, rikaji dono. Good to see both of you," said the elderly Hokage with a friendly smile. "What up?" answered the Raikage as he took his seat to Sarutobi's left. "Good to see you, Hokage Dano," replied the Kazekage while taking the seat to Sarutobi's right. "I hope the journey here wasn't any trouble for either of you." "Nah, it wasn't much a problem for me." The same could be said for me as well. Though, I'm glad that this year's exams were taking place here. While you're still young, the trip may have been too much for you, Hokage Dano. Perhaps you should decide on the 5th. The old man chuckled a bit at that before replying. "Please, don't treat me like an old man. I intend to do this for another 5 years. But enough of that, let's begin." Standing up, the elderly Hokage made his way towards the railing before giving his announcements. "Thank you all for coming to Konoha's Chunin selection exam. We will now start the main tournament between the 10 participants who made it through the preliminaries. So please stay and watch until the end." The crowd cheered happily as the Hokage finished their announcement, while some were staring intently at the arena. Among those was the supposed Raikage, who was now staring at Sarutobi with a raised eyebrow. "Did you leave your glasses at home, old man?" "I only counted 8, stated the man while ignoring the stare the Kazekage was giving him. Sarutobi only ignored the question as he returned to his seat and waited for the match to start, all the while praying that Naruto can make it for his match in time. On the ground, Haku let out a sigh before looking over at the line of genin. She knew she saw Naruto leave this morning, and yet it bugged her that he wasn't here yet. She also noticed that Sasuke had yet to arrive as well and narrowed her eyes in suspicion. 2 people late was not a good sign, and with all the corrupt daimyos aiming to win big bets, she could only assume that someone had sent assassins to try and kill off the 2 opponents. The likelihood of that was low, but in the shinobi world, almost anything was possible. "All right, everyone, please pay attention. The arena is different, but the rules are still the same as before, which means there are none. You simply need to fight until one of you has died or acknowledges defeat. However, if I deem that the fight is over, I'll step in and end the match, understood?" All nodded their heads, and with another sigh, she called up the first 2 contestants. "Will Uzumaki Naruto and Hyuga Niji please step forward? Everyone else please go to the waiting room." Niji glanced around in confusion when everyone left, and he was the only one in the arena. He could already hear some of the people in the stands beginning to yell for the other person to enter the ring and fight. He was tempted to activate his Byakugan to search for the blonde, but thought better of it as he didn't want to waste chakra. Meanwhile, from their spot in the stands, Hayashi was staring down at the arena with a serious look on his face. He had been waiting for the longest time to see what his nephew could really do, and the fact that Naruto had yet to arrive irked him slightly. Beside him, his 2 daughters, Hanabi and Hinata, were sitting on both sides of him. "This Uzumaki Naruto seems like a coward if he's not here yet," stated Hanabi with a disappointed look on her face. He had to hold back a frown at his youngest daughter's attitude for this situation. Sure, he might have thought the same thing at one time, but he had always kept those thoughts inside since in some cases, he could have been dead wrong and feel humiliated about it. He was about to tell her this when someone else decided to speak in his place. "Naruto and I-san is not a coward, you jerk," yelled a violet-eyed little girl who looked roughly around Hanabi's age, whom was sitting behind Hanabi's seat. Almost instantly, Hitomi's mouth was covered by Yuma's hand as he pulled her away from Hanabi. Sorry about that, Hyuga-sama," apologized the old man sheepishly. Hayashi couldn't help but sneer at the homeless man's attire before turning his attention back to the arena. Inside, though, he was happy that someone as little as that girl had the backbone to say something like that to his own daughter. His said daughter looked back at the violet-eyed girl with a smug expression before turning her attention back at the arena like father did. Back with Niji, he was now growing irritated and angry by each passing second. He didn't want to win this way. He wanted a challenge, and he was dying to see what skills Naruto had been holding back. Haku, too, was growing irritated and knew that if Naruto didn't arrive soon, she would have to call the match to Niji. Get on with the fight. I didn't pay money to sit around for nothing. Do something, you stupid bitch. She sighed before looking up at the Hokage for some instructions. She had to do everything in her power to keep her emotions under control when she saw the Hokage nod his head, despite how much he didn't want to do it. Seeing as how Uzumaki Naruto is not present by default, the winner is Dash. Wait a minute, yelled a familiar voice coming from the entrance. Not 5 seconds after hearing the shout, Naruto shot out of the corridor leading to the arena in a flash of red and yellow before to a stop at the center of the arena. Once stopped, he placed his hands on his knees and started panting heavily. After catching his breath, Naruto straightened himself up before grinning sheepishly at Haku and Niji. Sorry I'm late, I got lost on the road of life. Almost immediately, a bunch of boos and curses came from the crowd as they started tossing trash at him for his stupidity. Sarutobi had to bite back the urge to smack himself in the forehead and was now mentally cursing Kakashi for letting his student pick up on his bad habits. That jackass, muttered Yujito to herself as she glared at Naruto's form as cans and other articles of trash were thrown at him. Wait till this is over, Naruto, thought Tintin as her eyes twinkled with evil intent. I'll be sure to teach you to never be late again. After a few moments of continuous tossing of junk and other things, the crowd finally calmed down enough to sit back and wait for the match to start. See, Naruto on Ice-In isn't a coward, stated Hitomi smugly. He's never missed out on anything awesome like this. Please, snorted Hanabi, which earned her a harsh glare from her father, but didn't seem to notice. He won't last 2 minutes against Niji. I bet he can't even us that sword carries. Yay, I've seen him use it plenty of times when he came to visit us. Where was this at? The slums where he and the rest of the other filth live. Shut the hell up, you brat. Hanabi, Hitomi, Hinata, and even Hayashi stared at Yuma wide-eyed as he glared heatedly at the young Hyuga from his seat. Never had anyone dared to insult or order around Hyuga and live to tell about it. I don't care if you're Hyuga or not. You had best watch what you say. Otherwise, you just might have every single orphan and homeless person after your little spoiled ass. Now turn around and shut your mouth. A few of the people who heard this backed a few seats away as killing intent began to steadily leak out of the Hyuga clan head. Part of him understood why the man was upset, seeing as how this was the main reason Hyuga had gained a rather unpleasant reputation among the village, since most of his fellow clan members had flaunted their superiority and high clan status. However, that was no excuse to threaten his daughter. Even if it was to only keep her quiet, it still wasn't forgivable. So, when he turned to face the elderly man who had yelled at his daughter, he was quite surprised when he saw no flicker of fear or worry, only an even and steady look that made even him slightly wary of the man. Watch your tongue, old man, growled out Hayashi, because if you don't, I'll be sure to cut it off. Had you taught her some manners, I wouldn't need to be using this tongue now, would I? Responded Yuma, while not once breaking eye contact with the Hyuga. Yet before the bloodbath could begin, their attention was brought back to the arena when Haku finally spoke. WL, seeing as how Uzumaki Naruto is here, the match can now begin. Soon as that was said, Niji slid into his Juken stance while activating his Byakugan. Naruto simply smirked before entering his own stance with his hand on the hilt of his sword. The two stared at each other in silence for a few moments while the crowd around them began to hush and watch with looks of excitement and curiosity. This is gonna be good, said the Raikage as he relaxed a bit in his chair. Indeed, replied the Kazekage with a hint of amusement in his voice. Naruto, thought Sarutobi with a bit of worry. Be careful. Yet unnoticed to all, a lone figure stood atop of the roof of the bleachers for stadium, while garbed in a simple black ANBU-style cloak and hood along with a white hunter-knee mask, stared down at the arena floor. The figure smiled behind their mask as they stared down at the two fighters below, or, to be more specific, the one garbed in red. "Let's see what you've become, Naruto," thought the figure as the person awaited for the battle to begin. The stadium was oddly quiet as the two contestants stayed still as they waited to see who would make the first move. Both were in their own respective fighting stances, Neji in his Juken stance and Naruto in his basic sword stance. About the only sound that could be heard was the sound of both the Jinins breathing. Finally, after a few moments of tense silence from both Jinin, Naruto rushed forward with his hand still clutching the hilt of his sword. As Naruto approached, Neji quickly went into his pouch and pulled out 3 shuriken before tossing them all at the rapidly approaching blonde. Upon seeing this, Naruto unsheathed his sword, quicker than most in the crowd could see, and deflected them. Just as he was in striking distance, Neji went into action and sped forward with his right palm reared back. Seeing this, Naruto hastily leapt into the air while just barely avoiding a palm strike to his left ankle. Once he landed, Naruto whirled himself around only to come face to face with Neji, who was now smirking arrogantly at him. The crowd winced when Neji's palm slammed harshly into the center of the blonde's chest, causing Naruto to stumble back in severe pain. Seeing his opening, Neji raced forward again as prepared to close the Tenketsu points on the blonde's shoulder. He was rather surprised when Naruto managed to avoid it, albeit barely. "Seems to me you're not taking this seriously," Naruto mocked Neji as he returned to his Juken stance. "Oh, I am. I just don't want to hurt you too badly," gasped out Naruto as he tried to regain his breath. "After all, these people didn't pay to see me win too quickly." Scoffing, Neji raced forward once more, aiming to end the battle as quickly as he could. He wasn't like Naruto. He didn't have as large of reserves as he did, and he knew better than most that if he didn't take down Naruto quickly enough, he would surely beat him in the contest of stamina. As Neji launched his attack, his eyes widened when Naruto had effortlessly caught his wrist just as it was centimeters away from hitting its target. "Looks to me like you aren't taking this seriously either, 'cause I know you can move faster than this." Then, with little effort, he yanked the boy towards him before delivering a powerful right hook to the Hyuga boy's jaw. This caused most in the audience to gape when Neji went skidding a few feet across the arena floor and stopping a few feet away from the blonde. Glaring back at the blonde, Neji watches Naruto place the sword back into its scabbard before extending his arm and pointing at him with only his index and middle finger raised. "I don't want to get hit by that damn Juken again. So let's play it safe for a bit till I can think of a plan," thought Naruto as he focused some of his Yuki into his fingertips. A few seconds later, yellow-green energies began to surround the two fingers as a steady beam of energy extended until it stopped about 7 inches off the ground. Having seen this attack before, Neji knew that its present length wasn't all it could extend to. After lashing out a few times, Naruto turned his attention back onto the Hyuga, who was now back on his feet and ready to move. He smirked at that as it seemed that Neji hadn't forgotten what his Yuki whip could do. So, with a simple flick of his wrist, he lashed his whip out towards Neji as he stayed a safe distance away from him. Dodging the strange weapon, Neji raced forwards as quickly as he possibly could before having to stop and dodge a barrage of lashes. After jumping, ducking, and parrying for a while, Neji was able to get close enough to strike only to be foiled when the boy blocked his attack with his forearm. Naruto winced in pain as he felt his arm go slightly numb. Nevertheless, he was able to shove the opposing palm away before attempting to deliver a roundhouse kick to the boy's ribs. He cursed loudly when Neji was able to catch his shin before pressing down on several tenketsu on his leg with speeds that Naruto couldn't even catch. Now, Naruto knew he was in trouble. With his leg now practically dead, he had no way of stopping some of Neji's relentless attacks. So it was no surprise to him when the second Neji let go of his shin that a tremendous amount of pain spiked from his abdomen, which caused him to go crashing down to the ground while clutching his stomach. Neji stared down at Naruto's wincing form on the ground with a bit of disgust on his face. "You disappoint me," Naruto spat out Neji as he glared down at Naruto's still groaning form. "I thought you said you were taking this seriously, yet you were deliberately holding back." I want to see you at your best, to see what I'm truly capable of. At that, Naruto's groans ceased, and, unnoticed by Niji, a small grin began to form on his face. In the blink of an eye, a familiar yellowish whip appeared on the edges of his fingertips before the said whip wrapped itself around Niji's neck in the course of 3 seconds. With a small smirk on his face, he gave the whip a sharp tug which caused the still surprised Niji to fall face first into the arena floor. Seeing his opening, Naruto leapt into the air above the boy before lashing his whip down upon Niji's exposed back multiple times, which earned a loud holler of pain as the fabric and skin on Niji's back was ripped to shreds. Once his little onslaught was complete, Naruto landed casually on the ground next to one of the nearby trees in the arena. He watched in amusement when the Hyuga remained on the ground with his face in the dirt. His look of amusement was soon replaced by a look of astonishment as Niji burst into smoke to reveal a log with several gashes on it. Looking around frantically, he winced a bit due to his still numb leg. It only was when he heard the sound of footsteps did Naruto realize where the boy was. Quickly whirling around, he unsheathed his sword just in time to block a kunai that was being held by Niji, who was still applying more force in hopes of breaking the blonde's guard. After a few moments of struggling, the two jumped away from each other before skidding to a stop. "This is getting intense," stated Yujito from her spot on the railing. "Yeah, I know. Both seem to be even to me," answered Tintin, watched the two with worried look in her eyes. Glancing over at the weapon's mistress, Yujito couldn't help but wonder who this girl really was. She could tell that she knew both Naruto and Niji, but the thing she wanted to know was how she knew them. But that wasn't the only thing she had noticed. She noticed with a bit of annoyance that the girl had her eyes practically glued to Naruto's form. "You aren't going to let this girl take your mate, are you?" asked Nibby with a hint of amusement in her voice. "Fit no. Wait, he's not my mate, you stupid cat. How many times do I have to tell you that?" "I have no comment at this time, thank you." "That's what I thought." With that said, Yujito disconnected the link before focusing her attention back to the arena. "This is getting me nowhere fast," thought Naruto, frantically as sweat began to drizzle down his face. "I haven't caused nearly as much damage as he has to me, and if I don't do something soon, he's eventually going to hit me with something that could cause some real damage." Before he could continue his thoughts, Niji decided to speak. "Why are you still holding back?" "I'm not." "Do not lie to me, Naruto. Do you think I have forgotten about how you defeated the Inuzuka from the preliminaries? Please, if you weren't holding back, then you would be using that bloodline of yours. So why aren't you? Isn't using every advantage you have part of whining? Unlike you and everyone else, Niji, I don't flaunt my bloodline every time I encounter a problem. I can take care of myself either with or without it." This earned a scowl to spread across the Hyuga prodigy's face. "Fine, then if that is how it must be, I suppose I must crush you and show you how useless you are without it." With that said, the young Hyuga dashed forward at speeds that had even Lee gaping a bit. Naruto, who was rather surprised by this sudden jump in speed, had no way of blocking or evading the boy's palm to his chest. Soon after, blood began to seep out of the Hanyo's mouth before being assaulted by 4 jabs to his tenketsu in his shoulders and chest, followed by an uppercut to his chin, sending him off his feet and into the air. The crowd gasped at this, and a few began to cheer a bit, but were almost immediately silenced by the shushing of nearby surveyors. When he finally landed on the ground with a loud thud that seemed to echo all around the stadium, he didn't move. He didn't get back up for several moments, in fact. Niji, who watched this with a distasteful look in his eyes, scoffed loudly, before turning away from the down blonde. "Pathetic," was the only word he muttered as he slowly made his way towards the exit. However, just as he was about to declare himself the winner, Naruto stood up once more with a changed look in his eyes. Niji didn't need to turn around to know that Naruto was glaring at the back of his skull. Instead, he waited to see what the blonde would do, now that his back was towards him. "You know something, Niji?" growled the boy coldly as he glared at the boy in front of him. "I'm really getting sick of that whole, without your bloodline you're nothing crap you and everyone else talk about all the time. And what do you plan to do about it, dope? That was the last straw. All right, that's it. I'm tired of this bullshit, Niji. All this dope, this and dope, that has gotten on my last nerve. Hell, it's It's almost as bad as that stupid fate shit you babbled about when we first met. And you know what else? I'm sick of it, and now I'm going to burn that name once and for all. And how do you plan to do that, Dope? It's been decided by fate that you won't lose to me with or without that pathetic excuse of a bloodline. And, as you should know by now, you cannot change your fate. The only fate we all share is death. See, there you go again with that fate shit. I told you back then that I didn't believe in fate, and I couldn't give a rat's ass if you believe that it can't be changed. All that matters to me is burning that stupid name that you all gave me. This is pointless, Niji sighed arrogantly as he slid into his stance once more. You can't defy fate. That's all there is to it. And today, I'll be sure to prove this to you. Naruto, after having quite enough of this banter, simply growled before inhaling a great amount of air while chakra poured into his chest. Seeing a good portion of chakra being built up, Niji wisely decided to test out his newest technique on whatever the blonde was planning to do. Kitsunibi. Niji's eyes, along with everyone else in the stadium, widened when a ghostly blue flame burst from the blonde's mouth and directly towards the young Hyuga prodigy. Quickly getting out of his shock, Niji continued to pour out more and more chakra from all around his body before he began to spin. Kaiten yelled out to Hyuga as a light blue dome of spinning chakra formed around him. Everyone watched in suspense as the blue flames engulfed the young prodigy, and soon it was impossible to see him through the flickering flames surrounding him. Only Naruto seemed to know what was happening, as his face showed absolute shock and surprise. After a few more seconds of waiting, the flames began to die out, and in the center of now burnt and smoldering arena stood Niji in a small crater most likely created by his own technique. Impressive display of fireworks, Dobe, mocked Niji as he smirked arrogantly at Naruto's stiffened form. I hope that is not all you can do. This is bad, muttered Sakura worriedly, really bad. Why? Asked Ino, as she took notice of Sakura's distressed state. That's one of Naruto's most powerful jutsu that I've seen him use so far. That attack is almost if not equal to Sasuke's most powerful Katon jutsu in his arsenal. For Niji to not even be burnt is a bad sign for Naruto. But what about that whip thing he was using a while ago? Can't he use that on Niji or something? From what I can guess, it's only for long range, and even then, it doesn't cut through flesh. Plus, as you saw earlier, it did little but stall for time against Niji. Basically, Naruto's in a jam that even I don't think he can get himself out of. Ino's eyes softened sadly as she looked down at the arena floor as Naruto had still yet to move. She felt a bit bad for the guy, not only because of his now hopeless situation, but also because of the key thing Naruto wished to rid himself of. To rid himself the title of Dobe once and for all. Seems like life never gives you a break. Does it, Naruto? Thought Ino sadly as she looked over at Sakura, who had almost the same expression on her face. Are you afraid? Naruto mocked Niji as he kept taking steps closer and closer towards Naruto. Are you now realizing that you stand no chance against me without that bloodline of yours? Naruto didn't answer, which caused Niji to smirk a bit. Admit it, you have been and always will be nothing without those abilities with you. The sooner you admit this and use those abilities, the sooner you can defeat me. Again, no response, which was something that was now no longer amusing to the branch house member. But he disregarded it as unimportant since he was now about to end the match with his next attack. So, he halted his steps and was now standing about 3 feet away from Naruto. You are now in range of my divination, stated Niji coldly before sliding into an unfamiliar stance. Naruto, who had just come out of his stupor not long ago, stared at Niji with a raised eyebrow. Hack, Rokujansho, muttered the boy before shooting forwards at high speeds. Naruto, who still had no idea what was going on, raised his arms to block whatever attack Niji was using. When he looked back on this, he would realize that blocking any attack from a Hyuga was pretty much pointless. Hack 2 palms. At that, he stuck 2 key tankitis that not only blocked his chakra, but also the nerves in them, causing Naruto gasp in sudden pain, and feeling his arms go limp, leaving him completely open for the onslaught. 4 palms. As quick as lightning, Niji's hands blurred as they pressed down on more tenketsu on his body, causing more pain followed by blood seeping from his mouth. 8 palms. Again, quicker than some could even see, Naruto was stuck 8 more times by the Hyuga. And as the strikes came, Naruto could feel numbness and the shortage of his own chakra to drain from his body. 16 palms. Now, Niji's hands could no longer be visible, and the only sign of the attack hitting was the jerking and shouts of pain coming from Naruto's throat as more and more tenketsu were being hit. 32 palms. Now, people could see blood seeping from the blonde's mouth as his screams of pain began to echo off the stadium walls. People winced at this display of what they saw as brutality in Niji's attack. Hell, even some of the people who hated the blonde couldn't help but feel a tad bit sorry for him, but only slightly. Act 64 palms. And with one last strike to the blonde's chest, the boy was sent flying backwards with blood spraying out of his mouth. He landed on the ground with a loud thud, which also seemed to echo around the eerie, quiet stadium as everyone sat gaping at the now fallen Hanyu. Yujito and Tintin had to do everything in their willpower to stay on the balcony so as to not interrupt the battle. Of course, now they knew that it was over. Not a soul could take that and still manage to get back up. "Why didn't you just transform, you baka?" thought Kiba madly as he sat next to his mother and sister who were looking down at the arena with similar thoughts in mind. Hannah glanced down at her 3 dogs who were all whining and whimpering at the sight. Seeing this, Hannah placed her hand on one of the dogs' heads as she started to pet it in hopes that it would help. She knew it wouldn't, but it never hurt to try. "He'll be okay, don't worry," whispered Hannah as her dogs looked back at her with their ears down and a strange look of worry on their faces. "I knew he wouldn't stand a chance against Niji," stated Hanabi coldly as she looked back at Itomi. She noticed that the girl looked as though she was about to cry as small droplets began to peek out from the corners of her eyes. She would have commented further on it when she saw the old man next to her glare at her with such animosity that she held back her words and turned around to face the arena. Back on the ground, Niji sighed as he glanced down at the heap on the ground called Naruto. He held no remorse for the boy. How could he when he did this to himself? All he wanted was to see if he was truly stronger than him, and now the blonde was paying the price for it. "I have hit 64 tenketsu on your body. You can no longer stand," Niji coolly proclaimed as he watched as Naruto twitched a bit on the ground. He noticed that the boy would try to stand a few times only to collapse on the ground again with a thud. "Is it painful, Naruto?" In response, he got another groan from the blonde. "You should know better than to try and defy fate. It was fate that made you who you are today. It was fate that made you the dobe you are. And it is fate that decided this match from the very beginning." Naruto continued to grunt as he tried again to rise to his feet. And with every passing second he heard Niji speak, memories of his past flew by his eyes. Memories of how he had been mocked by his peers about not being able to henge correctly, how his teachers scolded him whenever he practiced his taijutsu during his time in the academy. When he made an attempt to get up once more, his eyes widened at what he saw. A familiar whisker-marked young boy, with short spiky hair, staring down at the arena floor with tears falling off his cheeks. His clothes were dirty and torn, his face was bloody and bruised, and his fists were clenched so hard that blood was seeping out of the cracks in between his fingers. He remembered that day. It was the day he had gotten into a fight with Sasuke during a sparring session in the academy, and he had lost badly. In fact, it was so bad that even the instructor had started to laugh at his pathetic display of taijutsu. He ran home that day, and it was that day that he had been given his title of dobe among his classmates. Gritting his teeth in anger, he shook his head to shake out the bad memories before trying once more to stand. This time, however, he succeeded but was still wobbly on his feet, and it seemed like his legs were about to give out at any second. Most of the people in the audience gasped in surprise, while others just simply smirked. To be specific, it was the Reikage who was smirking at this display, while Sarutobi and the Kazekage both had their eyes widened in surprise like the rest of the crowd. Hell, even Hayashi had to admit that the boy had impressed him with this great display of willpower, as it was a sight that few had ever seen for someone to get up after taking that attack head-on. "I told you once, Niji," gasped out Naruto as he panted from the pain and fatigue that was plaguing him. "I don't believe in fate." Niji just continued to stare at him oddly before suddenly scoffing. Just quit. Continuing anymore will only be prolonging the inevitable. You are fated to lose to me this day. Can't you just accept that? Hell no, replied the blonde as he glared back at the wide-eyed boy. I won't quit. Even if you do end up killing me this day, I won't quit. Why? Huh? What purpose does it bring if you refuse to give up? If everything you strive for dies with you, then what purpose does it have? The purpose is that, even if I do die, I will at least know I tried my best and didn't stop believing that I can win. But one thing I always wanted to know is why. Why do you assume everything is decided by fate? At this, Niji's eyes narrowed. That's none of your business. The hell it is. I've seen how you looked at Hinata during the finals. I saw that look of hatred in your eyes when she was fighting. Now I might not know much about you, Hyuga, but what I do know is that you all are family, and family shouldn't be hating each other for no fucking reason. The air was cold as the words left his mouth. A sober expression crossed over Niji's face as the veins around his eyes faded. Fine. If you're going to go that far, I'll tell you. I'll tell you about the Hyuga's fate of hatred. The Hyuga main family has a special ninjutsu that's been passed down. Simply put, it's a cursed seal jutsu. A cursed seal jutsu? Yes, the curse of the seal represents a bird in a cage. It is a symbol of being tied down to an inescapable fate, spoke Niji softly as he began to remove his hitate. When he finally did, Naruto's eyes widened as he looked at the strange light green seal on the Hyuga's forehead. It resembled what looked like a swastika, only the tips of each line were curved into hooks. On each side of it was a single line with the same curved tip near the seal, with the right curve pointing downwards and the left line pointing upwards. One day when I was only 4 years old, I had this horrible seal carved into my forehead, though that cursed seal, jutsu. That same day, a grand ceremony was taking place in Konoha. A shinobi leader from Kyumo, which had been warring with Konoha for many years, had arrived to sign an alliance treaty. But at this ceremony, which everyone attended from Jounin to Genin, one clan was missing. That was the Hyuga clan, because that was an important day that the heir to the Hyuga clan turned 3. Hinata-sama's 3rd birthday. My father, Hyuga Hizashi, and Hinata-sama's father, Hyuga Hayashi-sama, were twins. But Hinata-sama's father was born to this world first, a member of the main family, and my father, the second son, became a member of the branch family. Niji paused here as memories of that day came flooding back into his mind. The look in his father's eyes, the way Hayashi had taken him to have his seal carved into his forehead. All of those images flashed in front of him in a blink of an eye and was soon forced to shake it off. When the Hyuga first daughter became 3, I was turned into the bird in the cage through this curse as a Hyuga branch member. Why is that necessary? Why do you need that seal? Is it to distinguish between the main and the branch families? Asked Naruto with curious look on his face. No, this seal on my forehead is not simply a decoration. This curse seal is the absolute fear of death given to the branch members by the main family. With a simple single-hand seal, the branch member's mind can easily be destroyed. Death is just as easy, of course. And this curse will only disappear after death, sealing up the ability of the Byakugan along with it. The Hyuga clan is a clan that holds great advanced blood. Those that go after those secrets are incalculable. So, with this jutsu, the branch members are allowed to live only to protect the main members. No disobedience is allowed by the main family. It's an effective system created to eternally protect the advanced Byakugan blood of the Hyuga. And then that day came and my father was killed by the main family. One night, Hinata-sama was taken by someone. Hayashi-sama quickly took care of it and killed him. It was dark and he was wearing a mask. Who do you think it was? At this, Naruto's eyes widened as he put the pieces together. No. Yes, he was the Kyumo shinobi leader who had just signed the alliance treaty. It became clear that he was here after the Hyuga's secrets from the beginning. But Kyumo, with one of their leaders killed in the failed plan, made demands of Konoha for breaking the alliance. Of course, Konoha and Kyumo bickered back and forth. It almost came to war. But with Konoha wanting to avoid war, they made a backdoor deal with Kyumo. What kind of deal? Kyumo wanted the Hyuga main family's advanced blood and the Byakugan. They demanded the corpse of Hayashi-sama, and Konoha had agreed to their wishes, and war was safely avoided. Thanks to my father, who was killed by the main family to replace Hyuga Hayashi's corpse. All was silent once more as all the information was processed by the audience. Sarutobi, along with Hayashi, bowed their heads in remorse at what had to be done. The Raikage too had bowed his head at the troubles his village had caused on the life of the boy. Even if he wasn't the real deal, he still felt bitter about it, and he was glad that the old bastardback then was executed for not only failing what he had promised his village, but for also risking a war that neither could win. To end this horrible curse, there's no method but death. They were twins, their strength was virtually the same, born first, born second. Fate was decided just by that. In this fight, your fate was decided the moment I became your opponent. We'll see, Neji, sighed out Naruto, before wincing in pain. I don't have a clue of how bad it feels to have your father was killed a long time ago, but thinking that fate is all decided because of that is just a big mistake. You're hopeless, replied Neji as he placed his tape back onto his forehead. The moment it was secure, the veins around his eyes bulged out, and he sped forwards before slamming his palm into the barely standing blonde. The boy was knocked off his feet as he went tumbling along the ground before skidding to a stop. This match is over, Proctor, stated Neji as he eyed Naruto's battered form on the ground. Dobe. Naruto's arm twitched before his fist clenched a bit out of both anger and frustration. Soon, he started to return his feet, once more while glaring hard at the Hyuga in front of him. G, get your ass back here. Smirking, Neji turned to face the boy, only slightly surprised to see his eyes flickering from blue to gold. This made his smirk widen as he turned his full attention back onto Naruto. Are you finally planning to show me what you are truly made of, Naruto? I doubt it will make any difference since this match has already been decided by fate. Oh, shut up already. I'm sick of your fucking whining about fate and how everything is decided by it. An ignorant brat like you shouldn't be lecturing people who are burdened with a fate they cannot oppose. You could never understand what it's like to be burdened with a symbol you could never rid yourself of. From her spot on the railing, Yujito scoffed at the comment, while the Raikage just frowned at the boy's words. Back with Naruto on the arena floor, an image of all the villagers appeared in his mind, with Kyuubi's shadow connecting with his feet. The people glared at his back, and before long, an image of the giant fox began to form around him. Naruto let out a small smirk when the giant fox was soon replaced with the beautiful woman he had come to know as Kyuubi. She was kneeling beside him with one of her arms wrapped around his shoulders, while some of the people from the crowd soon joined beside him. Yeah, I can, said Naruto, while smiling a bit at Neji's angered face. But, as Neji noticed, it wasn't his normal smile, it was a smile that belonged to wise old men who had seen and done things none could ever imagine. Despite that, it was a smile that showed true understanding, something he never expected to see on Naruto's face. And you know something else? Smirked the blonde as he started to remove his cloak. Who gives a fuck? You're not the only one who suffers in life. You at least had a chance to meet your father. I never had that privilege. So you talk all you want about fate, cause at this point, I'm not playing with you anymore. Upon sliding his arms out of the sleeves, he swiftly removed the cloak, despite the pain, and stood ready. Neji only sighed as he re-entered his fighting stance. Your 64 Tenketsu points are all blocked. You won't be able to use chakra for a while, so how are you to fight me? Because if you are so determined to win, then please prove to me that fate can be changed. Naruto smirked a bit at that. Sighing, he quickly removed his arm guards before tossing them aside. After that, the boy took a deep breath before forming a Taurus seal. This act confused Neji as he had already stated that his chakra was blocked. To his and everyone else's surprise, ghost blue flames started to whirl around the blonde as he stood in place with his facial features in a look of pure concentration. Activating his Byakugan, what Neji saw made him gasp. Yellowish-green energy was pouring from seemingly out of nowhere on the blonde's body. But unlike chakra, it wasn't chaotic, it was tamed, precise, and above all dazzling to look at. It swirled around in the body like a whirlpool in the deepest seas while remaining contained in his body. Even the blue flames seemed to radiate this glow as it danced and flickered around the blonde's body. To everyone else, it was the most magnificent sight to see, as it spiraled around Naruto while stood in the eye of the ferocious storm of blue fire. Soon, the spiral began to die down a bit, and before anyone realized it, it had already sunk to about the same height as Naruto. But that wasn't the end of it, as the boy slowly and cautiously broke away from the hand seal and outstretched his arms until his fingertips were merely inches away from the blue flames. And as though some sort of signal had occurred, the blue flames slowly dispersed into two separate blasts and shot into the air. A few moments later, the blast of fire shot down on both of Naruto's forearms and hands, causing the flesh and skin to melt away like hot butter. Yet the strange thing about this was Naruto didn't seem to register the pain. In fact, he looked as though he was oblivious to it. As skin peeled away, black and ghostly blue fur-covered appendages began to replace the originally dark tan skin. His hands, which were also the same as his forearms, now had rather sharp black claws. When the flames finally died down completely, Naruto had opened his eyes, and the moment he did, more blue flames burst from his forearms in a straight line from his elbow to his wrists. "This, Niji," said Naruto as he raised both his arms for the Hyuga to see, "is my power, not my bloodlines, but mine. There are no more tricks, no more screwing around. This is all for real from here on out." With that said, Naruto lifted a single hand into the air before smirking at the still shocked Niji, who was still finding all that had happened hard to believe. "Let's see how you fare against my newest jutsu, Hyuga Niji. I didn't want to use this on you, because this technique is easily fatal. Asshole or not, you're still a comrade, so try not to die." "Kitsunbai no ki," hollered out Naruto before bringing his arm down in Niji's direction. To Niji's and everyone's further surprise, it seemed as though Naruto's arm had stretched as the blue flames again engulfed the entire appendage as it shot out towards stunned Hyuga. Luckily for him, he got out of his stupor quickly enough to jump out of the way in time to avoid the quickly approaching object. He heard the sound crashing and looked down to see nothing but dust covering the area floor. Just when he thought he was safe, out of the dust, a familiar ghostly blue claw shot out in an attempt to grab him. Cursing to himself, Niji began to charge up chakra around him once more. He knew he had never used Kaiten while in the air, and while it may be his only way out of this mess, he knew he wasn't going to like the results if things went bad. So, with a blind leap of faith, he began to spin, while in mid-air, as the hand was steadily getting closer. "Kaiten!" shouted Niji before he was encased in a small sphere of swirling chakra. When the blast hit, he had expected it to be just the same as before when he used this attack. He was dead wrong, cause the moment the claw made contact with the chakra orb, he was practically swatted towards the stadium wall like a tennis ball. When the boy crashed into the wall, a loud explosion was heard, followed by a cloud of dust. Naruto, who was still in the spot he was before, yanked his arm backwards, and everyone watched as the giant blue flaming appendage zipped back to its original place, as though it had always been there. As dust cleared, everyone could clearly see Niji panting as he stood in the crater he had just made while one hand was propped up against the wall. Smirking, Naruto cocked his arm back and prepared to shoot his arm out towards the still panting Niji. The said boy saw this and immediately jumped out of the crater just as the now giant hand crashed into the spot he had just at. He heard the sound of hissing coming from above him and looked up to see that the spot he was just at was now melting under the intense heat that was radiating from the arm. Looking back at Naruto, he saw the boy had his other arm cocked back as well, and he raced off to avoid it. Niji scowled as he dodged his way around the stadium to avoid the burning blue arms being shot at him. He had tried throwing a few kunai at the boy only to come up short when they melted the moment they came even remotely near either arm. Now all Niji could do now was run, and think up a new strategy. "You know, Niji, you said that I was fated to lose to you this day, and that everything is decided by fate," stated Naruto as he retracted his arms. "I think you were wrong, and I aim to prove it." Raising an eyebrow at this statement, Niji quickly shook it off before rushing forwards at high speeds. He wouldn't lose, he couldn't lose. After all, he was fated to win in the first place, right? Just when he was about to strike the boy in the chest with a jukin strike to hopefully win the match, he was hit dead in the stomach by what felt like a flaming iron. He screamed in pain as his shirt burned away, while second and third degree burns appeared on his abdomen. Not only that, but the force that was put behind that caused him to go skipping like a pebble on a flat surface lake. When the boy finally came to a stop, he was in immense pain, not just because of the burns, but also due to the whiplash from the multiple impacts on the hard gravel. Just when he thought it couldn't be any worse, it did, as a familiar large appendage came flying directly at him. The only two differences this time, though, was that Niji could do nothing to dodge or block it, and two was that the arm wasn't smothered in flames. He screamed louder as yet another tremendous amount of force grabbed him and shot towards a wall where he and the bluish hand both crashed into it, causing dust to kick up once more. Retracting his arm, Naruto stared at the dust cloud as it slowly thinned out. When it was finally cleared, Niji could be seen in yet another crater pressed up against the wall with his eyes glazed over a bit and blood seeping out of the corners of his mouth. Shaking his head, Naruto walked towards him while the flames on his arms started to fade away a bit. After a few moments of walking, he was finally in front of Niji, who he could tell was still alive. He saw that most of Niji's clothing was now either singed or was burnt. In short, the boy looked like he went to hell and back, almost literally. Niji, if you can hear me, then I want to tell you something. The Hyuga was silent, but Naruto knew that he was listening due to the flicker of his eye looking at him. I don't know much about this whole Hyuga fate of hatred, but just know that if it's too much for you, then you don't have to do anything about it anymore. For when I become Hokage, I'll change the Hyuga for you. I promise. Naruto saw the slight glimmer shine in the boy's eyes at that, as he let a small smile grace his lips before closing his eyes to enter blissful unconsciousness. Sighing, he turned away from the sight of Niji and glanced over at Haku, who was staring intently at both his arms. Get some help for him, please. Haku-chan, I think he might die without it. Shaking herself out of her stupor, she nodded before shouting out, the winner of the first round, Uzumaki Naruto. The whole stadium was deathly quiet at the announcement. That much he had expected, but what he didn't expect was for the Raikage to actually stand up and start clapping. Soon, Yuma also stood up along with Hitomi, and they too started to clap. Go Naruto! Cheered Yujito and Tintin simultaneously before looking back at each other with raised eyebrows. That was the shit Naruto! Yelled out Kiba, while Akamaru, along with the Haimaru siblings, howled and barked happily. Hana and Tsum were both grinning down at the while both clapping along with everyone else. Sakura and Ino both cheered as loud as they could, which caused some people to go deaf, and Guy was shouting out all sorts of things about Flames of Youth. And from his spot on the arena floor, Naruto was staring around in a daze as something was happening that he never thought would have. People were cheering for him. People were clapping and congratulating him. But most importantly of all, they had all started accepting him for his strength. And to him, that meant more than almost anything else in the world. Glancing down at his still transformed hands, he sighed before raising both of them into the air. This caused most to grow silent as they began to glow from ghost blue to sky blue in the course of a few seconds. Then, almost like glass, the arms began to crack, showing a glowing yellowish-green light underneath the strange appendages. And finally, with a loud crack, bright yellowish-green light burst from his arms, and tiny particles of Yuki began to shower the field. Looking at it, you would find that it was the most gorgeous thing in the world, and as the particles landed on the ground and the surrounding burnt trees, the plants began to return back to their healthy green color, while the trees began to look alive with leaves sprouting out once more from each branch. When the shower of bright light seized the arena's environment, with a few craters and the trench aside, looked like it originally was. Remarkable, gasped Tamari as she and her brother eyed the blonde-haired youth. She did take notice to the third-degree burns left on Naruto's forearms and hand, while also seeing a scant few tiny boils on his forearms as well. It seems like that jutsu is a double-edged sword after all, thought the girl as she glanced over at Gaara, who was staring intently at the blonde. I just hope Gaara can be patient enough to go along with the plan. After completing what he needed to do, he glanced over to his right to see Haku smiling proudly while Niji's unconscious form was being taken into the medical ward. Smiling back at Haku, he went to take a step forwards, only to almost trip on his own feet. Curing his stupidity, he tired to regain his balance, but was far too drained of both physical and mental fatigue. It was then that two figures appeared in the center of the arena. Glancing upwards to see who had just jumped down, he couldn't help but smile a bit at the two. Joten-chan, Ju-hito-chan. Both girls smiled a bit before Tenten stepped up to aid the boy towards the stairs. Yet before she could even take another step forward, Yujito was on the other side of the blonde with one hand on his back while gently moving the boy's arm over her shoulder. "What are you doing?" asked Tenten with a very noticeable tone of annoyance. "Helping him get to the waiting room. What else?" replied Yujito. "Why don't you go grab his stuff while I take him back up?" "Why don't you?" "Because I'm kind of busy trying to get him up there." "Don't be so pushy about things, sweetie. It doesn't seem to suit you." "What did you say, you bitch?" And after that, Naruto was forced to endure the sound of multiple shouts from two enraged women as they fought over who was taking him up and who got his cloak and arm guards. He was half tempted to say screw it, but wisely kept his mouth closed. And after a few more minutes of bickering, Haku suggested that the two both take him up while she got the rest of his things. Most of the crowd's sweat dropped at that point, while both women blushed out of embarrassment before proceeding to take the boy up to the upper levels. Yet still unnoticed to all, the same Umbu had been watching the fight with great interest. The Umbu didn't expect the boy to be as strong as he was. The Umbu only let out a low chuckle at the sight of the two girls fighting over him. It was amusing, the Umbu admitted. "Good work, Naruto," said the Umbu before turning around to face the forest. "Now it's time to take care of the scum outside." And in a blink of an eye, the Umbu was gone, leaving no identification that he or she had ever been there in the first place. Naruto winced as he felt the burns on his arms steadily began to heal. It was again he thanks the high heavens for his rapid healing abilities, since, without it, he would surely be out of commission for the remainder of the exam. Though Tenten and Yujito seemed less than relieved to in fact see the wounds he had inflicted on himself, he had assured to them that he would be fine. Yujito seemed to understand, but Tenten and some of the others weren't as relieved as her. Currently, though, he was concerned about the high tension he had felt between the two girls. He could tell, just by the few glances at them, that some sort of hostility was surrounding the two. Of course, he was no fool. He knew a rivalry when he saw one. Trouble was, he didn't think it was only about the match that the two were concerned about. Call it a gut feeling, but something told him that he had something to do with it. Then there was something else that had been bugging him since the moment the two left for the arena. At first, he didn't notice it since all the tension in the air made him focus on the two opposing females, but after they left was when he noticed it. The stench of something foul, something that he recognized rather well. Blood, and a large quantity of it. Not only that, but also the faint lingering of killing intent that seemed to be barely suppressed. And after sniffing the air for a few moments, he found a source was coming from none other than Sabaka no Gaara. That in itself made him worry about his teammate, which he just took to realize was still absent. Glancing back at the redhead, he saw that he was staring intently at the arena floor with an emotionless gaze that made him quiver a bit. "He creeps me out too," muttered Shikamaru with a sigh as he leaned over on the railings next to the blonde. "Yeah," was all Naruto's response, was before glancing back down at the arena floor. "Hey Naruto," said Shikamaru, "can I ask you something?" "Shoot. Why were you so late getting here? I never saw you as someone who would show up for something like this." Naruto turned to glance over at the lazy Nara as thoughts from what he had been doing prior to arrival to the stadium. Flashback. "Well, today's the day, Naru-kun," chimed Kyubi as Naruto made his way towards the arena. "Excited yet?" "Jumping with joy, Kyu-chan," thought Naruto with a sigh. "Hey, come on now. Don't worry about it too much. You'll do fine, and if not, then at least go out with a bang." "Will do, Kyu-chan, but in the meantime," Kyubi left alone for a little bit. Inside his mind, Kyubi frowned a bit. She knew something was wrong, but, nevertheless, respected his wishes and replied, "Sure, if you need anything, let me know, okay?" "Will do," thought the blonde before feeling the link sever. With another sigh, he glanced up at the sky for a moment before veering off the road towards the Hokage monument. "I've got time. Right now, I need some time to think." 30 minutes later, Naruto was now standing on the head of Yondaime while glancing down at the village. He could see the activity that bussing through the village and let himself smile a bit at how many people had come to their village. But it didn't help his mood as he saw that the majority of them were headed towards the stadium where his fight was going to take place. "Don't you have somewhere to be, brat?" asked a familiar voice from behind him. "I have time to kill," shrugged the blonde. "So sue me for wanting to find a spot to come and think." "What's on your mind, brat?" asked Jiraiya as he stepped beside the red-cloaked youth. Glancing over at the old man that he had steadily grown to respect, he opened his mouth to speak only to close it again and stare back into the distance. This continued for a while, him looking over at the man, try to say something before stopping and turning to look out into the distance. Finally, the boy sighed as his shoulders sagged before staring intently at the ground. "I don't know, many things I guess," replied the boy. "Is it about the match?" "You could say that. Then what's the problem?" Naruto was silent once more while his long bangs hid his facial features from the man's view. And after a few more moments of silence, Jiraiya finally had enough of it and was about to ask again, but Naruto beat him to it. "I don't want to hurt them." This made the man raise an eyebrow and ask, "Who? My friends, my comrades, my girlfriend, any of them. I know that this exam will give me a higher rank, and I know it's inevitable, but I just don't want to fight the people I hold precious. I mean, it took me so long to finally be accepted by some of them, and to just throw that away and harm or quite possibly kill them is something I don't think I can do. Well, I wouldn't go so far as to say killing them has to be an option to win. I mean, you know when to stop, and I highly doubt someone you hold precious is so willing to kill you either. See, that's the thing people don't understand. Most of the people I know that are participating won't stop until they win or they die. How can I fight against someone who won't quit without risking fatal injuries or the high risk of accidentally killing them?" Now, it was Jiraiya's turn to play silent as glanced over at the frustrated blonde who was now clenching his fists tightly. He understood what was troubling the boy. Hell, it didn't take a prodigy to realize what was going through his head, though you did have to be in the same kind of shoes as someone like Naruto. Being alone for so long made you hold on to people who you call friends very close to your heart, and to have to push that aside and fight them was something very hard for him to do. "Let me tell you something, Naruto," said the man in a solemn tone. "Sometimes the choice to do some things is a hard choice to make. Take, for example, you have a mission that must complete or Konoha will be leveled to the ground. On one hand, you have the mission, and on the other, you have a dear friend that is fatally wounded and, if not treated soon, can die in your arms. Rationally, you must complete the mission, but your heart screams at you to save them. Now, what you decide to do is your choice, and sometimes that choice can come back to haunt you for life. The point is, we all must do things we don't necessarily like, but it must be done." Once the man's speech was over, Naruto gritted his teeth but understood what he meant. He didn't like it, but he knew what the old pervert said was the truth. He had a choice that was his alone, and if that meant fighting his friends, it must be done. "Sometimes I hate this life," muttered the boy silently. "You aren't the only one, brat," replied the man with a sigh. "But if it makes you feel any better, know this. So long as you don't feel joy in hurting them and they understand why you did what you had to do, then they will never hate you for all you've done. Just don't go cutting people's arms off, and I can guarantee you that they will understand." Both chuckled a bit at the last remark of the statement, and, for Naruto, it did make him feel slightly better. "Thanks, Jiraiya," said the boy with a grin. "Anytime, brat. Now you better get going before you're late." "I have time." "Not really. You only have 15 minutes since the Hokage decided to start the exam early." "What? Why wasn't I told about this?" "Last minute thing, I guess," replied the man with a shrug. "Shit, I gotta get going. Take care, Jiraiya-san," shouted Naruto, who was already midair and was currently dashing down the road towards the arena. "Later, brat," hollered out Jiraiya before muttering out, "And good luck to you, Naruto." In flashback, shaking his head, Naruto turned his attention back onto the arena floor before responding. "I had some things I needed to take care of, and I just lost track of time." The boy spared the blonde a glance before shrugging and turning his attention back onto the arena floor as well. "Hey, Shikamaru," said Choji, causing both him and Naruto to turn and face the plump boy who was currently munching on some chips. "Who do you think is going to win?" "It's troublesome, but my best guess would have to be the Kumo one." "Why do you say that?" asked Naruto, while narrowing his eyes a bit at the lazy Nara. "Don't look at me like that, Naruto," warned Shikamaru after catching the boy's change in attitude. "It's nothing personal against your girlfriend, but let's face it, we know little and nothing about the Kyomonin, and she showed very little of her abilities during the preliminaries while Tintin, I think her name was, had showed most of what she could do just to beat her opponent. That leads me to believe that the Kyomonin has a higher chance of winning than your friend does." Seeing the rationality behind Shikamaru's thinking, Naruto calmed down and was now glancing back at the two contestants in the ring. He couldn't deny that the boy had made a valid point, and now that he put some thought into it, he wasn't sure himself of what Yujito was truly capable of, since the two often went their separate ways to train in their own skills. "We'll see," muttered Naruto just as Haku began to speak. Chunin exams, second round, Tintin versus Ni Yujito. "You may begin," hollered out Haku before stepping out of the combat area. Once the match was called to begin, both fighters jumped back to gain some distance from the other. Tintin, though, chose to toss a kunai during this time, and not so surprised when the moment Yujito landed onto the ground, easily parried it. Upon landing herself, Tintin quickly rushed forward with fist cocked back, ready to send a right hook to the blonde's jaw. Needless to say, she was surprised when Yujito leaned back to the point that she was only being held up by her now bent legs. Not missing a second, Yujito quickly placed one of her hands on the arena floor and twisting her body to deliver a strong kick to the opposing girl's ribs before using her arm to spring, boarding herself up into the air and landing back on her feet. Tintin, on the other hand, winced due to the kick that had taken her by complete surprise. She never would have thought the girl was as nimble as she was, but she had been hit by stronger attacks, so it wasn't all that bad on her. Upon seeing the girl land on the ground in a crouching position, Tintin hastily tossed two shurikens at the blonde, both of which were caught with relative ease. "Is this all you have to offer me, little girl?" sneered Yujito, before flashing through a few seals. "Not at all, bitch," resorted Tintin before tossing two black marble-sized balls at Yujito's feet. Instantly the blonde's vision was obscured by black smoke and cursed loudly. Foregoing her jutsu, she quickly rushed out of the cloud of smoke, only to find her opponent already finishing up her seals with two scrolls on both sides of her. "Sushuri," hollered out Tintin as yet another screen of white smoke, followed by two dragon-looking figures made out of smoke while spinning into their air. When the smoke cleared, two familiar scrolls took the smoke dragon's places as Tintin launched herself in the center of the vortex. Yujito, who remembered this attack from the preliminaries, scowled as she ran to find cover before the girl began tossing the sharp projectiles at her. She knew better to try and deflect all of those weapons at once. That was Metaru's specialty. He would be able to something like that almost any day of the week, but she knew that even trying to stop those weapons all at once could give her a nasty injury that hindered her in this battle. Out of the corner of her eye, she saw a slight sparkle in the sunlight and immediately somersaulted over three kunai that embedded themselves just inches away from where she once was. Cursing, she pumped chakra into her legs before rushing toward a nearby tree as more and more weapons lodged themselves into the ground right as she moved. Just as she was nearing the tree, a single kunai found its way into her leg, and she hissed in pain as she skidded behind the bulky truck before quickly dislodging the kunai from her leg. Glaring at the kunai, she was about to toss it aside when she noticed something that made her eyes widen. Wrapped around the handle of the sharp object was an explosive note that was nearing the end of its timer. Looking back at the path of other kunai, she noticed that they too also had explosive notes attached to their handles as well. From her spot in midair, Tintin smirked before forming a seal. Soon the sound of hissing could be heard all the way up to the stands as multiple explosive notes prepared to detonate. Then, not long after forming the seal, a loud chorus of explosions erupted inside the arena, causing several of the civilians and ninja alike to cover their ears. "Fuck, that's loud," screamed Naruto as he collapsed onto the ground while clutching his now bleeding ears. "Naruto!" yelled a worried Choji as he crouched down beside Naruto. "You okay?" "No, my ears are bleeding." "We'll get you to a medic and have him help you out," stated Shikamaru while also rubbing his ears. "Don't worry, guys. My healing will—" "Oh, what do you know? I can hear again," All right, no need to worry. I'm straight now. How can you be all right after having your eardrums burst? And what do you mean your healing will take care of it? Asked Shikamaru with a raised eyebrow. I'll explain later. Right now I need to know if Yujito-chan is okay. I doubt it, thought Shikamaru, but nevertheless he didn't say any more about it. Back on the arena floor, Tintin had just touched down on the ground once more and frowned. She didn't like the fact that she had just killed someone over something like this, but she was willing to do whatever it took to win her match. Besides, she was from Kyomo, and just because she was in Konoha for the exams didn't stop them from being enemies. Walking over towards the multiple craters that now littered the arena floor, she glanced around to see if anything was left of the blonde-haired woman. Yet, despite what her eyes told her, she had a strange feeling in her gut telling her that something was wrong. She was about to walk away from the craters when a loud cracking sound was heard behind her. Turning around, she looked down at the bottom of the largest crater and saw a single crack beginning to extend. Just then, a yellow and black blur shot out of the ground before stopping right in front of her. It was Yujito, whose outfit was now torn and battered with multiple singes and tears all over it, and was currently pointing her index and middle fingers at her with electricity flickering and crackling around them. Right on, Rainami Taio, yelled out the woman before firing her deadly sphere of lightning at the stunned weapon's mistress. The crowd watched as the bolt of lightning collided with Tennin's body, causing the poor girl to go flying backwards. At that point, majority of the surveyors assumed that the match was over only to be proven wrong the moment Tintin burst into smoke to show a log with a gaping hole on its right side. Snarling, Yujito glanced around the arena while trying to pinpoint the girl's location via chakra signature. Show yourself, you little bitch. Nothing changed as the wind picked up, which caused a low whistle as it blew through the dead silent stadium. Suddenly, a single kunai came flying out of one of the bushes to Yujito's right. This, however, did nothing to stop the blonde as she caught it without a second glance before charging it with electricity. It was then she let a feral smirk grace itself on her lips as she quickly whirled around and tossed the kunai at a tree not far away from her. Once the kunai made contact with the tree trunk, most didn't expect for it to pierce right through it. Nor did they expect to hear a shriek of pain to come from the girl who was crouched behind the said trunk. At the sound of the shriek, Yujito grinned before rushing over as Tintin attempted to find a new position to hide at. Poor girl was so distracted by the pain from her wound that she failed to notice the blonde's fist was now crackling with electricity. She was currently busy trying to not only find cover, but also to remove the sharp object in her shoulder, only to pull her hand away as the electricity shocked her every time she tried to touch it. It wasn't until Yujito was in striking range that Tintin took notice to the now crackling limb that was cocked back and ready to strike. With a small smirk on her lips, Yujito swung at the brunette, and the moment she did, a small wave of blue electricity shot out at her opponent. Then, almost like a magnet, the blue lightning stuck the kunai in Tintin's shoulder, and the girl let out a loud scream as more pain shot into her system, causing her to collapse onto the ground while twitching frantically. "Do you like my kuden, hecky little girl?" asked Yujito smugly as she stood over the now twitching weapon's mistress, who had somehow been able to glare up at her despite the blinding pain she was in at the moment. Soon, though, Yujito's face twisted into a frown as she raised her hand, which was now flowing with more electricity than before. "Don't worry, I'll make this quick for you." Knowing that another hit like that could possibly end her, Tintin used all the strength she could muster and swiftly swept the girl's feet out from under her before getting up and dashing away to find more cover. Yujito, who had thought the girl was now finished, didn't expect the girl to still be moving. But before she could hit the ground, she quickly used her left hand to catch herself before she hit the ground and fired her attack at a random direction, which was conveniently a tree, which was now on fire due to the lightning hitting near the top of the tree, causing the leaves to ignite. Growling, Yujito pushed herself back up to her feet and whirled around to see Tintin removing her kunai while wincing due to the jolts of lightning still on the blade. Once she removed the kunai, the girl quickly crouched low and lifted the bottom of her pants legs to remove her weights. Seeing this, Yujito raced forward with a third electrified limb cocked back and ready to strike. However, before the blonde could reach striking distance, Tintin had already removed her weights. The next thing Yujito knew, the girl was gone. When she reappeared, she was still in crouching position with her fist already deep in Yujito's abdomen and was now glaring up at the blonde with a smirk on her face as she heard the girl gasp for breath. Yujito, who was rather surprised by this turn of events, lost focus in her jutsu, and thus, the electricity that was once cracking around it was no longer visible. Suddenly, Yujito felt more punches land connect with her midsection, causing her to be lifted slightly into the air with each passing punch. Finally, after nearly receiving 6 of those powerful punches, Tintin delivered a powerful rising kick to her chin, causing the blonde to go spinning backwards while occasionally skipping along the ground before finally skidding to a stop along the ground. Feeling dizzy and disoriented, Yujito shakily returned to her feet and noticed Tintin rummage through her pouch before pulling out a familiar-looking scroll. Upon seeing the scroll, Yujito's eyes widened, and before she could do anything to stop the brunette, the said girl had already unraveled it. A puff of smoke later, Tintin was held the sword in her hands, and, almost as swiftly as she unraveled her scroll, she unsheathed her blade from its sheath. Tossing the sheath aside, Tintin rushed forward with her black archback behind her before swinging it in a horizontal swing. Ducking under the blade, Yujito made another attempt to counterattack with a kick to the girl's ribs, only to have it blocked by Tintin's leg. Pushing the limb away, Tintin brought her sword back into a stabbing position before thrusting it forward into her opponent's shoulder. Now, it was Yujito's turn to scream as the blade dug deep into her flesh and bone. Gripping the blade, she tried to push the said weapon out of her only to hiss in more pain as Tintin removed it, which ended up cutting the palm of her hand. Once the blade was removed, Tintin raised her blade over her head before swinging downward, aiming to finish the fight now that her opponent was wounded. However, the moment she struck down the kimonin, a puff of smoke revealed what she had just struck was a log. Growling in annoyance, she searched the area for any signs of the blonde kimonin. Finding none, she raised her sword as her eyes darted in every direction to make sure that the elusive kunoichi wasn't trying to sneak up on her. It was when she noticed the sun's rays being shadowed that she glanced upwards to see the blonde-haired woman descending towards her with a kunai raised and ready to strike. Cursing, Tintin raised her guard and blocked the descending blade with her own as Yujito put all her weight into her attack. The two struggled for a small second before Yujito's feet finally touched down on the ground and was soon after being pushed back by the brunette's katana. Jumping back to gain some distance, Yujito quickly tossed her weapon at her before going into a quick set of new seals. Tintin, who had easily deflected the incoming projectile, rushed forward in an attempt to strike at her once more before her opponent could finish her seals. Sadly, she wasn't fast enough as the woman finished her seals before smirking. "Right-on, John," muttered the woman before opening her maw. A few seconds later, lightning began to crackle and form a single sphere of blue electricity formed inside her mouth before firing a single bolt towards the quickly approaching swordswoman. Knowing that she wouldn't be able to move out of the way in time, Tintin took a blind leap of faith and twisted her body to her right, hoping that the lightning bolt would miss and zip past her. This time, though, faith wasn't on her side, as she was still in the process of turning when the bolt of electricity struck her dead on her left arm and coursed through her entire arm, causing the flesh on her arm to turn an unhealthy ashy gray color. This attack seemed to do two things. One, it caused Tintin to scream in pain and clutch her arm tightly, and two, it caused her to go twirling into the air and come crashing to the ground and tumbling a few feet away from her original position. Now, Tintin could be seen rolling on the ground, clutching her now numb and bleeding arm in great pain while biting down on her lip to keep herself from crying out in agony. From her position not far away, Yujito sighed as she really didn't want to resort to crippling blows but knew it couldn't be helped. This was a battle, and in a battle, anything that got the job done was all that mattered. "Nice try, girl, but you stand no chance against me now that your arm is practically useless," spoke Yujito coldly as she slowly made her advancement on the downed weapons mistress. "I just shot all the nerves in that arm, and now you can no longer use it for the remainder of your shinobi career. In other words, you lose, girl." Tintin glared fiercely up at the blonde as she stood over her. The sun's rays making it hard to see her facial expression was but her best guess from what she assumed was that the Kumonin was now sneering down at her. Tightening her hold on the hilt of her sword, Tintin raised her weapon only to stab it into the earth and attempt to prop herself back up to her feet. Seeing this, Yujito sighed as she swiftly pulled out one of the few kunai she had left in her pouch before raising it into a defensive position. She knew very well she could just end it now, but seeing as how the match was already hers, she decided to humor the girl as she tried in vain to continue fighting. After a few failed attempts, Tintin had finally managed to return to her feet, if only to gasp in pain due to the effects of her wounds. Currently, she was standing hunched over with her left arm hanging limply on her side as blood oozed out of her fingernails while the stab wound on her shoulder that had been bleeding for the good portion of their scuffle now soaked her pink sleeveless shirt, which was now a crimson color more than bright pink. Glaring at the Kumonin, Tintin removed her blade from the ground with only good arm before settling into a new stance, one that even Naruto himself didn't recognize. This will decide everything, thought Tintin gravely as she gripped her sword tighter. I just hope it's enough. Her stance now consisted of her sword positioned in front of her in a vertical angle while the blade end of the weapon was pointing away from Yujito. The rest of her posture was completely straight, with the only exception being her legs, which were parted by only 11 inches. Kinjutsu, muttered the girl before switching the blade until it was back to facing Yujito. It was then that a familiar burst of chakra erupted from Tintin's body, causing Lee up in the stands to gasp. Hayaku Jin Waku Kiranuki. The moment those words left her lips, Tintin vanished from the line of sight. The only signification that she was even there was the ring of dirt and dust that had been kicked up from Tintin's quick movements. Suddenly, quick flashes of silver surrounded the now still Yujito as more and more rings of dirt and dust were kicked up around her. Finally, when Tintin did reappear, she was in on one knee with her sword stabbed into the ground while panting heavily due to the now blinding pain she was in. A few seconds passed, and people started to wonder if anything had happened while Yujito had still yet to move. What happened next surprised everyone, even Yujito, as a long line of blood shot out of her chest along with multiple other cuts that suddenly started to bleed ferociously. Hell, even her braid had come undone, causing her long blonde hair to spray along her back as she fell to her knees as well. Yet, despite all the cuts and such, Yujito didn't scream. She couldn't, since the wounds had appeared so quickly that her pain receptors had yet to notice that she had been injured. That didn't last long, as a minute later, the woman shrieked in pain while Nibby quickly tired to repair most of the damage that had been done to her. Tintin, who had been too concerned about her own wounds, smirked as she looked over at the now bleeding form of Yujito. You see, the technique that Tintin had just used was one of her own creations. At first, it was simply a mass of quick swings which utilized her quick speeds and movement to try and hit her opponents from all sides. She soon realized, after practicing the technique a few times, that she would never reach the required speed necessary to perform the attack successfully. It was at that point Tintin took to using the Kaimon Gate in hopes of better results. Needless to say, she received results, but with it came the price of total exhaustion afterwards, much like how Lee would be after performing his own moat wrench. After testing it a few more times, Shingai had classified it as a B-rank jutsu and was not to be used unless completely necessary. Today had been her first attempt on using it on an actual opponent, and she was quite willing to say that she enjoyed the results. Even if she was one arm short, the attack still went rather smoothly in her favor. Suddenly, the sight and sound of crackling electricity could be detected coming from Yujito as she turned to face the brunette with all 10 of her fingers spread out with electricity flickering off each one. Stupid cunt. Right on. Cement Dankishiki Simbon. Hollered out the woman before a volley of small blue needles shot towards Tintin. Being in the position she was in now, Tintin could do nothing as the projectiles struck her in the back, causing her to fall forward onto the ground and scream in even more pain. But Yujito wasn't much better off either, as the moment she launched her attack, she too fell onto the ground as the last of her chakra was used up in her last attack. She guessed that if she really tried, she could barely add an electrical current to a kunai, and even then, it wouldn't last but for one use. Using what was left of her strength, Yujito turned to see Tintin was now twitching from her spot about a few feet away from her. Then, to the astonishment of everyone, Tintin steadily tried to return to her feet while wincing and twitching in pain every time she moved. "Annoying bitch, stay down," raged Yujito as she felt some of Nibi's demonic chakra beginning to take over her. Shaking her head, Yujito too shakily and steadily returned to her feet while panting heavily due to her fatigue. When both fighters were back on their feet, both were panting, sweating, and overall looked like hell. After a few seconds of catching their respective breaths, both stared at each other for a good minute before nodding to each other like some sort of silent message was being sent to the other. Both knew that they were at their limit, and they also knew this last attack was going to be the finisher. So both quickly grabbed hold of their weapons of choice, Tintin, her katana, and Yujito, her very last kunai. Both stood in silence for yet another moment before suddenly charging towards each other with a loud battle cry, and their weapons reared back and ready for their last strike. As they drew closer, Yujito channeled the last of her elemental chakra into the blade of her kunai, and in a quick flash, both stopped about 2 or 3 feet away from the other with their weapons pointed outwards. For that one moment, time slowed down as both contestants stood stiff as statues before a loud cracking noise could be heard. Tintin's weary eyes glanced at the tip of her sword to see that the tip of her blade was no longer there, and was embedded into the ground while more fragments of her katana began to fall to the arena floor to join the tip. After seeing this, Tintin could no longer fight off her wiriness any longer, and as her grip on her sword loosened and her body began to fall to the floor, the brunette could only mutter one thing before the world around her began to fade away. "Damn it!" As she fell, Yujito took the time to sigh before catching herself from slipping and falling to the arena floor herself. Careful not to slip up and collapse, Yujito turned to see a red blur drop down and catch the weapon mistress before she could hit the ground. She didn't need to see his face to know who it was, and quickly moved her attention elsewhere in hopes that Naruto wouldn't say anything to her. The said boy stared down at Tintin's unconscious form as he switched her position to where he was holding her bridal style with her front facing him. And as he stared at her now bleeding and broken form, everything around him was practically drowned out. So when Haku announced Yujito the winner, he didn't even hear her nor the screaming of the fans watching the match. It pained him to see the girl in this condition, and what made it worse was that he could still feel bits of electricity still flowing through her body along with the blood that was now soaking his hands. Glaring over at Yujito's back, he saw the girl flinch since he absent-mindedly sent killing intent at the girl who had harmed one of his loved ones. Just as he was about to chew the girl out for doing this to his friend, his tenant decided to intervene. "Naruto-san, it would be unwise to comment on something you could perhaps later regret," stated Taisho wisely and calmly. Upon hearing this, Naruto stopped himself just as the words were about to leave his lips. Taisho had a point, as always, and if he was to say something about this, he could very well destroy the friendship he shared with the fellow Jinchuriki. As this came to mind, his killing intent began to disperse, causing Yujito to timidly turn her head to look at him. This made Naruto's eyes soften and was now mentally kicking himself for trying to take his anger out of one of his friends. Sighing, Naruto quietly walked over towards Yujito, who had now been staring intently at the floor and refusing to look at Naruto directly. Once he was right in front of her, he stopped with Tintin still in his arms, and watched as Yujito would often glance up at his face before almost immediately looking back down at the ground. After a few moments of this, the girl finally had enough courage to raise her head to speak. Yet the moment she looked into his eyes, those endless slitted sapphire orbs called his eyes, all her courage was lost, and all she could do was stare into those shiny blue eyes of his. It was in that moment she understood what he was trying to do. It was similar to how her and the brunette had communicated during the last moments of battle. It didn't require words. Only one look into the other's eyes was enough to understand what was going through the other's head. Well, that wasn't always the case, but still that was the case then, and it's still the same case now. Naruto wasn't upset with her. That was all she could gather from that look. He wasn't blaming her. He wasn't spiteful at her. And in fact, the only thing she could tell was that he was rather upset for his loved one being as injured as she was. That one, Yujito actually had to keep herself from looking away in shame. Then, with no words escaping his lips, the boy walked past her towards one of the arriving medics who were carrying stretchers along with multiple medical items. Placing the weapon's mistress onto the stretcher, he was about to go when a hand gripped the sleeve of his cloak. Looking down, he saw his beloved Tintin staring up at him with a soft smile plastered onto her features as she looked up at him. "In Naruto-kun," spoke the girl in a soft tone. Did I do a good job?" Smirking, Naruto crouched down to where he was about where her head was before kissing her on the forehead. "You did great, Tinchan." The girl's smile widened a bit before closing her eyes and sighing contently. Standing back up, he nodded towards the medics, who were now looking at Naruto in a way the boy was not familiar with, before they hurried off to heal the severely injured young woman. Looking over at Yujito, he saw that she was being healed by none other than Haku, who had already finished healing up majority of her cuts and was currently working on the giant gash on her chest. Walking over towards Tintin's now broken sword, he picked up the katana and the sheath before sheathing the blade back into its scabbard. Picking up the tip that had been broken off, Naruto quickly whipped out a scroll, unraveled it before sealing it in the katana inside his own storage seal before re-raveling it and putting it back into its pouch. The next match will be Nara Shikamaru versus Sabaka no Temari. "Please report to the arena now," called Haku as she finished healing Yujito's wounds. As Yujito made a move to walk towards the balcony staircase, however, she felt herself go wobbly as her chakra exhaustion was still causing her to feel a bit woozy. Just when she thought her legs were about to give out on her, a strong clawed hand grabbed hold of her arm and placed it around his shoulders. Yujito didn't even need to look to see who was helping her, and couldn't help but smile happily at being close to him again. Later, when Nibby would start teasing her about this incident, she would not be so quick to shy away, but instead smile brighter than ever as she proclaimed that she did enjoy moments like these. "Damn you, Uzumaki," thought the girl with a small blush on her cheeks. "You definitely know how to make people fall for you." Outside the village walls, the Umbu who had arrived to patrol the area could only gape behind their masks at the sight of what was before them. What they saw was clearly a battleground with multiple bodes littering the ground, ranging from Suna to Odo Nin laying lifelessly almost everywhere, along with a few craters, deeply gashed trees, and trench which disappeared into the forest. Inside one of the said craters was a single mangled and torn body of a helpless Odo Jounin, and in the other was what was left of Suna Chunin. In the center of all this stood a lone Umbu garbed in a standard Umbu cloak and mask who was currently dislodging a kunai from the last of the living Suna ninja. Glancing up at the group of 4 Umbu, the person slowly relaxed as they wiped away the blood that was still remaining on the kunai. A second after weapon was put away, another blur alerted the others that someone else had arrived. Glancing over, the 4 Umbu saluted to the newly arrived Umbu who was garbed in a white trench coat and a baboon mask. "State your name, Umbu," spoke the man calmly. "Otherwise you will be regarded as a threat and will be eliminated immediately." The Umbu didn't move 1 inch or regard the fact that the captain wasn't even talking to them. The person silently walked over towards them with their hands in their pockets as the other 4 Umbu quickly drew their weapons. Again, the person didn't take notice to this and instead continued on their way towards the captain. When the person was not but 3 feet away from the said man, did they stop his/her advance. Blank Hunter Mask stared at the red-painted baboon mask in silence for a moment as the other Umbu stood ready in a square formation around the person. Then, after another long moment of tense silence, the Umbu reached into their pouch and pulled out a slip of paper and held it out for the captain to take. Raising an eyebrow under his mask, he held his hand up in the air to make his squad stand down before taking the folded paper and opening it. Upon reading its contents, he quickly raised his head up in alarm only to see the still silent Umbu nod. "New orders as of immediately. 2 units gather as many of the stationed Jounin and Shunin surrounding the village walls and order them to engage any and all Suna and Odo ninja at these locations. The other 2 head to Umbu headquarters and gather 5 other squads to assist. I will inform the Hokage about this and wait about further orders." After showing his men the locations, the 4 Umbu dashed off to proceed with their orders. The captain, however, stayed at the clearing as he stared back at the still, silent Umbu in front of him. "Who are you?" asked the man as he eyed the person in front of him with great curiosity. The person continued to say nothing, only stare back at him through their mask. Finally, the person walked up close to him till they were right next to them. "You have orders to carry out yourself, Captain," said the person, who the captain found was female, before disappearing in a whirl of leaves. The said captain only stood stiff for a moment before shaking his head and dashing towards the arena. The woman was right. He had his own priorities, and he could not afford to sit around. But as he dashed through the trees nearing into the village, he only had one thought stuck in his head that wouldn't stop popping up. Who was that woman?